The lesser bourgeoisie. The middle classes. Part Roman 1. The lesser bourgeois of Paris. Chapter Roman 1. Departing Paris. The tourniquet Saint-Jean, the narrow passage, entered through a turnstile, a description of which was said to be so wearisome in the study, entitled A Double Life Scenes from Private Life, that naive relic of old Paris has at the present moment no existence, except in our said typography. The building of the Hôtel de Ville, such as we now see it, swept away a whole section of the city. In 1830 passers along the street could still see the turnstile painted on the sign of a wine merchant, but even that house, its last asylum, has been demolished. Alas, old Paris is disappearing with frightful rapidity. Here and there, in the course of this history of Parisian life, will be found preserved sometimes the type of the dwellings of the Middle Ages, like that described in Fame and Sorrow, Scenes from Private Life, one or two specimens of which exist to the present day. Sometimes a house like that of Judge Popinot, Rue du Foire, a specimen of the former bourgeoisie. Here the remains of Fulbert's house, there the old dock of the Seine, as it was under Charles Roman IX. Why should not the historian of French society, a new old mortality, endeavour to save these curious expressions of the past, as Walter Scott's old man rubbed up the tombstones? Certainly for the last 10 years the outcries of literature in this direction have not been superfluous. Art is beginning to disguise beneath its floriated ornaments those ignoble facades of what are called in Paris houses of product, which one of our poets has jocosely compared to chests of drawers. Let us remark here that the creation of the Municipal Commission del Ornamento, which superintends at Milan the architecture of street facades, and to which every house owner is compelled to subject his plan, dates from the 17th century. Consequently, we see in that charming capital the effects of this public spirit on the part of nobles and burghers, while we admire their buildings, so full of character and originality, hideous unrestrained speculation, which year after year changes the uniform level of stories, compresses a whole apartment into the space of what used to be a salon, and wages war upon gardens, will infallibly react on Parisian manners and morals. We shall soon be forced to live more without than within our sacred private life, the freedom and liberty of home. Where will they be reserved for those who can muster 50,000 francs a year? In fact, few millionaires now allow themselves the luxury of a house to themselves, guarded by a courtyard on a street, and protected from public curiosity by a shady garden at the back. By levelling fortunes, that section of the code which regulates testamentary bequests has produced these huge stone phalansteries, in which 30 families are often lodged, returning a rental of 100,000 francs a year. 50 years hence, we shall be able to count on our fingers the few remaining houses which resemble that occupied at the moment. Our narrative begins by the Thulier family, a really curious house, which deserves the honour of an exact description, if only to compare the life of the bourgeoisie of former times with that of today. The situation and the aspect of this house, the frame of our present scene of manners and morals, has moreover a flavour, a perfume of the lesser bourgeoisie, which may attract or repel attention according to the taste of each reader. In the first place, the Thulier house did not belong to either Monsieur or Madame Thulier, but to Mademoiselle Thulier, the sister of Monsieur Thulier. This house, bought during the first 6 months, which followed the Revolution of July, by Mademoiselle Marie-Jeanne Brigitte Thulier, a spinster of full age, stands about the middle of the Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer, to the right as you enter by the Rue d'Enfer, so that the main building occupied by Monsieur Thulier faces south. The progressive movement which is carrying the Parisian population to the heights along the right bank of the Seine had long injured the sale of property in what is called the Latin Quarter, when reasons which will be given when we come to treat of the character and habits of Monsieur Thulier determined his sister to the purchase of real estate. She obtained this property for the small sum of 4 to 6,000 francs. Certain extras amounted to 6,000 more. In all, the price paid was 52,000 francs, a description of the property given in the style of an advertisement, and the results obtained by Monsieur Thulier's exertions will explain by what means so many fortunes increased enormously after July 1830, while so many others sank. Toward the street the house presents a facade of rough stone, covered with plaster cracked by weather, and lined by the mason's instrument into a semblance of blocks of cut stone. This frontage is so common in Paris, and so ugly that the city ought to offer premiums to house owners who would build their facades of cut stone blocks. 7 windows lighted the grey front of this house, which was raised 3 stories, ending in a mansard roof, covered with slate, the porticature heavy and solid showed by its workmanship, and style that the front building on the street had been erected in the days of the Empire to utilize a part of the courtyard of the vast old mansion built at an epoch when the quarter d'enfer enjoyed a certain vogue. On one side was the porter's lodge, on the other, the staircase of the front building. Two wings built against the adjoining houses had formerly served as stables, coach-house, kitchen, and offices to the rear dwelling, but since 1830 they had been converted into warehouses. The one on the right was let to a certain Roman 1000 Metavier Jr. wholesale dealer in paper, that on the left to a bookseller named Barbet. The offices of each were above the warehouses, the bookseller occupying the first story, and the paper dealer the second story of the house on the street. Metavier Jr., who was more of a commission merchant in paper than a regular dealer, and Barbet much more of a money lender and discounter than a bookseller, kept these vast warehouses for the purpose of storing on his stacks of paper, bought of needy manufacturers, the other editions of books given as security for loans. The shark of bookselling and the pike of paper dealing lived on the best of terms, and their mutual operations, exempt from the turmoil of retail business, brought so few carriages into that tranquil courtyard that the concierge was obliged to pull up the grass between the paving stones. Messrs. Barbet and Metavier paid a few rare visits to their landlords, and the punctuality with which they paid their rent classed them as good tenants. In fact, they were looked upon as very honest men by the Thulier circle. As for the third floor on the street, it was made into 2 apartments, one of which was occupied by Roman 1000 Dudok, clerk of the Justice of Peace, a retired government employee, and a frequenter of the Thulier salon, the other by the hero of this scene, about whom we must content ourselves at the present moment, by fixing the amount of his rent, namely 700 francs, a year, and the location he had chosen in the heart of this well-filled building, exactly 3 years before the curtain rises on the present domestic drama. The clerk, a bachelor of 50, occupied the larger of the 2 apartments on the third floor. He kept a cook, and the rent of the rooms was 1,000 francs a year. Within 2 years of the time of her purchase, Mademoiselle Thulier was receiving 7,200 francs in rentals for a house which the late proprietor had supplied with outside blinds, renovated within and adorned with mirrors, without being able to sell or let it. Moreover, the Thuliers themselves, nobly lodged, as we shall see, enjoyed also a fine garden of the finest in that quarter, the trees of which shaded the lonely little street named the Rue Neuve Sainte Catherine. Standing between the courtyard and the garden, the main building which they inhabited seems to have been the caprice of some enriched bourgeois in the reign of Louis Roman XIV, the dwelling perhaps of a president of the Parliament, or that of a tranquil savant. Its noble freestone blocks, damaged by time, have a certain air of Louis XIV grandeur. The courses of the façade define the stories. Panels of red brick recall the appearance of the stables at Versailles. The windows have masks carved as ornaments in the centre of their arches, and below their sills the door of small panels in the upper half and plain below, through which when open the garden can be seen, is of that honest, unassuming style which was often employed in former days for the porters' lodges of the royal chateaux. This building, with 5 windows to each course, rises 2 stories above the ground floor, and is particularly noticeable for a roof of 4 sides ending in a weather vane and broken here and there by tall handsome chimneys and oval windows. Perhaps this structure is the remains of some great mansion, but after examining all the existing old maps of Paris we find nothing which bears out this conjecture. Moreover, the title deeds of property under Louis Roman XIV was Petitot, the celebrated painter in miniature, who obtained it originally from President Lecamus. We may therefore believe that Lecamus lived in this building, while he was erecting his more famous mansion in the Rue de Thorigny. So art and the legal robe have passed this way. In turn, how many instigations of needs and pleasures have led to the interior arrangement of the dwelling. To right, as we enter a square hall, forming a closed vestibule, rises a stone staircase, with 2 windows looking on the garden. Beneath the staircase opens a door to the cellar. From this vestibule we enter the dining room lighted from the courtyard, and the dining room communicates at its side with the kitchen, which forms a continuation of the wing in which are the warehouses of Metavier and Barbet. Behind the staircase extends on the garden side a fine study or office with 2 large windows. The first and second floor form 2 complete apartments, and the servants' quarters are shown by the oval windows in the 4-sided roof. A large porcelain stove heats the square vestibule, the 2 glass doors of which, placed opposite to each other, light it. This room, paved in black and white marble, is especially noticeable for a ceiling of beams formerly painted and gilt, but which had since received, probably under the Empire, a coat of plain white paint. The 3 doors of the study, salon, and dining room, surmounted by oval panels, are awaiting a restoration, that is more than needed. The woodwork is heavy, but the ornamentation is not without merit. The salon, panelled throughout, recalls the great century by its tall mantelpiece of Languedoc, marble its ceiling decorated at the corners, and by the style of its windows, which still retain their little panes. The dining room, communicating with the salon by a double door, is floored with stone, the woodwork is oak unpainted, and an atrocious modern wallpaper has been substituted for the tapestries of the olden time. The ceiling is of chestnut, and the study, modernized by Thuilier, adds its quota to these discordances. The white and gold mouldings of the salon are so effaced that nothing remains of the gilding but reddish lines, while the white enamelling is yellow, cracked, and peeling off. Never did the Latin saying otium cum dignitate have a greater commentary to the mind of a poet than in this noble building. The ironwork of the staircase baluster is worthy of the artist and the magistrate, but to find other traces of their taste today in this majestic relic, the eyes of an artistic observer are needed. The Thuiliers and their predecessors have frequently degraded this jewel of the upper bourgeoisie by the habits and inventions of the lesser bourgeoisie. Look at those walnut chairs, covered with horsehair, that mahogany table with its oilcloth, cover that sideboard also of mahogany, that carpet bought at a bargain beneath the table, those metal lamps, that wretched paper with its red border, those execrable engravings, and the calico curtains with red fringes in a dining room where the friends of Petitot once feasted. Do you notice the effect produced in the salon by those portraits of Monsieur and Madame and Mademoiselle Thuilier by Pierre Grassou, the artist par excellence of the modern bourgeoisie? Have you remarked the cartables and the consoles of the Empire, the teetable, supported by a lyre, and that species of sofa of gnarled mahogany, covered in painted velvet of a chocolate tone on the chimney-piece, with the clock representing the bell owner of the Empire? Our candelabra with fluted columns, curtains of woolen damask, with under-curtains of embroidered muslin held back by stamped brass holders, drape the windows. On the floor, a cheap carpet. The handsome vestibule has wooden benches covered with velvet, and the panelled walls with their fine carvings are mostly hidden by wardrobes brought there from time to time from the bedrooms occupied by the Thuiliers. Fear that hideous divinity has caused the family to add sheet-iron doors on the garden side and on the courtyard side, which are folded back against the walls in the daytime and are closed at night. It is easy to explain the deplorable profanation practiced on this monument of the private life of the bourgeoisie of the 17th century by the private life of the bourgeoisie of the 19th. At the beginning of the consulate, let us say some master mason, having bought the ancient building, took the idea of turning to account the ground which lay between it and the street. He probably pulled down the fine porticature or entrance gate flanked by little lodges, which guarded the charming sedge, to use a word of the olden time, and proceeded with the industry of a Parisian proprietor to impress his withering mark on the elegance of the old building. What a curious study might be made of the successive title deeds of property in Paris! A private lunatic asylum performs its functions in the Rue des Batiles, in the former dwelling of the Chevalier Pierre Bayard du Terril, once without fear and without reproach a street, has now been built by the present bourgeois administration through the site of the Hotel Necker. Old Paris is departing, following its kings who abandoned it for one masterpiece of architecture, saved from destruction by a Polish princess, the Hotel Lambert Isle St. Louis, bought and occupied by the Princess Czartoryska. How many little palaces have fallen like this dwelling of Petitot into the hands of such as Thuilier? Here follows the causes which made Mademoiselle Thuilier the owner of the house. Chapter II. The history of a tyranny. At the fall of the Villèle ministry, Monsieur Louis Jérôme Thuilier, who had then seen 26 years' service as a clerk in the Ministry of Finance, became subdirector of a department thereof, but scarcely had he enjoyed the subaltern authority of a position formerly his lowest hope. When the events of July 1830 forced him to resign it, he calculated shrewdly enough that his pension would be honourably and readily given by the newcomers, glad to have another office at their disposal. He was right, for a pension of 1,700 francs was paid to him immediately. When the prudent subdirector first talked of resigning, his sister, who was far more the companion of his life than his wife, trembled for his future. What will become of Thuilier was a question which Madame and Mademoiselle Thuilier put to each other with mutual terror in their little lodging on a third floor of the Rue d'Argenteuil. Securing his pension will occupy him for a time, Mademoiselle Thuilier said one day, but I am thinking of investing my savings in a way that will cut out work for him. Yes, it will be something like administrating the finances to manage a piece of property. Oh, sister, you will save his life, cried Madame Thuilier. I have always looked for a crisis of this kind in Jerome's life, replied the old maid with a protecting air. Mademoiselle Thulia had too often heard her brother remark, "Such a one is dead, he only survived his retirement 2 years." She had too often heard Colville, her brother's intimate friend, a government employee like himself, say, jesting on this climacteric of bureaucrats, "We shall all come to it ourselves." Not to appreciate the danger her brother was running. The change from activity to leisure is in truth the critical period for government employees of all kinds. Those of them who know not how to substitute, or perhaps cannot substitute, other occupations for the work to which they have been accustomed change, in a singular manner. Some die outright, others take to fishing the vacancy of that amusement, resembling that of their late employment under government. Others, who are smarter men, dabble in stocks, lose their savings, and are thankful to obtain a place in some enterprise that is likely to succeed after a first disaster and liquidation in the hands of an abler management. The late clerk then rubs his hands, now empty, and says to himself, "I always did foresee the success of the business." But nearly all these retired bureaucrats have to fight against their former habits. Some, Colville used to say, are victims to a sort of spleen peculiar to the government clerk. They die of a checked circulation. A red tapeworm is in their vitals. That little Poit couldn't see the well-known white carton without changing colour. At the beloved sight, he used to turn from green to yellow. Mademoiselle Thulia was considered the moving spirit of her brother's household. She was not without decision and force of character, as the following history will show. This superiority over those who immediately surrounded her enabled her to judge her brother. Although she adored him, after witnessing the failure of the hopes she had set upon her idol, she had too much real maternity in her feeling for him to let herself be mistaken as to his social value. Thulia and his sister were children of the head porter at the Ministry of Finance. Jerome had escaped thanks to his nearsightedness all drafts and conscriptions. The father's ambition was to make his son a government clerk at the beginning of this century. The army presented too many posts not to leave various vacancies in the government offices. A deficiency of minor officials enabled old Peer Thulia to hoist his son upon the lowest step of the bureaucratic hierarchy. The old man died in 1814, leaving Jerome on the point of becoming subdirector, but with no other fortune than that prospect. The worthy Thulia and his wife, who died in 1810, had retired from active service in 1806, with a pension, as their only means of support, having spent what property they had in giving Jerome the education required in these days, and in supporting both him and his sister. The influence of the Restoration on the bureaucracy is well known. From the 41 suppressed departments, a crowd of honourable employees returned to Paris with nothing to do, and clamorous for places inferior to those they had lately occupied. To these acquired rights were added those of exiled families ruined by the revolution pressed between the two floods. Jerome thought himself lucky not to have been dismissed under some frivolous pretext. He trembled until the day when, becoming by mere chance subdirector, he saw himself secure of a retiring pension. This cursory view of matters will serve to explain Monsieur Thuilia's very limited scope and knowledge. He had learned the Latin, mathematics, history, and geography that are taught in schools, but he never got beyond what is called the second class, his father having preferred to take advantage of a sudden opportunity to place him at the ministry. So while the young Thulia was making his first records on the grand liver, he ought to have been studying his rhetoric and philosophy. While grinding the ministerial machine, he had no leisure to cultivate letters, still less the arts, but he acquired a routine knowledge of his business, and when he had an opportunity to rise under the empire to the sphere of superior employees, he assumed a superficial air of competence which concealed the son of a porter, though none of it rubbed into his mind. His ignorance, however, taught him to keep silence, and silence served him well. He accustomed himself to practice under the imperial regime a passive obedience which pleased his superiors, and it was to this quality that he owed at a later period his promotion to the rank of subdirector. His routine habits then became great experience. His manners and his silence concealed his lack of education, and his absolute nullity was a recommendation for a cipher was needed. The government was afraid of displeasing both parties in the chamber by selecting a man from either side. It therefore got out of the difficulty by resorting to the rule of seniority. That is how Thulia became subdirector. Mademoiselle Thulia, knowing that her brother abhorred reading and could substitute no business for the bustle of a public office, had wisely resolved to plunge him into the cares of property, into the culture of a garden, in short, into all the infinitely petty concerns and neighbourhood intrigues which make up the life of the bourgeoisie. the transplanting of the Thulier household from the Rue d'Argenteuil to the Rue Saint-Dominique d, and further business of making the purchase of finding a suitable porter, and then of obtaining tenants occupied Thulier from 1831 to 1832, when the phenomenon of the change was accomplished, and the sister saw that Jerome had borne it fairly well. She found him other cares and occupations, about which we shall hear later, all based upon the character of the man himself, as to which it will now be useful to give information. Though the son of a ministerial porter, Thulier was what is called a fine man, slender in figure above middle height, and possessing a face that was rather agreeable if wearing his spectacles, but frightful without them, which is frequently the case with nearsighted persons, for the habit of looking through glasses has covered the pupils of his eyes with a sort of film. Between the ages of 18 and 30, young Thulier had much success among women in a sphere which began with the lesser bourgeois, and ended in that of the heads of departments under the Empire. War left Parisian society rather denuded of men of energy who were mostly on the battlefield, and perhaps as a great physician has suggested this may account for the flabbiness of the generation which occupies the middle of the 19th century. Thulier, forced to make himself noticeable by other charms than those of mind, learned to dance, and to waltz in a way to be cited. He was called that handsome Thulier. He played billiards to perfection. He knew how to cut out likenesses in black paper, and his friend Colville coached him so well that he was able to sing all the ballads of the day. These various small accomplishments resulted in that appearance of success which deceives youth and befogs it about the future. Mademoiselle Thulier, from 1806 to 1814, believed in her brother as Mademoiselle d'Orleans believed in Louis Philippe. She was proud of Jerome. She expected to see him the Director General of his department of the ministry, thanks to his successes in certain salons, where undoubtedly he would never have been admitted, but for the circumstances which made society under the Empire a medley. But the successes of that handsome Thulier were usually of short duration. Women did not care to keep his devotion any more than he desired to make his devotion eternal. He was really an unwilling Don Juan. The career of a beau wearied him to the point of aging him. His face, covered with lines like that of an old coquette, looked a dozen years older than the registers made him. There remained to him of all his successes in gallantry a habit of looking at himself in mirrors, of buttoning his coat to define his waist, and of posing in various dancing attitudes, all of which prolonged beyond the period of enjoying his advantages the sort of lease that he held on his cognomen, that handsome Thulier. The truth of 1806 has however become a fable. In 1826, he retains a few vestiges of the former costume of the beau of the Empire, which are not unbecoming to the dignity of a former subdirector. He still wears the white cravat with innumerable folds wherein his chin is buried, and the coquettish bow formerly tied by the hands of beauty, the two ends of which threaten danger to the passers to right and left. He follows the fashions of former days, adapting them to his present needs. He tips his hat on the back of his head, and wears shoes and thread stockings. In summer his long-tailed coats remind one of the well-known surtouts of the Empire. He has not yet abandoned his frilled shirts and his white waistcoats. He still plays with his Empire switch, and holds himself so erect that his back bends. In no one seeing Thulier promenading on the boulevards would take him for the son of a man who cooked the breakfasts of the clerks at a ministry, and wore the livery of Louis Roman XVI. He resembles an imperial diplomatist or sub-prefect. Now, not only did Mademoiselle Thulier very innocently work upon her brother's weak spot, by encouraging in him an excessive care of his person which in her was simply a continuation of her worship, but she also provided him with family joys by transplanting to their midst a household which had hitherto been quasi-collateral to them. It was that of Monsieur Colville, an intimate friend of Thulier. But before we proceed to describe Pylades, let us finish with Orestes, and explain why Thulier, that handsome Thulier, was left without a family of his own. For the family, be it said, is non-existent without children. Herein appears one of those deep mysteries which lie buried in the arena of private life, a few shreds of which rise to the surface at moments when the pain of a concealed situation grows poignant. This concerns the life of Madame and Mademoiselle Thulier. So far we have seen only the life, and we may call it the public life, of Jerome Thulier. Marie-Jeanne Bridget Thulier, 4 years older than her brother, had been utterly sacrificed to him. It was easier to give a career to one than a dart to the other. Misfortune, to some natures, is a pharos which illumines to their eyes the dark low corners of social existence. Superior to her brother, both in mind and energy, Bridget had one of those natures which under the hammer of persecution gather themselves together, become compact and powerfully resistant, not to say inflexible. Jealous of her independence, She kept aloof from the life of the household, choosing to make herself the sole arbiter of her own fate at 14 years of age. She went to live alone in a garret, not far from the Ministry of Finance, which was then in the Rue Vivienne, and also not far from the Bank of France then, and now in the Rue de la Vrillière. There she bravely gave herself up to a form of industry little known, and the perquisite of a few persons, which she obtained thanks to the patrons of her father. It consisted in making bags to hold coin for the bank, the treasury, and the great financial houses. At the end of 3 years, she employed 2 workwomen. By investing her savings on the Grand Liver, she found herself in 1814 the mistress of 3,600 francs a year earned in 15 years, as she spent little and dined with her father as long as he lived. And as government securities were very low during the last convulsions of the empire, this result, which seems at first sight exaggerated, explains itself. On the death of their father Brigitte and Jerome, the former being 27, the latter 23, united their existence. Brother and sister were bound together by an extreme affection. If Jerome, then at the height of his success, was pinched for money, his sister, clothed in serge, and her fingers roughened by the coarse thread with which she sewed her bags, would give him a few louis. In Brigitte's eyes, Jerome was the handsomest and most charming man in the whole French Empire. To keep house for this cherished brother, to be initiated into the secrets of Lindor and Don Juan, to be his handmaiden, his spaniel, was Brigitte's dream. She immolated herself lovingly to an idol whose selfishness, always great, was enormously increased by her self-sacrifice. She sold her business to her forewoman for 15,000 francs, and came to live with Thulia in the Rue d'Argenteuil, where she made herself the mother, protectress, and servant of this spoiled child of women. Brigitte, with the natural caution of a girl who owed everything to her own discretion and her own labor, concealed the amount of her savings from Jerome, fearing no doubt the extravagance of a man of gallantry. She merely paid a quota of 600 francs a year to the expenses of the household, and this, with her brother's 1,800, enabled her to make both ends meet at the end of the year. From the first days of their coming together, Thulia listened to his sister. As to an oracle, he consulted her in his trifling affairs, kept none of his secrets from her, and thus made her taste the fruit of despotism, which was in truth the one little sin of her nature. But the sister had sacrificed everything to the brother. She had staked her all upon his heart. She lived by him. Only Brigitte's ascendancy over Jerome was singularly proved by the marriage which she procured for him about the year 1814. Seeing the tendency to enforced reduction which the newcomers to power under the Restoration were beginning to bring about in the government offices, and particularly since the return of the old society, which sought to ride over the bourgeoisie, Brigitte understood far better than her brother could explain it to her the social crisis, which presently extinguished their common hopes. No more successes for that handsome Thulia in the salons of the nobles, who now succeeded the plebeians of the empire. Thulia was not enough of a person to take up a politic opinion, and choose a party. He felt, as his sister did for him, the necessity of profiting by the remains of his youth, to make a settlement in such a situation. A sister, as jealous of her power as Brigitte naturally, would and ought to marry her brother to suit herself as well as to suit him, for she alone could make him really happy. Madame Thulia, being only an indispensable accessory to the obtaining of 2 or 3 children. If Brigitte did not have an intellect quite the equal of her, well, at least she had the instinct of her despotism. Without it is true education. She marched straight before her with the headstrong determination of a nature accustomed to succeed. She had the genius of housekeeping, a faculty for economy, a thorough understanding of how to live, and a love for work. She saw plainly that she could never succeed in marrying Jerome into a sphere above their own, where parents might inquire into their domestic life, and feel uneasy at finding a mistress already reigning in the home. She therefore sought in a lower grade for persons to dazzle, and found almost beside her a suitable match. The oldest usher at the bank, a man named Lempron, had an only daughter called Celeste. Mademoiselle Celeste Lempron would inherit the fortune of her mother, the only daughter of a rich farmer. This fortune consisted of some acres of land in the environs of Paris, which the father still worked. Besides this, she would have the property of Lempron himself, a man who had left the firms of the Lusson and of Keller to enter the service of the Bank of France. Lempron, now the head of that service, enjoyed the respect and consideration of the governors and auditors. The Bank Council, on hearing of the probable marriage of Celeste to an honorable employee at the Ministry of Finance, promised a wedding present of 6,000 francs. This gift, added to 12,000 given by Pierre Lempron, and 12,000 more from the maternal grandfather Sieur Gallard, market gardener at Auteuil, brought up the dowry to 30,000 francs. Old Gallard and Monsieur and Madame Lempron were delighted with the marriage. Lempron himself knew Mademoiselle Thulier, and considered her one of the worthiest and most conscientious women in Paris. Brigitte then, for the first time, allowed her investments on the Grand Liver to shine forth, assuring Lempron that she should never marry. Consequently, neither he nor his wife, persons devoted to the main chance, would ever allow themselves to find fault with Brigitte. Above all, they were greatly struck by the splendid prospects of the handsome Thulier, and the marriage took place, as the conventional saying is, to the general satisfaction. The governor of the bank and the secretary were the bride's witnesses, Monsieur de la Billardière, director of Thulier's department, and Monsieur Rabardin, head of the office, being those of the groom. 6 days after the marriage, old Lempron was the victim of a daring robbery, which made a great noise in the newspapers of the day, though it was quickly forgotten during the events of 1815, the guilty parties having escaped detection. Lempron wished to make up the loss, but the bank agreed to carry the deficit to its profit and loss account. Nevertheless, the poor old man actually died of the grief this affair had caused him. He regarded it as an attack upon his aged honor. Madame Lempron then resigned all her property to her daughter, Madame Thulier, and went to live with her father at Autuil, until he died from an accident in 1817. Alarmed at the prospect of having to manage or lease the market garden and the farm of her father, Madame Lempron entreated Brigitte, whose honesty and capacity astonished her, to wind up old Gallard's affairs, and to settle the property in such a way that her daughter should take possession of everything, securing to her mother 1,500 francs a year, and the house at Autuil, the landed property of the old farmer, was sold in lots, and brought in 30,000 francs. Lempron's estate had given as much more, so that Madame Thulier's fortune, including her dot, amounted in 1818 to 90,000 francs, joining the revenue of this property to that of the brother and sister. The Thulier household had an income in 1818 amounting to 11,000 francs, managed by Brigitte alone on her sole responsibility. It is necessary to begin by stating this financial position, not only to prevent objections, but to rid the drama of difficulties. Brigitte began from the first by allowing her brother 500 francs a month, and by sailing the household boat at the rate of 5,000 francs a year. She granted to her sister-in-law 50 francs a month, explaining to her carefully that she herself was satisfied with 40 to strengthen her despotism. By the power of money, Brigitte laid by the surplus of her own funds she made, so it was said, in business offices usurious loans, by means of her brother, who appeared as a moneylender. If between the years 1813 and 1830, Brigitte had capitalized 60,000 francs, that sum can be explained by the rise in the funds, and there is no need to have recourse to accusations more or less well-founded, which have nothing to do with our present history. From the first days of the marriage, Brigitte subdued the unfortunate Madame Thulier with a touch of the spur and a jerk of the bit, both of which she made her feel severely. A further display of tyranny was useless. The victim resigned herself at once. Celeste, thoroughly understood by Brigitte, a girl without mind or education, accustomed to a sedentary life and a tranquil atmosphere, was extremely gentle by nature. She was pious in the fullest acceptation of the word. She would willingly have expiated by the hardest punishments the involuntary wrong of giving pain to her neighbor. She was utterly ignorant of life, accustomed to be waited on by her mother, who did the whole service of the house for Celeste, was unable to make much exertion owing to a lymphatic constitution, which the least toil wearied. She was truly a daughter of the people of Paris, where children seldom handsome, and of no vigor, the product of poverty and toil, of homes without fresh air, without freedom of action, without any of the conveniences of life meet us at every turn. At the time of the marriage, Celeste was seen to be a little woman, fair, and faded almost to sickliness, fat, slow, and silly in the countenance. Her forehead, much too large and too prominent, suggested water on the brain, and beneath that waxen cupola her face, noticeably too small and ending in a point like the nose of a mouse, made some people fear she would become sooner or later imbecile. Her eyes, which were light blue, and her lips always fixed in a smile, did not contradict that idea. On the solemn occasion of her marriage, she had the manner, air, and attitude of a person condemned to death, whose only desire is that it might all be over speedily. "She is rather round," said Colville to Thulier. Brigitte was just the knife to cut into such a nature, to which her own formed the strongest contrast. Mademoiselle Thulier was remarkable for her regular and correct beauty, but a beauty injured by toil, which from her very childhood had bent her down to painful, thankless tasks, and by the secret privations she imposed upon herself, in order to amass her little property. Her complexion, early discolored, had something the tint of steel. Her brown eyes were framed in brown on the upper lip, was a brown floss like a sort of smoke. Her lips were thin, and her imperious forehead was surmounted by hair once black now turning to chinchilla. She held herself as straight as the fairest beauty, but all things else about her showed the hardiness of her life, the deadening of her natural fire, the cost of what she was. To Bridget, Celeste was simply a fortune to lay hold of a future mother to rule one more subject in her empire. She soon reproached her for being weak, a constant word in her vocabulary, and the jealous old maid, who would strongly have resented any signs of activity in her sister-in-law, now took a savage pleasure in prodding the languid inertness of the feeble creature. Celeste, ashamed to see her sister-in-law displaying such energy in household work, endeavored to help her, and fell ill in consequence. Instantly, Bridget was devoted to her, nursed her like a beloved sister, and would say in presence of Thulia, "You haven't any strength, my child, you must never do anything again." She showed up Celeste's incapacity by that display of sympathy with which strength, seeming to pity weakness, finds means to boast of its own powers. But as all despotic natures liking to exercise their strength are full of tenderness for physical sufferings, Bridget took such real care of her sister-in-law as to satisfy Celeste's mother. When she came to see her daughter after Madame Thulia recovered, however, she called her in Celeste's hearing a helpless creature good for nothing, which sent the poor thing crying to her room. When Thulia found her there drying her eyes, he excused her sister, saying, "She is an excellent woman, but rather hasty. She loves you in her own way. She behaves just so with me." Celeste, remembering the maternal care of her sister-in-law during her illness, forgave the wound. Bridget always treated her brother as the king of the family. She exalted him to Celeste, and made him out an autocrat, a Ladislas, an infallible pope. Madame Thulia, having lost her father and grandfather, and being well-nigh deserted by her mother, who came to see her on Thursdays only, she herself spending Sundays at Authorial in summer, had no one left to love, except her husband, and she did love him in the first place because he was her husband, and secondly, because he still remained to her that handsome Thulia. Besides, he sometimes treated her like a wife, and all these reasons together made her adore him. He seemed to her all the more perfect because he often took up her defense and scolded his sister, not from any real interest in his wife, but for pure selfishness, and in order to have peace in the household during the very few moments that he stayed there. In fact, that handsome Thulia was never at home, except at dinner, after which meal he went out, returning very late at night. He went to balls and other social festivities by himself, precisely as if he were still a bachelor. Thus the two women were always alone. Together, Celeste insensibly fell into a passive attitude, and became what Bridget wanted, Hera Helot, the Queen Elizabeth of the household, then passed from despotism to a sort of pity for the poor victim who was always sacrificed. She ended by softening her haughty ways, her cutting speech, her contemptuous tones, as soon as she was certain that her sister-in-law was completely under the yoke. When she saw the wounds it made on the neck of her victim, she took care of her as a thing of her own, and Celeste entered upon happier days, comparing the end with the beginning. She even felt a sort of love for her torturer, to gain some power of self-defense, to become something less a cipher in the household, supported unknown to herself by her own means. The poor Helot had but a single chance, and that chance never came to her. Celeste had no child. This barrenness, which from month to month brought floods of tears from her eyes, was long the cause of Bridget's scorn. She reproached the poor woman bitterly for being fit for nothing, not even to bear children. The old maid, who had longed to love her brother's child as if it were her own, was unable for years to reconcile herself to this irremediable sterility. At the time when our history begins, namely in 1840, Celeste, then 4 to 6 years old, had ceased to weep. She now had the certainty of never being a mother, and here is a strange thing: after 25 years of this life, in which victory had ended by first dulling and then breaking its own knife, Bridget loved Celeste as much as Celeste loved Bridget. Time, ease, and the perpetual rubbing of domestic life had worn off the angles and smoothed the asperities. Celeste's resignation and lamb-like gentleness had brought at last a serene and peaceful autumn. The two women were still further united by the one sentiment that lay within them, namely their adoration for the lucky and selfish Thulia. Moreover, these two women, both childless, had each, like all women who have vainly desired children, fallen in love with a child. This fictitious motherhood, equal in strength to a real motherhood, needs an explanation which will carry us to the very heart of our drama, and will show the reason of the new occupation which Mademoiselle Thulia provided for her brother. Chapter Roman 3. Carville. Thulia had entered the Ministry of Finance as supernumerary at the same time as Carville, who has been mentioned already as his intimate friend, in opposition to the well-regulated gloomy household of Thulia's social nature. had provided that of Colville, and if it is impossible not to remark that this fortuitous contrast was scarcely moral, we must add that before deciding that point, it would be well to wait for the end of this drama, unfortunately too true, for which the present historian is not responsible. Colville was the only son of a talented musician, formerly first violin at the opera under Francois and Rebel, who related at least 6 times a month during his lifetime anecdotes concerning the representations of the village seer, and mimicked Jean-Jacques Rousseau, taking him off to perfection. Colville and Thulia were inseparable friends, they had no secrets from each other, and their friendship, begun at 15 years of age, had never known cloud up to the year 1839. The former was one of those employees who are called in the government offices pluralists. These clerks are remarkable for their industry. Colville, a good musician, owed to the name and influence of his father a situation as first clarionet at the Opera Comique, and so long as he was a bachelor, Colville, who was rather richer than Thulia, shared his means with his friend. But unlike Thulia, Colville married for love a Mademoiselle Flavie, the natural daughter of a celebrated danseuse at the opera, her reputed father being a certain Du Berger, one of the richest contractors of the day in style and origin. Flavie was apparently destined for a melancholy career, when Colville, often sent to her mother's apartments, fell in love with her, and married her Prince Galathion, who at that time was protecting the danseuse. Then, approaching the end of her brilliant career, gave Flavie a dot of 20,000 francs, to which her mother added a magnificent trousseau. Other friends and opera comrades sent jewels and silverware, so that the Colville household was far richer in superfluities than in capital. Flavie, brought up in opulence, began her married life in a charming apartment furnished by her mother's upholsterer, where the young wife, who was full of taste for art and for artists, and possessed a certain elegance, ruled a queen. Madame Colville was pretty and piquant, clever, gay, and graceful, to express her in one sentence, a charming creature. Her mother, the danseuse, now 43 years old, retired from the stage, and went to live in the country, thus depriving her daughter of the resources derived from her wasteful extravagance. Madame Colville kept a very agreeable, but extremely free and easy household from 1816 to 1826. She had 5 children. Colville, a musician in the evening, kept the books of a merchant from 7 to 9 in the morning, and by 10 o'clock he was at his ministry. Thus, by blowing into a bit of wood by night and writing doublementary accounts in the early morning, he managed to eke out his earnings to 7 or 8,000 francs a year. Madame Colville played the part of a Khmer ill-fought woman. She received on Wednesdays, gave a concert once a month, and a dinner every fortnight. She never saw Colville except at dinner, and at night, when he returned about 12 o'clock, at which hour she was frequently not at home herself. She went to the theatres, where boxes were sometimes given to her, and she would send word to Colville to come and fetch her from such or such a house where she was supping and dancing at her own house. Guests found excellent cheer, and her society, though rather mixed, was very amusing. She received and welcomed actresses, artists, men of letters, and a few rich men. Madame Colville's elegance was on a par with that of Tullia, the leading prima donna with whom she was intimate, but though the Colvilles encroached on their capital, and were often in difficulty by the end of the month, Flavie was never in debt. Colville was very happy. He still loved his wife, and he made himself her best friend, always received by her with affectionate smiles and sympathetic pleasure. He yielded readily to the irresistible grace of her manners. The vehement activity with which he pursued his 3 avocations was a part of his natural character and temperament. He was a fine, stout man, ruddy, jovial, extravagant, and full of ideas. In 10 years, there was never a quarrel in his household among business men. He was looked upon, in common with all artists, as a scatterbrained fellow, and superficial persons thought that the constant hurry of this hard worker was only the restless coming and going of a busybody. Colville had the sense to seem stupid. He boasted of his family happiness, and gave himself unheard-of trouble in making anagrams in order at times to seem absorbed in that passion. The government clerks of his division at the ministry, the office directors, and even the heads of divisions came to his concerts now, and then he quietly bestowed upon them opera tickets when he needed some extra indulgence on account of his frequent absence. Rehearsals took half the time that he ought to have been at his desk, but the musical knowledge his father had bequeathed to him was sufficiently genuine and well-grounded to excuse him from all but final rehearsals. Thanks to Madame Colville's intimacies, both the theatre and the ministry lent themselves kindly to the needs of this industrious pluralist, who moreover was bringing up with great care a youth warmly recommended to him by his wife, a future great musician, who sometimes took his place in the orchestra with a promise of eventually succeeding him. In fact, about the year 1827, This young man became the first clarionet when Colville resigned his position. The usual comment on Flavie was that little slip of a coquette. Madame Colville, the eldest of the Colville children born in 1816, was the living image of Colville himself. In 1818, Madame Colville held the cavalry in high estimation above even art, and she distinguished more particularly a sub-lieutenant in the dragoons of St. Chamans, the young and rich Charles de Gonderville, who afterwards died in the Spanish campaign. By that time, Flavie had had a second son whom she henceforth dedicated to a military career in 1820. She considered banking the nursing mother of trade the supporter of nations, and she made the great Keller, that famous banker and orator, her idol. She then had another son, whom she named Francois, resolving to make him a merchant, feeling sure that Keller's influence would never fail him. About the close of the year 1820, Thulier, the intimate friend of Monsieur and Madame Colville, felt the need of pouring his sorrows into the bosom of this excellent woman, and to her he related his conjugal miseries. For 6 years he had longed to have children, but God did not bless him, although that poor Madame Thulier had made novenas, and had even gone uselessly to Notre Dame de Lys. He depicted Celeste in various lights, which brought the words poor Thulier from Flavie's lips. She herself was rather sad, having at the moment no dominant opinion. She poured her own griefs into Thulier's bosom. The great Keller, that hero of the left, was in reality extremely petty. She had learned to know the other side of public fame, the follies of banking, the emptiness of eloquence. The orator only spoke for show to her. He had behaved extremely Roman. 99. Thulier was indignant. None but stupid fellows know how to love, he said. Take me. That handsome Thulier was henceforth supposed to be paying court to Madame Colville, and was rated as one of her attentives, a word in vogue during the Empire. "Ha, you are after my wife," said Colville, laughing. "Take care, she'll leave you in the lurch like all the rest." A rather clever speech by which Colville saved his marital dignity from 1820 to 1821. Thulier, in virtue of his title, as friend of the family, helped Colville, who had formerly helped him so much, so that in 18 months he had lent nearly 10,000 francs to the Colville establishment, with no intention of ever claiming them. In the spring of 1821, Madame Colville gave birth to a charming little girl to whom Monsieur and Madame Thulier were godfather and godmother. The child was baptized Celeste Louise Caroline Bridget Mademoiselle Thulier, wishing that her name should be given among others to the little angel. The name of Caroline was a graceful attention paid to Colville. Old Mother Lempron assumed the care of putting the baby to nurse under her own eyes at Autuil, where Celeste and her sister-in-law Bridget paid it regularly a semi-weekly visit. As soon as Madame Colville recovered, she said to Thulier frankly in a very serious tone, "My dear friend, if we are all to remain good friends, you must be our friend. Only Colville is attached to you. Well, that's enough for you in this household." "Explain to me," said the handsome Thulier to Tullia after this remark, "why women are never attached to me. I am not the Apollo Belvedere, but for all that I am not a Vulcan, I am passably good-looking. I have sense, I am faithful." "Do you want me to tell you the truth?" replied Tullia. "Yes," said Thulier. "Well, though we can sometimes love a stupid fellow, we never love a silly one." Those words killed Thulier. He never got over them henceforth. He was a prey to melancholy, and accused all women of caprice. The Secretary-General of the Ministry des Lupeaulx, whose influence Madame Colville thought greater than it was, and of whom she said later, "That was one of my mistakes," became for a time the great man of the Colville salon. But as Flavie found he had no power to promote Colville into the upper division, she had the good sense to resent des Lupeaulx's attentions to Madame Rabardin, whom she called a minx, to whose house she had never been invited, and who had twice had the impertinence not to come to the Colville concerts. Madame Colville was deeply affected by the death of young Gonderville. She said the finger of God in 1824. She turned over a new leaf, talked of economy, stopped her receptions, busied herself with her children, determined to become a good mother of a family. No favourite friend was seen at her house. She went to church, reformed her dress, wore grey, and talked Catholicism, mysticism, and so forth. All this produced in 1825 another little son, whom she named Theodore. Soon after, in 1826, Colville was appointed sub-director of the clergiot division, and later, in 1828, collector of taxes in a Paris arrondissement. He also received the Cross of the Legion of Honor to enable him to put his daughter at the Royal School of St. Denis. The half-scholarship obtained by Keller for the eldest boy Charles was transferred to the second in 1830, when Charles entered the School of St. Louis on a full scholarship. The third son, taken under the protection of Madame la Dauphine, was provided with a 3/4 scholarship in the Henry Roman IV school. In 1830, Colville, who had the good fortune not to lose a child, was obliged, owing to his well-known attachment to the fallen royal family, to send in his resignation, but he was clever enough to make a bargain for it, obtaining in exchange a pension of 2,400 francs based on his period of service, and 10,000 francs indemnity paid by his successor. He also received the rank of Officer of the Legion of Honor. Nevertheless, he found himself in rather a cramped condition when Mademoiselle Thulier in 1832 advised him to come and live near them, pointing out to him the possibility of obtaining some position in the mayor's office, which in fact he did obtain a few weeks later at a salary of 3,000 francs. Thus Thulier and Colville were destined to end their days together. In 1833, Madame Colville, then 35 years old, settled herself in the Rue d'Enfer at the corner of the Rue des Deux Églises, with Celeste and little Theodore. The other boys being at their several schools, Colville was equidistant between the mayor's office and the Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer. Thus the household, after a brilliant, gay, headlong, reformed, and calmed existence, subsided finally into bourgeois obscurity, with 5,400 francs a year for its sole dependence. Celeste was by this time 12 years of age, and she promised to be pretty. She needed masters, and her education ought to cost not less than 2,000 francs a year. The mother felt the necessity of keeping her under the eye of her godfather and godmother. She therefore very willingly adopted the proposal of Mademoiselle Thulier, who, without committing herself to any engagement, allowed Madame Colville to understand that the fortunes of her brother, his wife, and herself would go ultimately to the little Celeste. The child had been left at Authorial until she was 7 years of age, adored by the good old Madame Lempron, who died in 1829, leaving 20,000 francs, and a house which was sold for the enormous sum of 28,000. The lively little girl had seen very little of her mother, but very much of Mademoiselle and Madame Thulier, when she first returned to the paternal mansion in 1829. But in 1833, she fell under the dominion of Flavie, who was then, as we have said, endeavouring to do her duty, which, like other women instigated by remorse, she exaggerated. Without being an unkind mother, Flavie was very stern with her daughter. She remembered her own bringing up, and swore within herself to make Celeste a virtuous woman. She took her to Mass, and had her prepared for her first communion by a rector, who has since become a bishop. Celeste was all the more readily pious, because her godmother, Madame Thulier, was a saint, and the child adored her. She felt that the poor neglected woman loved her better than her own mother. From 1833 to 1840, she received a brilliant education according to the ideas of the bourgeoisie. The best music masters made her a fair musician. She could paint a watercolor properly. She danced extremely well, and she had studied the French language, history, geography, English, Italian, in short, all that constitutes the education of a well-brought-up young lady of medium height. Rather plump, unfortunately nearsighted, she was neither plain nor pretty, not without delicacy or even brilliancy of complexion, it is true, but totally devoid of all distinction of manner. She had a great fund of reserved sensibility, and her godfather and godmother, Mademoiselle Thulier and Colville, were unanimous on one point, the great resource of mothers, namely, that Celeste was capable of attachment. One of her beauties was a magnificent head of very fine blonde hair, but her hands and feet showed her bourgeois origin. Celeste endeared herself by precious qualities. She was kind, simple, without gall of any kind. She loved her father and mother, and would willingly sacrifice herself for their sake, brought up to the deepest admiration for her godfather by Brigitte, who taught her to say Aunt Brigitte, and by Madame Thulier and her own mother Celeste, imbibed the highest idea of the expo of the empire. The house, in the Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer, produced upon her very much the effect of the Château des Tuileries on a courtier of the new dynasty. Thulier had not escaped the action of the administrative rolling pin, which thins the mind as it spreads it out, exhausted by irksome toil, as much as by his life of gallantry. The ex-subdirector had well-nigh lost all his faculties by the time he came to live in the Rue Saint-Dominique, but his weary face, on which there still reigned an air of imperial haughtiness mingled with a certain contentment, the conceit of an upper official, made a deep impression upon Celeste. She alone adored that haggard face. The girl, moreover, felt herself to be the happiness of the Thulier household. Chapter IV. The circle of Monsieur and Madame Thulier. The Colvilles and their children became naturally the nucleus of the circle, which Mademoiselle Thulier had the ambition to group around her brother, a former clerk in the Billardière division of the ministry. Named Felion had lived for the last 30 years in their present quarter. He was promptly greeted by Colville and Thulier. At the first review, Felion proved to be one of the most respected men in the arrondissement. He had one daughter now married to a schoolteacher in the Rue Saint-Hyacinthe. A Monsieur Barniol, Felion's eldest son, was a professor of mathematics in a royal college. He gave lectures and private lessons, being devoted, so his father was wont to say, to pure mathematics. A second son was in the government school of engineering. Felion had a pension of 900 francs, and he possessed a little property of 9,000 and a few odd hundred francs, the fruit of his economy, and that of his wife during 30 years of toil and privation. He was moreover the owner of a little house and garden, where he lived in the Impasse des Feuillantins. In 30 years, he had never used the old-fashioned word cul-de-sac. Dudoc, the clerk of the Justice of Peace, was also a former employee at the Ministry of Finance, sacrificed in former days to one of those necessities which are always met with in representative government. He had accepted the position of scapegoat, receiving privately a round sum of money and the opportunity to buy his present post of clerk in the arrondissement. This man, not very honourable and known to be a spy in the government offices, was never welcomed, as he thought he ought to be, by the Thuiliers, but the coldness of his landlords only made him the more persistent in going to see them. He was a bachelor and had various vices. He therefore concealed his life carefully, knowing well how to maintain his position by flattering his superiors. The Justice of Peace was much attached to Dudoc, this man base, as he was managed in the end to make himself tolerated by the Thuiliers, chiefly by coarse and cringing adulation. He knew the facts of Thuilier's whole life, his relations with Colville, and above all with Madame Colville, and all they feared his tongue, and the Thuiliers, without admitting him to any intimacy, endured his visits. The family which became the flower of the Thuilier salon was that of a former ministerial clerk, once an object of pity in the government offices, who, driven by poverty, left the public service in 1827 to fling himself into a business enterprise, having, as he thought, an idea Maynard, that was his name, foresaw a fortune in one of those wicked conceptions which reflect such discredit on French commerce, but which in the year 1827 had not yet been exposed and blasted by publicity. Maynard bought tea, and mixed it with tea leaves already used also. He adulterated the elements of chocolate in a manner which enabled him to sell the chocolate itself very cheaply. This trade in colonial products, begun in the Quartier Saint-Marcel, made a merchant of Maynard. He started a factory, and through these early connections he was able to reach the sources of raw material. He then did honourably, and on a large scale, a business begun in the first instance dishonourably. He became a distiller, worked upon untold quantities of products, and by the year 1835 was considered the richest merchant in the region of the Place Maubert. By that time he had bought a handsome house in the Rue des Macons-Sorbonne. He had been assistant mayor, and in 1839 became mayor of his arrondissement, and judge in the Court of Commerce. He kept a carriage, had a country place near Lagny. His wife wore diamonds at the court balls, and he prided himself on the rosette of an officer of the Legion of Honor in his buttonhole. Maynard and his wife were exceedingly benevolent. Perhaps he wished to return in retail to the poor the sums he had mulcted from the public by the wholesale. Felion, Colville, and Thuilier met their old comrade Maynard at election, and an intimacy followed all the closer with the Thuiliers and Colvilles, because Madame Maynard seemed enchanted to make an acquaintance for her daughter in Celeste Colville. It was at a grand ball given by the Maynards that Celeste made her first appearance in society, being at that time 16.5 years old, dressed as her Christian name demanded, which seemed to be prophetic of her coming life, delighted to be friendly with Mademoiselle Maynard, her elder by 4 years. She persuaded her father and godfather to cultivate the Maynard establishment with its gilded salons and great opulence, where many political celebrities of the just milieu were wont to congregate, such as Monsieur Popinot, who became after a time Minister of Commerce, Cochin, since made Baron Cochin, a former employee at the Ministry of Finance, who, having a large interest in the drug business, was now the oracle of the Lombard and Bourdonnais quarters, conjointly with Monsieur Anselme Popinot, Maynard's eldest son, a lawyer aiming to succeed those barristers who were turned down from the Palais for political reasons in 1830, was the genius of the household, and his mother, even more than his father, aspired to marry him. Well, Zélie Maynard, formerly a flower-maker, felt an ardent passion for the upper social spheres, and desired to enter them through the marriages of her son and daughter, whereas Maynard, wiser than she, and imbued with the vigour of the middle classes, which the Revolution of July had infiltrated into the fibres of government, thought only of wealth and fortune. He frequented the Thuilier salon to gain information as to Celeste's probable inheritance. He knew, like Dudoc and Felion, the reports occasioned by Thuilier's former intimacy with Flavie, and he saw at a glance the idolatry of the Thuiliers for their godchild. Dudok, to gain admittance to Maynard's house, fawned upon him grossly. When Maynard, the Rothschild of the arrondissement, appeared at the Thuiliers, he compared him cleverly to Napoleon, finding him stout, fat, and blooming, having left him at the ministry, thin, pale, and puny. "You looked in the division Billardière," he said, like Napoleon before the 18th Brumaire, "and I behold you now the Napoleon of the Empire." Notwithstanding which flattery, Maynard received Dudok very coldly, and did not invite him to his house. Consequently, he made a mortal enemy of the former clerk. Monsieur and Madame Félien, worthy as they were, could not keep themselves from making calculations and cherishing hopes. They thought that Celeste would be the very wife for their son, the professor, therefore to have, as it were, a watcher in the Thuilier salon. They introduced their son-in-law, Monsieur Barnial, a man much respected in the Faubourg Saint-Jacques, and also an old employee at the mayor's office, an intimate friend of theirs named Lodiges. Thus the Felians formed a phalanx of 7 persons. The Collivilles were not less numerous, so that on Sundays it often appeared that 30 persons were assembled in the Thuilier salon. Thuilier, renewed acquaintance with the Saillards, Baudeurs, and Folexol, persons of respectability, in the quarter of the Palais Royal, whom they often invited to dinner. Madame Colville was as a woman the most distinguished member of this society, just as Maynard Jr. and Professor Félien were superior among the men. All the others, without ideas or education and issuing from the lower ranks, presented the types and the absurdities of the lesser bourgeoisie. Though all success, especially if one from distant sources, seems to presuppose some genuine merit, Maynard was really an inflated balloon, expressing himself in empty phrases, mistaking sycophancy for politeness and wordiness, for wit he uttered his commonplaces with a brisk assurance that passed for eloquent, certain words which said nothing, but answered all things: progress, steam, bitumen, national guard, order, democratic element, spirit of association, legality, movement. Resistance seemed, as each political phase developed, to have been actually made for Maynard, whose talk was a paraphrase on the ideas of his newspaper. Julian Maynard, the young lawyer, suffered from his father as much as his father suffered from his wife. Zélie had grown pretentious with wealth, without at the same time learning to speak French. She was now very fat, and gave the idea in her rich surroundings of a cook married to her master. Félien, that type and model of the petty bourgeois, exhibited as many virtues as he did absurdities. Accustomed to subordination during his bureaucratic life, he respected all social superiority. He was therefore silent before Maynard. During the critical period of retirement from office, he had held his own admirably. For the following reason: never until now had that worthy and excellent man been able to indulge his own tastes. He loved the city of Paris. He was interested in its embellishment, in the laying out of its streets. He was capable of standing for hours to watch the demolition of houses he might now have been observed stolidly planted on his legs, his nose in the air, watching for the fall of a stone, which some mason was loosening at the top of a wall, and never moving till the stone fell. When it had fallen, he went away as happy as an academician at the fall of a romantic drama. Veritable supernumeraries of the social comedy, Félien, Lodiges, and their kind fulfilled the functions of the antique chorus. They wept when weeping was in order, laughed when they should laugh, and sang in parts the public joys and sorrows. They triumphed in their corner, with the triumphs of Algiers, of Constantine, of Lisbon, of Saint Jean d'Aloa. They deplored the death of Napoleon and the fatal catastrophes of the Saint Mary and the Rue Transnonain, grieving over celebrated men who were utterly unknown to them. Félien alone presents a double side. He divides himself conscientiously between the reasons of the opposition and those of the government. When fighting went on in the streets, Félien had the courage to declare himself before his neighbours. He went to the place St. Michel, the place where his battalion assembled. He felt for the government, and did his duty before and during the riot. He supported the dynasty, the product of July. But as soon as the political trials began, he stood by the accused. This innocent weathercockism prevails in his political opinions. He produces in reply to all arguments. The Colossus of the North England is to his thinking, as to that of the old constitutional, a crone with 2 faces, Machiavellian Albion, and the model nation Machiavellian when the interests of France and of Napoleon are concerned, the model nation when the faults of the government are in question. He admits with his chosen paper the democratic element, but refuses in conversation all compact with the republican spirit. The republican spirit to him means 1793, rioting, the terror and agrarian law. The democratic element is the development of the lesser bourgeoisie, the reign of Féliens. The worthy old man is always dignified. Dignity serves to explain his life. He has brought up his children with dignity. He has kept himself a father in their eyes. He insists on being honored in his home, just as he himself honors power and his superiors. He has never made debts as a juryman. His conscience obliges him to sweat blood and water in the effort to follow the debates of a trial. He never laughs, not even if the judge and audience and all the officials laugh. Eminently useful. He gives his services, his time, everything except his money. Felix Felion, his son the professor, is his idol. He thinks him capable of attaining to the Academy of Sciences. Thulia, between the audacious nullity of Maynard and the solid silliness of Felion, was a neutral substance, but connected with both through his dismal experience. He managed to conceal the emptiness of his brain by commonplace talk, just as he covered the yellow skin of his bald pate with thready locks of his grey hair brought from the back of his head with infinite art by the comb of his hairdresser. In any other career, he was wont to say, speaking of the government employ, I should have made a very different fortune. He had seen the right which is possible in theory and impossible in practice, results proving contrary to premises, and he related the intrigues and the injustices of the Rabadin affair. After that one can believe all and believe nothing. He would say, it is a queer thing, government. I am very glad not to have a son, and never to see him in the career of a place hunter. Colville, ever gay, rotund, and good-humoured assayer of quodlibets, a maker of anagrams, always busy, represented the capable and bantering bourgeois with faculty, without success, obstinate toil, without result. He was also the embodiment of jovial resignation, mind without object, art with usefulness for excellent musician. That he was, he never played now, except for his daughter. The Thulia salon was in some sort a provincial salon, lighted however by continual flashes from the Parisian conflagration. Its mediocrity and its platitudes followed the current of the times, the popular saying and thing, for in Paris the thing and its saying are like the horse and its rider. Ricocheted, so to speak to this company. Monsieur Maynard was always impatiently expected, for he was certain to know the truth of important circumstances. The women of the Thulia salon held by the Jesuits, the men defended the university. And as a general thing, the women listened. A man of intelligence, could he have borne the dullness of these evenings, would have laughed, as he would at a comedy of Molière, on hearing, amid endless discussion, such remarks as the following. How could the revolution of 1789 have been avoided? The loans of Louis Roman XIV prepared the way for it. Louis Roman XV, an egotist, a man of narrow mind, didn't he say, if I were lieutenant of police, I would suppress cabriolets. That dissolute king, you remember his park ox serfs, did much to open the abyss of revolution. Monsieur de Necker, an evil-minded Genovese, set the thing a-going. Foreigners have always tried to injure France. The maximum did great harm to the revolution. Legally, Louis Roman should never have been condemned. A jury would have acquitted him. Why did Charles Roman fall? Napoleon was a great man, and the facts that prove his genius are anecdotal. He took 5 pinches of snuff a minute out of a pocket lined with leather made his waistcoat. He looked into all his tradesmen's accounts. He went to St. Denis to judge for himself the prices of things. Talma was his friend. Talma taught him his gestures. Nevertheless, he always refused to give Talma the Legion of Honor. The emperor mounted guard for a sentinel who went to sleep to save him from being shot. Those were the things that made his soldiers adore him. Louis Roman XVIII, who certainly had some sense, was very unjust in calling him Monsieur de Buonaparte. The defect of the present government is in letting itself be led instead of leading. It holds itself too low. It is afraid of men of energy. It ought to have torn up all the treaties of 1815 and demanded the Rhine. They keep the same men too long in the ministry, etc., etc. Come, you've exerted your minds long enough, said Mademoiselle Thulia, interrupting one of these luminous talks. The altar is dressed. Begin your little game. If these anterior facts and all these generalities were not placed here as the frame of the present scene, to give an idea of the spirit of this society, the following drama would certainly have suffered greatly. Moreover, this sketch is historically faithful. It shows a social stratum of importance in any portrayal of manners and morals, especially when we reflect that the political system of the younger branch rests almost wholly upon it. The winter of the year 1839 was, it may be said, the period when the Thulia salon was in its greatest glory. The Maynards came nearly every Sunday, and began their evening by spending an hour there if they had other engagements elsewhere. Often Maynard would leave his wife at the Thuilias and take his son and daughter to other houses. This assiduity on the part of the Maynards was brought about by a somewhat tardy meeting between Messieurs Metivier Barbet and Maynard on an evening when the two former, being tenants of Mademoiselle Thulier, remained rather longer than usual in discussing business with her, from Barbot Maynard, learned that the old maid had money transactions with himself, and Metivier to the amount of 60,000 francs, besides having a large deposit in the bank. "Has she an account at the bank?" asked Maynard. "I believe so," replied Barbot. "I give her at least 80,000 francs there." Being on intimate terms with the governor of the bank, Maynard ascertained that Mademoiselle Thulier had in point of fact an account of over 200,000 francs, the result of her quarterly deposits for many years. Besides this, she owned the house they lived in, which was not mortgaged, and was worth at least 100,000 francs, if not more. "Why should Mademoiselle Thulier work in this way?" said Maynard to Metivier. "Shed be a good match for you," he added. "Oh no," replied Metivier, "I shall do better by marrying a cousin. My uncle Metivier has given me the succession to his business. He has 100,000 francs a year, and only 2 daughters." However secretive Mademoiselle Thulier might be, she said nothing of her investments to anyone, not even to her brother. Although a large amount of Madame Thulier's fortune went to swell the amount of her own savings, it was difficult to prevent some ray of light from gliding under the bushel which covered her treasure. Dudarc, who frequented Barbot, with whom he had some resemblance in character and countenance, had appraised even more correctly than Maynard the Thulier finances. He knew that their savings amounted in 1838 to 150,000 francs, and he followed their progress, secretly calculating profits by the help of that always moneylender Barbot. "Celeste will have from my brother and myself 200,000 francs in ready money," the old maid had said to Barbot in confidence, "and Madame Thulier wishes to secure to her, by the marriage contract, the ultimate possession of her own fortune. As, for me, my will is made, my brother will have everything during his lifetime, and Celeste will be my heiress with that reservation. Monsieur Cardot, the notary, is my executor." Mademoiselle Thulier now instigated her brother to renew his former relations with the Saillards Baudeurs, and others who held a position similar to that of the Thuliers in the Quartier Saint-Antoine, of which Monsieur Saillard was Mayor Cardot. The notary had produced his aspirant for Celeste's hand in the person of Monsieur Godeschal, attorney and successor to Derville, an able man 36 years of age, who had paid 100,000 francs for his practice, which the 200,000 of the dot would doubly clear off. Maynard, however, got rid of Godeschal by informing Mademoiselle Thulier that Celeste's sister-in-law would be the famous Mariette of the opera. "She came from the stage," said Colville, alluding to his wife, "and there's no need she should return to it." "Besides, Monsieur Godeschal is too old for Celeste," remarked Brigitte. "And ought we not," added Madame Thulier timidly, "to let her marry according to her own taste, so as to be happy?" The poor woman had detected in Felix Felion a true love for Celeste, the love that a woman crushed by Brigitte, and wounded by her husband's indifference for Thulier, cared less for his wife than he did for a servant, had dreamed that love might be bold in heart, timid externally, sure of itself, reserved, hidden from others, but expanding toward heaven. At 23 years of age, Felix Felion was a gentle, pure-minded young man, like all true scholars who cultivate knowledge for knowledge's sake. He had been sacredly brought up by his father, who, viewing all things seriously, had given him none but good examples, accompanied by trivial maxims. He was a young man of medium height, with light chestnut hair, grey eyes, and a skin full of freckles, gifted with a charming voice, a tranquil manner, making few gestures, thoughtful, saying little, and that little sensible, contradicting no one, and quite incapable of a sordid thought or a selfish calculation. "That," thought Madame Thulier, "is what I should have liked my husband to be." One evening in the month of February 1840, the Thulier salon contained the various personages whose silhouettes we have just traced out, together with some others. It was nearly the end of the month. Barbot and Metivier, having business with Mademoiselle Brigitte, were playing whist with Maynard and Felion. At another table were Julien the advocate, a nickname given by Colville to young Maynard. Madame Colville, Monsieur Barnial and Madame Felion Bouillat at 5 sous a stake occupied Madame Maynard, who knew no other game. Colville, old Monsieur Saillard, and Bandos, his son-in-law. The substitutes were Laudiges and Dutarc. Mesdames Folix, Bodger Barnial and Mademoiselle Maynard were playing Boston, and Celeste was sitting beside Prudence Maynard. Young Felion was listening to Madame Thulier and looking at Celeste. At a corner of the fireplace sat, enthroned on a sofa, the Queen Elizabeth of the family, as simply dressed as she had been for the last 30 years, for no prosperity could have made her change her habits. She wore on her chinchilla hair a black gauze cap, adorned with the geranium called Charles Roman 10, her gown of plum-coloured stuff, made with a yoke cost 15 francs, her embroidered collarette was worth 6, and it ill disguised the deep wrinkle produced by the 2 muscles which fastened the head to the vertebral column. The actor Monval, playing Augustus Caesar in his old age, did not present a harder and sterner profile than that of this female autocrat. Knitting socks for her brother, before the fireplace stood Thulier in an attitude ready to go forward and meet the arriving guests. Near him was a young man whose entrance had produced a great effect when the porter, who on Sundays wore his best clothes and waited on the company, announced Monsieur Olivier Vinet. A private communication made by Cardat to the celebrated Procureur-General, father of this young man, was the cause of his visit. Olivier Vinet had just been promoted from the court of Arcicher-Aube to that of the Seine, where he now held the post of substitute procureur de roi. Cardat had already invited Thulier and the elder Vinet, who was likely to become Minister of Justice with his son, to dine with him. The notary estimated the fortunes which would eventually fall to Celeste at 700,000 francs. Vinet Jr. appeared charmed to obtain the right to visit the Thuliers on Sundays. Great dowries make men commit great and unbecoming follies without reserve or decency in these days. 10 minutes later, another young man who had been talking with Thulier before the arrival of Olivier Vinet raised his voice eagerly in a political discussion, and forced the young magistrate to follow his example in the vivacious argument which now ensued. The matter related to the vote, by which the Chamber of Deputies had just overthrown the ministry of the 12th of May, refusing the allowance demanded for the Duc de Nemours. Assuredly, said the young man, I am far from belonging to the dynastic party. I am very far from approving of the rise of the bourgeoisie to power. The bourgeoisie ought not any more than the aristocracy of other days to assume to be the whole nation, but the French bourgeoisie has now taken upon itself to create a new dynasty, royalty of its own, and behold how it treats it. When the people allowed Napoleon to rise to power, it created with him a splendid and monumental state of things. It was proud of his grandeur, and it nobly gave its blood and sweat in building up the edifice of the empire between the magnificence of the aristocratic throne and those of the imperial purple, between the great of the earth and the people. The bourgeoisie is proving itself petty. It degrades power to its own level, instead of rising up to it. The saving of candlines it has so long practiced behind its counters, it now seeks to impose on its princes. What may perhaps have been virtue in its shops is a blunder and a crime higher up. I myself have wanted many things for the people, but I never should have begun by lopping off 10 millions of francs from the new civil list. In becoming, as it were, nearly the whole of France, the bourgeoisie owed to us the prosperity of the people, splendor without ostentation, grandeur without privilege. The father of Olivier Vinet was just now sulking with the government. The robe of Keeper of the Seals, which had been his dream, was slow in coming to him. The young substitute did not therefore know exactly how to answer this speech. He thought it wise to enlarge on one of its side issues. You are right, monsieur, said Olivier Vinet, but before manifesting itself magnificently, the bourgeoisie has other duties to fulfill towards France. The luxury you speak of should come after duty. That which seems to you so blamable is the necessity of the moment. The Chamber is far from having its full share in public affairs. The ministers are less for France than they are for the Crown, and Parliament has determined that the administration shall have, as in England, a strength and power of its own, and not a mere borrowed power. The day on which the administration can act for itself and represent the Chamber, as the Chamber represents the country Parliament, will be found very liberal toward the Crown. The whole question is there, I state it, without expressing my own opinion, for the duties of my post demand in politics a certain fealty to the Crown. Setting aside the political question, replied the young man, whose voice and accent were those of a native of Provence, it is certainly true that the bourgeoisie has ill understood its mission. We can see any day the great law officers, attorney generals, peers of France, in omnibuses, judges who live on their salaries, prefects without fortunes, ministers in debt, whereas the bourgeoisie who have seized upon those offices ought to dignify them, as in the olden time when aristocracy dignified them, and not occupy such posts solely for the purpose of making their fortune, as scandalous disclosures have proved. Who is this young man, thought Olivier Vinet? Is he a relative? Cardat ought to have come with me on this first visit. Who is that little monsieur? Asked Maynard of Barbet. I have seen him here several times. He is a tenant, replied Metivier, shuffling the cards. A lawyer, added Barbet in a low voice, who occupies a small apartment on the 3rd floor front. Oh, he doesn't amount to much, he has nothing. What is the name of that young man? Said Olivier Vinet to Thulier. Théodose de la Peyrade, he is a barrister, replied Thulia in a whisper. At that moment the women present as well as the men looked at the two young fellows, and Madame Maynard remarked to Colville, "He is rather good-looking, that stranger." "I have made his anagram," replied Colville, "and his name Charles Marie Théodose de la Peyrade Prophecies, et Monsieur Peyre de la Dot des Ois, et le Char, therefore my dear Mamma Maynard, be sure you don't give him your daughter." "They say that young man is better looking than my son," said Madame Felion to Madame Colville. "What do you think about it?" "Oh, in the matter of physical beauty, a woman might hesitate before choosing," replied Madame Colville. At that moment it occurred to young Vinnet, as he looked round the salon so full of the lesser bourgeoisie, that it might be a shrewd thing to magnify that particular class, and he thereupon enlarged upon the meaning of the young provincial barrister, declaring that men so honoured by the confidence of the government should imitate royalty and encourage a magnificence surpassing that of the former court. It was folly, he said, to lay by the emoluments of an office. Besides, could it be done in Paris, especially, where costs of living had trebled the apartment of a magistrate, for instance costing 3,000 francs a year? "My father," he said in conclusion, "allows me 3,000 francs a year, and that with my salary barely allows me to maintain my rank." When the young substitute rode boldly into this bog-hole, the provincial who had slyly enticed him there exchanged, without being observed, a wink with Dutoc, who was just then waiting for the place of a player at bouillotte. "There is such a demand for offices," remarked the latter, "that they talk of creating 2 justices of the peace to each arrondissement in order to make a dozen new clerkships, as if they could interfere with our rights and our salaries, which already require an exorbitant tax." "I have not yet had the pleasure of hearing you at the Palais," said Vinnet to Monsieur de la Peyrade. "I am advocate for the poor, and I plead only before the justice of peace," replied la Peyrade. Mademoiselle Thulier, as she listened to young Vinnet's theory of the necessity of spending an income, assumed a distant air, and manner the significance of which was well understood by Dutoc, and the young provincial Vinnet left the house in company with Maynard and Julien, the advocate, so that the battlefield before the fireplace was abandoned to la Peyrade and Dutoc. "The upper bourgeoisie," said Dutoc to Thulier, "will behave in future exactly like the old aristocracy. The nobility wanted girls with money to manure their lands, and the parvenus of today want the same to feather their nests." "That's exactly what Monsieur Thulier was saying to me this morning," remarked la Peyrade boldly. "Vinnet's father," said Dutoc, "married a demoiselle de Chargeboeuf, and has caught the opinions of the nobility. He wants a fortune at any price. His wife spends money regally." "Oh," said Thulier, in whom the jealousy between the two classes of the bourgeoisie was fully roused, "take offices away from those fellows, and they'd fall back where they came." Mademoiselle was knitting with such precipitous haste that she seemed to be propelled by a steam engine. "Take my place, Monsieur Dutoc," said Madame Maynard, rising. "My feet are cold," she added, going to the fire, where the golden ornaments of her turban made fireworks in the light of the Saint Aurora wax candles that were struggling vainly to light the vast salon. "He is very small fry, that young substitute," said Madame Maynard, glancing at Mademoiselle Thulier. "Small fry," cried la Peyrade. "Ah, Madame, how witty!" "But Madame has so long accustomed us to that sort of thing," said the handsome Thulier. Madame Colville was examining la Peyrade, and comparing him with young Felion, who was just then talking to Celeste, neither of them paying any heed to what was going on around them. This is certainly the right moment to depict the singular personage who was destined to play a signal part in the Thulier household, and who fully deserves the appellation of a great artist. Chapter V. A principal personage. There exists in Provence, especially about Avignon, a race of men with blonde or chestnut hair, fair skin, and eyes that are almost tender, their pupils calm, feeble, or languishing, rather than keen, ardent, or profound, as they usually are in the eyes of Southerners. Let us remark in passing that among Corsicans, a race subject to fits of anger and dangerous irascibility, we often meet with fair skins and physical natures of the same apparent tranquillity. These pale men, rather stout, with somewhat dim and hazy eyes, either green or blue, are the worst species of humanity in Provence, and Charles Marie Théodose de la Peyrade presents a fine type of that race, the constitution of which deserves careful examination on the part of medical science and philosophical physiology. There rises at times within such men a species of bitter gall which flies to their head and makes them capable of ferocious actions done apparently in cold blood, being the result of an inward intoxication This sort of dumb violence seems to be irreconcilable with their quasi-lymphatic outward man, and the tranquillity of their benignant glance. Born in the neighbourhood of Avignon, the young Provençal whose name we have just mentioned was of middle height, well proportioned, and rather stout. The tone of his skin had no brilliancy, it was neither livid, nor dead white, nor coloured, but gelatinous. That word can alone give a true idea of the flabby, hueless envelope beneath which were concealed nerves that were less vigorous than capable of enormous resistance at certain given moments. His eyes, of a pale cold blue, expressed in their ordinary condition a species of deceptive sadness, which must have had great charms for women. The forehead, finely cut, was not without dignity, and it harmonized well with the soft light chestnut hair curling naturally, but slightly at its tips, the nose precisely like that of a hunting dog, flat and furrowed at the tip, inquisitive, intelligent, searching always on the scent instead of expressing good humor, was ironical and mocking, but this particular aspect of his nature never showed itself openly. The young man must have ceased to watch himself. He must have flown into fury before the power came to him to flash out the sarcasm and the wit which embittered tenfold his infernal humor. The mouth, the curving lines and pomegranate-colored lips of which were very pleasing, seemed the admirable instrument of an organ that was almost sweet in its middle tones, where its owner usually kept it, but which in its higher key vibrated on the ear like the sound of a gong. This falsetto was the voice of his nerves, and his anger, his face kept expressionless by an inward command, was oval in form. His manners, in harmony with the sacerdotal calmness of the face, were reserved and conventional, but he had supple, pliant ways which, though they never descended to wheedling, were not lacking in seduction, although as soon as his back was turned their charm seemed inexplicable. Charm, when it takes its rise in the heart, leaves deep and lasting traces. That which is merely a product of art or of eloquence has only a passing power. It produces its immediate effect, and that is all. But how many philosophers are there in life who are able to distinguish the difference? Almost always the trick is played, to use a popular expression, before the ordinary run of men have perceived its methods. Everything about this young man of 27 was in harmony with his character. He obeyed his vocation by cultivating philanthropy, the only expression which explains the philanthropist. Theodos loved the people, for he limited his love for humanity, like the horticulturist who devotes himself to roses or dahlias or heartsease or geraniums, and pays no attention to the plants his fancy has not selected. So this young La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt gave himself to the workingmen, the proletariat, and the paupers of the Faubourg Saint-Jacques and Saint-Marceau, the strong man, the man of genius at bay, the worthy poor of the bourgeois class. He cut them off from the bosom of his charity. The heart of all persons with a mania is like those boxes with compartments in which sugar plums are kept, in sorts suum cuique tribura, is their motto. They measure to each duty its dose. There are some philanthropists who pity nothing, but the man condemned to death. Vanity is certainly the basis of philanthropy, but in the case of this Provençal it was calculation, a predetermined course, a liberal and democratic hypocrisy, played with a perfection that no other actor will ever attain. Theodos did not attack the rich, he contented himself with not understanding them. He endured them. Every one in his opinion ought to enjoy the fruits of his labour. He had been, he said, a fervent disciple of Saint Simon, but that mistake must be attributed to his youth. Modern society could have no other basis than heredity. An ardent Catholic, like all men from the Comtat, he went to the earliest morning masses, and thus concealed his piety. Like other philanthropists, he practiced a sordid economy, and gave to the poor his time, his legal advice, his eloquence, and such money as he extracted for them from the rich. His clothes, always of black cloth, were worn until the seams became white. Nature had done a great deal for Theodos in not giving him that fine manly southern beauty which creates in others an imaginary expectation to which it is more than difficult for a man to respond. As it was, he could be what suited him at the moment, an agreeable man, or a very ordinary one. Never, since his admission to the Tuileries, had he ventured, till this evening, to raise his voice and speak as dogmatically as he had risked doing to Olivier Vinet. But perhaps Theodos de la Peyrade was not sorry to seize the opportunity to come out from the shade in which he had hitherto kept himself. Besides, it was necessary to get rid of the young substitute, just as the Maynards had previously ruined the hopes of Monsieur Godeschal. Like all superior men, for he certainly had some superiority, Vinet had never lowered himself to the point where the threads of these bourgeois spiderwebs became visible to him, and he had therefore plunged like a fly head foremost into the almost invisible trap to which Theodos inveigled him. To complete this portrait of the poor man's lawyer, we must here relate the circumstances of his first arrival at the Tuileries. Théodose came to lodge in Mademoiselle Thuilier's house toward the close of the year 1837. He had taken his degree about 5 years earlier, and had kept the proper number of terms to become a barrister. Circumstances, however, about which he said nothing had interfered to prevent his being called to the bar. He was therefore still a licentiate, but soon after, he was installed in the little apartment on the 3rd floor, with the furniture rigorously required by all members of his noble profession, for the Guild of Barristers admits no brother, unless he has a suitable study, a legal library, and can thus as it were verify his claims. Théodose de la Peyrade began to practice as a barrister before the Royal Court of Paris. The whole of the year 1838 was employed in making this change in his condition, and he led a most regular life. He studied at home in the mornings, till dinner time, going sometimes to the Palais for important cases, having become very intimate with Dutoc. So Dutoc said he did certain services to the poor of the Faubourg Saint-Jacques who were brought to his notice by that official. He pleaded their cases before the court, after bringing them to the notice of the attorneys, who, according to the statutes of their order, are obliged to take turns in doing business for the poor. As Théodose was careful to plead only safe cases, he won them. All those persons whom he thus obliged expressed their gratitude and their admiration, in spite of the young lawyer's admonitions among their own class, and to the porters of private houses, through whom many anecdotes rose to the ears of the proprietors, delighted to have in their house a tenant so worthy and so charitable. The Thuiliers wished to attract him to their salon, and they questioned Dutoc about him. The mayor's clerk replied as the envious reply. While doing justice to the young man, he dwelt on his remarkable avarice, which might however be the effect of poverty. I have had other information about him. He belongs to the Peyrades, an old family of the Comtat of Avignon. He came here toward the end of 1829 to inquire about an uncle whose fortune was said to be considerable. He discovered the address of the old man only 3 days before his death, and the furniture of the deceased merely sufficed to bury him and pay his debts. A friend of this useless uncle gave a couple of 100 louis to the poor fortune hunter, advising him to finish his legal studies and enter the judiciary career. Those 200 louis supported him for 3 years in Paris, where he lived like an anchorite, but being unable to discover his unknown friend and benefactor, the poor student was in abject distress. In 1833, he worked then, like so many other licentiates, in politics and literature, by which he kept himself for a time above want, for he had nothing to expect from his family. His father, the youngest brother of the dead uncle, has 11 other children who live on a small estate called Les Canquoles. He finally obtained a place on a ministerial newspaper, the manager of which was the famous Cerizet, so celebrated for the persecutions he met with under the Restoration on account of his attachment to the Liberalsa man, whom the New Left will never forgive for having made his paper ministerial, as the government of these days does very little to protect even its most devoted servants. Witness the Gisquet affair. The Republicans have ended by ruining Cerizet. I tell you this to explain how it is that Cerizet is now a copying clerk in my office. Well, in the days when he flourished as managing editor of a paper directed by the Perier Ministry against the incendiary journals, the Tribune, and others, Cerizet, who is a worthy fellow after all, though he is too fond of women, pleasure, and good living, was very useful to Théodose, who edited the political department of the paper, and if it hadn't been for the death of Casimir Perier, that young man would certainly have received an appointment as substitute judge in Paris. As it was, he dropped back in 183,435, in spite of his talent for his connection with a ministerial journal. Of course, did him harm. If it had not been for my religious principles, he said to me, I should have thrown myself into the Seine. However, it seems that the friend of his uncle must have heard of his distress, for again he sent him a sum of money enough to complete his terms for the bar, but strange to say, he has never known the name or the address of this mysterious benefactor. After all, perhaps under such circumstances, his economy is excusable, and he must have great strength of mind to refuse what the poor devils whose cases he wins by his devotion offer him. He is indignant at the way other lawyers speculate on the possibility or impossibility of poor creatures, unjustly sued, paying for the costs of their defense. Oh, hell, succeed in the end. I shouldn't be surprised to see that fellow in some very brilliant position. He has tenacity, honesty, and courage. He studies, he delves. Notwithstanding the favor with which he was greeted, La Peyrade went discreetly to the Thuiliers. When reproached for this reserve, he went oftener, and ended by appearing every Sunday. He was invited to all dinner parties, and became at last so familiar in the house that whenever he came to see Thuilier about 4 o'clock, he He was always requested to take pot luck without ceremony, Mademoiselle Thulia used to say. Then we know that he will get a good dinner, poor fella. A social phenomenon which has certainly been observed, but never as yet formulated, or if you like it better published, though it fully deserves to be recorded, is the return of habits, mind and manners to primitive conditions in certain persons who between youth and old age have raised themselves above their first estate. Thus Thulia had become once more, morally speaking, the son of a concierge. He now made use of many of his father's jokes, and a little of the slime of early days was beginning to appear on the surface of his declining life. About 5 or 6 times a month, when the soup was rich and good, he would deposit his spoon in his empty plate, and say as if the proposition were entirely novel, "That's better than a kick on the shinbone." On hearing that witticism for the first time, Theodose, to whom it was really new, laughed so heartily that the handsome Thulia was tickled in his vanity, as he had never been before. After that Theodose greeted the same speech with a knowing little smile. This slight detail will explain how it was that, on the morning of the day when Theodose had his passage at arms with Vinnet, he had said to Thulia, as they were walking in the garden to see the effect of a frost, "You have much more wit than you give yourself credit for." To which he received this answer, "In any other career, my dear Theodose, I should have made my way nobly, but the fall of the emperor broke my neck." "There is still time," said the young lawyer. "In the first place, what did that mountebank Colville ever do to get the cross?" There La Perade laid his finger on a sore wound, which Thulia hid from every eye so carefully that even his sister did not know of it, but the young man interested in studying these bourgeois had divined the secret envy that gnawed at the heart of the ex-official. "If you experienced as you are will do the honor to follow my advice," added the philanthropist, "and above all not mention our compact to anyone. I will undertake to have you decorated with the Legion of Honor to the applause of the whole quarter." "Oh, if we succeed in that," cried Thulia, "you don't know what I would do for you." This explains why Thulia carried his head high when Theodose had the audacity that evening to put opinions into his mouth. In Artan, perhaps Molière had placed hypocrisy in the rank of art, by classing Tartuffe forever among comedians. There exists a point of perfection to which genius alone attains, mere talent falls below it. There is so little difference between a work of genius and a work of talent that only men of genius can appreciate the distance that separates Raphael from Correggio, Titian from Rubens, more than that common minds are easily deceived on this point. The sign of genius is a certain appearance of facility. In fact, its work must appear at first sight ordinary, so natural is it even on the highest subjects. Many peasant women hold their children, as the famous Madonna in the Dresden Gallery holds hers. Well, the height of art in a man of La Pérade's force was to oblige others to say of him, later everybody would have been taken in by him. Now in the Salon Thulia he noted a dawning opposition. He perceived in Colville the somewhat clear-sighted and criticizing nature of an artist who has missed his vocation. The barrister felt himself displeasing to Colville, who, as the result of circumstances not necessary to hear report, considered himself justified in believing in the science of anagrams. None of this anagrams had ever failed. The clerks in the government office had laughed at him when demanding an anagram on the name of the poor helpless Auguste Jean Francois Maynard. He had produced Jamasai une si grande fortune, and the event had justified him. After the lapse of 10 years, Theodose on several occasions had made advances to the jovial secretary of the mayor's office, and had felt himself rebuffed by a coldness which was not natural in so sociable a man. When the game of bouillotte came to an end, Colville seized the moment to draw Thulia into the recess of a window, and say to him, "You are letting that lawyer get too much foothold in your house. He kept the ball in his own hands all the evening." "Thank you, my friend, forewarned is forearmed," replied Thulia, inwardly scoffing at Colville. Theodose, who was talking at the moment to Madame Colville, had his eye on the two men, and with the same prescience by which women know when and how they are spoken of, he perceived that Colville was trying to injure him in the mind of the weak and silly Thulia. "Madame," he said in Flavy's ear, "if any one here is capable of appreciating you, it is certainly Roman one. You seem to me a pearl dropped into the mire. You say you are 42, but a woman is no older than she looks, and many women of 30 would be thankful to have your figure, and that noble countenance where love has passed without ever filling the void in your heart. You have given yourself to God, I know, and I have too much religion myself to regret it, but I also know that you have done so because no human being has proved worthy of you. You have been loved, but you have never been adored. I have divined that there is your husband who has not known how to please you in a position in keeping with your deserts. He dislikes me as if he thought I loved you, and he prevents me from telling you of a way that I think I have found to place you in the sphere for which you were destined. No, madame, he continued, rising, the Abgondrin will not preach this year through Lent at our humble Saint Jacques du Haut. Past the preacher will be Monsieur d'Estival, a compatriot of mine, and you will hear in him one of the most impressive speakers that I have ever known, a priest whose outward appearance is not agreeable, but oh, what a soul! Then my desire will be gratified, said poor Madame Thulier. I have never yet been able to understand a famous preacher. A smile flickered on the lips of Mademoiselle Thulier and several others who heard the remark. They devote themselves too much to theological demonstration, said Théodose. I have long thought so myself, but I never talk religion if it had not been for Madame de Colville. Are there demonstrations in theology? Asked the professor of mathematics, naively plunging headlong into the conversation. I think, monsieur, replied Théodose, looking straight at Félix Félien, that you cannot be serious in asking me such a question. Félix, said old Félien, coming heavily to the rescue of his son, and catching a distressed look on the pale face of Madame Thulier. Félix separates religion into two categories. He considers it from the human point of view and the divine point of view, tradition and reason. That is heresy, monsieur, replied Théodose. Religion is one, it requires above all things faith. Old Félien, nonplussed by that remark, nodded to his wife. It is getting late, my dear, and he pointed to the clock. Oh, Monsieur Félix, said Celeste in a whisper to the candid mathematician, couldn't you be like Pascal and Bossuet, learned and pious both? The Féliens, on departing, carried the Collivilles with them. Soon no one remained in the salon but Dutoc, Théodose, and the Thuiliers. The flattery administered by Théodose to Flavie seems at the first sight coarsely commonplace, but we must here remark, in the interests of this history, that the barrister was keeping himself as close as possible to these vulgar minds. He was navigating their waters, he spoke their language. His painter was Pierre Grassou, and not Joseph Bridau. His book was Paul and Virginia. The greatest living poet for him was Casimir de Lavine. To his eyes, the mission of art was above all things utility. Parmenter, the discoverer of the potato, was greater to him. That 30 Raffles, the man in the blue cloak, seemed to him a sister of charity. These were Thuilier's expressions, and Théodose remembered them an occasion. That young Félix Félien, he now remarked, is precisely the academical man of our day, the product of knowledge which sends God to the rear heavens. What are we coming to? Religion alone can save France nothing, but the fear of hell will preserve us from domestic robbery, which is going on at all hours in the bosom of families, and eating into the surest fortunes. All of you have a secret warfare in your homes. After this shrewd tirade, which made a great impression upon Brigitte, he retired, followed by Dutoc, after wishing good evening to the 3 Thuiliers. That young man has great capacity, said Thuilier sententiously. Yes, that he has, replied Brigitte, extinguishing the lamps. He has religion, said Madame Thuilier, as she left the room. Monsieur Félien was saying to Colville, as they came abreast of the École de Mines, looking about him, to see that no one was near. It is usually my custom to submit my insight to that of others, but it is impossible for me not to think that that young lawyer plays the master at our friend Thuilier's. My own opinion, said Colville, who was walking with Félien behind his wife Madame Félien and Celeste, is that he's a Jesuit, and I don't like Jesuits. The best of them are no good to my mind. A Jesuit means knavery, and knavery, for knavery's sake they deceive for the pleasure of deceiving, and as the saying is, to keep their hand in. That's my opinion, and I don't mince it. I understand you, monsieur, said Félien, who was arm-in-arm with Colville. No, Monsieur Félien, remarked Flavie in a shrill voice, you don't understand Colville, but I know what he means, and I think he had better stop saying it. Such subjects are not to be talked of in the street at 11 o'clock at night, and before a young lady. You are right, wife, said Colville. When they reached the Rue des Deux Églises, which Félien was to take, they all stopped to say good night, and Félix Félien, who was bring up the rear, said to Colville, Monsieur, your son Francois could enter the École Polytechnique. If he were well coached, I propose to you to fit him to pass the examinations this year. That's an offer not to be refused. Thank you, my friend, said Colville. We'll see about it. Good, said Félien to his son as they walked on. Not a bad stroke, said the mother. What do you mean by that? asked Félix. You are very cleverly paying court to Celeste's parents. May I never find the solution of my problem, if I even thought of it, cried the young professor. I discovered, when talking with the little Collivilles, that Francois has a strong turn for mathematics, and I thought I ought to enlighten his father. Good my son, repeated Felion, I wouldn't have you otherwise. My prayers are granted. I have a son, whose honor, probity, and private and civic virtues are all that I could wish. Madame Colville, as soon as Celeste had gone to bed, said to her husband, Colville, don't utter those blunt opinions about people without knowing something about them. When you talk of Jesuits, I know you mean priests, and I wish you would do me the kindness to keep your opinions on religion to yourself when you are in company with your daughter. We may sacrifice our own souls, but not the souls of our children. You don't want Celeste to be a creature without religion, and remember, my dear, that we are at the mercy of others. We have 4 children to provide for, and how do you know that some day or other you may not need the services of this one, or that one? Therefore don't make enemies. You haven't any now, for you are a good-natured fellow, and thanks to that quality which amounts in you to a charm, we have got along pretty well in life, so far. That's enough, said Colville, flinging his coat on a chair, and pulling off his cravat. I'm wrong, and you are right, my beautiful Flavie. And on the next occasion, my dear old sheep, said the sly creature, tapping her husband's cheek, you must try to be polite to that young lawyer. He is a schemer, and we had better have him on our side. He is playing comedy. Well, play comedy with him, be his dupe. Apparently, if he proves to have talent, if he has a future before him, make a friend of him. Do you think I want to see you forever in the mayor's office? Come, wife, Colville, said the former clarionet, tapping his knee to indicate the place he wished his wife to take, let us warm our toes and talk. When I look at you, I am more than ever convinced that the youth of women is in their figure and in their heart. Well, both, assented Colville, waist slender, heart solid. No, you old stupid deep. What is good about you is that you have kept your fairness without growing fat, but the fact is you have such tiny bones, Flavie. It is a fact that if I had life to live over again, I shouldn't wish for any other wife than you. You know very well I have always preferred you to others. How unlucky that Monseigneur is dead. Do you know what I covet for you? Know what? Some office at the Hôtel de Villiers, office worth 12,000 francs a year, cashier, or something of that kind, either there, or at Poissy in the municipal department, or else as manufacturer of musical instruments. Any one of them would suit me. Well then, if that queer barrister has power, and he certainly has plenty of intrigue, let us manage him. Ill sound him, leave me to do the thing, and above all don't thwart his game at the Thuiliers. Theodose had laid a finger on a sore spot in Flavie Colleville's heart, and this requires an explanation which may perhaps have the value of a synthetic glance at women's life. At 40 years of age, a woman, above all if she has tasted the poisoned apple of passion, undergoes a solemn shock. She sees 2 deaths before her, that of the body and that of the heart, dividing women into 2 great categories which respond to the common ideas, and calling them either virtuous or guilty. It is allowable to say that after that fatal period they both suffer pangs of terrible intensity. If virtuous and disappointed in the deepest hopes of their nature, they have had the courage to submit. Whether they have buried their revolt in their hearts, or at the foot of the altar, they never admit to themselves that all is over for them without horror, that thought has such strange and diabolical depths, that in it lies the reason of some of those apostasies which have at times amazed the world, and horrified it. If guilty women of that age fall into one of several delirious conditions, which often turn, alas, to madness, or end in suicide, or terminate, in some with passion greater than the situation itself. The following is the dalmatic meaning of this crisis: either they have known happiness, known it in a virtuous life, and are unable to breathe in any air but that surcharged with incense, or act in any but a balmy atmosphere of flattery and worship. If so, how is it possible to renounce either? By a phenomenon less rare than singular, they have found only wearying pleasures, while seeking for the happiness that escaped them, sustained in that eager chase by the irritating satisfactions of vanity, clinging to the game like a gambler to his double or quits, for to them these last days of beauty are their last stake against despair. You have been loved but never adored. That speech of Theodose, accompanied by a look which read not into her heart, but into her life, was the keynote to her enigma, and Flavie felt herself divined. The lawyer had merely repeated ideas which literature has rendered trivial, but what matter where the whip comes from, or how it is made, if it touches the sensitive spot of a horse's hide? The emotion was in Flavie, not in the speech, just as the noise is not in the avalanche, though it produces it. A young officer, 2 fops, a banker, a clumsy youth, and Colville were poor attempts at happiness once in her life. Madame Colville had dreamed of it, but never attained it. Death had hastened to put an end to the only passion in which she had found a charm for the last 2 years. She had listened to the voice of religion, which told her that neither the church nor its votaries should talk of love or happiness, but of duty and resignation, that the only happiness lay in the satisfaction of fulfilling painful and costly duties, the rewards for which were not in this world. All the same, however, she was conscious of another clamouring voice, but inasmuch as her religion was only a mask which it suited her to wear, and not a conversion, she did not lay it aside, thinking it a resource, believing also that piety, false or true, was a becoming manner in which to meet her future. She continued in the church, as though it were the crossroads of a forest, where, seated on a bench, she read the signposts, and waited for some lucky chance, feeling all the while that night was coming on. Thus it happened that her interest was keenly excited, when Theodose put her secret condition of mind into words, seeming to promise her the realization of her castle in the air, already built, and overthrown some 6 or 8 times. From the beginning of the winter, she had noticed that Theodose was examining and studying her, though cautiously and secretly. More than once she had put on her grey moire silk, with its black lace, and her head-dress of Mechlin, with a few flowers, in order to appear to her best advantage, and men know very well, when a toilet has been made to please them, the old beau of the empire, that handsome Thulia overwhelmed her with compliments, assuring her she was queen of the salon, but La Pérade said infinitely more to the purpose by a look. Flavie had expected Sunday after Sunday a declaration, saying to herself at times, "He knows I am ruined, and haven't a sou. Perhaps he is really pious." Theodose did nothing rashly. Like a wise musician, he had marked the place in his symphony where he intended to tap his drum. When he saw Colville attempting to warn Thulia against him, he fired his broadside, cleverly prepared. During the 3 or 4 months in which he had been studying Flavie, he now succeeded with her, as he had earlier in the day succeeded with Thulia. While getting into bed, Theodose said to himself, "The wife is on my side, the husband can't endure me. They are now quarrelling, and I shall get the better of it, for she does what she likes with that man." The lawyer was mistaken. In one thing there was no dispute whatever, and Colville was sleeping peacefully beside his dear little Flavie, while she was saying to herself, "Certainly Theodose must be a superior man." Many men like La Pérade derive their superiority from the audacity or the difficulty of an enterprise. The strength they display increases their muscular power, and they spend it freely. Then, when success is won or defeat is met, the public is astonished to find how small, exhausted, and puny those men really are. After casting into the minds of the 2 persons on whom Celeste's fate chiefly depended an interest and curiosity that were almost feverish, Theodose pretended to be a very busy man. For 5 or 6 days he was out of the house from morning till night in order not to meet Flavie until the time when her interest should increase to the point of overstepping conventionality, and also in order to force the handsome Thulia to come and fetch him. The following Sunday he felt certain he should find Madame Colville at church. He was not mistaken, for they came out each of them at the same moment, and met at the corner of the Rue des Deux Églises. Theodose offered his arm, which Flavie accepted, leaving her daughter to walk in front with her brother. Anatole, this youngest child, then about 12 years old, being destined for the seminary, was now at the Barnial Institute, where he obtained an elementary education. Barnial, the son-in-law of the Felions, was naturally making the tuition fees light, with a view to the hoped-for alliance between Felix and Celeste. "Have you done me the honor and favor of thinking over what I said to you so badly the other day?" asked the lawyer in a caressing tone, pressing the lady's arm to his heart, with a movement both soft and strong, for he seemed to wish to restrain himself, and appear respectful in spite of his evident eagerness. "Do not misunderstand my intentions," he continued, after receiving from Madame Colville one of those looks which women trained to the management of passion know how to give, a look that by mere expression can convey both severe rebuke and secret community of sentiment. "I love you, as we love a noble nature struggling against misfortune. Christian charity enfolds both the strong and the weak. Its treasure belongs to both, refined, graceful, elegant, as you are made to be an ornament of the highest society. What man could see you without feeling an immense compassion in his heart, buried here among these odious bourgeois who know nothing of you, not even the aristocratic value of a single one of your attitudes, or those enchanting inflections of your voice? Ah, if I were only rich, if I had power, your husband, who is certainly a good fellow, should be made vice-virgineral, and you yourself could get him elected deputy. But alas, poor ambitious man, my first duty is to silence my ambition, knowing myself at the bottom of the bag like the last number in a family lottery. I can only offer you my arm, and not my heart. I hope all from a good marriage, and believe me, I shall make my wife not only happy, but I shall make her one of the first in the land, receiving from her the means of success. It is so fine a day. Will you not take a turn in the Luxembourg?" he added as they reached the Rue d'Enfer at the corner of Carleville's house, opposite to which was a passage leading to the gardens, by the stairway of a little building, the last remains of the famous convent of the Chartreux. The soft yielding of the arm within his own indicated a tacit consent to this proposal, and as Flavie deserved the honor of a sort of enthusiasm, he drew her vehemently along, exclaiming, "Come, we may never have so good a moment, but see," he added, "there is your husband at the window looking at us. Let us walk slowly." "You have nothing to fear from Monsieur Colville," said Flavie, smiling. "He leaves me mistress of my own actions." "Ah, here indeed is the woman I have dreamed of," cried the Provençal with that ecstasy that inflames the soul only, and in tones that issue only from southern lips. "Pardon me, madame," he said, recovering himself, and returning from an upper sphere to the exiled angel, whom he looked at Piausle. "Pardon me. I abandon what I was saying, but how can a man help feeling for the sorrows he has known himself, when he sees them the lot of a being to whom life should bring only joy and happiness? Your sufferings are mine. I am no more in my right place than you are in yours. The same misfortune has made us brother and sister. Ah, dear Flavie, the first day it was granted to me to see you last Sunday in September 1830, you were very beautiful. I shall often recall you to memory in that pretty little gown of mousseline de laine of the colour of some Scottish tartan. That day I said to myself, why is that woman so often at the Thuiliers? Above all, why did she ever have intimate relations with Thuilier himself? Monsieur, said Flavie, alarmed at the singular course La Peyrade was giving to the conversation. I know all, he cried, accompanying the words with a shrug of his shoulders. I explain it all to my own mind, and I do not respect you less you now have to gather the fruits of your sin, and I will help you. Celeste will be very rich, and in that lies your own future. You can have only one son-in-law. Chose him wisely. An ambitious man might become a minister, but you would humble your daughter and make her miserable. And if such a man lost his place and fortune, he could never recover it. Yes, I love you, he continued. I love you with an unlimited affection. You are far above the mass of petty considerations in which silly women entangle themselves. Let us understand each other. Flavie was bewildered. She was, however, awake to the extreme frankness of such language, and she said to herself, he is not a secret manoeuvre. Certainly, moreover, she admitted to her own mind that no one had ever so deeply stirred and excited her as this young man. Monsieur, she said, I do not know who could have put into your mind so great an error as to my life, nor by what right you— Ah, pardon me, madame, interrupted the Provençal with a coolness that smacked of contempt. I must have dreamed it. I said to myself, she is all that, but I see I was judging from the outside. I know now why you are living, and will always live on a fourth floor in the Rue d'Enfer. And he pointed his speech with an energetic gesture toward the Colville windows, which could be seen through the passage from the alley of the Luxembourg, where they were walking alone in that immense tract trodden by so many and various young ambitions. I have been frank, and I expected reciprocity, resumed Théodose. I myself have had days without food, madame. I have managed to live, pursue my studies, obtain my degree, with 2,000 francs for my sole dependence, and I entered Paris through the Barrière d'Italie with 500 francs in my pocket, firmly resolved, like one of my compatriots, to become some day one of the foremost men of our country, the man who has often picked his food from baskets of scraps, where the restaurateurs put their refuse, which are emptied at 6 o'clock every morning. That man is not likely to recall before any means valuable, of course. Well, do you think me the friend of the people? He said, smiling. One has to have a speaking trumpet to reach the ear of fame. She doesn't listen if you speak with your lips, and without fame of what use is talent? The poor man's advocate means to be some day the advocate of the rich. Is that plain speaking? Don't I open my inmost being to you? Then open your heart to me. Say to me, let us be friends, and the day will come when we shall both be happy. Good heavens, why did I ever come here? Why did I ever take your arm? Cried Flavie. Because it is in your destiny, he replied. Ah, my dear beloved Flavie, he added, again pressing her arm upon his heart, did you expect to hear the vulgarities of love from me? We are brother and sister, that is all. And he led her towards the passage to return to the Rue d'Enfer. Flavie felt a sort of terror in the depths of the contentment which all women find in violent emotions, and she took that terror for the sort of fear which a new passion always excites. But for all that she felt, she was fascinated, and she walked along in absolute silence. What are you thinking of? Asked Théodose, when they reached the middle of the passage. Of what you have just said to me, she answered. At our age, he said, it is best to suppress preliminaries. We are not children. We both belong to a sphere in which we should understand each other. Remember this, he added as they reached the Rue d'Enfer. I am wholly yours. So saying, he bowed low to her. The iron's in the fire now, he thought to himself, as he watched his giddy prey on her way home. Chapter Romans 6a keynote. When Theodos reached home, he found waiting for him on the landing a personage, who is as it were the submarine current of this history. He will be found within it, like some buried church on which has risen the facade of a palace. The sight of this man who, after vainly ringing at La Peyrade's door, was now trying that of Dutoc, made the provincial barrister tremble but secretly within himself, not betraying externally his inward emotion. This man was Cerizet, whom Dutoc had mentioned to Thulia as his copying clerk. Cerizet was only 38 years old, but he looked a man of 50, so aged had he become from causes which age all men. His hairless head had a yellow skull ill-covered by a rusty discoloured wig. The mask of his face, pale, flabby, and unnaturally rough, seemed the more horrible because the nose was eaten away, though not sufficiently to admit of its being replaced, by a false one. From the spring of this nose at the forehead down to the nostrils, it remained as nature had made it, but disease, after gnawing away the sides near the extremities, had left 2 holes of fantastic shape, which vitiated pronunciation and hampered speech. The eyes, originally handsome, but weakened by misery of all kinds, and by sleepless nights, were red around the edges, and deeply sunken. The glance of those eyes, when the soul sent into them an expression of malignancy, would have frightened both judges and criminals, or any others, whom nothing usually affrights. The mouth, toothless except for a few black fangs, was threatening. The saliva made a foam within it, which did not however pass the pale, thin lips. Cerizet, a short man less spare than shrunken, endeavoured to remedy the defects of his person by his clothes, and although his garments were not those of opulence, he kept them in a condition of neatness which may even have increased his forlorn appearance. Everything about him seemed dubious: his age, his nose, his glance inspired doubt. It was impossible to know if he were 38 or 60, if his faded blue trousers, which fitted him well, were of a coming or a past fashion, his boots worn at the heels, but scrupulously blacked, resoled for the 3rd time, and very choice originally, may have trodden in their day a ministerial carpet, the frock coat soaked by many a downpour with its Brandenburgs, the frogs of which were indiscreet enough to show their skeletons, testified by its cut to departed elegance. The satin stock cravat fortunately concealed the shirt, but the tongue of the buckle behind the neck had frayed the satin, which was resatined, that is, repolished by a species of oil distilled from the wig, in the days of its youth. The waistcoat was not, of course, without freshness, but it was one of those waistcoats bought for 4 francs which come from the hooks of the ready-made clothing dealer. All these things were carefully brushed, and so was the shiny and misshapen hat. They harmonized with each other, even to the black gloves, which covered the hands of this subaltern Mephistopheles, whose whole anterior life may be summed up in a single phrase. He was an artist in evil, with whom from the first evil had succeeded a man, misled by these early successes, to continue the plotting of infamous deeds within the lines of strict legality, becoming the head of a printing office. By betraying his master, see Lost Illusions, he had afterwards been condemned to imprisonment. As editor of a liberal newspaper in the provinces under the Restoration, he became the bête noire of the government, and was called that unfortunate Cerizet by some, as people spoke of the unfortunate Chauvet, and the heroic Mercier. He owed to this reputation of persecuted patriotism a place as subprefect in 1830. 6 months later, he was dismissed, but he insisted that he was judged without being heard, and he made so much talk about it that, under the ministry of Casimir Perier, he became the editor of an anti-republican newspaper in the pay of the government. He left that position to go into business, one phase of which was the most nefarious stock company that ever fell into the hands of the correctional police. Cerizet proudly accepted the severe sentence he received, declaring it to be a revengeful plot on the part of the Republicans, who he said would never forgive him for the hard blows he had dealt them. In his journal, he spent the time of his imprisonment in a hospital. The government by this time were ashamed of a man whose almost infamous habits and shameful business transactions, carried on in company with a former banker named Clapperin, led him at last into well-deserved public contempt. Cerizet, thus fallen step by step to the lowest rung of the social ladder, had recourse to pity in order to obtain the place of copying clerk in Dudoc's office. In the depths of his wretchedness, the man still dreamed of revenge, and as he had nothing to lose, he employed all means to that end. Dudoc and himself were bound together in depravity. Cerizet was to Dudoc what the hound is the huntsman. Knowing himself the necessities of poverty and wretchedness, he set up that business of gutter usury called in popular parlance the loan by the little week. He began this at first by help of Dudoc, who shared the profits, but at the present moment, This man of many legal crimes, now the banker of fishwives, the moneylender of costermongers, was the gnawing rodent of the whole faubourg. Well said Cerizet as Dutarch opened his door. Theodos has just come in, let us go to his room. The advocate of the poor was fain to allow the two men to pass before him. All three crossed a little room, the tiled floor of which covered with a coating of red encaustic shone, in the light thence into a little salon with crimson curtains and mahogany furniture, covered with red Utrecht velvet, the wall opposite the window being occupied by bookshelves, containing a legal library. The chimney-piece was covered with vulgar ornaments, a clock, with 4 columns in mahogany and candelabra. Under glass shades the study where the 3 men seated themselves before a soft coal fire was the study of a lawyer just beginning to practice. The furniture consisted of a desk, an armchair, little curtains of green silk at the windows, a green carpet, shelves for lawyers' boxes, and a couch above which hung an ivory Christ on a velvet background. The bedroom, kitchen, and rest of the apartment looked out upon the courtyard. Well said Cerizet, how are things going? Are we getting on? Yes, replied Theodos. You must admit, cried Dutarch, that my idea was a famous one, in laying hold of that imbecile of a Thulier. Yes, but I am not behindhand either, exclaimed Cerizet. I have come now to show you a way to put the thumbscrews on the old maid, and make her spin like a teetotum. We mustn't deceive ourselves. Mademoiselle Thulier is the head and front of everything in this affair. If we get her on our side, the town is won. Let us say little, but that little to the point, as becomes strong men with each other. Claparon, you know, is a fool. Hell be all his life what he always was, a catspaw. Just now he is lending his name to a notary in Paris, who is concerned with a lot of contractors, and they are all notary and masonson. The point of ruin. Claparon is going headlong into it. He never yet was bankrupt, but there's a first time for everything. He is hidden now in my hovel in the Rue des Poules, where no one will ever find him. He is desperate, and he hasn't a penny now among the 5 or 6 houses built by these contractors, which have to be sold. There's a jewel of a house built of freestone in the neighbourhood of the Madeleine frontage, laced like a melon with beautiful carvings, but not being finished. It will have to be sold for what it will bring, certainly not more than 100,000 francs. By spending 25,000 francs upon it, it could be let undoubtedly for 10,000. Make Mademoiselle Thulier the proprietor of that house, and you'll win her love. Shall believe that you can put such chances in her way. Every year there are 2 ways of getting hold of vain people: flatter their vanity or threaten them. And there are also 2 ways of managing misers: fill their purse or else attack it. Now this stroke of business, while it does good to Mademoiselle Thulier, does good to us as well, and it would be a pity not to profit by the chance. But why does the notary let it slip through his fingers? Asked Dutarch. The notary, my dear fellow, why, he's the very one who saves us, forced to sell his practice and utterly ruined besides. He reserved for himself this crumb of the cake, believing in the honesty of that idiot Claparon. He has asked him to find a dummy purchaser. Well, let him suppose that Mademoiselle Thulier is a worthy soul, who allows Claparon to use her name Thale. Both be fooled, Claparon and the notary too. I owe this little trick to my friend Claparon, who left me to bear the whole weight of the trouble about his stock company, in which we were tricked by Concharet, and I hope you may never be in that man's skin. He added, infernal hatred flashing from his worn and withered eyes. Now I've said my say, gentlemen, he continued, sending out his voice through his nasal holes, and taking a dramatic attitude. For once, at a moment of extreme penury, he had gone upon the stage. As he finished making his proposition, someone rang at the outer door, and La Peyrade rose to go and open it. As soon as his back was turned, Cerizet said hastily to Dutarch, "Are you sure of him? I see a sort of air about him, and I am a good judge of treachery." "He is so completely in our power," said Dutarch, "that I don't trouble myself to watch. But between ourselves, I didn't think him as strong as he proves to be. The fact is, we thought we were putting a barb between the legs of a man who didn't know how to ride, and the rogue is an old jockey." "Let him take care," growled Cerizet. "I can blow him down like a house of cards any day. As for you, Papa Dutarch, you're able to see him at work all the time. Watch him carefully. Besides, feel his pulse, by getting Claparon to propose to him to get rid of us. That will help us to judge him." "Pretty good that," said Dutarch. "You are daring anyhow." "I've got my hand in, that's all," replied Cerizet. These words were exchanged in a low voice during the time that it took Theodos to go to the outer door and return. Cerizet was looking at the books when the lawyer re-entered the room. "It is Thulier," said Theodos. "I thought he'd come. He is in the salon. He mustn't see Cerizet's frock-coat. Those frogs would frighten him." "Pooh, you receive the poor in your office, don't you? That's in your role. Do you want any money?" added Cerizet, pulling 100 francs out of his trousers, "Park it there, it won't look amiss." And he laid the pile on the chimney-piece. "And now," said Dudok, "we had better get out through the bedroom." "Well, goodbye," said Theodose, opening a hidden door, which communicated from the study to the bedroom. "Come in, Monsieur Thulier," he called out to the beau of the Empire. When he saw him safely in the study, he went to let out his 2 associates through the bedroom and kitchen into the courtyard. "In 6 months," said Cerizet, "you'll have married Celeste, and got your foot into the stirrup. You are lucky you are not to have sat like me in the prisoner's dock. I've been there twice, once in 1825, for subversive articles which I never wrote, and the second time for receiving the profits of a joint stock company which had slipped through my fingers. Come, let's warm this thing up, sac-a-papier, Dudok. And I are sorely in need of that 25,000 francs. Good courage, old fellow," he added, holding out his hand to Theodose, and making the grasp a test of faithfulness. The Provençal gave Cerizet his right hand, pressing the other's hand warmly. "My good fellow," he said, "be very sure that in whatever position I may find myself, I shall never forget that from which you have drawn me by putting me in the saddle. Here I am simply your bait, but you are giving me the best part of the catch, and I should be more infamous than a galley slave who turns policeman if I didn't play fair." As soon as the door was closed, Cerizet peeped through the keyhole, trying to catch sight of La Pérade's face, but the Provençal had turned back to meet Thulier, and his distrustful associate could not detect the expression of his countenance. That expression was neither disgust nor annoyance, it was simply joy appearing on a face that now seemed freed. Theodose saw the means of success approaching him, and he flattered himself that the day would come when he might get rid of his ignoble associates, to whom he owed everything. Poverty has unfathomable depths, especially in Paris' slimy bottoms, from which when a drowned man rises to the surface of the water, he brings with him filth and impurity clinging to his clothes, or to his person. Cerizet, the once opulent friend and protector of Theodose, was the muddy mire still clinging to the Provençal, and the former manager of the joint stock company saw very plainly that his tool wanted to brush himself on entering a sphere where decent clothing was a necessity. "Well, my dear Theodose," began Thulier, "we have hoped to see you every day this week, and every evening we find our hopes deceived, as this is our Sunday for a dinner. My sister and my wife have sent me here to beg you to come to us." "I have been so busy," said Theodose, "that I have not had 2 minutes to give to anyone, not even to you, whom I count among my friends, and with whom I have wished to talk about." "What, have you really been thinking seriously over what you said to me?" cried Thulier, interrupting him. "If you had not come here now for a full understanding, I shouldn't respect you, as I do," replied La Pérade, smiling. "You have been a subdirector, and therefore you must have the remains of ambition, which is deucedly legitimate in your case. Come now, between ourselves, when one sees a Maynard, that gilded pot, displaying himself at the Tuileries, and complimenting the king, and a Popinot about to become a minister of state, and then look at you, a man trained to administrative work, a man with 30 years' experience, who has seen 6 governments left to plant balsams in a little garden. Heavens and earth, I am frank, my dear Thulier, and ill say honestly that I want to advance you, because you'll draw me after you. Well, here's my plan. We are soon to elect a member of the Council General from this arrondissement, and that member must be you." And he added, dwelling on the word, "it will be you. After that you will certainly be deputy from the arrondissement when the chamber is re-elected, which must surely be before long. The votes that elect you to the municipal council will stand by you in the election for deputy, trust me for that." "But how will you manage all this?" cried Thulier, fascinated. "You shall know in good time, but you must let me conduct this long and difficult affair. If you commit the slightest indiscretion as to what is said or planned or agreed between us, I shall have to drop the whole matter, and goodbye to you." "Oh, you can rely on the absolute dumbness of a former subdirector. I've had secrets to keep." "That's all very well, but these are secrets to keep from your wife and sister, and from Monsieur and Madame Colville." "Not a muscle of my face shall reveal them," said Thulier, assuming a stolid air. "Very good," continued Theodose, "I shall test you in order to make yourself eligible. You must pay taxes on a certain amount of property, and you are not paying them." "I beg your pardon, I'm all right for the municipal council at any rate. I pay 2 francs 96 centimes. "Yes, but the tax on property necessary for election to the chamber is 500 francs, and there is no time to lose in acquiring that property, because you must prove possession for 1 year." "The devil," cried Thulier, "between now and a year hence, to be taxed 500 francs on property which, between now and the end of July, at the latest, you must pay that tax. Well, I feel enough interest in you to tell you the secret of an affair, by which you might make from 30 to 40,000 francs a year. By employing a capital of 150,000 at most. I know that in your family, it is your sister who does your business. I am far from thinking that a mistake she has. They tell me excellent judgment, and you must let me begin by obtaining her goodwill and friendship, and proposing this investment to her, and this is why, if Mademoiselle Thulier is not induced to put faith in my plan, we shall certainly have difficulty with her. Besides, it won't do for you to propose to her that she should put the investment of her money in your name. The idea had better come from me. As to my means of getting you elected to the municipal council, they are these: Felion controls 1/4 of the arrondissement. He and Loddiges have lived in it these 30 years, and they are listened to like oracles. I have a friend who controls another 1/4, and the rector of Saint Jacques, who is not without influence, thanks to his virtues, disposes of certain votes. Dudarc in his close relation to the people, and also the justice of peace will help me above all, as I am not acting for myself, and Colville, as secretary of the mayor's office, can certainly manage to obtain another 1/4 of the votes. You are right, cried Thulier, I am elected. Do you think so? Said La Pérade in a voice of the deepest sarcasm. Very good, then go, and ask your friend Colville to help you, and see what hell say. No triumph in election cases is ever brought about by the candidate himself, but by his friends. He should never ask anything himself for himself. He must be invited to accept and appear to be without ambition. La Pérade, cried Thulier, rising, and taking the hand of the young lawyer, you are a very capable man. Not as capable as you, but I have my merits, said the Provençal, smiling. If we succeed, how shall I ever repay you? Asked Thulier naively. Ah, that indeed. I am afraid you will think me impertinent, but remember there is a true feeling in my heart, which offers some excuse for me. In fact, it has given me the spirit to undertake this affair. I love and I take you for my confidant. But who is it? Said Thulier. Your dear little Celeste, replied La Pérade. My love for her will be a pledge to you of my devotion. What would I not do for a father-in-law? This is pure selfishness. I shall be working for myself. Hush, cried Thulier. My friend, said La Pérade, catching Thulier round the body, if I hadn't Flavie on my side, and if I didn't know all, should I venture to be talking to you thus? But please say nothing to Flavie about this. Wait till she speaks to you. Listen to me. I am of the metal that makes ministers. I do not seek to obtain Celeste. Until I deserve her, you shall not be asked to give her to me until the day when your election as a deputy of Paris is assured. In order to be deputy of Paris, we must get the better of Maynard, and in order to crush Maynard, you must keep in your own hands all your means of influence. For that reason use Celeste as a hope. Well, play them off, these people, against each other, and fool them all. Madame Colville, and you and I will be persons of importance. One of these days, don't think me mercenary, I want Celeste without a doubt, with nothing more than her future expectations, to live in your family with you, to keep my wife in your midst. That is my desire. You see now that I have no hidden thoughts. As for you, my dear friend, 6 months after your election to the municipal council, you will have the cross of the Legion of Honor, and when you are deputy you will be made an officer of it. As for your speeches in the chamber, well, write them together. Perhaps it would be desirable for you to write a book, a serious book, on matters half moral and philanthropic, half political, such, for instance, as charitable institutions considered from the highest standpoint, or reforms in the pawning system, the abuses of which are really frightful. Let us fasten some slight distinction to your name. It will help you especially in the arrondissement. Now, I say again, trust me, believe in me. Do not think of taking me into your family until you have the ribbon in your buttonhole on the morrow of the day, when you take your seat in the chamber. Ill do more than that, however ill put you in the way of making 40,000 francs a year. For any one of those 3 things you shall have our Celeste, said Thulier. Ah, what a pearl she is, exclaimed La Pérade, raising his eyes to heaven. I have the weakness to pray to God for her every day. She is charming, she is exactly like Yao. Nonsense. Surely, you needn't caution me. Dudarc told me all. Well, I'll be with you tonight. I must go to the Felions now, and begin to work. Our plan, you don't need me to caution you not to let it be known that you are thinking of me for Celeste. If you do, Yao cut off my arms and legs. Therefore silence, even to Flavie. Wait till she speaks to you herself. Felion shall tonight broach the matter of proposing you as candidate for the council. Tonight, said Thulier. Yes, tonight, replied La Pérade, unless I don't find him at home now. Thulier departed, saying to himself, That's a very superior man. We shall always understand each other. Faith, it might be hard to do better for Celeste. They will live with us as in our own family. And that's a good deal. Yes, he's a fine fellow, a sound man. To minds of Thulier's caliber, a secondary consideration, often assumes the importance of a principal reason Theodose had behaved to him with charming bonhomie. Chapter Romans 7 The worthy Felians. The house to which Theodose de la Peyrade now bent his steps had been the hoc erat in votis of Monsieur Felion for 20 years. It was the house of the Felions just as much as Cereset's frogged coat was the necessary complement of his personality. This dwelling was stuck against the side of a large house, but only to the depth of one room about 20 feet or so, and terminated at each end in a sort of pavilion with one window. Its chief charm was a garden 180 feet square longer than the facade of the house by the width of a courtyard which opened on the street, and a little clump of lindens beyond the second pavilion. The courtyard had between itself and the street an iron railing in the centre of which was a little gate opening in the middle. This building of rouge stone covered with stucco, and 2 stories in height, had received a coat of yellow wash. The blinds were painted green, and so were the shutters on the lower story. The kitchen occupied the ground floor of the pavilion on the courtyard, and the cook, a stout strong girl protected by 2 enormous dogs, performed the functions of portress. The facade, composed of 5 windows, and the 2 pavilions which projected 9 feet, were in the style Felion. Above the door, the master of the house had inserted a tablet of white marble, on which in letters of gold were read the words Aurea media cretas above the sundial, affixed to one panel of the facade. He had also caused to be inscribed this sapient maxim umbra me vita sic. Former windowsills had recently been superseded by sills of red Languedoc marble, found in a marble shop at the bottom of the garden. Could be seen a coloured statue, intended to lead casual observers to imagine that a nurse was carrying a child. The ground floor of the house contained only the salon, and the dining room separated from each other by the well of the staircase, and the landing, which formed a sort of antechamber at the end of the salon in the other pavilion, was a little study occupied by Felion. On the first upper floor were the rooms of the father and mother, and that of the young professor above were the chambers of the children, and the servants for Felion on consideration of his own age, and that of his wife had set up a male domestic aged 15, his son having by that time entered upon his duties of tuition. To right on entering the courtyard were little offices where wood was stored, and where the former proprietor had lodged a porter. The Felions were no doubt awaiting the marriage of their son, to allow themselves that additional luxury. This property, on which the Felions had long had their eye, cost them 18,000 francs in 1831. The house was separated from the courtyard by a balustrade with a base of freestone, and a coping of tiles. This little wall, which was breast-high, was lined with a hedge of Bengal roses, in the middle of which opened a wooden gate opposite, and leading to the large gates on the street. Those who know the cul-de-sac of the Feuillantines will understand that the Felion house, standing at right angles to the street, had a southern exposure, and was protected on the north by the immense wall of the adjoining house, against which the smaller structure was built. The cupola of the Pantheon and that of the Val de Grace looked from there like 2 giants, and so diminished the sky space that walking in the garden one felt cramped and oppressed. No place could be more silent than this blind street. Such was the retreat of the great unknown citizen, who was now tasting the sweets of repose, after discharging his duty to the nation in the Ministry of Finance, from which he had retired as registration clerk. After a service of 36 years in 1832, he had led his battalion of the National Guard to the attack on St. Mary, but his neighbours had previously seen tears in his eyes at the thought of being obliged to fire on misguided Frenchmen. The affair was already decided by the time his legion crossed the Pont Notre Dame at a quick step. After debouching by the flower market, this noble hesitation won him the respect of his whole quarter, but he lost the decoration of the Legion of Honor. His colonel told him in a loud voice that under arms there was no such thing as deliberation, a saying of Louis Philippe to the National Guard of Metz. Nevertheless, the bourgeois virtues of Felion and the great respect in which he was held in his own quarter had kept him major of the battalion for 8 years. He was now nearly 60, and seeing the moment coming when he must lay off the sword and stark, he hoped that the king would deign to reward his services by granting him at last the Legion of Honor. Truth compels us to say, in spite of the stain this pettiness will put upon so fine a character, that Commander Felion rose upon the tips of his toes at the receptions in the Tuileries, and did all that he could to put himself forward, even eyeing the citizen king perpetually when he dined at his table. In short, he intrigued in a dumb sort of way, but had never yet obtained a look in return from the king of his choice. The worthy man had more than once thought, but was not yet decided, to beg Monsieur Maynard to assist him in obtaining his secret desire. Felion, a man of passive obedience, was stoical in the matter of duty and iron in all that touched his conscience. To complete this picture, by a sketch of his person, we must add that at 59 years of age, Felion had thickened, to use a term of the bourgeois vocabulary, his face of one monotonous tone, and pitted with the smallpox had grown to resemble a full moon, so that his lips, formerly large, now seemed of ordinary size. His eyes, much weakened and protected by glasses, no longer showed the innocence of their light blue orbs which in former days had often excited a smile. His white hair now gave gravity to much that 12 years earlier had looked like silliness, and lent itself to ridicule. Time, which does such damage to faces with refined and delicate features, only improves those which in their youth have been coarse and massive. This was the case with Felion. He occupied the leisure of his old age in making an abridgment of the history of France, for Felion was the author of several works adopted by the university. When La Pérade presented himself, the family were all together. Madame Barnial was just telling her mother about one of her babies, which was slightly indisposed. They were dressed in their Sunday clothes, and were sitting before the fireplace of the wainscoted salon, on chairs bought at a bargain. And they all felt an emotion when Geneviève, the cook and portress, announced the personage of whom they were just then speaking in connection with Celeste, whom we must here state Félix Felion loved to the extent of going to Mass to behold her. The learned mathematician had made that effort in the morning, and the family were joking him about it in a pleasant way, hoping in their hearts that Celeste and her parents might understand the treasure that was thus offered to them. Alas, the Thuiliers seem to me infatuated with a very dangerous man, said Madame Felion. He took Madame Colville by the arm this morning after church, and they went together to the Luxembourg. There is something about that lawyer, remarked Félix Felion, that strikes me as sinister. He might be found to have committed some crime, and I shouldn't be surprised. That's going too far, said old Felion. He is cussing Hermine to Tartuffe, that immortal figure cast in bronze by our honest Molière, for Molière, my children, had honesty and patriotism for the basis of his genius. It was at that instant that Geneviève came in to say, there's a Monsieur de la Pérade out there who wants to see Monsieur. To see me, exclaimed Felion. Ask him to come in, he added with that solemnity in little things, which gave him even now a touch of absurdity, though it always impressed his family, which accepted him as king. Felion, his 2 sons and his wife and daughter rose, and received the circular bow made by the lawyer. To what do we owe the honor of your visit, monsieur? Asked Felion stiffly. To your importance in this arrondissement, my dear Monsieur Felion, and to public interests, replied Théodose. Then let us go into my study, said Felion. No, no, my friend, said the rigid Madame Felion, a small woman flat as a flounder, who retained upon her features the grim severity with which she taught music in boarding schools for young ladies. We will leave you. An upright Erard piano placed between the 2 windows and opposite to the fireplace showed the constant occupation of a proficient. Am I so unfortunate as to put you to flight, said Théodose, smiling in a kindly way at the mother. And daughter, you have a delightful retreat here, he continued. You only lack a pretty daughter-in-law to pass the rest of your days in this aurea. Mediocritas, the wish of the Latin poet, surrounded by family joys. Your antecedents, my dear Monsieur Felion, ought surely to win you such rewards, for I am told that you are not only a patriot, but a good citizen. Monsieur, said Felion, embarrassed. Monsieur, I have only done my duty. At the word daughter-in-law uttered by Théodose, Madame Barnial, who resembled her mother as much as one drop of water, is like another, looked at Madame Felion, and at Felix as if she would say, were we mistaken? The desire to talk this incident over carried all 4 personages into the garden, for in March 1840, the weather was spring-like, at least in Paris. Commander, said Théodose as soon as he was alone with Felion, who was always flattered by that title, I have come to speak to you about the election. Yes, true, we are about to nominate a municipal councillor, said Felion, interrupting him. And it is apropos of that candidacy that I have come to disturb your Sunday joys, but perhaps in so doing we shall not go beyond the limits of the family circle. It would be impossible for Felion to be more Felion than Théodose was Felion at that moment. I shall not let you say another word, replied the commander, profiting by the pause made by Théodose, who watched for the effect of his speech. My choice is made. We have had the same idea, exclaimed Théodose. Men of the same character agree, as well as men of the same mind. In this case, I do not believe in that phenomenon, replied Felion. This arrondissement had for its representative in the municipal council the most virtuous of men, as he was the noblest of magistrates. I allude to the late Monsieur Popinot, the deceased judge of the royal courts. When the question of replacing him came up, his nephew, the heir to his benevolence, did not reside in this quarter. He has since, however, purchased, and now occupies the house where his uncle lived in the Rue de la Montagne Sainte Genevieve. He is the physician of the École Polytechnique, and that of our hospitals. He does honor to this quarter for these reasons, and to pay homage in the person of the nephew to the memory of the uncle, we have decided to nominate Dr. Horace Bianchon, member of the Academy of Sciences, as you are aware, and one of the most distinguished young men in the illustrious faculty of Paris. A man is not great in our eyes solely because he is celebrated. To my mind, the late Councillor Popinot was almost another Saint Vincent de Paul. But a doctor is not an administrator, replied Theodose, and besides, I have come to ask your vote for a man to whom your dearest interests require that you should sacrifice a predilection, which after all is quite unimportant to the public welfare. Monsieur, cried Felion, rising and striking an attitude like that of Lafon in La Gloria, do you despise me sufficiently to suppose that my personal interests could ever influence my political conscience when a matter concerns the public welfare? I am a citizen, nothing more and nothing less. Theodose smiled to himself at the thought of the battle which was now to take place between the father and the citizen. Do not bind yourself to your present ideas, I entreat you, he said, for this matter concerns the happiness of your dear Felix. What do you mean by those words? Asked Felion, stopping short in the middle of the salon, and posing with his hand thrust through the bosom of his waistcoat from right to left in the well-known attitude of Odelin Barrett. I have come in behalf of our mutual friend, the worthy and excellent Monsieur Thulier, whose influence on the destiny of that beautiful Celeste Colville must be well known to you if, as I think, your son, whose merits are incontestable, and of whom both families may well be proud, if I say he is courting Celeste with a view to a marriage, in which all expediencies may be combined. You cannot do more to promote that end than to obtain Thulier's eternal gratitude, by proposing your worthy friend to the suffrages of your fellow citizens. As for me, though I have lately come into the quarter, I can, thanks to the influence I enjoy through certain legal benefits done to the poor, materially advance his interests. I might perhaps have put myself forward for this position, but serving the poor brings in but little money, and besides, the modesty of my life is out of keeping with such distinctions. I have devoted myself, monsieur, to the service of the weak, like the late Councillor Popinot, a sublime man, as you justly remarked. If I had not already chosen a career which is in some sort monastic, and precludes all idea of marriage and public office, my taste, my second vocation would lead me to the service of God, to the church. I do not trumpet what I do like the philanthropists, I do not write about it, I simply act. I am pledged to Christian charity. The ambition of our friend Thulier becoming known to me, I have wished to contribute to the happiness of two young people who seem to me made for each other, by suggesting to you the means of winning the rather cold heart of Monsieur Thulier. Felion was bewildered by this tirade, admirably delivered. He was dazzled, attracted, but he remained Felion. He walked up to the lawyer and held out his hand, which La Peyrade took. Monsieur, said the commander with emotion, I have misjudged you. What you have done me the honor to confide to me will die there, laying his hand on his heart. You are one of the men of whom we have too few men who console us for many evils inherent in our social state. Righteousness is seen so seldom that our too feeble natures distrust appearances. You have in me a friend, if you will allow me the honor of assuming that title, but you must learn to know me, monsieur. I should lose my own esteem if I nominated Thulier. No, my son shall never own his happiness to an evil action on his father's part. I shall not change my candidate, because my son's interests demand it. That is civic virtue, monsieur. La Peyrade pulled out his handkerchief and rubbed it in his eye, so that it drew a tear, as he said, holding out his hand to Felion and turning aside his head. Ah, monsieur, how sublime a struggle between public and private duty! Had I come here only to see this sight, my visit would not have been wasted. You cannot do otherwise in your place. I should do the same. You are that noblest thing that God has made, a righteous man, a citizen of the Jean-Jacques type, with many such citizens. O France, my country, what mightest thou become? It is I, monsieur, who solicit humbly the honor to be your friend. What can be happening? Said Madame Felion, watching the scene through the window. Do see your father and that horrid man embracing each other. Felion and La Peyrade now came out and joined the family in the garden. My dear Felix, said the old man, pointing to La Peyrade, who was bowing to Madame Felion, be very grateful to that admirable young man. He will prove most useful to you. The lawyer walked for about 5 minutes with Madame Barnial and Madame Felion beneath the leafless lindens, and gave them in consequence of the embarrassing circumstances created by Felian's political obstinacy, a piece of advice the effects of which were to bear fruit that evening, while its first result was to make both ladies admire his talents, his frankness, and his inappreciable good qualities. When the lawyer departed, the whole family conducted him to the street gate, and all eyes followed him until he had turned the corner of the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Jacques. Madame Felian then took the arm of her husband to return to the salon, saying, "Hey, my friend, what does this mean? You such a good father, how can you from excessive delicacy stand in the way of such a fine marriage for our Felix?" "My dear," replied Felian, "the great men of antiquity, Brutus and others, were never fathers when called upon to be citizens. The bourgeoisie has even more than the aristocracy, whose place it has been called upon to take the obligations of the highest virtues. Monsieur de Saint-Hilaire did not think of his lost arm in presence of the tyranny. We must give proof of our worthiness. Let us give it at every state of the social hierarchy. Shall I instruct my family in the highest civic principles, only to ignore them myself at the moment for applying them? No, my dear, weep if you must today, but tomorrow you will respect me," he added, seeing tears in the eyes of his starched better half. These noble words were said on the sill of the door, above which was written Aurea Mediocritas. "I ought to have put et digna," added Felian, pointing to the tablet, "but those two words would imply self-praise." "Father," said Marie Theodore Felian, the future engineer of Ponts et Chaussées, when the family were once more seated in the salon, "it seems to me that there is nothing dishonorable in changing one's determination about a choice which is of no real consequence to public welfare." "No consequence, my son," cried Felian. "Between ourselves, I will say, and Felix shares my opinion, Monsieur Thulier is absolutely without capacity. He knows nothing. Monsieur Horace Bianchon is an able man. He will obtain 1,000 things for our arrondissement, and Thulier will obtain none. Remember this, my son. To change a good determination for a bad one from motives of self-interest is one of those infamous actions which escape the control of men, but are punished by God. I think I am void of all blame before my conscience, and I owe it to you, my children, to leave my memory unstained among you. Nothing, therefore, can make me change my determination." "Oh, my good father," cried the little Barniol woman, flinging herself on a cushion at Felian's knees, "don't ride your high horse. There are many fools and idiots in the municipal council, and France gets along all the same. That old Thulier will adopt the opinions of those about him. Do reflect that Celeste will probably have 500,000 francs." "She might have millions," said Felian, "and I might see them there at my feet before I would propose Thulier, when I owe to the memory of the best of men to nominate, if possible, Horace Bianchon, his nephew from the heaven above us. Popinot is contemplating and applauding me," cried Felian with exultation. "It is by such considerations as you suggest that France is being lowered, and the bourgeoisie are bringing themselves into contempt." "My father is right," said Felix, coming out of a deep reverie. "He deserves our respect and love, as he has throughout the whole course of his modest and honored life. I would not owe my happiness either to remorse in his noble soul, or to a low political bargain. I love Celeste as I love my own family, but above all that I place my father's honor, and since this question is a matter of conscience with him, it must not be spoken of again." Felian, with his eyes full of tears, went up to his eldest son, and took him in his arms, saying, my son," in a choking voice. "All that is nonsense," whispered Madame Felian in Madame Barniol's ear. "Come and dress me. I shall make an end of this. I know your father. He has put his foot down now, to carry out the plan that pious young man Theodose suggested. I want your help. Hold yourself ready to give it, my daughter." At this moment Genevieve came in and gave a letter to Monsieur Felian. "An invitation for dinner today, for Madame Felian and Felix and myself, at the Thuiliers," he said. The magnificent and surprising idea of Thuilier's municipal advancement, put forth by the advocate of the poor, was not less upsetting in the Thuilier household than it was in the Felian salon. Jerome Thuilier, without actually confiding anything to his sister, for he made it a point of honor to obey his Mephistopheles, had rushed to her in great excitement to say, "My dearest girl," he always touched her heart with those caressing words, "we shall have some bigwigs at dinner today. I am going to ask the Maynards, therefore take pains about your dinner. I have written to Monsieur and Madame Felian. It is rather late, but there's no need of ceremony with them. As for the Maynards, I must throw a little dust in their eyes. I have a particular need of them. 4 Maynards, 3 Felians, 4 Carlevilles, and ourselves, that makes 13. La Parade 14, and it is worthwhile to invite Dudac. He may be useful to us. I'll go up and see him." "What are you scheming?" cried his sister. 15 to dinner. There's 40 francs at the very least waltzing off. You won't regret them, my dearest. I want you to be particularly agreeable to our young friend La Perade. There's a friend indeed, you'll soon have proofs of that, if you love me cosset him well. So saying he departed, leaving Bridget bewildered. Proofs indeed, yes, ill look out for proofs. She said I am not to be caught with fine words, not I. He is an amiable fellow, but before I take him into my heart, I shall study him a little closer. After inviting Duduc, Thulia, having bedizened himself, went to the Hotel Maynard, Rue des Macons, Sorbonne, to capture the stout Zélie, and gloss over the shortness of the invitation. Maynard had purchased one of those large and sumptuous habitations which the old religious orders built about the Sorbonne, and as Thulia mounted the broad stone steps with an iron balustrade that proved how arts of the second class flourished under Louis Roman XIII, he envied both the mansion and its occupant, the mayor. This vast building, standing between a courtyard and garden, is noticeable as a specimen of the style, both noble and elegant, of the reign of Louis Roman XIII, coming singularly, as it did, between the bad taste of the expiring Renaissance and the heavy grandeur of Louis Roman XIV at its dawn. This transition period is shown in many public buildings, the massive scrollwork of several facades, that of the Sorbonne, for instance, and columns, rectified according to the rules of Grecian art, were beginning to appear in this architecture. A grocer, a lucky adulterator, now took the place of the former ecclesiastical governor of an institution called in former times l'Economat, an establishment connected with the general agency of the old French clergy, and founded by the long-sighted genius of Richelieu. Thulia's name opened for him the doors of the salon, where sat, enthroned in velvet and gold, amid the most magnificent chinceries, the poor woman who weighed with all her avoirdupois on the hearts and minds of princes and princesses at the popular balls of the palace. "Isn't she a good subject for la caricature?" said a so-called lady of the bedchamber to a duchess who could hardly help laughing at the aspect of Zélie, glittering with diamonds, red as a poppy squeezed into a gold brocade, and rolling along like the casts of her former shop. "Will you pardon me, fair lady," began Thulia, twisting his body and pausing in pose number 2 of his imperial repertory, "for having allowed this invitation to remain in my desk, thinking all the while that it was sent. It is for today, but perhaps I am too late." Zélie examined her husband's face as he approached them to receive Thulia, then she said, "We intended to drive into the country and dine at some chance restaurant, but well give up that idea, and all the more readily, because in my opinion it is getting devilishly vulgar to drive out of Paris on Sundays. We will have a little dance to the piano, for the young people, if enough come, as I hope. They will. I have sent a line to Félien, whose wife is intimate with Madame Pran, the successor." "Successoress," interrupted Madame Maynard. "No," said Thulia, "it ought to be successoress, just as we say mayoress, dropping the O, you know." "Is it full dress?" asked Madame Maynard. "Heavens, no," replied Thulia, "you would get me finely scolded by my sister. No, it is only a family party under the Empire, Madame. We all devoted ourselves to dancing at that great epoch of our national life. They thought as much of a fine dancer as they did of a good soldier. Nowadays the country is so matter-of-fact." "Well, we won't talk politics," said the mayor, smiling. "The king is grand, he is very able. I have a deep admiration for my own time, and for the institutions which we have given to ourselves. The king, you may be sure, knows very well what he is doing by the development of industries. He is struggling hand to hand against England, and we are doing him more harm during this fruitful peace than all the wars of the empire would have done." "What a deputy Maynard would make," cried Zélie naively. "He practices speechifying at home. You'll help us to get him elected, won't you, Thulia?" "We won't talk politics now," replied Thulia. "Come at 5. "Will that little Vinet be there?" asked Maynard. "He comes no doubt for Celeste." "Then he may go into mourning," replied Thulia. "Bridget won't hear of him." Zélie and Maynard exchanged a smile of satisfaction. "To think that we must hobnob with such common people, all for the sake of our son," cried Zélie, when Thulia was safely down the staircase to which the mayor had accompanied him. "Ha, he thinks to be deputy," thought Thulia, as he walked away. "These grocers, nothing satisfies them. Heavens, what would Napoleon say if he could see the government in the hands of such people? I am a trained administrator, at any rate. What a competitor, to be sure. I wonder what La Perade will say." The ambitious Expo now went to invite the whole Laudiges family for the evening, after which he went to the Collivilles to make sure that Celeste should wear a becoming gown. He found Flavie rather pensive. She hesitated about coming, but Thulia overcame her indecision. "My old and ever young friend," he said, taking her round the waist, for she was alone in her little salon, "I won't have any secret from you. A great affair is in the wind for me. I can't tell you more than that, but I can ask you to be particularly charming to a certain young man." "Who is it?" "La Peyrade." "Why, Charles, he holds my future in his hands. Besides, he's a man of genius. I know what that is. He's got this sort of thing." And Thulia made the gesture of a dentist, pulling out a back tooth. "We must bind him to us, Flavie. But above all, don't let him see his power. As for me, I shall just give and take with him." "Do you want me to be coquettish?" "Not too much so, my angel," replied Thulia with a foppish air. And he departed, not observing the stupor which overcame Flavie. "That young man is a power," she said to herself. "Well, we shall see." For these reasons, she dressed her hair with marabouts, put on her prettiest gown of grey and pink, which allowed her fine shoulders to be seen beneath a pelerine of black lace, and took care to keep Celeste in a little silk frock made with a yoke and a large plaited collarette, telling her to dress her hair plainly, a lob. Chapter Roman 8 Ad Majorum Theodosis Gloriam. At 4:30 Theodos was at his post. He had put on his vacant, half-servile manner and soft voice, and he drew Thulia at once into the garden. "My friend," he said, "I don't doubt your triumph, but I feel the necessity of again warning you to be absolutely silent. If you are questioned about anything, especially about Celeste, make evasive answers, which will keep your questioners in suspense. You must have learned how to do that in a government office." "I understand," said Thulia, "but what certainty have you?" "You'll see what a fine dessert I have prepared for you. But please be modest. There come the Maynards. Let me pipe to them. Bring them out here, and then disappear yourself." After the first salutations, La Peyrade was careful to keep close to the mayor, and presently, at an opportune moment, he drew him aside to say, "Monsieur le Maire, a man of your political importance doesn't come to bore himself in a house of this kind, without an object. I don't want to fathom your motive, which, indeed, I have no right to own. My part in this world is certainly not to mingle with earthly powers, but please pardon my apparent presumption, and deign to listen to a piece of advice which I shall venture to give you. If I do you a service today, you are in a position to return it to me tomorrow. Therefore, in case I should be so fortunate as to do you a good turn, I am really only obeying the law of self-interest. Our friend Thulia is in despair at being a nobody. He has taken it into his head that he wants to become a personage in this arrondissement." Exclaimed Maynard. "Oh, nothing very exalted. He wants to be elected to the municipal council. Now I know that Felion, seeing the influence such a service would have on his family interests, intends to propose your poor friend as candidate. Well, perhaps you might think it wise in your own interests to be beforehand with him. Thulia's nomination could only be favourable for you, I mean agreeable, and he'll fill his place in the council. Very well, there are some there who are not as strong as he. Besides, owing to his place to your support, he will see with your eyes. He already looks to you as one of the lights of the town." "My dear fellow, I thank you very much," replied Maynard. "You are doing me a service I cannot sufficiently acknowledge, and which proves to me that I don't like those Felions," said La Peyrade, taking advantage of a slight hesitation on the part of the mayor, who feared to express an idea in which the lawyer might see contempt. "I hate people who make capital out of their honesty, and coin money from fine sentiments." "You know them well," said Maynard. "They are sycophants. That man's whole life for the last 10 years is explained by this bit of red ribbon," added the mayor, pointing to his own buttonhole. "Take care," said the lawyer. "His son is in love with Celeste, and he's fairly in the heart of the family." "Yes, but my son has 12,000 a year in his own right." "Oh," said Theodos with a start, "Mademoiselle Bridget was saying the other day that she wanted at least as much as that in Celeste's suitor. Moreover, 6 months hence, you'll probably hear that Thulia has a property worth 40,000 francs a year." "The devil! Well, I thought as much. Yes, certainly, he shall be made a member of the municipal council." "In any case, don't say anything about me to him," said the advocate of the poor, who now hastened away to speak to Madame Felion. "Well, my fair lady," he said when he reached her, "have you succeeded?" "I waited till 4 o'clock, and then that worthy and excellent man would not let me finish what I had to say. He is much too busy to accept such an office, and he sent a letter which Monsieur Felion has read, saying that he, Dr. Bianchon, thanked him for his good intentions, and assured him that his own candidate was Monsieur Thulia. He said that he should use all his influence in his favour, and begged my husband to do the same." "And what did your excellent husband say?" I have done my duty, he said. I have not been false to my conscience, and now I am all for Thulia. Well then, the thing is settled, said La Pérade. Ignore my visit, and take all the credit of the idea to yourselves. Then he went to Madame Colville, composing himself in the attitude and manner of the deepest respect. Madame, he said, have the goodness to send out to me here that kindly Papa Colville. A surprise is to be given to Monsieur Thulia, and I want Monsieur Colville to be in the secret. While La Pérade played the part of man of the world with Colville, and allowed himself various witty sarcasms when explaining to him Thulia's candidacy, telling him he ought to support it, if only to exhibit his incapacity, Flavie was listening in the salon to the following conversation, which bewildered her for the moment and made her ears ring. I should like to know what Monsieur Colville and Monsieur de La Pérade can be saying to each other to make them laugh like that, said Madame Thulia, foolishly looking out of the window. A lot of improper things, as men always do when they talk together, replied Mademoiselle Thulia, who often attacked men with the sort of instinct natural to old maids. No, they are incapable of that, said Félien gravely. Monsieur de La Pérade is one of the most virtuous young men I have ever met. People know what I think of Felix. Well, I put the two on the same line. Indeed, I wish my son had a little more of Monsieur de La Pérade's beautiful piety. You are right, he is a man of great merit, who is sure to succeed, said Maynard. As for me, my suffrage for, I really ought not to say protectionnaire his. He pays more for oil than for bread, said Dudarc. I know that. His mother, if he has the happiness to still possess her, must be proud of him, remarked Madame Thulia sententiously. He is a real treasure for us, said Thulia. If you only knew how modest he is, he doesn't do himself justice. I can answer for one thing, added Dudarc. No young man ever maintained a nobler attitude in poverty. He triumphed over it, but he suffered. It is easy to see that. Poor young man, cried Zélie, such things make my heart ache. Anyone could safely trust both secrets and fortune to him, said Thulia, and in these days that is the finest thing that can be said of a man. It is Colville who is making him laugh, cried Dudarc. Just then Colville and La Pérade returned from the garden, the very best friends in the world. Messieurs, said Brigitte, the soup, and the king must never be kept waiting. Give your hand to the ladies. 5 minutes after this little pleasantry, issuing from the lodge of her father, the porter Brigitte had the satisfaction of seeing her table, surrounded by the principal personages of this drama. The rest, with the one exception of the odious Cerizet, arrived later. The portrait of the former maker of canvas money-bags would be incomplete if we omitted to give a description of one of her best dinners. The physiognomy of the bourgeois cook of 1840 is moreover one of those details essentially necessary to a history of manners and customs, and clever housewives may find some lessons in it. A woman doesn't make empty bags for 20 years without looking out for the means to fill a few of them. Now Brigitte had one peculiar characteristic. She united the economy to which she owed her fortune with a full understanding of necessary expenses. Her relative prodigality, when it concerned her brother or Celeste, was the antipodes of avarice. In fact, she often bemoaned herself that she couldn't be miserly at her last dinner. She had related how, after struggling 10 minutes, and enduring martyrdom, she had ended by giving 10 francs to a poor workwoman, whom she knew positively had been without food for 2 days. Nature, she said naively, is stronger than reason. The soup was a rather pale bouillon, for even on an occasion like this, the cook had been enjoined to make a great deal of bouillon out of the beef, supplied then, as the said beef was to feed the family on the next day, and the day after that. The less juice it expended in the bouillon, the more substantial were the subsequent dinners. The beef, little cooked, was always taken away at the following speech from Brigitte, uttered as soon as Thulia put his knife into it. I think it is rather tough. Send it away, Thulia. Nobody will eat it. We have other things. The soup was in fact flanked by 4 viands, mounted on old hot-water chafing dishes, with the plating worn off at this particular dinner afterwards, called that of the candidacy. The first course consisted of a pair of ducks with olives, opposite to which was a large pie with forcemeat bowls, while a dish of eels à la tartare corresponded in like manner with a fricandeau on chicory. The second course had, for its central dish, a most dignified goose stuffed with chestnuts, a salad of vegetables garnished with rounds of beetroot, opposite to custards in cups, while lower down a dish of turnips, au sucré faced a timble of macaroni. This gala dinner of the concierge type cost at the utmost 20 francs, and the remains of the feast provided the household for a couple of days. Nevertheless, Brigitte would say, "Peste, when one has to have company, how the money goes, it is fearful." The table was lighted by 2 hideous candlesticks of plated silver, with 4 branches each in which shone 8 of those thrifty wax candles that go by the name of Aurora. The linen was dazzling in whiteness, and the silver with beaded edges was the fruit evidently of some purchase made during the Revolution by Thuilia's father. Thus the fare and the service were in keeping with the house. The dinning groom and the Thuilias themselves, who could never under any circumstances get themselves above this style of living, the Maynards, Carlevilles, and La Peyrade, exchanged now and then a smile which betrayed their mutually satirical but repressed thoughts. La Peyrade, seated beside Flavie, whispered in her ear, "You must admit that they ought to be taught how to live, but those Maynards are no better in their way. What cupidity they've come here solely after Celeste, your daughter, will be lost to you if you let them have her. These parvenus have all the vices of the great lords of other days without their elegance. Maynard's son, who has 12,000 francs a year of his own, could very well find a wife elsewhere, instead of pushing his speculating rake in here. What fun it would be to play upon those people, as one would on a bassviol or a clarionet." While the dishes of the second course were being removed, Maynard, afraid that Felion would precede him, said to Thuilia with a grave air, "My dear Thuilia, in accepting your dinner, I did so for the purpose of making an important communication, which does you so much honor that all here present ought to be made participants in it." Thuilia turned pale. "Have you obtained the cross for me?" he cried on receiving a glance from Theodose, and wishing to prove that he was not without craft. "You will doubtless receive it ere long," replied the mayor, "but the matter now relates to something better than that. The cross is a favor due to the good opinion of a minister, whereas the present question concerns an election due to the consent of your fellow citizens. In a word, sufficiently large number of electors in your arrondissement have cast their eyes upon you and wish to honor you with their confidence by making you the representative of this arrondissement in the Municipal Council of Paris, which, as everybody knows, is the Council General of the Seine." "Bravo!" cried Dudarc. Felion rose. "Monsieur le Maire has forestalled me," he said in an agitated voice, "but it is so flattering for our friend to be the object of eagerness on the part of all good citizens, and to obtain the public vote of high and low, that I cannot complain of being obliged to come second. Only therefore all honor to the initiatory authority here." He bowed respectfully to Maynard. "Yes, Monsieur Thuilia, many electors think of giving you their votes in that portion of the arrondissement where I keep my humble penates, and you have the special advantage of being suggested to their minds by a distinguished man sensation, by a man in whose person we desired to honor one of the most virtuous inhabitants of the arrondissement, who for 20 years, I may say, was the father of it. I allude to the late Monsieur Papinot, councillor during his lifetime to the royal court, and our delegate in the Municipal Council of Paris, but his nephew, of whom I speak, Dr. Bianchon, one of our glories, has, in view of his absorbing duties, declined the responsibility with which we sought to invest him. While thanking us for our compliment, he hasty note of this indicated for our suffrages the candidate of Monsieur le Maire, as being in his opinion capable, owing to the position he formerly occupied, of exercising the magisterial functions of the aedileship." And Felion sat down amid approving murmurs. "Thuilia, you can count on me, your old friend," said Carlevill. At this moment the guests were sincerely touched by the sight presented of old Mademoiselle Bridget, and Madame Thuilia, Bridget pale, as though she were fainting, was letting the slow tears run unheeded down her cheeks, tears of deepest joy, while Madame Thuilia sat as if struck by lightning, with her eyes fixed. Suddenly the old maid darted into the kitchen, crying out to Josephine the cook, "Come into the cellar, my girl, we must get out the wine behind the wood." "My friend," said Thuilia in a shaking voice, "this is the finest moment of my life, finer than even the day of my election, should I consent to allow myself to be presented to the suffrages of my fellow citizens. You must, for I feel myself much worn down by 30 years of public service, and as you may well believe, a man of honor has need to consult his strength and his capacities before he takes upon himself the functions of the aedileship." "I expected nothing less of you, Monsieur Thuilia," cried Felion. "Pardon me, this is the first time in my life that I have ever interrupted a superior, but there are circumstances—" Accept, cried Zélie. "Bless my soul, what we want are men like you to govern us." "Resign yourself, my chief," cried Dudarc, "and long live the future municipal councillor, but we haven't anything to drink." "Well, the thing is settled," said Maynard. "You are to be our candidate." "You think too much of me," replied Thuilia. Come, cried Colville, "a man who has done 30 years in the galleys of the Ministry of Finance is a treasure to the town." You are much too modest, said the younger Maynard. Your capacity is well known to us. It remains a tradition at the Ministry of Finance. As you all insist, began Thulia. The king will be pleased with our choice, I can assure you of that, said Maynard pompously. Gentlemen, said La Peyrade, will you permit a recent dweller in the Faubourg Saint-Jacques to make one little remark, which is not without importance? The consciousness that everybody had of the sterling merits of the advocate of the poor produced the deepest silence. The influence of Monsieur le Maire of an adjoining arrondissement, which is immense in ours, where he has left such excellent memories, that of Monsieur Felion. The oracle eyes, let the truth be spoken, he exclaimed, noticing a gesture made by Felion, the oracle of his battalion, the influence no less powerful which Monsieur Colville owes to the frank heartiness of his manner, and to his urbanity that of Monsieur Dudok, the clerk of the Justice Court, which will not be less efficacious, I am sure, and the poor efforts which I can offer in my humble sphere of activity are pledges of success. But they are not success itself. To obtain a rapid triumph, we should pledge ourselves now and here to keep the deepest secrecy on the manifestation of sentiments, which has just taken place. Otherwise, we should excite without knowing or willing it envy, and all the other secondary passions, which would create for us later various obstacles to overcome. The political meaning of the new social organization, its very basis, its token, and the guarantee for its continuance, are in a certain sharing of the governing power with the middle classes, who are the true strength of modern societies, the center of morality, of all good sentiments and intelligent work. But we cannot conceal from ourselves that the principle of election, extended now to almost every function, has brought the interests of ambition and the passion for being something, excuse the word, into social depths, where they ought never to have penetrated. Some see good in this, others see evil. It is not my place to judge between them in presence of minds before whose eminence I bow. I content myself by simply suggesting this question, in order to show the dangers which the banner of our friend must meet. See for yourselves. The decease of our late honorable representative in the municipal council dates back scarcely 1 week, and already the arrondissement is being canvassed by inferior ambitions. Such men put themselves forward to be seen at any price. The writ of convocation will probably not take effect for a month to come. Between now and then, imagine the intrigues. I entreat you not to expose our friend Thulia to the blows of his competitors. Let us not deliver him over to public discussion, that modern harpy which is but the trumpet of envy and calumny, the pretext seized by malevolence to belittle all that is great, soil all that is immaculate, and dishonor whatever is sacred. Let us rather do as the third party is now doing in the chamber, keep silence and vote. He speaks well, said Felion to his neighbor Dudok. And how strong the statement is. Envy had turned Maynard and his son green and yellow. That is well said and very true, remarked Maynard. Unanimously adopted, cried Colville. Messieurs, we are men of honor, it suffices to understand each other on this point. Whoso desires the end accepts the means, said Felion emphatically. At this moment Mademoiselle Thulia reappeared, followed by her 2 servants. The key of the cellar was hanging from her belt, and 3 bottles of champagne, 3 of Hermitage, and 1 bottle of Malaga were placed upon the table. She herself was carrying with almost respectful care a smaller bottle like a fairy carabosse, which she placed before her, in the midst of the hilarity caused by this abundance of excellent things, a fruit of gratitude which the poor spinster in the delirium of her joy poured out with a profusion which put to shame the sparing hospitality of her usual fortnightly dinners. Numerous dessert dishes made their appearance: mounds of almonds, raisins, figs, and nuts, popularly known as the 4 beggars' pyramids of oranges, confections, crystallized fruits brought from the hidden depths of her cupboards, which would never have figured on the tablecloth had it not been for the candidacy. Celeste, they will bring you a bottle of brandy which my father obtained in 1802. Make an oranges, lad, cried Bridget to her sister-in-law. Monsieur Felion, open the champagne, that bottle is for you 3, Monsieur Dudok. Take this one, Monsieur Colville, you know how to pop corks. The 2 maids distributed champagne glasses, also claret glasses, and wine glasses. Josephine also brought 3 more bottles of board. The year of the comet, cried Thulia, laughing. Messieurs, you have turned my sister's head. And this evening you shall have punch and cakes. She said I have sent to the chemist's for some tea. Heavens, if I had only known the affair concerned an election, she cried, looking at her sister-in-law, I'd have served the turkey. A general laugh welcomed this speech. We have a goose, said Maynard Jr. The carts are unloading, cried Madame Thulia, as marrons, glaces and meringues were placed upon the table. Mademoiselle Thulia's face was blazing. she was really superb to behold. Never did sisterly love assume such a frenzied expression. To those who know her it is really touching, remarked Madame Colville. The glasses were filled, the guests all looked at one another, evidently expecting a toast, whereupon La Peyrade said, "Messieurs, let us drink to something sublime." Everybody looked curious. "To Mademoiselle Bridget." They all rose, clinked glasses, and cried with one voice, "Mademoiselle Bridget." So much enthusiasm did the exhibition of a true feeling excite. "Messieurs," said Felion, reading from a paper written in pencil to work, "and its splendours in the person of our former comrade, now become one of the mayors of Paristo, Monsieur Maynard and his wife." After 5 minutes' general conversation, Thulia rose and said, "Messieurs, to the king and the royal family I add nothing, the toast says all." "To the election of my brother," said Mademoiselle Thulia a moment later. "Now ill make you laugh," whispered La Peyrade in Flavy's ear. And he rose. "To woman," he said, "that enchanting sex to whom we owe our happiness, not to speak of our mothers, our sisters, and our wives." This toast excited general hilarity, and Colville, already somewhat gay, exclaimed, "Rascal, you have stolen my speech." The mayor then rose. Profound silence reigned. "Messieurs, our institutions, from which come the strength and grandeur of dynastic France." The bottles disappeared amid a chorus of admiration as to the marvellous goodness and delicacy of their contents. Celeste Colville here said timidly, "Mamma, will you permit me to give a toast?" The good girl had noticed the dull, bewildered look of her godmother, neglected, and forgottench, the mistress of that house, wearing almost the expression of a dog that is doubtful which master to obey, looking from the face of her terrible sister-in-law to that of Thulia, consulting each countenance and oblivious of herself. But joy on the face of that poor helot, accustomed to be nothing to repress her ideas, her feelings, had the effect of a pale wintry sun. Behind a mist, it barely lighted her faded, flabby flesh, the gauze cap trimmed with dingy flowers, the hair ill-dressed, the gloomy brown gown with no ornament, but a thick gold chain, all combined with the expression of her countenance, stimulated the affection of the young Celeste Wolon in the world knew the value of that woman condemned to silence, but aware of all about her suffering from all, yet consoling herself in God, and in the girl who now was watching her. "Yes, let the dear child give us her little toast," said La Peyrade to Madame Colville. "Go on, my daughter," cried Colville. "Here's the hermitage still to be drunk, and it's hoary with age," he added. "To my kind godmother," said the girl, lowering her glass respectfully before Madame Thulia, and holding it towards her. The poor woman, startled, looked through a veil of tears first at her husband, and then at Bridget, but her position in the family was so well known, and the homage paid by innocence to weakness had something so beautiful about it, that the emotion was general. The men all rose and bowed to Madame Thulia. "Ah, Celeste, I would I had a kingdom to lay at your feet," murmured Felix Felion. The worthy Felion wiped away a tear. Dudok himself was moved. "Oh, the charming child," cried Mademoiselle Thulia, rising and going round to kiss her sister-in-law. "My turn now," said Colville, posing like an athlete. "Now listen to friendship, empty your glasses, refill your glasses, good to the fine arts, the flower of social life. Empty your glasses, refill your glasses to another such festival on the day after election." "What is that little bottle you have there?" said Dudok to Mademoiselle Thulia. "That," she said, "is one of my 3 bottles of Madame Amphoux liqueur. The second is for the day of Celeste's marriage, the third for the day on which her first child is baptized." "My sister is losing her head," remarked Thulia to Colville. The dinner ended with a toast offered by Thulia, but suggested to him by Theodose at the moment, when the Malaga sparkled in the little glasses like so many rubies. "Colville, messieurs, has drunk to friendship. I now drink in this most generous wine to my friends." An hurrah full of heartiness greeted that fine sentiment, but Dudok remarked aside to Theodose, "It is a shame to pour such wine down the throats of such people." "Ah, if we could only make such wine as that," cried Zélie, making her glass ring by the way in which she sucked down the Spanish liquid, "what fortunes we could get." Zélie had now reached her highest point of incandescence, and was really alarming. "Yes," replied Maynard, "but ours is made." "Don't you think, sister," said Bridget to Madame Thulia, "that we had better take coffee in the salon?" Madame Thulia obediently assumed the air of mistress of the house, and rose. "Ah, you are a great wizard," said Flavie Colville, accepting La Peyrade's arm to return to the salon. "And yet I care only to bewitch you," he answered. "I think you more enchanting than ever this evening." Thulia, she said to evade the subject, Thulia, made to think himself a political character, oh. But my dear Flavie, half the absurdities of life are the result of such conspiracies, and men are not alone in these deceptions. In how many families one sees the husband, children, and friends persuading a silly mother that she is a woman of sense, or an old woman of 50 that she is young and beautiful, hence inconceivable contrarieties. For those who go about the world with their eyes shut, one man owes his ill-savoured conceit to the flattery of a mistress, another owes his versifying vanity to those who are paid to call him a great poet. Every family has its great man, and the result is as we see it in the chamber general obscurity of the lights of France. Well, men of real mind are laughing to themselves about it. That's all you are, the mind. And the beauty of this little circle of the petty bourgeoisie, it is this superiority which led me, in the first instance, to worship you. I have since longed to drag you out of it, for I love you, Cincerella, more in friendship than in love, though a great deal of love is gliding into it," he added, pressing her to his heart, under cover of the recess of a window to which he had taken her. "Madame Felion will play the piano," cried Colville. "We must all dance Tonite Bartles and Bridget's Franks, and all the little girls ill go and fetch my clarionet." He gave his empty coffee cup to his wife, smiling to see her so friendly with La Parade. "What have you said and done to my husband?" asked Flavie when Colville had left them. "Must I tell you all our secrets?" "Ah, you don't love me," she replied, looking at him with the coquettish slyness of a woman who is not quite decided in her mind. "Well, since you tell me yours," he said, letting himself go to the lively impulse of provincial gaiety, "always so charming, and apparently so natural, I will not conceal from you an anxiety in my heart." He took her back to the same window and said, smiling, "Colville, poor man, has seen in me the artist repressed by all these bourgeois silent before them, because I feel misjudged, misunderstood, and repelled by them. He has felt the heat of the sacred fire that consumes me. Yes, I am," he continued in a tone of conviction, "an artist in words after the manner of Barrère. I could make juries weep by weeping myself, for I am as nervous as a woman. Your husband, who detests the bourgeoisie, began to tease me about them. At first we laughed. Then, in becoming serious, he found out that I was as strong as he. I told him of the plan concocted to make something of Thulia, and I showed him all the good he could get himself out of a political puppet. If it were only, I said to him, to make yourself Monsieur de Colville, and to put your charming wife where I should like to see her, as the wife of a receiver-general or deputy, to make yourself all that you and she ought to be. You have only to go and live a few years in the Upper or Lower Alps in some hole of a town, where everybody will like you and your wife will seduce everybody. And this, I added, you cannot fail to obtain, especially if you give your dear Celeste to some man who can influence the chamber. Good reasons, stated in jest, have the merit of penetrating deeper into some minds than if they were given soberly. So Colville and I became the best friends in the world. Didn't you hear him say to me at table, 'Rascal, you have stolen my speech tonight. We shall be theeing and thouing each other. I intend to have a choice little superparty soon, where artists tied to the proprieties at home always compromise themselves. Ill invite him, and that will make us as solidly good friends as he is with Thulia there. My dear adorned one, is what a profound sentiment gives a man the courage to produce. Colville must adopt me so that I may visit your house by his invitation. But what couldn't you make me do? Lick lepers, swallow live toads, seduce Bridgetise, if you say so. Ill impale my own heart on that great picket trail to please you. You frightened me this morning," she said. "But this evening you are reassured. Yes," he added, "no harm will ever happen to you through me. You are, I must acknowledge, a most extraordinary man. Why, no, the smallest as well as the greatest of my efforts are merely the reflections of the flame which you have kindled. I intend to be your son-in-law, that we may never part. My wife, heavens, what could she be to me but a machine for childbearing, whereas the divinity, the sublime being, will bear you," he whispered in her ear. "You are Satan," she said in a sort of terror. "No, I am something of a poet, like all the men of my region. Come, be my Josephine. Ill go and see you tomorrow. I have the most ardent desire to see where you live, and how you live, the furniture you use, the colour of your stuffs, the arrangement of all things about you. I long to see the pearl in its shell." He slipped away cleverly after these words, without waiting for an answer. Flavie, to whom in all her life love had never taken the language of romance, sat still, but happy, her heart palpitating, and saying to herself that it was very difficult to escape such influence. For the first time Theodose had appeared in a pair of new trousers, with grey silk stockings and pumps, waistcoat of black silk, and a cravat of black satin, on the knot of which shone a plain gold pin, selected with taste. He wore also a new coat in the last fashion, and yellow gloves, relieved by white shirt cuffs. He was the only man who had manners or deportment in that salon, which was now filling up for the evening. Madame Prane Barniol arrived with 2 schoolgirls aged 17, confided to her maternal care by families residing in Martinique. Monsieur Prane, professor of rhetoric, in a college presided over by priests, belonged to the Felian class, but instead of expanding on the surface in phrases and demonstrations, and posing as an example, he was dry and sententious. Monsieur and Madame Prane, the flowers of the Felian salon, received every Monday, though a professor, the little man danced. He enjoyed great influence in the quarter, enclosed by the Boulevard du Montparnasse, the Luxembourg, and the Rue de Sèvres. Therefore, as soon as Felian saw his friend, he took him by the arm into a corner, to inform him of the Thulia candidacy. After 10 minutes' consultation, they both went to find Thulia, and the recess of a window opposite to that where Flavie still sat absorbed in her reflections, no doubt heard a trio worthy in its way of that of the Swiss in Guillaume Tell. Do you see, said Theodose, returning to Flavie, the pure and honest Felian intriguing over there, give a personal reason to a virtuous man, and hell paddle in the slimiest puddle. He is hooking that little Prane, and Prane is taking it all in solely to get your little Celeste for Felix. Felian separate them, and in 10 minutes they'll get together again, and that young Maynard will be growling round them like an angry bulldog. Felix, still under the strong emotion imparted to him by Celeste's generous action, and the cry that came from the girl's heart, though no one but Madame Thulia still thought of it, became inspired by one of those ingenuous artfulnesses which are the honest charlatanism of true love. But he was not to the manner born of it, and mathematics moreover made him somewhat absent-minded. He stationed himself near Madame Thulia, imagining that Madame Thulia would attract Celeste to her side. This astute calculation succeeded all the better because young Maynard, who saw in Celeste nothing more than a dot, had no such sudden inspiration, and was drinking his coffee and talking politics with Laudages, Monsieur Barniol and Dutoc, by order of his father, who was thinking and planning for the general election of the legislature in 1842. Who wouldn't love Celeste, said Felix to Madame Thulia. Little darling, no one in the world loves me as she does, replied the poor slave, with difficulty restraining her tears. Ah, madame, we both love you, said the candid professor sincerely. What are you saying to each other, asked Celeste, coming up. My child, said the pious woman, drawing her goddaughter down to her and kissing her on the forehead, he said that you both loved me. Do not be angry with my presumption, mademoiselle. Let me do all I can to prove it, murmured Felix. Or I cannot help it, I was made this way. Injustice revolts me to the soul. Yes, the Saviour of men was right to promise the future to the meek heart, to the slain lamb. A man who did not love you, Celeste, must have adored you, after that sublime impulse of yours at table. Ah yes, innocence alone can console the martyr. You are a kind young girl, you will be one of those wives who make the glory and the happiness of a family. Happy be he whom you will choose. God, mamma, with what eyes do you think Monsieur Felix sees me? He appreciates you, my little angel. I shall pray to God for both of you. If you knew how happy I am that my father can do a service to Monsieur Thulia, and how I wish I could be useful to your brother. In short, said Celeste, laughing, you love us all. Well, yes, replied Felix. True love wraps itself in the mysteries of reserve. Even in its expression it proves itself by itself. It does not feel the necessity, as a false love does, of lighting a conflagration by an observer. If such a being could have glided into the Thulia salon, a book might have been made in comparing the two scenes of lovemaking, and in watching the enormous preparations of Theodose and the simplicity of Felix. One was nature, the other was society. True, and the false embodied, noticing her daughter glowing with happiness, exhaling her soul through the pores of her face, and beautiful with the beauty of a young girl, gathering the first roses of an indirect declaration. Flavie had an impulse of jealousy in her heart. She came across to Celeste and said in her ear, You are not behaving well, my daughter. Everybody is observing you. You are compromising yourself by talking so long to Monsieur Felix without knowing whether we approve of it. But mamma, my godmother is here. Ah, pardon me, dear friend, said Madame Colville. I did not notice you. You do as others do, said the poor nonentity. That reply stung Madame Colville, who regarded it as a barbed arrow. She cast a haughty glance at Felix, and said to Celeste, Sit there, my daughter, seating herself at the same time beside Madame Thulia, and pointing to a chair on the other side of her. I will work myself to death, said Felix to Madame Thulia. I'll be a member of the Academy of Sciences. I'll make some great discovery, and win her hand by force of fame. Ah, thought the poor woman to herself, I ought to have had a gentle, peaceful, learned man like that I might have slowly developed in a life of quietness, it was not thy will, O God. But I pray thee unite, and bless these children, they are made for one another. And she sat there pensive, listening to the racket made by her sister-in-law, a 10-horsepower at work, who, now lending a hand to her 2 servants, cleared the table, taking everything out of the dining-room, to accommodate the dancers, vociferating like the captain of a frigate on his quarter-deck. When taking his ship into action, have you plenty of raspberry syrup? Run out, and buy some more orgeat. There's not enough glasses, where's the Rauji? Take those 6 bottles of vin ordinaire, and make more. Mind that coffinette the porter doesn't get any. Caroline, my girl, you are to wait at the sideboard. You'll have tongue and ham to slice in case they dance till morning. But mind no waste, keep an eye on everything. Pass me the broom, put more oil in those lamps, don't make blunders. Arrange the remains of the dessert, so as to make a show on the sideboard. Ask my sister to come and help us. I am sure I don't know what she's thinking about that dawdle. Heavens, how slow she is. Here, take away these chairs, they'll want all the room they can get. The salon was full of Barnials, Carlevilles, Fellions, Laudiges, and many others whom the announcement of a dance at the Thuiliers spread about in the Luxembourg between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. The hour at which the bourgeoisie takes its walk had drawn thither. Are you ready, Bridget? Said Colville, bolting into the dining-room. It is 9 o'clock, and they are packed as close as herrings in the salon. Cardat, his wife and son, and daughter and future son-in-law, have just come, accompanied by that young Vinet. The whole Faubourg Saint-Antoine is debauching. Can't we move the piano in here? Then he gave the signal by tuning his clarionet, the joyous sounds of which were greeted with huzzas from the salon. It is useless to describe a ball of this kind. The toilets, faces, and conversations were all in keeping with one fact, which will surely suffice even the dullest imagination. They passed round on tarnished and discoloured trays, common tumblers filled with wine au rougi, and au sucre. The trays on which were glasses of orgeat and glasses of syrup and water appeared only at long intervals. There were 5 cartables and 25 players and 18 dancers of both sexes at 1 o'clock. In the morning, all present, Madame Thulier, Mademoiselle, Bridget, Madame Fellion, even Fellion himself, were dragged into the vivacities of a contredanse vulgarly called La Boulanger, in which Dutoc figured with a veil over his head, after the manner of the cabal. The servants who were waiting to escort their masters home and those of the household were audience to this performance, and after the interminable dance had lasted 1 whole hour, it was proposed to carry Bridget in triumph, when she gave the announcement that supper was served. This circumstance made her see the necessity of hiding a dozen bottles of old Burgundy. In short, the company had amused themselves so well, the matrons, as well as the young girls, that Thulier found occasion to say, Well, well, this morning, we little thought we should have such a fate tonight. There's never more pleasure, said the notary Cardat, than in just such improvised balls. Don't talk to me of parties, where everybody stands on ceremony. This opinion, we may remark, is a standing axiom among the bourgeoisie. Well, for my part, said Madame Maynard, I prefer the dignified old ways. We didn't mean that for you, Madame. Your salon is the chosen haunt of pleasure, said Dutoc. When La Boulanger came to an end, Theodose pulled Dutoc from the sideboard, where he was preparing to eat a slice of tongue, and said to him, Let us go, we must be at Ceresit's very early in the morning. We ought both of us to think over that affair. It is not so easy to manage, as Ceresit seems to imagine. Why not? asked Dutoc, bringing his slice of tongue to eat in the salon. Don't you know the law? I know enough of it to be aware of the dangers of the affair. If that notary wants the house, and we filch it from him, there are means by which he can recover it. He can put himself into the skin of a registered creditor by the present legal system relating to mortgages. When a house is sold at the request of creditors, if the price obtained for it at auction is not enough to pay all debts, the owners have the right to bid it in, and hold it for a higher sum. Now, the notary, seeing himself caught, may back out of the sale in that way. Well, said La Peyrade, it needs attention. Very good, replied Dutoc. Well, go and see Ceresit. These words, go and see Ceresit, were overheard by Maynard, who was following the 2 associates, but they offered no meaning to his mind. The 2 men were so outside of his own course and projects that he heard them without listening to them. This has been one of the finest days in our lives, said Bridget to her brother, when she found herself alone with him in the deserted salon at 2:30 in the morning. What a distinction to be thus selected by your fellow citizens. Don't be mistaken about it, Bridget. We owe it all, my child, to one man. What man? To our friend La Peyrade. Chapter Roman 9. The banker of the poor. It was not on the next day, Monday, but on the following day, Tuesday, that Dutarch and Theodose went to see Cerizet, the former having called La Pérade's attention to the fact that Cerizet always absented himself on Sundays and Mondays, taking advantage of the total absence of clients on those days, which are devoted by the populace to debauch the house toward which they directed their steps, is one of the striking features in the Faubourg Saint-Jacques, and it is quite as important to study it here as it was to study those of Felion and Thulier. It is not known true, no commission has yet been appointed to examine this phenomenon, no one knows why certain quarters become degraded and vulgarized morally as well as materially, why for instance the ancient residence of the court, and the church, the Luxembourg and the Latin Quarter, have become what they are today in spite of the presence of the finest palaces in the world, in spite of the bold cupola of Saint Genevieve, that of Mansard on the Val de Grace, and the charms of the Jardin des Plantes. One asks oneself why the elegance of life has left that region, why the Vauquer houses the Felion, and the Thulier houses now swarm with tenants and boarders on the site of so many noble and religious buildings, and why such mud and dirty trades and poverty should have fastened on a hilly piece of ground, instead of spreading out upon the flat land beyond the confines of the ancient city. The angel whose beneficence once hovered above this quarter, being dead usury on the lowest scale, rushed in and took his place to the old Judge Popinot, succeeded Cerizet, and strange to say, a fact which it is well to study, the effect produced socially speaking, was much the same. Popinot loaned money without interest, and was willing to lose. Cerizet lost nothing, and compelled the poor to work hard and stay virtuous. The poor adored Popinot, but they did not hate Cerizet. Here in this region revolves the lowest wheel of Parisian financiering, at the top Nucingen, the Kellers du Tillet, and the Montgenards a little lower down, the Palmers Gigonnets and Gobsecs lower, still the Samonans, Chabisots and Barbets, and lastly after the pawnshops comes this king of usury, who spreads his nets at the corners of the streets to entangle all miseries, and Miss Nunn Cerizet, money lender by the little week. The frogged frock-coat will have prepared you for the den in which this convicted stockbroker carried on his present business. The house was humid with saltpetre, the walls sweating moisture, were enamelled all over with large slabs of mould, standing at the corner of the Rue des Postes and Rue des Poules. It presented first a ground floor occupied partly by a shop for the sale of the commonest kind of wine, painted a coarse bright red, decorated with curtains of red calico, furnished with a leaden counter, and guarded by formidable iron bars. Above the gate of an odious alley hung a frightful lantern, on which were the words "Night Lodgings Here." The outer walls were covered with iron crossbars, showing apparently the insecurity of the building, which was owned by the wine merchant, who also inhabited the entresol. The widow Poitny Michonneau kept furnished lodgings on the first, second and third floors, consisting of single rooms for workmen, and for the poorest class of students. Cerizet occupied one room on the ground floor, and another in the entresol, to which he mounted by an interior staircase. This entresol looked out upon a horrible paved court, from which arose mephitic odours. Cerizet paid 40 francs a month to the widow Poit for his breakfast and dinner. He thus conciliated her by becoming her boarder. He also made himself acceptable to the wine merchant by procuring him an immense sale of wine and liquors among his clients' profits realized before sunrise, the wine shop beginning operations about 3 in the morning in summer and 5 in winter. The hour of the great market, which so many of his clients, male and female, attended, was the determining cause of Cerizet's early hours. The Sieur Cadenet, the wine merchant, in view of the custom which he owed to the usurer, had let him the 2 rooms for the low price of 80 francs a year, and had given him a lease for 12 years, which Cerizet alone had a right to break without paying indemnity at 3 months' notice. Cadenet always carried in a bottle of excellent wine for the dinner of this useful tenant, and when Cerizet was short of money, he had only to say to his friend Cadenet, "Lend me a few 100 francs loans," which he faithfully repaid. Cadenet, it was said, had proof of the widow Poit having deposited in Cerizet's hands some 2,000 francs for investment, which may explain the progress of the latter's affairs, since the day when he first took up his abode in the quarter, supplied with a last note of 1,000 francs, and Dutarch's protection. Cadenet, prompted by a cupidity which success increased, had proposed early in the year to put 20,000 francs into the hands of his friend Cerizet, but Cerizet had positively declined them on the ground that he ran risks of a nature to become a possible cause of dispute with associates. "I could only," he said to Cadenet, "take them at 6% interest, and you can do better than that in your own business. We will go into partnership later, if you like, in some serious enterprise, some good opportunity, which may require, say, 50,000 francs, When you have got that sum to invest, let me know, and we'll talk about it. Cerizet had only suggested the affair of the house to Theodose, after making sure that among the three Madame Poit Cadenet and himself, it was impossible to raise the full sum of 100,000 francs. The lender, by the little week, was thus in perfect safety in his den, where he could, even if necessity came, appeal to the law on certain mornings. There might be seen as many as 60 or 80 persons, men as often as women, either in the wine shop or the alley, or sitting on the staircase, for the distrustful Cerizet would only admit 6 persons at a time into his office. The first comers were first served, and each had to go by his number, which the wine merchant or his shopboy affixed to the hats of the man and the backs of the women. Sometimes the clients would sell to each other, as hackney coachmen do, on the cabstands, head numbers for tail numbers. On certain days, when the market business was pressing, a head number was often sold for a glass of brandy, and a sou the numbers as they issued from Cerizet's office called up the succeeding numbers, and if any disputes arose, Cadenet put a stop to the fray, at once my remarking, "If you get the police here, you won't gain anything, hell shut up shop." He was Cerizet's name when, in the course of the day, some hapless woman, without an atom of food in her room, and seeing her children pale with hunger, would come to borrow 10 or 20 sous, she would say to the wine merchant anxiously, "Is he there?" Cadenet, a short stout man dressed in blue with outer sleeves of black stuff and a wine merchant's apron, and always wearing a cap, seemed an angel to these mothers when he replied to them. "He told me that you were an honest woman, and I might give you 40 sous. You know what you must do about it." And strange to say, he was blessed by these poor people, even as they had lately blessed Popinot. But Cerizet was cursed on Sunday mornings, when accounts were settled, and they cursed him even more on Saturdays, when it was necessary to work in order to repay the sum borrowed with interest. But after all, he was Providence. He was God from Tuesday to Friday of every week. The room which he made his office formerly, the kitchen of the next floor, was bare. The beams of the ceiling had been whitewashed, but still bore marks of smoke. The walls, along which he had put benches, and the stone floor retained, and gave out dampness. The fireplace, where the crane remained, was partly filled by an iron stove, in which Cerizet burned seacoal, when the weather was severe. A platform about half a foot high and 8 feet square extended from the edge of the fireplace. On it was fastened a common table, and an armchair with a round cushion covered with green leather behind him. Cerizet had sheathed the walls with planks, also protecting himself with a little wooden screen, painted white from the draught, between the window and door. But this screen, made of 2 leaves, was so placed that the warmth from the stove reached him. The window had enormous inside shutters of cast iron held. When closed by a bar, the door commanded respect by an armor of the same character. At the farther end of this room, in a corner, was a spiral staircase, coming evidently from some pull-down shop, and bought in the Rue Chapon by Cadenet, who had fitted it through the ceiling into the room in the entresol, occupied by Cerizet, in order to prevent all communication with the upper floors. Cerizet had exacted that the door of that room, which opened on the common landing, should be walled up. The place had thus become a fortress. The bedroom above had a cheap carpet bought for 20 francs, an iron bedstead, a bureau, 3 chairs, and an iron safe made by a good workman, which Cerizet had bought at a bargain. He shaved before a glass on the chimney-piece. He owned 2 pairs of cotton sheets, and 6 cotton shirts. The rest of his visible wardrobe was of the same character. Cadenet had once seen Cerizet dressed like a dandy of the period. He must therefore have kept hidden in some drawer of his bureau a complete disguise with which he could go to the opera, see the world, and not be recognized, for had it not been that Cadenet heard his voice, he would certainly have asked him who he was. What pleased the clients of this man most was his joviality and his repartees. He talked their language. Cadenet, his 2 shopmen, and Cerizet, living in the midst of dreadful misery, behaved with the calmness of undertakers, in presence of afflicted heirs, of old sergeants of the guard. Among heaps of dead they no more shuddered on hearing cries of hunger and despair than surgeons shudder at the cries of their patients in hospital. They said, as the soldiers and the dressers said, the perfunctory words, "Have patience, a little courage. What's the good of grieving? Suppose you kill yourself. What then? One gets accustomed to everything. Be reasonable." Though Cerizet took the precaution to hide the money necessary for his morning operations in the hollow seat of the chair, in which he sat, taking out no more than 100 francs at a time, which he put in the pockets of his trousers, never dipping into the funds of the chair, except between the entrance of 2 batches of clients, keeping his door locked, and not opening it till all was safely stowed in his pockets, he had really nothing to fear from the various despairs which found their way from all sides to this rendezvous of misery. Certainly, there are many different ways of being honest and virtuous, and the monograph of virtue has no other basis than this social axiom: a man is false to his conscience, he fails apparently in delicacy, he forfeits that bloom of honor which though lost does not as yet mean general disrepute at last. However, he fails decidedly in honor. If he falls into the hands of the correctional police, he is not as yet guilty of crime before the court of assizes, but after he is branded with infamy by the verdict of a jury, he may still be honored at the galleys for the species of honor and integrity practiced by criminals among themselves, which consists in not betraying each other, in sharing booty loyally, and in running all dangers well. This last form of honor, which is perhaps a calculation, a necessity, the practice of which offers certain opportunities for grandeur to the guilty man, and the possibility of a return to good, reigned absolutely between Cerizet and his clients. Never did Cerizet make an error, nor his poor people, neither side ever denied what was due either capital or interests. Many a time Cerizet, who was born among the people, corrected from one week to another some accidental error, to the benefit of a poor man who had never discovered it. He was called a Jew, but an honest one, and his word in that city of sorrows was sacred. A woman died, causing a loss to him of 30 francs. A book on which the author has been at work since 1833, the year in which it was first announced. Author's note: "See my prophets, there they go," he said to his assemblage, "and you howl upon me. You know ill never trouble the brats. In fact, Cadenet has already taken them bread and heel taps." After that it was said of him in both faubourgs, "He is not a bad fellow." The loan by the little weak, as interpreted by Cerizet, is not, considering all things, so cruel a thing as the pawnshop. Cerizet loaned 10 francs Tuesday, on condition of receiving 12 francs Sunday morning. In 5 weeks he doubled his capital, but he had to make many compromises. His kindness consisted in accepting from time to time 11 francs and 50 centimes. Sometimes the whole interest was still owing, when he gave 50 francs for 60 to a fruit stall man, or 100 francs for 120 to a seller of peat fuel. He ran great risks. On reaching the Rue des Poules, through the Rue des Postes, Théodose and Dutoc saw a great assemblage of men and women, and by the light which the wine merchants' little oil lamps cast upon these groups, they were horrified at beholding that mass of red, seemed haggard faces, solemn with suffering, withered, distorted, swollen with wine, pallid from liquor, some threatening, others resigned, some sarcastic or jeering, others besotted, all rising from the midst of those terrible rags, which no designer can surpass in his most extravagant caricatures. "I shall be recognized," said Théodose, pulling Dutoc away. "We have done a foolish thing to come here at this hour, and take him in the midst of his business. All the more that Claparon may be sleeping in his lair, the interior of which we know nothing about. Yes, there are dangers for you, but none for me. I shall be thought to have business with my copying clerk, and ill go, and tell him to come and dine with us. This is court day, so we can't have him to breakfast. Ill tell him to meet us at the Chaumière, in one of the garden dining rooms. Bad anybody could listen to us there, without being seen," said La Perrade. "I prefer the Petit Rocher de Canquil. We can go into a private room and speak low." "But suppose you are seen with Cerizet?" "Well then, let's go to the Cheval Rouge, Quai de la Tournelle. That's best, 7 o'clock. Nobody will be there then." Dutoc advanced alone into the midst of that congress of beggars, and he heard his own name repeated from mouth to mouth, for he could hardly fail to encounter among them some jailbird familiar with the judge's office, just as Théodose was certain to have met a client. In these quarters the justice of peace is the supreme authority. All legal contests stop short at his office, especially since the law was passed giving to those judges sovereign power, in all cases of litigation, involving not over 140 francs, a way was made for the judge's clerk, who was not less feared than the judge himself. He saw women seated on the staircase, a horrible display of pallor and suffering of many kinds. Dutoc was almost asphyxiated when he opened the door of the room in which already 60 persons had left their odors. Your number," cried several voices. "Hold your jaw," cried a gruff voice from the street. "That's the pen of the judge." Profound silence followed. Dutoc found his copying clerk clothed in a jacket of yellow leather, like that of the gloves of the gendarmerie, beneath which he wore an ignoble waistcoat of knitted wool. The reader must imagine the man's diseased head issuing from this species of scabbard, and covered with a miserable Madras handkerchief, which, leaving to view the forehead and neck, gave to that head, by the gleam of a tallow candle of 12 to the pound, its naturally hideous and threatening character. "It can't be done that way, Papa Lantimach," Cerizet was saying to a tall old man, seeming to be about 70 years of age, who was standing before him with a red woolen cap in his hand, exhibiting a bald head, and a breast covered with white hairs visible through his miserable linen jacket. "Tell me exactly what you want to undertake. 100 francs, even on condition of getting back 120, can't be let loose that way like a dog in a church." The 5 other applicants, among whom were 2 women, both with infants, one knitting, the other suckling her child, burst out laughing. When Cerizet saw Dutarch, he rose respectfully and went rather hastily to meet him, adding to his client, "Take time to reflect, for don't you see, it makes me doubtful to have such a sum as that 100 francs asked for by an old journeyman locksmith." "But I tell you it concerns an invention," cried the old workman. "An invention and 100 francs, said Dutarch. "You don't know the laws. You must take out a patent, and that costs 2,000 francs, and you want influence." "All that is true," said Cerizet, who however reckoned a good deal on such chances. "Come tomorrow morning, Papa Lantimach, at 6 o'clock, and well talk it over. You can't talk inventions in public." Cerizet then turned to Dutarch, whose first words were, "If the thing turns out well, half profits." "Why did you get up at this time in the morning to come here and say that to me?" demanded the distrustful Cerizet, already displeased with the mention of half profits. "You could have seen me as usual at the office." And he looked askance at Dutarch. The latter, while telling him his errand and speaking of Clapeyron and the necessity of pushing forward in the Theodose affair, seemed confused. "All the same, you could have seen me this morning at the office," repeated Cerizet, conducting his visitor to the door. "There's a man," thought he as he returned to his seat, "who seems to me to have breathed on his lantern, so that I may not see clear. Well, ill give up that place of copying clerk. Ha, your turn, little mother," he cried. "You invent children, that's amusing enough, though the trick is well known." It is all the more useless to relate the conversation which took place between the 3 confederates at the Cheval Rouge, because the arrangements there concluded were the basis of certain confidences made, as we shall see, by Theodose to Mademoiselle Thulia. But it is necessary to remark that the cleverness displayed by La Pérade seemed almost alarming to Cerizet and Dutarch. After this conference, the banker of the poor, finding himself in company with such powerful players, had it in mind to make sure of his own stake at the first chance, to win the game at any price over the heads of the ablest gamblers. By cheating, if necessary, is the inspiration of a special sort of vanity peculiar to friends of the green cloth. Hence came the terrible blow which La Pérade was about to receive. He knew his 2 associates well, and therefore, in spite of the perpetual activity of his intellectual forces, in spite of the perpetual watchfulness, his personality of 10 faces required nothing fatigued him as much as the part he had to play with his 2 accomplices. Dutarch was a great knave, and Cerizet had once been a comic actor. They were both experts in humbug. A motionless face like Talleyrand's would have made them break at once with the provincial who was now in their clutches. It was necessary, therefore, that he should make a show of ease and confidence, and of playing above board. The very height of art in such affairs. To delude the pit is an everyday triumph, but to deceive Mademoiselle Mars, Frederic Lemaitre, Potier, Talma Monrose, is the acme of art. This conference at the Cheval Rouge had therefore the result of giving to La Pérade, who was fully as sagacious as Cerizet, a secret fear, which during the latter period of this daring game so fired his blood and heated his brain that there came moments when he fell into the morbid condition of the gambler who follows with his eye the roll of the ball on which he has staked his last penny. The senses then have a lucidity in their action, and the mind takes a range which human knowledge has no means of measuring. Chapter X. How Bridget was won. The day after this conference at the Cheval Rouge, La Pérade went to dine with the Thuiliers, and on the commonplace pretext of a visit to pay Thulia, carried off his wife, leaving Theodose alone with Bridget. Neither Thulia nor his sister nor Theodose were the dupes of this comedy, but the old beau of the empire considered the maneuver a piece of diplomacy. "Young man, do not take advantage of my sister's innocence. Respect it," said Thulia solemnly as he departed. "Mademoiselle," said Theodose, drawing his chair closer to the sofa where Bridget sat knitting, "have you thought of inducing the business men of the arrondissement to support Thuilier's interests?" "How can I?" she asked. "Why, you are in close relations with Barbet and Metivier." "Are you a right faith? You are no blunderer," she said after a pause. "When we love our friends, we serve them," he replied sententiously. To capture Bridget would be like carrying the redoubt of the Moskwa, the culminating strategic point. But it was necessary to possess that old maid as the devil was supposed in the Middle Ages to possess men, and in a way to make any awakening impossible for her, for the last 3 days La Parade had been measuring himself for the task. He had carefully reconnoitred the ground to see all difficulty flattery that almost infallible means in able hands would certainly miscarry with a woman who for years had known she had no beauty. But a man of strong will finds nothing impregnable. The Lamarcks could never have failed to take Capri, therefore nothing must be omitted from the memorable scene, which was now to take place. All things about it had their own importance, inflections of the voice, pauses, glances, lowered eyes. But rejoined Bridget, you have already proved to us your affection. Your brother has told you. No, he merely told me that you had something to tell me. Yes, mademoiselle, I have, for you are the man of the family. In reflecting on this matter, I find many dangers for myself, such as a man only risks for his nearest and dearest. It involves a fortune 30 to 40,000 francs a year, and not the slightest speculation. A piece of landed property. The hope of helping Thulia to win such a fortune enticed me from the first. It fascinates me, I said to him, for unless a man is an absolute fool, he can't help asking himself, why should he care to do us all this good? So I told him frankly that in working for his interests I flattered myself I was working for my own, as I'll explain to you later. If he wishes to be deputy, 2 things are absolutely necessary: to comply with the law as to property, and to win for his name some sort of public celebrity. If I myself push my devotion to the point of helping him to write a book on public financiering, anything else, no matter what, which would give him that celebrity, I ought also to think of the other matter, his property. It would be absurd to expect you to give him this house. For my brother, why, I'd put it in his name tomorrow, cried Bridget. You don't know me. I don't know you thoroughly, said La Parade, but I do know things about you which now make me regret that I did not tell you the whole affair from its origin. I mean from the moment when I conceived the plan to which Thulia will owe his nomination. He will be hunted down by envy and jealousy, and the task of upholding him will be a hard one. We must, however, get the better of his rivals, and take the wind out of their sails. But this affair, said Bridget, what are the difficulties? Mademoiselle, the difficulties lie within my own conscience. Assuredly, I could not serve you in this matter without first consulting my confessor. From a worldly point of view, the affair is perfectly legal, and I am, you'll understand me, barrister, inscribed on the panel, that is member of a bar controlled by the strictest rules. I am therefore incapable of proposing an enterprise which might give occasion for blame. In the first place, I myself don't make a penny by it. Bridget was on thorns, her face was flaming. She broke her wool, mended it, broke it again, and did not know which way to look. One can't get, she said, in these days, 40,000 francs a year from landed property, unless it is worth 1,800,000. Well, I will undertake that you shall see a piece of property, and estimate yourself its probable revenue, which I can make Thulia the owner of for 50,000 francs down. Oh, if you can make us obtain that, cried Bridget, worked up to the highest excitement by the spur of her natural cupidity. Go on, my dear Monsieur Theodose, and— She stopped short. Well, mademoiselle, you will perhaps have done yourself a service. If Thulia has told you my secret, I must leave this house. Bridget looked up. Did he tell you that I love Celeste? No, on my word of honor, cried Bridget, but I myself was just about to speak of her. And offer her to me. Oh, may God forgive us. I can only win her of herself, her parents, by a free choice. No, all I ask of you is your goodwill, your protection. Promise me, as Thulia has in return for my services, your influence, your friendship. Tell me that you will treat me as a son. If you will do that, I will abide by your decision in this matter. I can trust it. I need not speak to my confessor for the last 2 years ever, since I have seen much of this family, to whom I would fain give my powers, and devote my utmost energy for. I shall succeed, surely I shall. I have observed that your integrity, your honor, is that of the olden time, your judgment righteous and inflexible. Also you have a knowledge of business, and these qualities combined are precious helps to a man with a mother-in-law. As I may say of your powers, I should find my home life relieved of a crowd of cares and details. As to property which hinder a man's advance in a political career, if he is forced to attend to them, I admired you deeply on Sunday evening. Are you a fine how you did manage matters in 10 minutes? That dining room was cleared, and without going outside of your own apartment, you had everything at hand for the refreshments, for the supper. There, I said to myself, as I watched you, is a true maîtresse éphémère, masterly woman. Bridget's nostrils dilated. She breathed in the words of the young lawyer. He gave her a sidelong glance to enjoy his triumph. He had touched the right chord in her breast. At this moment he was standing, but he now resumed his seat beside her, and said, "Now here is our affair, dear aunt, for you will be a sort of aunt." "Hush, you naughty fellow," said Bridget, "and go on. I'll tell you the matter roughly, and remark, if you please, that I compromise myself in telling it to you, for these secrets are entrusted to me as a lawyer. Therefore understand that you and I are both committing a crime. So, to speak of lesser confidence, a notary of Paris was in partnership with an architect. They bought land and built it. At the present moment, property has come down with a rush. They find themselves embarrassed, but all that doesn't concern us among the houses built by this illegal partnership, for notaries, you know, are sworn to have nothing to do with enterprises, a very good one which, not being finished, must be sold at a great sacrifice, so great that they now ask only 100,000 francs for it, although the cost of the land and the building was at least 400,000, as the whole interior is still unfinished. The value of what is still to do is easily appraised. It will probably not be more than 50,000 francs now, owing to its excellent position. This house, when finished, will certainly bring in a rental over and above the taxes of 40,000 francs a year. It is built of freestone, the corners and copings of cut granite. The facade is covered with handsome carvings, on which they spent more than 20,000 francs. The windows are plate glass with a new style of fastening called Cremona. Well, where is the difficulty? Just here the notary wants to reserve to himself this bit of the cake. He is forced to surrender. He is under the name of a friend, the creditor, who requests the sale of the property by the assignee of the bankruptcy. The case has not been brought into court, for legal proceedings cost so much money. The sale is to be made by voluntary agreement. Now this notary has applied to one of my clients to lend him his name for this purchase. My client, a poor devil, says to me, "There's a fortune to made out of that house by fooling the notary." "And they do that sort of thing in business," said Bridget quickly. "If that were the only difficulty," continued Theodose, "it would be as a friend of mine said to his pupil, who was complaining of the length of time it took to produce masterpieces in painting. My dear young fellow, if it were not so, our valets would be painting pictures. But, mademoiselle, if we now get the better of this notary, who certainly deserves it, for he has compromised a number of private fortunes, yet as he is a very shrewd man, though a notary, it might perhaps be very difficult to do it a second time. And here's the rub: when a piece of landed property is bought at a forced sale, if those who have lent money on that property see that is likely to be sold so low as not to cover the sum loaned upon it, they have the right, until the expiration of a certain time, to bid it in that is to offer more and keep the property in their own hands. If this trickster can't be hoodwinked as to the sale being a bona fide one, until the time when his right to buy it expires, some other scheme must be resorted to. Now, is this business strictly legal? Am I justified in doing it for the benefit of a family I seek to enter? That is the question I have been revolving in my mind for the last 3 days. Bridget, we must acknowledge, hesitated, and Theodose then brought forward his last card. "Take the night to think of it," he said. "Tomorrow we will talk it over." "My young friend," said Bridget, looking at the lawyer with an almost loving air, "the first thing to be done is to see the house. Where is it?" "Near the Madeleine. That will be the heart of Paris. In 10 years all that property has been desirable, since 1819. The banker Dutillet's fortune was derived from property about there. The famous failure of Maître Roquin, which carried terror to all Paris, and did such harm to the confidence given to the notariat, was also caused by it. They went into heavy speculations on that land too soon. They should have waited until now." "I remember about that," said Bridget. "The house might be finished by the end of the year," continued Theodose, "and the rentals could begin next spring." "Could we go there tomorrow?" "Dear aunt, I am at your orders." "Car," she cried, "don't call me that before people. As to this affair," she continued, "I can't have any opinion until I have seen the house. It has 6 stories, 9 windows on the front, a fine courtyard, 4 shops, and it stands on a corner. That notary knows what he is about in wishing to hold on to such pieces of property, but let political events interfere, and down go the funds. If I were you, I should sell out all that you and Madame Thulia have on the Grand Liver, and buy this fine piece of real estate for Thulia, and id recover the fortune of that poor pious creature by savings from its proceeds. Can the funds go higher than they are today? 122. It is fabulous. I should make haste to sell." Bridget licked her lips. She perceived the means of keeping her own property intact, and of enriching her brother by this use of Madame Thuilia's fortune. "My brother is right," she said to Theodose. "You certainly are a rare man. You'll get on in the world." And hell walk before me, responded Theodose, with a naivete that touched the old maid. You will live in the family, she said. There may be obstacles to that, he remarked. Madame Thulia is very queer at times, she doesn't like me. Ha, ill settle that, cried Bridget. Do you attend to that affair, and carry it through if it is feasible, and leave your interests in my hands. Thulia, member of the municipal council, owner of an estate with a rental of 40,000 francs a year with the Cross of the Legion of Honor, and the author of a political work grave, serious, important, will be deputy at the forthcoming general election. But between ourselves, little aunt, one couldn't devote oneself so utterly, except for a father-in-law. You are right. Though I have no fortune, I shall have doubled yours, and if this affair goes through discreetly, others will turn up. Until I have seen the house, said Mademoiselle Thulia again, I can decide on nothing. Well then, send for a carriage tomorrow, and let us go there. I will get a ticket early in the morning to view the premises. Tomorrow then, about midday, responded Bridget, holding out her hand to Theodose that he might shake it, but instead of that he laid upon it the most respectful and the most tender kiss that Bridget had ever in her life received. Adieu, my child, she said as he reached the door. She rang the bell hurriedly, and when the servant came, Josephine, she cried, go at once to Madame Colville, and ask her to come over and speak to me. 15 minutes later Flavie entered the salon, where Bridget was walking up and down in a state of extreme agitation. My dear, she cried on seeing Flavie, you can do me a great service, which concerns our dear Celeste. You know Tullia, don't you, our danseuse at the opera? My brother was always dinning her into my ears at one time. Yes, I know her, but she is no longer a danseuse, she is Madame la Comtesse du Breul, her husband is peer of France. Does she still like you? We never see each other now. Well, I know that Chaffrou, the rich contractor, is her uncle, said Bridget. He is old and wealthy. Go and see your former friend, and get her to give you a line of introduction to him, saying he would do her an eminent favor if he would give a piece of friendly advice to the bearer of the note, and then you and I will take it to him tomorrow about 1 o'clock. But tell Tullia she must request her uncle to keep secret about it. Go, my dear Celeste, our dear child will be a millionaire, I can't say more, but shall have from me a husband who will put her on a pinnacle. Do you want me to tell you the first letters of his name? Yes. T.P. Theodose de la Peyrade. You are right, that's a man who may, if supported by a woman like you, become a minister. It is God himself who has placed him in our house, cried the old maid. At this moment Monsieur and Madame Thulia returned home. 5 days later, in the month of April, the ordinance which convoked the electors to appoint a member of the municipal council, on the 20th of the same month, was inserted in the Moniteur, and placarded about Paris for several weeks. The ministry, called that of March 1st, had been in power. Bridget was in a charming humour. She had been convinced of the truth of all La Peyrade's assertions. The house, visited from garret to cellar by old Chaffrou, was admitted by him to be an admirable construction. Poor Grindot, the architect, who was interested with the notary and Clapeyron in the affair, thought the old man was employed in the interests of the contractor. The old fellow himself thought he was acting in the interests of his niece, and he gave it as his opinion that 30,000 francs would finish the house. Thus, in the course of 1 week, La Peyrade became Bridget's guard, and she proved to him by the most naively nefarious arguments that fortune should be seized when it offered itself. Well, if there is any sin in the business, she said to him, in the middle of the garden, you can confess it. The devil, cried Thulia, a man owes himself to his relatives, and you are one of us now. Then I decide to do it, replied La Peyrade in a voice of emotion, but on conditions that I must now distinctly state. I will not in marrying Celeste be accused of greed and mercenary motives. If you lay remorse upon me, at least you must consent that I shall remain as I am. For the present, do not settle upon Celeste, my old Thulia, the future possession of the property I am about to obtain for you. You are right. Don't rob yourself, and let my dear little aunt here act in the same way in relation to the marriage contract. Put the remainder of the capital in Madame Thulia's name on the grand liver, and she can do what she likes with it. We shall all live together as one family, and I'll undertake to make my own fortune now that I am free from anxiety about the future. That suits me, said Thulia, that's the talk of an honest man. Let me kiss you on the forehead, my son, said the old maid, but inasmuch as Celeste cannot be allowed to go without a dot, we shall give her 60,000 francs. For her dress, said La Peyrade. We are all 3 persons of honour, cried Thulia. It is now settled, isn't it? You are to manage the purchase of the house, we are to write together, you and I, my political work, and yowl bestir yourself, to get me the decoration. You will have that as soon as you are made a municipal councillor, on the 1st of May, only my good friend, I must beg you and you too, dear aunt, to keep the most profound secrecy about me in this affair, and do not listen to the calumnies, which all the men I am about to trick, will spread about me. I shall become a vagabond, a swindler, a dangerous man, a Jesuit, an ambitious fortune hunter. Can you hear those accusations against me with composure? Fear nothing, replied Bridget. Chapter Roman 11 The Reign of Theodose. From that day forth, Thulia became a dear good friend. My dear good friend was the name given to him by Theodose, with voice inflections of varieties of tenderness, which astonished Flavie but little aunt. A name that flattered Bridget deeply was only given in family secrecy, and occasionally before Flavie. The activity of Theodose and Dutoc Cerizit Barbet Metavere Maynard Felion Colville, and others of the Thulia circle was extreme great, and small they all put their hands to the work. Cadenet procured 30 votes in his section. On the 30th of April Thulia was proclaimed member of the Council General of the Department of the Seine by an imposing majority. In fact, he only needed 60 more votes to make his election unanimous. May 1st Thulia joined the municipal body, and went to the Tuileries to congratulate the king on his fete day, and returned home radiant. He had gone where Maynard went. 10 days later, a yellow poster announced the sale of the house, after due publication, the price named being 75,000 francs, the final purchase to take place about the last of July. On this point Cerizit and Clapeyron had an agreement by which Cerizit pledged the sum of 15,000 francs in words, only be it understood to Clapeyron, in case the latter could deceive the notary, and keep him quiet until the time expired during which he might withdraw the property by bidding it in. Mademoiselle Thulia, notified by Theodose, agreed entirely to this secret clause. Understanding perfectly the necessity of paying the culprits guilty of the treachery, the money was to pass through La Pérade's hands. Clapeyron met his accomplice the notary on the Place de l'Observatoire. By midnight this young man, the successor of Leopold Hannequin, was one of those who run after fortune, instead of following it leisurely. He now saw another future before him, and he managed his present affairs in order to be free to take hold of it. In this midnight interview, he offered Clapeyron 10,000 francs to secure himself in this dirty business, a sum which was only to be paid on receipt through Clapeyron of a counterdeed from the nominal purchaser of the property. The notary was aware that that sum was all important to Clapeyron to extricate him from present difficulties, and he felt secure of him. Who but you in all Paris would give me such a fee for such an affair? Clapeyron said to him, with a false show of naivete. You can sleep in peace. My ostensible purchaser is one of those men of honor who are too stupid to have ideas of your kind. He is a retired government employee. Give him the money to make the purchase, and he'll sign the counterdeed at once. When the notary had made Clapeyron clearly understand that he could not get more than the 10,000 francs from him, Cerizit offered the latter 12,000 down, and asked Theodose for 15,000, intending to keep the balance for himself. All these scenes between the four men were seasoned with the finest speeches about feeling's integrity, and the honor that men owed to one another in doing business. While these submarine performances were going on apparently in the interests of Thulia, to whom Theodose related them with the deepest manifestations of disgust at being implicated therein, the pair were meditating the great political work which my dear good friend was to publish. Thus the new municipal councillor naturally acquired a conviction that he could never do or be anything without the help of this man of genius, whose mind so amazed him and whose ability was now so important to him, that every day he became more and more convinced of the necessity of marrying him to Celeste, and of taking the young couple to live with him. In fact, after May the 1st, Theodose had already dined 4 times a week with my dear good friend. This was the period when Theodose reigned without a dissenting voice in the bosom of that household, and all the friends of the family approved of him for the following reason. The Felions, hearing his praises sung by Bridget and Thulia, feared to displease the two powers, and chorused their words, even when such perpetual laudation seemed to them exaggerated. The same may be said of the Maynards. Moreover, La Pérade's behavior as friend of the family was perfect. He disarmed distrust by the manner in which he effaced himself. He was there like a new piece of furniture, and he contrived to make both the Felions and Maynards believe that Bridget and Thulia had weighed him, and found him too light in the scales to be anything more in the family than a young man whose services were useful to them. He may think, said Thulia one day to Maynard, that my sister will put him in her. Well, he doesn't know her. This speech, inspired by Theodose himself, calmed the uneasiness of Maynard Père. "He is devoted to us," said Bridget to Madame Fellion, "but he certainly owes us a great deal of gratitude. We have given him his lodging rent-free, and he dines with us almost every day." This speech of the old maid, also instigated by Theodose, went from ear to ear among the families who frequented the Thulier salon, and dissipated all fears. The young man called attention to the remarks of Thulier and his sister with the civility of a parasite when he played whist. He justified the blunders of his dear good friend, and he kept upon his countenance a smile fixed and benign like that of Madame Thulier, ready to bestow upon all the bourgeois sillinesses of the brother and sister. He obtained what he wanted above all the contempt of his true antagonists, and he used it as a cloak to hide his real power. For 4 consecutive months his face wore a torpid expression like that of a snake as it gulps and digests its prey. But at times he would rush into the garden with Colville or Flavie to laugh and lay off his mask and rest himself, or get fresh strength by giving way before his future mother-in-law to fits of nervous passion which either terrified or deeply touched her. "Don't you pity me?" he cried to her the evening before the preparatory sale of the house, when Thulier was to make the purchase at 75,000 francs. "Think of a man like me forced to creep like a cat, to choke down every pointed word, to swallow my own gall, and submit to your rebuffs." "My friend, my child," Flavie replied, undecided in mind how to take him. "These words are a thermometer, which will show the temperature at which this clever manipulator maintained his intrigue with Flavie. He kept her floating between her heart and her moral sense, between religious sentiments and this mysterious passion. During this time Felix Fellion was giving with a devotion and constancy worthy of all praise regular lessons to young Colville. He spent much of his time upon these lessons, feeling that he was thus working for his future family. To acknowledge this service, he was invited by advice of Theodose to Flavie to dine at the Collivilles every Thursday, where La Parade always met him. Flavie was usually making either a purse or slippers, or a cigar case for the happy young man, who would say deprecatingly, "I am only too well rewarded, madame, by the happiness I feel in being useful to you." "We are not rich, monsieur," replied Colville, "but God bless me, we are not ungrateful." Old Fellion would rub his hands as he listened to his son's account of these evenings, beholding his dear and noble Felix, already wedded to Celeste. But Celeste, the more she loved Felix, the more grave and serious she became with him, partly because her mother sharply lectured her, saying to her one evening, "Don't give any hope whatever to that young Fellion, neither your father nor I can arrange your marriage. You have expectations to be consulted. It is much less important to please a professor without a penny than to make sure of the affection and goodwill of Mademoiselle Bridget, and your godfather. If you don't want to kill your motheries, my dear, kill her. You must obey me in this affair blindly, and remember that what we want to secure above all is your good." As the date of the final sale was set for the last of July, Theodose advised Bridget by the end of June to arrange her affairs in time to be ready for the payment. Accordingly, she now sold out her own and her sister-in-law's property in the funds. The catastrophe of the Treaty of the Four Powers, an insult to France, is now an established historical fact, but it is necessary to remind the reader that from July to the last of August, the French funds, alarmed by the prospect of war, a fear which Monsieur Thiers did much to promote, fell 20 francs, and the 3% went down to 60. That was not all. This financial fiasco had a most unfortunate influence on the value of real estate in Paris, and all those who had such property then for sale suffered loss. These events made Theodose a prophet in the eyes of Bridget and Thulier, to whom the house was now about to be definitely sold for 75,000 francs. The notary involved in the political disaster, and whose practice was already sold, concealed himself for a time in the country, but he took with him the 10,000 francs for Clapeyron. Advised by Theodose, Thulier made a contract with Grindart, who supposed he was really working for the notary in finishing the house, and as during this period of financial depression suspended work left many workmen with their arms folded, the architect was able to finish off the building in a splendid manner at a low cost. Theodose insisted that the agreement should be in writing. This purchase increased Thulier's importance tenfold. As for the notary, he had temporarily lost his head in presence of political events, which came upon him like a waterspout out of cloudless skies. Theodose, certain now of his supremacy, holding Thulier fast by his past services and by the literary work in which they were both engaged, admired by Bridget for his modesty and discretion, for never had he made the slightest allusion to his own poverty, or uttered one word about money. Theodose began to assume an air that was rather less servile than it had been. Bridget and Thulier said to him one day, Nothing can deprive you of our esteem. You are here in this house, as if in your own home. The opinion of Maynard and Felion, which you seem to fear, has no more value for us than a stanza of Victor Hugo. Therefore, let them talk. Carry your head high. But we shall still need them for Thulia's election to the chamber, said Theodose. Follow my advice. You have found it good so far, haven't you? When the house is actually yours, you will have got it for almost nothing, for you can now buy into the 3% at 60 in Madame Thulia's name, and thus replace nearly the whole of her fortune. Wait only for the expiration of the time allowed to the nominal creditor to buy it in, and have the 15,000 francs ready for our scoundrels. Brigitte did not wait. She took her whole capital, with the exception of a sum of 120,000 francs, and bought into the 3% in Madame Thulia's name to the amount of 12,000 francs a year, and in her own for 10,000 a year, resolving in her own mind to choose no other kind of investment in future. She saw her brother secure of 40,000 francs a year, besides his pension, 12,000 a year for Madame Thulia, and 18,000 a year for herself, besides the house they lived in, the rental of which she valued at 8,000. We are worth quite as much as the Maynards, she remarked. Don't chant victory before you win, it said Theodose. The right of redemption doesn't expire for another week. I have attended to your affairs, but mine have gone terribly to pieces. My dear child, you have friends, cried Brigitte. If you should happen to want 500 francs, or so, you will always find them here. Theodose exchanged a smile with Thulia, who hastened to carry him off, saying, Excuse my poor sister, she sees the world through a small hole, but if you should want 25,000 francs, lend them to you out of my first rents, he added. Thulia, exclaimed Theodose, the rope is round my neck. Ever since I have been a barrister, I have had notes of hand running, but say nothing about it, added Theodose, frightened himself at having let out the secret of his situation. I am in the claws of scoundrels, but I hope to crush them yet. In telling this secret, Theodose, though alarmed as he did so, had a twofold purpose: first to test Thulia, and next to avert the consequences of a fatal blow, which might be dealt to him any day in a secret and sinister struggle. He had long foreseen. 2 words will explain his horrible position. Chapter Roman 12. Devils against devils. During the extreme poverty of La Pérade's first years in Paris, none but Cerizet had ever gone to see him in the wretched garret, where in severely cold weather he stayed in bed for want of clothes. Only one shirt remained to him for 3 days. He lived on 1 loaf of bread, cutting it into measured morsels, and asking himself, what am I to do at this moment? It was that his former partner came to him, having just left prison, pardoned the projects which the 2 men then formed before fire of laths, one wrapped in his landlady's counterpane, the other in his infamy. It is useless to relate the next day Cerizet, who had talked with Dutoc in the course of the morning, returned bringing trousers, waistcoat, coat, hat, and boots bought in the temple, and he carried off Theodose to dine with himself, and Dutoc the hungry provencal ate at Pinson's Rue de l'Ancien Comedie, half of a dinner costing 4 to 7 francs at dessert. After Theodose had drunk freely, Cerizet said to him, Will you sign me bills of exchange for 50,000 francs in your capacity as a barrister? You couldn't get 5,000 on them. That's not your affair, but ours. I mean Monsieur's here, who is giving us this dinner, and mine, in a matter where you risk nothing, but in which y'all get your title as barrister a fine practice, and the hand in marriage of a girl about the age of an old dog, and rich by 20 or 30,000 francs a year. Neither Dutoc nor I can marry her, but well equip you, give you the look of a decent man, feed and lodge you, and set you up generally. Consequently, we want security. I don't say that on my own account, for I know you, but for Monsieur here, whose proxy I am well equip you as a pirate hay to do the white slave trade. If we can't capture that, well try other plans between ourselves. None of us need be particular what we touch, that's plain enough. Well, give you careful instructions, for the matter is certain to take time, and there'll probably be some bother about it. Here, see, I have brought stamped paper. Waiter, pens and ink, cried Theodose. I like fellows of that kind, exclaimed Dutoc. Sign Theodose de la Pérade, and after your name put Barrister Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer under the words accepted for 10,000. Well, date the notes, and sue you all secretly, of course, but in order to have a hold upon you, the owners of a privateer ought to have security when the brig and the captain are at sea. The day after this interview, the bailiff of the Justice Office did Cerizet the service of suing La Pérade secretly. He went to see the barrister that evening, and the whole affair was done without any publicity. The Court of Commerce has 100 such cases in the course of 1 term. The strict regulations of the Council of Barristers of the Bar of Paris are well known. This body, and also the Council of Attorneys, exercise severe discipline over their members. a barrister liable to go to Clichy, would be disbarred. Consequently, Cerizet, under Dudoc's advice, had taken against their puppet measures, which were certain to secure to each of them 25,000 francs out of Celeste's dot. In signing the notes, Theodose saw but one thing: his means of living secured. But as time had gone on, and the horizon grew clearer, and he mounted step by step to a better position on the social ladder, he began to dream of getting rid of his associates, and now, on obtaining 25,000 francs from Thulia, he hoped to treat on the basis of 50% for the return of his fatal notes by Cerizet. Unfortunately, this sort of infamous speculation is not an exceptional fact. It takes place in Paris under various forms, too little disguised for the historian of manners and morals to pass them over unnoticed. In a complete and accurate picture of society in the 19th century, Dudoc, an errant scoundrel, still owed 15,000 francs on his practice, and lived in hopes of something turning up to keep his head, as the saying is, above water, until the close of 1840. Up to the present time, none of the three confederates had flinched or groaned. Each felt his strength, and knew his danger. Equals, they were in distrust, in watchfulness; equals, too, in apparent confidence, and equally stolid in silence and look, when mutual suspicions rose to the surface of face or speech. For the last 2 months, the position of Theodose was acquiring the strength of a detached fort, but Cerizet and Dudoc held it undermined by a mass of powder with the match ever lighted. But the wind might extinguish the match, or the devil might flood them. The moment when wild beasts seize their food is always the most critical, and that moment had now arrived for these 3 hungry tigers. Cerizet would sometimes say to Theodose, with that revolutionary glance which twice in this century sovereigns have had to meet, "I have made you king, and here am I still nothing, for it is nothing not to be all." A reaction of envy was rushing its avalanche through Cerizet. Dudoc was at the mercy of his copying clerk. Theodose would gladly have burned his co-partners, could he have burned their papers in the same conflagration. All 3 studied each other too carefully, in order to conceal their own thoughts, not to be in turn divined. Theodose lived a life of 3 hells, as he thought of what lay below the cards, then of his own game, and then of his future. His speech to Thulia was a cry of despair. He threw his lead into the waters of the old bourgeois, and found there nothing more than 25,000 francs. And he said to himself as he went to his own room, possibly nothing at all a month hence. He felt the deepest hatred to the Thuilias, but Thulia himself he held by a harpoon stuck into the depths of the man's vanity, namely by the projected work entitled Taxation, and the sinking fund for which he intended to rearrange the ideas of the Saint Simonian globe, giving them a systematic form, and colouring them with his fervid southern diction. Thuilia's bureaucratic knowledge of the subject would be of use to him here. Theodose therefore clung to this rope, resolving to do battle on so poor a base of operations with the vanity of a fool, which, according to individual character, is either granite or sand. On reflection, Theodose was inclined to be content with the prospect. On the evening before the rite of redemption expired, Claparon and Cerizet proceeded to manipulate the notary in the following manner. Cerizet, to whom Claparon had revealed the password, and the notary's retreat, went out to this hiding place to say to the latter, "One of my friends, Claparon, whom you know, has asked me to come and see you. He will expect you tomorrow in the evening, you know, where he has the paper you expect from him, which he will exchange with you for the 10,000 agreed upon. But I must be present, for 5,000 of that sum belong to me, and I warn you, my dear monsieur, that the name in the counterdeed is in blank." "I shall be there," replied the ex-notary. The poor devil waited the whole night in agonies of mind that can well be imagined for safety or inevitable ruin, where in the balance at sunrise he saw approaching him, instead of Claparon, a bailiff of the Court of Commerce, who produced a judgment against him in regular form, and informed him that he must go with him to Clichy. Cerizet had made an arrangement with one of the creditors of the luckless notary, pledging himself to deliver up the debtor on payment to himself of half the debt out of the 10,000 francs promised to Claparon. The victim of this trap was obliged, in order to obtain his liberty, to pay 6,000 down the amount of his debt. On receiving his share of this extortion, Cerizet said to himself, "There's 3,000 to make Cerizet clear out." Cerizet then returned to the notary, and said, "Claparon is a scoundrel, monsieur. He has received 15,000 francs from the proposed purchaser of your house, who will now, of course, become the owner. Threaten to reveal his hiding place to his creditors, and to have him sued for fraudulent bankruptcy, and hell give you half." In his wrath, the notary wrote a fulminating letter to Claparon. Claparon, alarmed, feared an arrest, and Cerizet offered to get him a passport. You have played me many a trick, Claparon, he said, but listen to me now, and you can judge of my kindness I possess, as my whole means 3,000 francs. I'll give them to you. Start for America, and make your fortune there, as I am trying to make mine here. That evening, Claparon, carefully disguised by Cerizet, left for Havre. By the diligence, Cerizet remained master of the 15,000 francs to be paid to Claparon, and he awaited Theodose with the payment thereof tranquilly. The limit for bidding is past, thought Theodose, as he went to find Dutarch, and ask him to bring Cerizet to his office. Suppose I were now to make an effort to get rid of my leech. You can't settle this affair anywhere, but at Cerizet's, because Claparon must be present, and he is hiding there, said Dutarch. Accordingly, Theodose went between 7 and 8 o'clock to the den of the banker of the poor, whom Dutarch had notified of his coming. Cerizet received him in the horrible kitchen, where miseries and sorrows were chopped and cooked. As we have seen already, the pair then walked up and down precisely like two animals in a cage, while mutually playing the following scene. Have you brought the 15,000 francs? No, but I have them at home. Why not have them in your pocket? Asked Cerizet sharply. I'll tell you, replied Theodose, who, as he walked from the Rue Saint-Dominique to the Estrapade, had decided on his course of action. The Provencal, writhing upon the gridiron on which his partners held him, became suddenly possessed with a good idea, which flashed from the body of the live coal under him. Peril has gleams of light. He resolved to rely on the power of frankness, which affects all men, even swindlers. Every one is grateful to an adversary who bears himself to the waist in a duel. Well, said Cerizet, now the humbug begins. The words seemed to come wholly through the hole in his nose, with horrible intonations. You have put me in a magnificent position, and I shall never forget the service you have done me, my friend, began Theodose with emotion. Oh, that's how you take it, is it? Said Cerizet. Listen to me, you don't understand my intentions. Yes, I do, replied the lender by the little week. No, you don't. You intend not to give up those 15,000 francs. Theodose shrugged his shoulders and looked fixedly at Cerizet, who, struck by the two motions, kept silence. Would you live in my position, knowing yourself within range of a cannon, loaded with grape shot, without feeling a strong desire to get out of it? Now listen to me carefully. You are doing a dangerous business, and you would be glad enough to have some solid protection in the very heart of the magistracy of Paris. If I can continue my present course, I shall be substitute attorney general, possibly attorney general, in 3 years. I offer you today the offices of a devoted friendship, which will serve you hereafter most assuredly, if only to replace you in an honorable position. Here are my conditions. Conditions, exclaimed Cerizet. In 10 minutes, I will bring you 25,000 francs if you return to me all the notes which you have against me. But Dutarch and Claparon, said Cerizet. Leave them in the lurch, replied Theodose, with his lips at Cerizet's ear. That's a pretty thing to say, cried Cerizet, and so you have invented this little game of hocus-pocus, because you hold in your fingers 15,000 francs that don't belong to you. But I've added 10,000 francs to them besides you, and I know each other. If you are able to get 10,000 francs out of your bourgeois, you can surely get 15, said Cerizet. For 30,000 I am your man. Frankness for frankness, you know. You ask the impossible, replied Theodose. At this very moment, if you had to do with Claparon, instead of with me, your 15,000 would be lost, for Thulier is today the owner of that house. I'll speak to Claparon, said Cerizet, pretending to go and consult him, and mounting the stairs to the bedroom, from which Claparon had only just departed on his road to Havre. The two adversaries had been speaking, we should hear, remark in a manner not to be overheard, and every time that Theodose raised his voice, Cerizet would make a gesture intimating that Claparon from above might be listening. The 5 minutes during which Theodose heard what seemed to be the murmuring of two voices were torture to him, for he had staked his very life upon the issue. Cerizet at last came down, with a smile upon his lips, his eyes sparkling with infernal mischief, his whole frame quivering in his joy, a Lucifer of gaiety. I know nothing, so it seems, he cried, shaking his shoulders, but Claparon knows a great deal. He has worked with the bigwig bankers, and when I told what you wanted he began to laugh, and said, I thought as much. You will have to bring me the 25,000 you offer me tomorrow morning, my lad, and as much more before you can recover your notes. Why? Asked Theodose, feeling his spinal column liquidizing, as if the discharge of some inward electric fluid had melted it. The house is ours. So, Claparon has bit it in under the name of one of his creditors, A little toad named Sovenu Disraches the lawyer has taken the case, and y'all get a notice tomorrow this affair will oblige Clapper and Dudark and me to raise funds. What would become of me without Clapperin? So I forgive him as I forgave him, and though you may not believe it, my dear friend, I actually kissed him. Change your terms. The last 3 words were horrible to hear, especially when illustrated by the face of the speaker, who amused himself by playing a scene from the Legatere, all the while studying attentively the Provencal's character. "Oh, Ceresit," cried Theodose, "I who wish to do you so much good." "Don't you see, my dear fellow," returned Ceresit, "that between you and me there ought to be this?" And he struck his heart off, "which you have none. As soon as you thought you had a lever on us, you have tried to knock us over. I saved you from the horrors of starvation and vermin. You'll die like the idiot you are. We put you on the highroad to fortune. We gave you a fine social skin, and a position in which you could grasp the future. And look what you do now. I know you, and from this time forth we shall go armed." "Then it is war between us," exclaimed Theodose. "You fired first," returned Ceresit. "If you pull me down, farewell to your hopes and plans. If you don't pull me down, you have in me an enemy." "That's just what I said yesterday to Dudark. But how can we help it? We are forced to choose between 2 alternatives. We must go according to circumstances. I am a good-natured fellow myself," he added, after a pause. "Bring me your 25,000 francs tomorrow morning, and Thulia shall keep the house well. Continue to help you at both ends, but y'all have to pay up, my boy, after what has just happened. That's pretty kind, isn't it?" And Ceresit patted Theodose on the shoulder with a cynicism that seemed to brand him more than the iron of the galleys. "Well, give me till tomorrow at midday," replied the Provencal, "for there'll be, as you said, some manipulation to do. I'll try to keep Clapperin quiet. He's in such a hurry, that man." "Tomorrow then," said Theodose in the tone of a man who decides his course. "Good night, friend," said Ceresit in his nasal tone, which degraded the finest word in the language. "There's one who has got a mouthful to suck," thought Ceresit as he watched Theodose going down the street with the step of a dazed man. When La Peyrade reached the Rue des Postes, he went with rapid strides to Madame Carlaville's house, exciting himself as he walked along and talking aloud. The fire of his roused passions, and the sort of inward conflagration of which many Parisians are conscious, for such situations abound in Paris, brought him finally to a pitch of frenzy and eloquence which found expression as he turned into the Rue des Deux Églises in the words, "I will kill him." "There's a fellow who is not content," said a passing workman, and the jesting words calmed the incandescent madness to which Theodose was a prey. As he left Ceresit's, the idea came to him to go to Flavie and tell her all southern natures are born thus strong, until certain passions arise, and then collapsed. He entered Flavie's room. She was alone, and when she saw Theodose she fancied her last hour had come. "What is the matter?" she cried. Aye, he said. "Do you love me, Flavie?" "Oh, how can you doubt it? Do you love me absolutely? If I were criminal even." "Has he murdered someone?" she thought, replying to his question by a nod. Theodose, thankful to seize even this branch of willow, drew a chair beside Flavie's sofa, and they gave way to sobs that might have touched the oldest judge, while torrents of tears began to flow from his eyes. Flavie rose and left the room to say to her maid, "I am not at home to anyone." Then she closed all doors, and returned to Theodose, moved to the utmost pitch of maternal solicitude. She found him stretched out, his head thrown back, and weeping. He had taken out his handkerchief, and when Flavie tried to move it from his face it was heavy with tears. "But what is the matter?" she asked. "What ails you?" Nature more impressive than art served Theodose. Well, no longer was he playing a part. He was himself this nervous crisis, and these tears were the winding up of his preceding scenes of acted comedy. "You are a child," she said in a gentle voice, stroking his hair softly. "I have but you only in all the world," he replied, kissing her hands with a sort of passion. "And if you are true to me, if you are mine, as the body belongs to the soul, and the soul to the body," then he added, recovering himself with infinite grace, "then I can have courage." He rose and walked about the room. "Yes, I will struggle, I will recover my strength like Antaeus. From a fall, I will strangle with my own hands the serpents that entwine me, that kiss with serpent kisses, that slaver my cheeks, that suck my blood, my honor. O misery, O poverty, O how great are they who can stand erect and carry high their heads. I had better have let myself die of hunger there, on my wretched pallet 3.5 years ago. A coffin is a softer bed to lie in than the life I lead. It is 18 months that I have fed on bourgeois, and now at the moment of attaining an honest, fortunate life, a magnificent future at the moment when I was about to sit down to the social banquet, The executioner strikes me on the shoulder. Yes, the monster, he struck me there on my shoulder, and said to me, pay thy dues to the devil or die, and shall I not crush them, shall I not force my arm down their throats to their very entrails? Yes, yes, I will see Flavie, my eyes are dry now, ha ha now, I laugh, I feel my strength, come back to me, power is mine, oh say, that you love me, say it again at this moment. It sounds like the word pardon to the man condemned to death. You are terrible, my friend, cried Flavie, oh, you are killing me. She understood nothing of all this, but she fell upon the sofa exhausted by the spectacle. Theodos flung himself at her feet. Forgive me, he said. But what is the matter, what is it? She asked again. They are trying to destroy me, oh, promise to give me Celeste, and you shall see what a glorious life I will make you share if you hesitate for good, that is saying you will be wholly mine, and I will have you. He made so rapid a movement that Flavie, terrified, rose and moved away. Oh, my saint, he cried, at thy feet I fall, a miracle God is for me, surely a flash of light has come to mean idea suddenly. Oh, thanks, my good angel, my grand Saint Theodos, thou hast saved me. Flavie could not help admiring that chameleon, being one knee on the floor, his hands crossed on his breast, and his eyes raised to heaven in religious ecstasy. He recited a prayer, he was a fervent Catholic, he reverently crossed himself, it was fine, like the vision of Saint Jerome. Adieu, he said with a melancholy look and a moving tone of voice. Oh, cried Flavie, leave me this handkerchief. Theodos rushed away like one possessed, sprang into the street, and darted towards the Thuiliers, but turned, saw Flavie at her window, and made her a little sign of triumph. What a man, she thought to herself. Dear good friend, he said to Thuilia in a calm and gentle, almost caressing voice, we have fallen into the hands of atrocious scoundrels, but I mean to read them a lesson. What has happened? Asked Bridget. They want 25,000 francs, and in order to get the better of us, the notary or his accomplices have determined to bid in the property. Thuilia, put 5,000 francs in your pocket, and come with me. I will secure that house to you. I am making myself implacable enemies, he cried. They are seeking to destroy me morally, but all I ask is that you will disregard their infamous calumnies, and feel no change of heart to me after all. What is it? If I succeed, you will only have paid 125,000 francs for the house, instead of 120. Provided the same thing doesn't happen again, said Bridget, uneasily, her eyes dilating under the effect of a violent suspicion. Preferred creditors have alone the right to bid in property, and as in this case there is but one and he has used that right, we are safe. The amount of his claim is really only 2,000 francs, but there are lawyers, attorneys, and so forth to pay in such matters, and we shall have to drop a note of 1,000 francs to make the creditor happy. Go, Thuilia, said Bridget, get your hat and gloves, and take the money from you know where. As I paid those 15,000 francs without success, I don't wish to have any more money pass through my hands. Thuilia must pay it himself, said Theodos, when he found himself alone with Bridget. You have however gained 20,000 on the contract I enabled you to make with Grindart, who thought he was serving the notary, and you own a piece of property which in 5 years will be worth nearly $1 million. It is what is called a boulevard corner. Bridget listened uneasily, precisely like a cat which hears a mouse within the wall. She looked Theodos straight in the eye, and in spite of the truth of his remarks, doubts possessed her. What troubles you, little aunt? Oh, I shall be in mortal terror until that property is securely ours. You would be willing to give 20,000 francs, wouldn't you, said Theodos, to make sure that Thuilia was what we call in law owner, not dispossessable of that property? Well, then remember that I have saved you twice that amount. Where are we going? Asked Thuilia, returning. To Maître Godeschal. We must employ him as our attorney. But we refused him for Celeste. Well, that's one reason for going to him, replied Theodos. I have taken his measure, he's a man of honor and hell, think it a fine thing to do you a service. Godeschal, now Derville's successor, had formerly been for more than 2 years head clerk, with Desroches. Theodos, to whom that circumstance was known, seemed to hear the name flung into his ear in the midst of his despair by an inward voice, and he foresaw a possibility of wrenching from the hands of Claparon the weapon with which Cerizet had threatened him. He must, however, in the first instance gain an entrance to Desroches, and get some light on the actual situation of his enemies. Godeschal, by reason of the intimacy still existing between the former clerk and his old master, could be his go-between when the attorneys of Paris have ties like those which bound Godeschal and Desroches together. They live in true fraternity, and the result is a facility in arranging any matters which are, as one may say, arrangeable, they obtain from one another on the ground of reciprocity all possible concessions by the application of the proverb, pass me the rhubarb and ill pass you the senna, which is put in practice in all professions between ministers, soldiers, judges, business men, wherever in short enmity has not raised barriers too strong and high between the parties. I gain a pretty good fee out of this compromise, is a reason that needs no expression in words, it is visible in the gesture, the tone, the glance. And as attorneys and solicitors meet constantly on this ground, the matter, whatever it is arranged. The counterpoise of this fraternal system is found in what we may call professional conscience. The public must believe the physician who says, giving medical testimony, this body contains arsenic. Nothing is supposed to exceed the integrity of the legislator, the independence of the cabinet minister. In like manner, the attorney of Paris says to his brother lawyer good-humoredly, "You can't obtain that, my client is furious," and the other answers, "Very good, I must do without it." Now La Peyrade, a shrewd man, had worn his legal gown about the palais long enough to know how these judicial morals might be made to serve his purpose. "Sit in the carriage," he said to Thulia, when they reached the Rue Vivienne, where Godeschal was now master of the practice. He had formerly served as clerk. "You needn't show yourself until he undertakes the affair." It was 11 o'clock at night. La Peyrade was not mistaken in supposing that he should find a newly fledged master of a practice in his office at that hour. "To what do I owe this visit, monsieur?" said Godeschal, coming forward to meet the barrister. Foreigners, provincials, and persons in high society may not be aware that barristers are to attorneys what generals are to marshals. There exists a line of demarcation, strictly maintained between the order of barristers and the guild of attorneys and solicitors in Paris. However venerable an attorney may be, however capable and strong in his profession, he must go to the barrister. The attorney is the administrator who maps out the plan of the campaign, collects the munitions of war, and puts the force in motion. The barrister gives battle. It is not known why the law gives a man 2 men to defend him any more than it is known why an author is forced to have both printer and publisher. The rules of the bar forbid its members to do any act belonging to the guild of attorneys. It is very rare that a barrister puts his foot in an attorney's office. The two classes meet in the law courts in society. There is no barrier between them, and some barristers, those in La Peyrade's situation, particularly demean themselves by calling occasionally on attorneys, though even these cases are rare, and are usually excused by some special urgency. "I have come on important business," replied La Peyrade. "It concerns especially a question of delicacy, which you and I ought to solve together. Thulia is below in a carriage, and I have come up to see you not as a barrister, but as his friend. You are in a position to do him an immense service, and I have told him that you have too noble a soul as a worthy successor of our great Derville, must have not to put your utmost capacity at his orders. Here's the affair." After explaining wholly to his own advantage the swindling trick, which must, he said, be met with caution and ability, the barrister developed his plan of campaign. "You ought, my dear mater, to go this very evening to Desroches, explain the whole plot, and persuade him to send tomorrow for his client. This Sauvenu well confessed the fellow between us, and if he wants a note for 1,000 francs over and above the amount of his claim, well, let him have it, not counting the 500 for you, and as much more for Desroches, provided Thulia receives the relinquishment of his claim by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. What does this Sauvenu want? Nothing but money. Well, a haggler like that won't resist the attraction of an extra 1,000 francs, especially if he is only the instrument of a cupidity behind him. It is no matter to us how he fights it out with those who prompt him. Now, then, do you think you can get the Thulia family out of this?" "I'll go and see Desroches at once," said Godeschal. "Not before Thulia gives you a power of attorney, and 500 francs. The money should be on the table in a case like this." After the interview with Thulia was over, La Peyrade took Godeschal in the carriage to the Rue du Béthisy, where Desroches lived, explaining that it was on their way back to the Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer. When they stopped at Desroches' door, La Peyrade made an appointment with Godeschal to meet him there the next morning at 7 o'clock. La Peyrade's whole future and fortune lay in the outcome of this conference. It is therefore not astonishing that he disregarded the customs of the bar, and went to Desroches' office to study Sauvenu, and take part in the struggle in spite of the danger he ran, in thus placing himself visibly before the eyes of one of the most dreaded attorneys in Paris. As he entered the office and made his salutations, he took note of Sauvenu. The man was, as the name had already told him, from Marseilles, the foreman of a master carpenter, entrusted with the giving out of subcontracts. The profits of this work consisted of what he could make between the price he paid for the work and that paid to him by the master carpenter, this agreement being exclusive of material, his contract being only for labor. The master carpenter had failed Sauvenu, had thereupon appealed to the Court of Commerce for recognition as creditor, with a lien on the property. He was a stocky little man dressed in a grey linen blouse with a cap on his head, and was seated in an armchair, 3 banknotes of 1,000 francs each lying visibly before him on Desroches' desk, informed La Peyrade that the negotiation had already taken place, and that the lawyers were worsted. Godeschal's eyes told the rest, and the glance which Desroches cast at the poor man's advocate was like the blow of a pickaxe into the earth of a grave. Stimulated by his danger, the provincial became magnificent. He coolly took up the banknotes and folded them as if to put them in his pocket, saying to Desroches, "Thuilier has changed his mind." "Very good then, we are all agreed," said the terrible attorney. "Yes, your client must now hand over to us the 50,000 francs we have spent on finishing the house, according to the contract between Thuilier and Grindart. I did not tell you that yesterday," he added, turning to Godeschal. "Do you hear that?" said Desroches to Sauvenu. "That's a case I shall not touch without proper guarantees." "But messieurs," said Sauvenu, "I can't negotiate this matter until I have seen the worthy man who paid me 500 francs on account for having signed him that bit of a proxy." "Are you from Marseille?" said La Peyrade in patois. "Oh, if he tackles him with patois the fellow is beaten," said Godeschal to Desroches in a low tone. "Yes, monsieur," replied the Marseillais. "Well, you poor devil," continued Théodose, "don't you see that they want to ruin you? Shall I tell you what you ought to do? Pocket these 3,000 francs, and when your worthy man comes after you take your rule, and hit him a rap over the knuckles, tell him he's a rascal who wants you to do his dirty work, and instead of that you revoke your proxy and will pay him his 500 francs in the week with 3 Thursdays, then be off with you to Marseille with these 3,000 francs, and your savings in your pocket. If anything happens to you, there let me know through these gentlemen, and I'll get you out of the scrape, for don't you see I am not only a provincial, but I am also one of the leading lawyers in Paris, and the friend of the poor." When the workman found a compatriot sanctioning in a tone of authority the reasons by which he could betray Cerizet, he capitulated, asking, however, for 3,500 francs, that demand having been granted, he remarked, "It is none too much for a rap over the knuckles. He might put me in prison for assault." "Well, you needn't strike unless he insults you," replied La Peyrade, "and that's self-defense." When Desroches had assured him that La Peyrade was really a barrister in good standing, Sauvenu signed the relinquishment, which contained a receipt for the amount, principal and interest of his claim, made in duplicate between himself and Thuilier, and witnessed by the 2 attorneys, so that the paper was a final settlement of the whole matter. "Well, leave the remaining 1,500 between you," whispered La Peyrade to Desroches and Godeschal, "on condition that you give me the relinquishment, which I will have Thuilier accept and sign before his notary Cardat. Poor man, he never closed his eyes all night." "Very well," replied Desroches, "you may congratulate yourself," he added, making Sauvenu sign the paper, "that you've earned that money pretty easily." "It is really mine, isn't it, monsieur?" said the Marseillais, already uneasy. "Yes, and legally too," replied Desroches, "only you must let your man know this morning that you have revoked your proxy under date of yesterday. Go out through my clerk's office here this way." Desroches told his head clerk what the man was to do, and he sent a pupil clerk with him to see that a sheriff's officer carried the notice to Cerizet before 10 o'clock. "I thank you," Desroches said, La Peyrade pressing the attorney's hand. "You think of everything. I shall never forget this service." "Don't deposit the deed with Cardat till after 12 o'clock," returned Desroches. "Hey, comrade," cried the barrister in provincial, following Sauvenu into the next room, "take your Margot to walk about Belleville, and be sure you don't go home." "I hear," said Sauvenu, "I am off tomorrow. Adieu." "Adieu," returned La Peyrade with a provincial cry. "There is something behind all this," said Desroches in an undertone to Godeschal, as La Peyrade followed Sauvenu into the clerk's office. "The Thuiliers get a splendid piece of property for next to nothing," replied Godeschal, "that's all." "La Peyrade and Cerizet look to me like 2 divers who are fighting under water," replied Desroches. "What am I to say to Cerizet, who put the matter into my hands?" he added, as the barrister returned to them. "Tell him that Sauvenu forced your hand," replied La Peyrade. "And you fear nothing," said Desroches in a sudden manner. "Oh no, I want to give Cerizet a lesson." "Tomorrow I shall know the truth," said Desroches in a low tone to Godeschal. "No one chatters like a beaten man." La Peyrade departed carrying with him the deed of relinquishment at 11 o'clock. He was in the courtroom of the justice office, perfectly calm and firm. When he saw Cerizet come in pale with rage, his eyes full of venom, he said in his, "My dear friend, I am a pretty good fellow myself, and I hold that 25,000 francs in good bank bills at your disposal, whenever you will return to me those notes of mine which you hold." Cerizet looked at the advocate of the poor, without being able to say one word in reply. He was green, the bile had struck in. Chapter Roman 13 The perversity of doves. "I am a non-dispossessable property owner," cried Thulia, coming home, after visiting his notary. "No human power can get that house away from me. Cardot says so." The bourgeoisie think much more of what their notary tells them than of what their attorney says. The notary is nearer to them than any other ministerial officer. The Parisian bourgeois never pays a visit to his attorney without a sense of fear, whereas he mounts the stairs with ever-renewed pleasure to see his notary. He admires that official's virtue and his sound good sense. Cardot, who is looking for an apartment for one of his clients, wants to know about our second floor, continued Thulia. "If I choose, Hell introduced to me on Sunday a tenant who is ready to sign a lease for 18 years at 40,000 francs, and taxes. What do you say to that, Bridget?" "Better wait," she replied. "Ah, that dear Theodose, what a fright he gave me. Hey, my dearest girl, I must tell you that when Cardot asked who put me in the way of this affair, he said I owed him a present of at least 10,000 francs. The fact is I owe it all to him." "But he is the son of the house," responded Bridget. "Poor lad, ill do him the justice to say that he asks for nothing." "Well, dear good friend," said La Peyrade, coming in about 3 o'clock, "here you are, Rickesheim. And through you, Theodose. And you little aunt, have you come to life again? You were not half as frightened as I was. I put your interests before my own. I haven't breathed freely till this morning at 11 o'clock. And yet I am sure now of having 2 mortal enemies at my heels in the 2 men I have tricked for your sake. As I walked home just now, I asked myself, what could be your influence over me to make me commit such a crime, and whether the happiness of belonging to your family and becoming your son could ever efface the stain I have put upon my conscience. Bah, you can confess it, said Thulia the freethinker. And now, said Theodose to Bridget, you can pay in all security the cost of the house 80,000 francs, and 30,000, to Grindot in all with what you have paid in costs 120,000. And this last 20,000 added make 140,000. If you let the house outright to a single tenant, ask him for the last year's rent in advance, and reserve for my wife and me the whole of the first floor above the entresol, make those conditions, and you'll still get your 40,000 francs a year. If you should want to leave this quarter, so as to be nearer the chamber, you can always take up your abode with us on that vast first floor, which has stables and coach house belonging to it, in fact everything that is needful for a splendid life. And now, Thulia, I am going to get the cross of the Legion of Honor for you." Hearing this last promise, Bridget cried out in her enthusiasm, "Faith, my dear boy, you've done our business so well that I'll leave you to manage that of letting the house." "Don't abdicate, dear aunt," replied Theodose. "God keep me from ever taking a step without you. You are the good genius of this family. I think only of the day when Thulia will take his seat in the chamber. If you let the house, you will come into possession of your 40,000 francs for the last year of the lease in 2 months from now, and that will not prevent Thulia from drawing his quarterly 10,000 of the rental." After casting this hope into the mind of the old maid, who was jubilant, Theodose drew Thulia into the garden and said to him without beating round the bush, "Dear good friend, find means to get 10,000 francs from your sister, and be sure not to let her suspect that you pay them to me. Tell her that sum is required in the government office to facilitate your appointment as Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. Tell her too that you know the persons among whom that sum should be distributed." "That's a good idea," said Thulia. "Besides, I'll pay it back to her when I get my rents. Have the money ready this evening, dear friend. Now, I am going out on business about your cross tomorrow. We shall know something definitely about it." "What a man you are," cried Thulia. "The ministry of the 1st of March is going to fall, and we must get it out of them beforehand," said Theodose shrewdly. He now hurried to Madame Colville, crying out as he entered her room, "I've conquered. We shall have a piece of landed property for Celeste worth 1,000,000, a life interest, in which will be given to her by her marriage contract. But keep the secret, or your daughter will be hunted down by peers of France. Besides, this settlement will only be made in my favor. Now dress yourself, and let us go and call on Madame Dubreuil. She can get the cross for Thulia, while you are getting under arms. I'll do a little courting to Celeste you, and I can talk as we drive along. La Peyrade had seen as he passed the door of the Salon Celeste, and Félix Félion in close conversation. Flavie had such confidence in her daughter that she did not fear to leave them together now that the great success of the morning was secured. Théodose felt the necessity of beginning his courtship of Celeste. It was high time, he thought, to bring about a quarrel between the lovers. He did not therefore hesitate to apply his ear to the door of the salon before entering it in order to discover what letters of the alphabet of love they were spelling. He was even invited to commit this domestic treachery by sounds from within which seemed to say that they were disputing love, according to one of our poets, is a privilege which two persons mutually take advantage of to cause each other reciprocally a great deal of sorrow about nothing at all. When Celeste knew that Félix was elected by her heart to be the companion of her life, she felt a desire not so much to study him as to unite herself closely with him by that communion of souls, which is the basis of all affections and leads in youthful minds to involuntary examination. The dispute to which Théodose was now to listen took its rise in a disagreement which had sprung up within the last few days between the mathematician and Celeste. The young girl's piety was real, she belonged to the flock of the truly faithful, and to her Catholicism, tempered by that mysticism which attracts young souls, was an inward poem, a life within her life. From this point, young girls are apt to develop into either extremely high-minded women or saints, but during this beautiful period of their youth, they have in their heart, in their ideas, a sort of absolutism. Before their eyes is the image of perfection, and all must be celestial, angelic, or divine to satisfy them. Outside of their ideal nothing of good can exist, all is stained and soiled. This idea causes the rejection of many a diamond with a flaw by girls who, as women, fall in love with paste. Now Celeste had seen in Félix not irreligion, but indifference to matters of religion. Like most geometricians, chemists, mathematicians, and great naturalists, he had subjected religion to reason. He recognized a problem in it as insoluble as the squaring of the circle deist in petto. He lived in the religion of most Frenchmen, not attaching more importance to it than he did to the new laws promulgated in July. It was necessary to have a God in heaven, just as they set up a bust of the king at the mayor's office. Félix Félion, a worthy son of his father, had never drawn the slightest veil over his opinions or his conscience. He allowed Celeste to read into them with the candor and the inattention of a student of problems. The young girl, on her side, professed a horror for atheism, and her conscience assured her that a deist was cussing Germain to an atheist. "Have you thought, Félix, of doing what you promised me?" asked Celeste, as soon as Madame Colville had left them alone. "No, my dear Celeste," replied Félix. "Oh, to have broken his word!" she cried softly. "But to have kept it would have been a profanation," said Félix. "I love you so deeply, with a tenderness so little proof against your wishes, that I promised a thing contrary to my conscience. Conscience, Celeste, is our treasure, our strength, our mainstay. How can you ask me to go into a church and kneel at the feet of a priest, in whom I can see only a man? You would despise me if I obeyed you." "And so, my dear Félix, you refuse to go to church," said Celeste, casting a tearful glance at the man she loved. "If I were your wife you would let me go alone. You do not love me as I love you, for alas, I have a feeling in my heart for an atheist contrary to that which God commands." "An atheist?" cried Félix. "Oh no, listen to me, Celeste. There is certainly a God, I believe in that, but I have higher ideas of him than those of your priests. I do not wish to bring him down to my level. I want to rise to him. I listen to the voice he has put within me, voice which honest men call conscience, and I strive not to darken that divine ray as it comes to me. For instance, I will never harm others, I will do nothing against the commandments of universal morality, which was that of Confucius, Moses, Pythagoras, Socrates, as well as of Jesus Christ. I will stand in the presence of God. My actions shall be my prayers. I will never be false in word or deed. Never will I do a base or shameful thing. Those are the precepts I have learned from my virtuous father, and which I desire to bequeath to my children. All the good that I can do I shall try to accomplish, even if I have to suffer for it. What can you ask more of a man than that?" This profession of the Félion faith caused Celeste to sadly shake her head. "Read attentively," she replied. "The imitation of Jesus Christ. Strive to convert yourself to the Holy Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church, and you will see how empty your words are. Hear me, Félix. Marriage is not the church, says, the affair of a day, the mere satisfaction of our own desires. It is made for eternity. What shall we be, united day and night? Shall we form one flesh, one word, and yet have two languages, two faiths in our heart, and a cause of perpetual dissension? Would you condemn me to weep tears over the state of your soul, tears that I must ever conceal from you? Could I address myself in peace to God, when I see his arm stretched out in wrath against you. Must my children inherit the blood of a deist? And his convictions, O God, what misery for a wife! No, no, these ideas are intolerable, Felix. Be of my faith, for I cannot share yours. Do not put a gulf between us. If you loved me, you would already have read the Imitation of Jesus Christ. The Felian class sons of the constitutional dislike, the priestly mind Felix, had the imprudence to reply to this sort of prayer from the depths of an ardent heart. You are repeating, Celeste, the lessons your confessor teaches you. Nothing, believe me, is more fatal to happiness than the interference of priests in a home. Oh, cried Celeste, wounded to the quick, for love alone inspired her. You do not love. The voice of my heart is not in unison with yours. You have not understood me, because you have not listened to me. But I forgive you, for you know not what you say. She wrapped herself in solemn silence, and Felix went to the window and drummed upon the panes. Music familiar to those who have indulged in poignant reflections, Felix was in fact presenting the following delicate and curious questions to the Felian conscience. Celeste is a rich heiress, and in yielding against the voice of natural religion to her ideas, I should have in view the making of what is certainly an advantageous marriage, an infamous act. I ought not, as father of a family, to allow the priesthood to have an influence in my home. If I yield today, I do a weak act, which will be followed by many others equally pernicious to the authority of a husband and father. All this is unworthy of a philosopher. Then he returned to his beloved. Celeste, I entreat you on my knees, he said, not to mingle that which the law in its wisdom has separated. We live in two-world society, and heaven each has its own way of salvation. But as to society, is it not obeying God to obey the laws? Christ said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Caesar is the body politic. Dear, let us forget our little quarrel. Little quarrel, cried the young enthusiast. I want you to have my whole heart as I want to have the whole of yours, and you make it into two parts. Is not that an evil? You forget that marriage is a sacrament. Your priesthood have turned your head, exclaimed the mathematician impatiently. Monsieur Felian, said Celeste, interrupting him hastily. Enough of this. It was at this point of the quarrel that Theodose considered it judicious to enter the room. He found Celeste pale, and the young professor as anxious as a lover should be who has just irritated his mistress. I heard the word enough then. Something is too much, he said inquiringly, looking in turn from Celeste to Felix. We were talking religion, replied Felix, and I was saying to Mademoiselle how dangerous ecclesiastical influence is in the bosom of families. That was not the point, monsieur, said Celeste sharply. It was to know if husband and wife could be of one heart when the one is an atheist and the other Catholic. Can there be such a thing as atheists? Cried Theodose with all the signs of extreme wonderment. Could a true Catholic marry a Protestant? There is no safety possible for a married pair, unless they have perfect conformity in the matter of religious opinions. I, who come from the comtat of a family, which counts a pope among its ancestors, for our arms are gules, a key argent, with supporters, a monk holding a church, and a pilgrim with a staff, and the motto I open, I shut. I am, of course, intensely dogmatic on such points. But in these days, thanks to our modern system of education, it does not seem to me strange that religion should be called into question. I myself would never marry a Protestant had she millions, even if I loved her distractedly. Faith is a thing that cannot be tampered with. Una fides unus dominus, that is my device in life. You hear that, cried Celeste triumphantly, looking at Felix Felian. I am not openly devout, continued La Perrette. I go to Mass at 6 every morning, that I may not be observed. I fast on Fridays. I am in short a son of the Church, and I would not undertake any serious enterprise without prayer, after the ancient fashion of our ancestors. But no one is able to notice my religion. Singular thing happened to our family during the Revolution of 1789, which attached us more closely than ever to our Holy Mother, the Church, a poor young lady of the elder branch of the Perrades, who owned the little estate of La Perrade. For we ourselves are Perrades of Canquil, but the two branches inherit from one another. Well, this young lady married 6 years before the Revolution a barrister who, after the fashion of the times, was Voltairean, that is to say, an unbeliever, or, if you choose, a deist. He took up all the revolutionary ideas, and practiced the charming rites that you know of in the worship of the goddess Reason. He came into our part of the country imbued with the ideas of the convention and fanatical about them. His wife was very handsome. He compelled her to play the part of Liberty, and the poor unfortunate creature went mad. She died insane. Well, as things are going now, it looks as if we might have another 1793. This history, invented on the spot, made such an impression on Celeste's fresh and youthful imagination that she rose, bowed to the young men, and hastened to her chamber. "Ah, monsieur, why did you tell her that?" cried Felix, struck to the heart by the cold look. The young girl, affecting profound indifference cast upon him, she fancied herself transformed into a goddess of reason. "Why not? What were you talking about?" asked Theodose. "About my indifference to religion. The great sore of this century," replied Theodose gravely. "I am ready," said Madame Colville, appearing in a toilet of much taste. "But what is the matter with my poor daughter? She is crying." "Crying, madame," exclaimed Felix. "Please tell her that I will study the imitation of Christ at once." Felix left the house with Theodose and Flavie, whose arm the barrister pressed to let her know he would explain in the carriage the apparent dementia of the young professor. An hour later, Madame Colville and Celeste Colville and Theodose were entering the Thuiliers' apartment to dine there. Theodose and Flavie took Thuilier into the garden, where the former said to him, "Dear good friend, you will have the cross within a week. Our charming friend here will tell you about our visit to the Comtesse du Bruel." And Theodose left Thuilier, having caught sight of Desroches, in the act of being brought by Mademoiselle Thuilier into the garden. He went driven by a terrible and glacial presentiment to meet him. "My good friend," said Desroches in his ear, "I have come to see if you can procure at once 25,000 francs plus 2,680 for costs." "Are you acting for Cerizet?" asked the barrister. "Cerizet has put all the papers into the hands of Louchard, and you know what you have to expect if arrested. Is Cerizet wrong in thinking you have 25,000 francs in your desk? He says you offered them to him, and he thinks it only natural not to leave them in your hands." "Thank you for taking the step, my good friend," replied Theodose. "I have been expecting this attack." "Between ourselves," replied Desroches, "you have made an utter fool of him, and he is furious. The scamp will stop at nothing to get his revenge upon you. For hell lose everything if he forces you to fling your barrister's gown, as they say, to the nettles, and go to prison." "I said, Theodose, I am going to pay him, but even so there will still be 5 notes of mine in his hands, for 5,000 francs each. What does he mean to do with them?" "Oh, after the affair of this morning, I can't tell you. My client is a crafty mangy cur, and he is sure to have his little plans." "Look here, Desroches," said Theodose, taking the hard, unyielding attorney round the waist, "those papers are in your hands, are not they? Will you pay them?" "Yes, in 3 hours." "Very good, then be at my office at 9 o'clock. I'll receive the money and give you your notes, but at 9:30 o'clock they will be in the sheriff's hands." "Tonight then at 9 o'clock, said Theodose. 9 o'clock, repeated Desroches, whose glance had taken in the whole family, then assembled in the garden. Celeste, with red eyes, was talking to her godmother Colville, and Bridget, Flavie, and Thuilier were on the steps of the broad portico leading to the entrance hall. Desroches remarked to Theodose, who followed him to the door, "You can pay off those notes." At a single glance, the shrewd attorney had comprehended the whole scheme of the barrister. Chapter XIV. One of Cerizet's female clients. The next morning at daybreak, Theodose went to the office of the banker of the poor to see the effect produced upon his enemy by the punctual payment of the night before, and to make another effort to get rid of his hornet. He found Cerizet standing up in conference with a woman, and he received an imperative sign to keep at a distance, and not to interrupt the interview. The barrister was therefore reduced to conjectures as to the importance of this woman, an importance revealed by the eager look on the face of the lender by the little weak Theodose, had a presentiment, though a very vague one, that the upshot of this conference would have some influence on Cerizet's own arrangements, for he suddenly beheld on that crafty countenance the change produced by a dawning hope. "But my dear Mamma Cardinals—" "Yes, my good monsieur." "What is it you want?" "It must be decided." These beginnings or these ends of sentences were the only gleams of light that the animated conversation carried on in the lowest tones, with lip to ear and ear to lip, conveyed to the motionless witness, whose attention was fixed on Madame Cardinal. Madame Cardinal was one of Cerizet's earliest clients. She peddled fish. If Parisians know these creations peculiar to their soil, foreigners have no suspicion of their existence, and mere Cardinal, technologically speaking of course, deserved all the interest she excited in Theodose. So many women of her species may be met with in the streets that the passers-by give them no more attention than they give to the 3,000 pictures of the Salon. But as she stood in Cerizet's office, the Cardinal had all the value of an isolated masterpiece. She was a complete and perfect type of her species. The woman was mounted on muddy sabots, but her feet carefully wrapped in gaiters, was still further protected by stout and thick-ribbed stockings. Her cotton gown adorned with a glounce of mud bore the imprint of the strap, which supported the fish basket. Her principal garment was a shawl of what was called rabbit-hair cashmere, the two ends of which were knotted behind above her bustle fur. We must needs employ a fashionable word to express the effect produced by the transversal pressure of the basket upon her petticoats, which projected below it in shape like a cabbage. A printed cotton neckerchief of the coarsest description gave to view a red neck ribbed and lined like the surface of a pond, where people have skated. Her head was covered in a yellow silk foulard twined in a manner that was rather picturesque. Short and stout and ruddy of skin, mere cardinal, probably drank her little drop of brandy in the morning. She had once been handsome. The holla had formerly reproached her in the boldness of its figurative speech, for doing a double day's work in the 24. Her voice, in order to reduce itself to the diapason of ordinary conversation, was obliged to stifle its sound as other voices do in a sick-room. But at such times it came thick and muffled from a throat accustomed to send to the farthest recesses of the highest garret the names of the fish in their season. Her nose a la roxelane, her well-cut lips, her blue eyes, and all that formerly made up her beauty was now buried in folds of vigorous flesh, which told of the habits and occupations of an outdoor life. The stomach and bosom were distinguished for an amplitude worthy of Rubens. "Do you want to make me lie in the straw?" she said to Cerizet. "What do I care for the tupeliers? Ain't I a tupelier myself? What do you want to do with them, those tupeliers?" This savage outburst was hastily repressed by Cerizet, who uttered a prolonged hush, such as all conspirators obey. "Well, go and find out all you can about it, and come back to me," said Cerizet, pushing the woman toward the door and whispering, as he did so, a few words in her ear. "Well, my dear friend," said Theodose to Cerizet, "you have got your money." "Yes," returned Cerizet, "we have measured our claws. They are the same length, the same strength, and the same sharpness. What next?" "Am I to tell Dudok that you received last night 25,000 francs?" "Oh, my dear friend, not a word, if you love me," cried Cerizet. "Listen," said Theodose, "I must know once for all what you want. I am positively determined not to remain 24 hours longer on the gridiron, where you have got me cheat Dudok. If you will, I am utterly indifferent to that. But I intend that you and I shall come to an understanding. It is a fortune that I have paid you 25,000 francs, and you must have earned 10,000 more in your business. It is enough to make you an honest man, Cerizet, if you will leave me in peace. If you won't prevent my marriage with Mademoiselle Colville, I shall certainly be King's Attorney General, or something of that kind in Paris. You can't do better than make sure of an influence in that sphere. Here are my conditions, and they won't allow of discussion. You can take them or leave them. You will obtain for me the lease of Thuilier's new house for 18 years, and I'll hand you back one of your 5 notes cancelled, and you shall not find me any longer in your way, but you will have to settle with Dudok, for the remaining 4 notes you got the better of me, and I know Dudok hasn't the force to stand against you. I'll agree to that provided you'll pay a rent of 48,000 francs for the house the last year in advance, and begin the lease in October. Yes, but I shall not give for the last year's rent more than 43,000 francs. Your note will pay the remainder. I have seen the house, and examined it. It suits me very well." "One last condition," said Theodose, "you'll help me against Dudok." "No," said Cerizet, "you'll cook him brown yourself. He doesn't need any basting from me. He'll give out his gravy fast enough. But you ought to be reasonable. The poor fellow can't pay off the last 15,000 francs due on his practice, and you should reflect that 15,000 francs would certainly buy back your notes." "Well, give me 2 weeks to get your lease." "No, not a day later than Monday. Next Tuesday your notes will be in Louchard's hands, unless you pay them Monday or Thuilier signs the lease." "Well, Monday, so be it," said Theodose. "Are we friends?" "We shall be Monday," responded Cerizet. "Well then, Monday you'll pay for my dinner," said Theodose, laughing. "Yes, at the Rocher de Cancale, if I have the least Dudok, shall be there. Well, all be there are. It is long since I've had a good laugh." Theodose and Cerizet shook hands, saying reciprocally, "Well, meet soon." Cerizet had not calmed down so suddenly without reasons. In the first place, as Desroches once said, bile does not facilitate business, and the usurer had too well seen the justice of that remark not to coolly resolve to get something out of his position, and to squeeze the jugular vein of the crafty Provencal until he strangled him. "It is a fair revenge," Desroches said to him. "Mind you extract its quintessence. You hold that fellow." For 10 years past Cerizet had seen men growing rich by practicing the trade of principal tenant. The principal tenant is in Paris to the owners of houses What farmers are to country landlords, all Paris has seen one of its great tailors building at his own cost on the famous site of Frascati, one of the most sumptuous of houses, and paying as principal tenant 50,000 francs a year for the ground rent of the house, which at the end of 19 years' lease was to become the property of the owner of the land, in spite of the costs of construction, which were something like 700,000 francs. The profits of those 19 years proved in the end very large. Cerizet, always on the watch for business, had examined the chances for gain offered by the situation of the house, which Thulia had stolen, as he said, to Desrachesand. He had seen the possibility of letting it for 60,000 at the end of 6 years. There were 4 shops, 2 on each side, for it stood on a boulevard corner. Cerizet expected therefore to get clear 10,000 a year for a dozen years, allowing for eventualities and sundries attendant on renewal of leases. He therefore proposed to himself to sell his money-lending business to the widow Poit and Cadenet for 10,000 francs. He already possessed 30,000, and the two together would enable him to pay the last year's rent in advance, which houseowners in Paris usually demand as a guarantee from a principal tenant on a long lease. Cerizet had spent a happy night. He fell asleep in a glorious dream. He saw himself in a fair way to do an honest business, and to become a bourgeois like Thulia, like Maynard, and so many others. But he had a waking of which he did not dream. He found Fortune standing before him, and emptying her gilded horns of plenty at his feet in the person of Madame Cardinal. He had always had a liking for the woman, and had promised her for a year past the necessary sum to buy a donkey and a little cart, so that she could carry on her business on a large scale, and go from Paris to the suburbs. Madame Cardinal, widow of a porter in the corn market, had an only daughter whose beauty Cerizet had heard of from some of the mother's cronies. Olympe Cardinal was about 13 years of age at the time, 1837, when Cerizet began his system of loans in the quarter, and with a view to an infamous libertinism, he had paid great attention to the mother whom he rescued from utter misery, hoping to make Olympe his mistress. But suddenly, in 1838, the girl left her mother, and made her life, to use an expression by which the lower classes in Paris describe the abuse of the most precious gifts of nature and youth. To look for a girl in Paris is to look for a smelt in the Seine. Nothing but chance can throw her into the net. The chance came. Mere Cardinal, who to entertain a neighbour had taken her to the Bobino Theatre, recognized in the leading lady her own daughter, whom the first comedian had held under his control for 3 years. The mother, gratified at first at beholding her daughter in a fine gown of gold, brocade, her hair dressed like that of a duchess, and wearing open-worked stockings, satin shoes, and receiving the plaudits of the audience, ended by screaming out from her seat in the gallery, "You shall soon hear of me, murderer of your own mother, ill. No, whether miserable strolling players have the right to come and debauch young girls of 16. She waited at the stage door to capture her daughter, but the first comedian and the leading lady had no doubt jumped across the footlights and left the theatre with the audience, instead of issuing by the stage door, where Madame Cardinal and her crony Mere Mahoudeau made an infernal rumpus, which 2 municipal guards were called upon to pacify those august personages before whom the 2 women lowered the diapason of their voices, called the mother's attention to the fact that the girl was of legitimate theatrical age, and that instead of screaming at the door after the director, she could summon him before the justice office or the police court, whichever she pleased. The next day Madame Cardinal intended to consult Cerizet, in view of the fact that he was a clerk in the office of the justice office, but before reaching his lair in the Rue des Poules, she was met by the porter of a house in which an uncle of hers, a certain Tupelier, was living, who told her that the old man hadn't probably 2 days to live, being then in the last extremity. "Well, how do you expect me to help it?" replied the widow Cardinal. "We count on you, my dear Madame Cardinal. We know you won't forget the good advice. Well, give you. Here's the thing. Lately your poor uncle, not being able to stir round, has trusted me to go and collect the rents of his house, Rue Notre Dame de Nazareth, and the arrears of his dividends at the Treasury, which come to 1,800 francs. By this time, the widow Cardinal's eyes were becoming fixed instead of wandering. "Yes, my dear," continued Perec, a humpbacked little concierge, "and seeing that you are the only person who ever thinks about him, and that you come and see him sometimes, and bring him fish perhaps, he may make a bequest in your favour. My wife, who has been nursing him for the last few days since he has been so ill, spoke to him of you, but he wouldn't have you told about his illness. But now don't you see it is high time you should show yourself there? It is pretty nigh 2 months since he has been able to attend to business." "You may well think, you old thief," replied Madame Cardinal, hurrying at top speed toward the Rue Honore Chevalier, where her uncle lived in a wretched garret, "that the hair would grow on my hand before I could ever imagine that what my uncle Tupelier, rich, the old pauper of the church of St. Sulpice. Ah, returned the porter, but he fed well. He went to bed every night with his best friend, a big bottle of Roussillon. My wife has tasted it, though he told us it was common stuff. The wine merchant in the Rue des Canettes supplies it to him. Don't say a word about all this, said the widow when she parted from the man who had given her the information. Ill, take care, and remember you if anything comes of it. Tupelier, former drum major in the French Guards, had been for the 2 years preceding 1789 in the service of the church, as beadle of St. Sulpice. The Revolution deprived him of that post, and he then dropped down into a state of abject misery. He was even obliged to take to the profession of model, for he enjoyed, as they say, a fine physique when public worship was restored. He took up his beadle's staff once more, but in 1816 he was dismissed as much on account of his immorality as for his political opinions. Nevertheless, he was allowed to stay about the door of the church and distribute the holy water. Later, an unfortunate affair, which we shall presently mention, made him lose even that position, but still finding means to keep to the sanctuary, he obtained permission to be allowed as a pauper in the porch. At this period of life, being then 72 years of age, he made himself 96, and began the profession of centenarian. In all Paris it was impossible to find another such beard and head of hair as Tupelier's. As he walked he appeared bent double. He held a stick in his shaking hand, a hand that was covered with lichen like a granite rock, and with the other he held out the classic hat with a broad brim, filthy and battered, into which, however, there fell abundant alms. His legs were swathed in rags and bandages, and his feet shuffled along in miserable overshoes of woven matweed, inside of which he had fastened excellent cork soles. He washed his face with certain compounds which gave it an appearance of forms of illness, and he played the senility of a centenarian to the life. He reckoned himself 100 years old in 1830, at which time his actual age was 80. He was the head of the paupers of St. Sulpice, the master of the place, and all those who came to beg under the arcades of the church, safe from the persecutions of the police, and beneath the protection of the beadle and the giver of holy water, were forced to pay him a sort of tithe. When a new heir, a bridegroom, or some godfather left the church, saying, "Here, this is for all of you, don't torment any of my party," Tupelier, appointed by the beadle to receive these alms, pocketed 3/4, and distributed only the remaining quarter among his henchmen, whose tribute amounted to a sou a day. Money and wine were his last two passions, but he regulated the latter, and gave himself up to the former with neglecting his personal comfort. He drank at night only after his dinner, and for 20 years he slept in the arms of drunkenness, his last mistress. In the early morning he was at his post with all his faculties. From then until his dinner, which he took at Pere Lathuile's, made famous by Charlotte, he gnawed crusts of bread by way of nourishment, and he gnawed them artistically with an air of resignation, which earned him abundant alms. The beadle and the giver of holy water, with whom he may have had some private understanding, would say of him, "He is one of the worthy poor of the church." He used to know the rector Langt, who built St. Sulpice. He was for 20 years beadle of the church before the Revolution, and he is now over 100 years old. This little biography, well known to all the pious attendants of the church, was of course the best of his advertisements, and no hat was so well lined as his. He bought his house in 1826, and began to invest his money in the funds in 1830. From the value of the two investments, he must have made something like 6,000 francs a year, and probably turned them over by usury after Cerizet's own fashion, for the sum he paid for the house was 40,000 francs, while his investment in 1830 was 48,000 more. His niece deceived by the old man as much as he deceived the functionaries, and the pious souls of the church believed him the most miserable of paupers, and when she had any fish that were spoiling, she sometimes took them to the aged beggar. Consequently, she now felt it her right to get what she could in return for her pity and her liberality to an uncle, who was likely to have a crowd of collateral heirs, she herself being the third and last Tupelier daughter. She had 4 brothers, and her father, a porter with a handcart, had told her in her childhood of 3 aunts and 4 uncles, who all led an existence of the baser sort. After inspecting the sick man, she went at full speed to consult Cerizet, telling him in the first place how she had found her daughter, and then the reasons and indications which made her think that her uncle Tupelier was hoarding a pile of gold in his mattress. Mere Cardinal did not feel herself strong enough to seize upon the property legally or illegally, and she therefore came to confide in Cerizet and get his advice. So then the banker of the poor, like other scavengers, had at last found diamonds in the slime in which he had paddled for the last 4 years, being always on the watch for some such chance, they say occasionally met with in the purlieus, which give birth to heiresses in sabots. This was the secret of his unexpected gentleness, to la parade the man whose ruin he had vowed. It is easy to imagine the anxiety with which he awaited the return of Madame Cardinal, to whom this wily schemer of nefarious plots had given means to verify her suspicions as to the existence of the hoarded treasure, promising her complete success. If she would trust him to obtain for her so rich a harvest, he was not the man to shrink from a crime, above all when he saw that others could commit it while he obtained the benefits. "Well, monsieur," cried the fishwife, entering Cerizet's den, with a face as much inflamed by cupidity as by the haste of her movements, "my uncle sleeps on more than 100,000 francs in gold, and I am certain that those Perricks, by dint of nursing him, have smelt the rat." "Shared among 40 heirs, that won't be much to each," said Cerizet. "Listen to me, mere Cardinal, ill marry your daughter. Give her your uncle's gold, and ill guarantee to you a life interest in the house, and the dividends from the money in the funds. We shan't run any risk." "None whatever." "Agreed then," said the widow Cardinal, holding out her hand to her future son-in-law. 6,000 francs a year, hey, what a fine life I'll have. "With a son-in-law like me," added Cerizet. "I shall be a bourgeoisie of Paris." "Now," resumed Cerizet after a pause, "I must study the ground. Don't leave your uncle alone a minute. Tell the Perricks that you expect a doctor. I'll be the doctor, and when I get there you must seem not to know me." "Aren't you sly, you old rogue?" said Madame Cardinal, with a punch on Cerizet's stomach by way of farewell. An hour later Cerizet, dressed in black disguised by a rusty wig and an artificially painted physiognomy, arrived at the house in the Rue Honore Chevalier in the regulation cabriolet. He asked the porter to tell him how to find the lodging of an old beggar named Tupelier. "Is monsieur the doctor whom Madame Cardinal expects?" asked Perrick. Cerizet had no doubt reflected on the gravity of the affair he was undertaking, for he avoided giving an answer to that question. "Is this the way?" he said, turning at random to one side of the courtyard. "No, monsieur," replied Perrick, who then took him to the back stairs of the house, which led up to the wretched attic occupied by the pauper. Nothing remained for the inquisitive porter to do but to question the driver of the cabriolet, to which employment we will leave him while we pursue our own inquiries elsewhere. Chapter 15. The difficulties that crop up in the easiest of thefts. The house in which Tupelier lived is one of those which have lost half their depth owing to the straightening of the line of the street, the Rue Honore Chevalier being one of the narrowest in the St. Sulpice quarter. The owner, forbidden by the law to repair it, or to add new stories, was compelled to let the wretched building in the condition in which he bought it. It consisted of a first story above the ground floor, surmounted by garrets, with 2 small wings running back on either side. The courtyard thus formed ended in a garden, planted with trees, which was always rented to the occupant of the first floor. This garden, separated by an iron railing from the courtyard, would have allowed a rich owner to sell the front buildings to the city, and to build a new house upon the courtyard, but the whole of the first floor was let on an 18 years lease to a mysterious personage about whom neither the official policing of the concierge nor the curiosity of the other tenants could find anything to censure. This tenant, now 70 years of age, had built in 1829 an outer stairway leading from the right wing of the first floor to the garden, so that he could get there without going through the courtyard. Half the ground floor was occupied by a bookstitcher, who for the last 10 years had used the stable and coach house for workshops. A bookbinder occupied the other half. The binder and the stitcher lived each of them in half the garret rooms over the front building on the street. The garrets above the rear wings were occupied, the one on the right by the mysterious tenant, the one on the left by Tupelier, who paid 100 francs a year for it, and reached it by a dark staircase, lighted by small round windows. The porticature was made in the circular form indispensable in a street so narrow that 2 carriages cannot pass in it. Cerizet laid hold of the rope, which served as a baluster to climb the species of ladder, leading to the room where the so-called beggar was ding, a room in which the odious spectacle of pretended pauperism was being played. In Paris, everything that is done for a purpose is thoroughly done. Wood paupers are as clever at mounting their disguise as shopkeepers in preparing their show windows, or sham rich men in obtaining credit. The floor had never been swept, the bricks had disappeared beneath layers of dirt, dust, dried mud, and any and everything thrown down by Tupelier. A miserable stove of cast iron, the pipe of which entered a crumbling chimney, was the most apparent piece of furniture in this hovel. In an alcove stood a bed with tester and valance of green serge, which the moths had transformed into lace. The window, almost useless, had a heavy coating of grease upon its panes, which dispensed with the necessity of curtains. The whitewashed walls presented to the eye fuliginous tones, due to the wood and peat burned by the pauper in his stove. On the fireplace were a broken water pitcher, 2 bottles, and a cracked plate. A worm-eaten chest of drawers contained his linen, and decent clothes. The rest of the furniture consisted of a night table of the commonest description, another table worth about 40 sous, and 2 kitchen chairs with the straw seats almost gone. The extremely picturesque costume of the centenarian pauper was hanging from a nail, and below it on the floor were the shapeless matweed coverings that served him for shoes, the whole forming with his amorphous old hat and knotty stick a sort of panoply of misery. As he entered, Cerizet gave a rapid glance at the old man, whose head lay on a pillow brown with grease, and without a pillowcase, his angular profile like those which engravers of the last century were fond of making out of rocks in the landscapes they engraved, was strongly defined in black against the green serge hangings of the tester tupelier. A man nearly 6 feet tall was looking fixedly at some object at the foot of his bed. He did not move on hearing the groaning of the heavy door, which, being armed with iron bolts and a strong lock, closed his domicile securely. "Is he conscious?" said Cerizet, before whom Madame Cardinal started back, not having recognized him till he spoke. "Pretty nearly," she replied. "Come out on the staircase, so that he doesn't hear us," whispered Cerizet. "This is how we'll manage it," he continued in the ear of his future mother-in-law. "He is weak, but he isn't so very low. We have fully a week before us. I'll send you a Dr. Hall suit us, you understand, and later in the evening I'll bring you 6 poppy heads. In the state he's in, you see, a decoction of poppy heads will send him into a sound sleep. I'll send you a cot bed on pretence of your sleeping in the room with him. We'll move him from one bed to the other, and when we've found the money there won't be any difficulty in carrying it off. But we ought to know who the people are who live in this old barrack. If Perrick suspects, as you think about the money, he might give an alarm, and so many tenants, so many spies, you know." "Oh, as for that," said Madame Cardinal, "I've found out already that Monsieur Duportel, the old man who occupies the first floor, has charge of an insane woman. I heard their Dutch servant woman, cat calling her Lydie, this morning. The only other servant is an old valet named Bruno. He does everything, except cook." "But the binder and the stitcher down below," returned Cerizet. "They begin work very early in the morning. Well, anyhow, we must study the matter," he added in the tone of a man whose plans are not yet decided. "I'll go to the mayor's office of your arrondissement and get a limp's register of birth, and put up the banns. The marriage must take place a week from Saturday." "How he goes it, the rascal!" cried the admiring Madame Cardinal, pushing her formidable son-in-law by the shoulder. As he went downstairs, Cerizet was surprised to see through one of the small round windows an old man, evidently Duportel, walking in the garden with a very important member of the government, Count Marshal de la Roche-Hugon. He stopped in the courtyard when he reached it, as if to examine the old house built in the reign of Louis Roman XIV, the yellow walls of which, though of freestone, were bent like the elderly beggar they contained. Then he looked at the workshops and counted the workmen. The house was otherwise as silent as a cloister. Being observed himself, Cerizet departed, thinking over in his mind the various difficulties that might arise in extracting the sum hidden beneath the dying man. "Carry off all that gold at night," he said to himself. "Why, those porters will be on the watch, and 20 persons might see us. It is hard work to carry even 25,000 francs of gold on one's person." Societies have 2 goals of perfection. The first is a state of civilization in which morality, equally infused and pervasive, does not admit even the idea of crime. The Jesuits reached that point formerly presented by the primitive church. The second is the state of another civilization in which the supervision of citizens over one another makes crime impossible. The end which modern society has placed before itself is the latter, namely that in which a crime presents such difficulties that a man must abandon all reasoning in order to commit it. In fact, iniquities which the law cannot reach are not left actually unpunished, for social judgment is even more severe than that of courts. If a man like Minoret, the postmaster at Nemours, see Ursule Mirouet, suppresses a will, and no one witnesses the act, the crime is traced home to him by the watchfulness of virtue, as surely as a robbery is followed up by the detective police. No wrongdoing passes actually unperceived, and wherever a lesion in rectitude takes place, the scar remains. Things can be no more made to disappear than men so carefully in Paris, especially are articles and objects ticketed and numbered houses, watched streets, observed places, spied upon. To live at ease, crime must have a sanction like that of the bourse, like that conceded by Cerizet's clients, who never complained of his usury, and indeed would have been troubled in mind if their flayer were not in his den of a Tuesday. "Well, my dear monsieur," said Madame Perrick, the porter's wife, as he passed her lodge, "how do you find him, that friend of God, that poor man?" "I am not the doctor," replied Cerizet, who now decidedly declined that role. "I am Madame Cardinal's business man. I have just advised her to have a cot-bed put up so as to nurse her uncle night and day, though perhaps she will have to get a regular nurse." "I can help her," said Madame Perrick. "I nurse women in childbed." Well, see about it," said Cerizet. "I'll arrange all that. Who is the tenant on your first floor?" "Monsieur Duportel. He has lodged here these 30 years. He is a man with a good income, monsieur, highly respectable, and elderly. You know, people who invest in the funds live on their incomes. He used to be in business, but it is more than 11 years now since he has been trying to restore the reason of a daughter of one of his friends, Mademoiselle Lydie de la Peyrade. She has the best advice, I can tell you, the very first doctors in Paris. Only this morning they had a consultation, but so far nothing has cured her, and they have to watch her pretty close, for sometimes she gets up and walks at night." "Mademoiselle Lydie de la Peyrade," exclaimed Cerizet. "Are you sure of the name?" "I've heard Madame Cat, her nurse, who also does the cooking, call her so 1,000 times, monsieur, though generally neither Monsieur Bruno, the valet, nor Madame Cat say much. It's like talking to the wall to try and get any information out of them. We have been porters here these 20 years, and we've never found out anything about Monsieur Duportel. Yet more than that, monsieur, he owns the little house alongside. You see the double door from here? Well, he can go out that way and receive his company too. And we know nothing about it. Our owner doesn't know anything more than we do. When people ring at that door, Monsieur Bruno goes and opens it." "Then you didn't see the gentleman who is talking with him in the garden go by this way?" "Bless me, no, that I didn't." "Ah," thought Cerizet as he got into the cabriolet, "she must be the daughter of that uncle of Theodose. I wonder if Duportel can be the secret benefactor who sent money from time to time to that rascal. Suppose I send an anonymous letter to the old fellow warning him of the danger the barrister runs from those notes for 25,000 francs. An hour later the cot-bed had arrived for Madame Cardinal, to whom the inquisitive portress offered her services to bring her something to eat. "Do you want to see the rector?" Madame Cardinal inquired of her uncle. She had noticed that the arrival of the bed seemed to draw him from his somnolence. "I want wine," replied the pauper. "How do you feel now, Pierre Tupelier?" asked Madame Perrick in a coaxing voice. "I tell you I want wine," repeated the old man with an energetic insistence scarcely to be expected of his feebleness. "We must first find out if it is good for you, uncle," said Madame Cardinal soothingly. "Wait till the doctor comes." "Doctor, I won't have a doctor," cried Tupelier. "And you, what are you doing here?" "I don't want anybody. My good uncle, I came to know if you'd like something tasty. I've got some nice fresh sole, a bit of fried sole with a squeeze of lemon on it." "Your fish indeed," cried Tupelier, "all rotten. That last you brought me more than 6 weeks ago. It is there in the cupboard. You can take it away with you." "Heavens, how ungrateful sick men are," whispered the widow Cardinal to Perrick. Nevertheless, to exhibit solicitude, she arranged the pillow under the patient's head, saying, "There, uncle, don't you feel better like that?" "Let me alone," shouted Tupelier angrily. "I want no one here. I want wine. Leave me in peace." "Don't get angry, little uncle. Well, fetch you some wine." "Number 6 wine, Rue des Canettes," cried the pauper. "Yes, I know," replied Madame Cardinal, "but let me count out my coppers. I want to get something better for you than that kind of wine, for don't you see, an uncle, he's a kind of father, and one shouldn't mind what one does for him." So saying, she sat down with her legs apart on one of the dilapidated chairs, and poured into her apron the contents of her pockets, namely a knife, her snuff-box, 2 pontickets, some crusts of bread, and a handful of copper, from which she extracted a few silver bits. This exhibition, intended to prove her generous and eager devotion, had no result. Tupelier seemed not to notice it. Exhausted by the feverish energy with which he had demanded his favourite remedy, he made an effort to change his position, and with his back turned to his 2 nurses, he again muttered "wine, wine," after which nothing more was heard of him, but a stentorous breathing that plainly showed the state of his lungs, which were beginning to congest. "I suppose I must go and fetch his wine," said the Cardinal, restoring to her pockets, with some ill humour, the cargo she had just pulled out of them. "If you don't want to go," began Madame Perrick, always ready to offer her services. The fishwife hesitated for a moment, then, reflecting that something might be got out of a conversation with the wine merchant, and sure, moreover, that as long as Tupelier lay on his gold, she could safely leave him alone with the portress, she said. Thank you, Madame Perrick, but I'd better make acquaintance with his tradesfolk. Then, having spied behind the night table a dirty bottle which might hold about 2 quarts. Did he say the Rue des Canals? She inquired of the portress. Corner of the Rue Guissard, replied Madame Perrick. Monsieur Legrelou, a tall fine man with big whiskers, and no hair. Then lowering her voice, she added, his number 6 wine you know is Roussillon, and the best too. However, the wine merchant knows it is enough if you tell him you have come from his customer, the pauper of Saint Sulpice. No need to tell me anything twice, said the cardinal, opening the door, and making, as they say, a false exit. Our car, she said, coming back. What does he burn in his stove, supposing? I want to heat some remedy for him. Goodness, said the portress, he doesn't make much provision for winter, and here we are in the middle of summer. And not a saucepan, not a pot even. Gracious, what a way to live. I'll have to fetch him some provisions. I hope nobody will see the things I bring back. I'd be ashamed they should. I'll lend you a handbag, said the portress, always ready and officious. No, I'll buy a basket, replied the fishwife, more anxious about what she expected to carry away than what she was about to bring home to the pauper. There must be some Auvergnat in the neighbourhood who sells wood, she added. Corner of the Rue Ferroyal, find one there, a fine establishment with logs of wood, painted in a kind of an arcade, all round the shop, so like you'd think they were going to speak to you. Before going finally off, Madame Cardinal went through a piece of very deep hypocrisy. We have seen how she hesitated about leaving the portress alone with the sick man. Madame Perrick, she said to her, you won't leave him, the poor darling, will you, till I get back? It may have been noticed that Cerizet had not decided on any definite course of action in the new affair. He was now undertaking the part of doctor, which for a moment he thought of assuming frightened him, and he gave himself out, as we have seen, to Madame Perrick, as the business agent of his accomplice. Once alone, he began to see that his original idea, complicated with a doctor, a nurse, and a notary, presented the most serious difficulties. A regular will drawn in favour of Madame Cardinal was not a thing to be improvised in a moment. It would take some time to acclimatise the idea in the surly and suspicious mind of the old pauper, and death, which was close at hand, might play them a trick at any moment, and balk the most careful preparations. It was true that unless a will were made, the income of 8,000 francs on the grand liver, and the house in the Rue Notre Dame de Nazareth, would go to the heirs-at-law, and Madame Cardinal would get only her share of the property. But the abandonment of this visible portion of the inheritance was the surest means of laying hands on the invisible part of it. Besides, if the latter were secured, what hindered their returning to the idea of a will? Resolving therefore to confine the operation to the simplest terms at first, Cerizet summed them up in the manoeuvre of the poppy heads already mentioned, and he was making his way back to Tupilier's abode armed with that single weapon of war, intending to give Madame Cardinal further instructions, when he met her bearing on her arm the basket she had just bought, and in that basket was the sick man's panacea. Upon my word, cried the usurer, is this the way you keep your watch? I had to go out and buy him wine, replied the cardinal. He is howling like a soul in hell that he wants to be at peace, and to be let alone, and get his wine. It is his one idea that Roussillon is good for his disease. Well, when he has drunk it, I dare say he will be quieter. You are right, said Cerizet sententiously, never contradict a sick man. But this wine, you know, ought to be improved by infusing these, and lifting one of the covers of the basket, he slipped in the poppy's yowl, procure the poor man a good long sleep, 5 or 6 hours, at least this evening. I'll come and see you, and nothing, I think, need prevent us from examining a little closer those matters of inheritance. I see, said Madame Cardinal, winking. Tonight then, said Cerizet, not wishing to prolong the conversation. He had a strong sense of the difficulty and danger of the affair, and was very reluctant to be seen in the street, conversing with his accomplice. Returning to her uncle's garret, Madame Cardinal found him still in a state of semi-torpor. She relieved Madame Perrick, and bade her good-bye, going to the door to receive a supply of wood all sawed, which she had ordered from the Auvergnat in the Rue Ferru. Into an earthen pot which she had bought of the right size to fit upon the hole in the stoves of the poor, where they put their soup kettles, she now threw the poppies, pouring over them 2/3 of the wine she had brought back with her. Then she lighted a fire beneath the pot, intending to obtain the decoction agreed upon as quickly as possible. The crackling of the wood, and the heat, which soon spread about the room, brought Tupilier out of his stupor. Seeing the stove lighted, he called out, "Who is making a fire here? Do you want to burn the house down?" "Why, uncle," said the cardinal, "it is wood I bought with my own money to warm your wine. The doctor doesn't want you to drink it cold." Where is it that wine? Demanded Tupelier, calming down a little at the thought that the fire was not burning at his expense. It must come to a boil, said his nurse. The doctor insisted upon that still. If you'll be good, I'll give you half a glass of it cold, just to wet your whistle. I'll take that upon myself, but don't you tell the doctor. Doctor, I won't have a doctor. They are all scoundrels invented to kill people, cried Tupelier, whom the idea of drink had revived. Come, give me the wine, he said in the tone of a man whose patience had come to an end. Convinced that though this compliance would do no harm, it could do no good, Madame Cardinal poured out half a glass, and while she gave it with one hand to the sick man, with the other she raised him to a sitting posture that he might drink it. With his fleshless, eager fingers Tupelier clutched the glass, emptied it at a gulp, and exclaimed, "Ah, that's a fine drop, that is, though you've watered it." "You mustn't say that, uncle. I went and bought it myself of Pere Legrelou, and I've given it you quite pure, but you let me simmer the rest. The doctor said I might then give you all you wanted." Tupelier resigned himself with a shrug of the shoulders. At the end of 15 minutes, the infusion being in condition to serve, Madame Cardinal brought him without further appeal a full cup of it. The avidity with which the old pauper drank it down prevented him from noticing at first that the wine was drugged, but as he swallowed the last drops, he tasted the sickly and nauseating flavor, and flinging the cup on the bed, he cried out that someone was trying to poison him. "Poison, nonsense," said the fishwife, pouring into her own mouth a few drops of that which remained in the bottle, declaring to the old man that if the wine did not seem to him the same as usual, it was because his mouth had a bad taste to it. Before the end of the dispute, which lasted some time, the narcotic began to take effect, and at the end of an hour the sick man was sound asleep. While idly waiting for Cerizet, an idea took possession of the cardinal's mind. She thought that in view of their comings and goings with the treasure, it would be well if the vigilance of the Perec husband and wife could be dulled in some manner. Consequently, after carefully flinging the refuse poppy heads into the privy, she called to the portress. "Madame Perec, come up and taste his wine." Wouldn't you have thought, to hear him talk, he was ready to drink a cask of it? Well, a cupful satisfied him. "Your health," said the portress, touching glasses with the cardinal, who was careful to have hers filled with the unboiled wine. Less accomplished as a gourmet than the old beggar, Madame Perec perceived nothing in the insidious liquid cold by the time she drank it to make her suspect its narcotic character. On the contrary, she declared it was velvet, and wished that her husband were there to have a share in the treat. After a rather long gossip, the two women separated. Then, with the cooked meat she had provided for herself, and the remains of the Roussillon, Madame Cardinal made a repast which she finished off with a siesta, without mentioning the emotions of the day. The influence of one of the most heady wines of the country would have sufficed to explain the soundness of her sleep. When she woke, darkness was coming on. Her first care was to give a glance at her patient. His sleep was restless, and he was dreaming aloud. "Diamonds," he said, "those diamonds at my death, but not before." Gracious, thought Madame Cardinal, that was the one thing lacking, diamonds, that he should have diamonds. Then, as Tupelier seemed to be in the grasp of a violent nightmare, she leaned over him, so as not to lose a word of his speech, hoping to gather from it some important revelation. At this moment, a slight rap, given to the door from which the careful nurse had removed the key, announced the arrival of Cerizet. "Well," he said on entering, "he has taken the drug. He's been sound asleep these 2 hours. Just now, in dreaming, he was talking of diamonds." "Well," said Cerizet, "it wouldn't be surprising if we found some these paupers, when they set out to be rich, like to pile up everything." "Ah," cried the cardinal suddenly, "what made you go and tell Mere Perec that you were my man of business, and that you weren't a doctor? I thought we agreed this morning that you were coming as a doctor." Cerizet did not choose to admit that the usurpation of that title had seemed to him dangerous. He feared to discourage his accomplice. "I saw that the woman was going to propose a consultation," he replied, "and I got out of it that way." "Goodness," exclaimed Madame Cardinal, "they say fine minds come together. That was my dodge too, calling you my man of business. Seemed to give that old pilferer a few ideas. Did they see you come in those porters?" "I thought as I went by," replied Cerizet, "that the woman was asleep in her chair." "And well she might be," said the cardinal significantly. "What really?" said Cerizet. "Parbleu," replied the fishwife, "what's enough for one is enough for two. The rest of the stuff went that way." "As for the husband, he was there," said Cerizet, "for he gave me a gracious sign of recognition, which I could have done without. Wait till it is quite dark, and well play him a comedy that shall fool him finely." Accordingly, 10 minutes later, the fishwife, with a vim that delighted the usurer, organized for the innocent porter the comedy of a monsieur who would not, out of politeness, let her accompany him to the door, she herself, with equal politeness, appearing to conduct the sham physician into the street gate. She pretended that the wind had blown out of her lamp, and under pretext of relighting it, she put out that of Peric. All this racket, accompanied by exclamations and a bewildering loquacity, was so briskly carried out that the porter, if summoned before the police court, would not have hesitated to swear that the doctor whose arrival he had witnessed left the house between 9 and 10 o'clock. When the two accomplices were thus in tranquil possession of the field of operations, Madame Cardinal hung up her rabbit-share shawl before the window to exclude all possible indiscretion on the part of a neighbour in the Luxembourg quarter. Life quiets down early. By 10 o'clock, all the sounds in the house, as well as those out of doors, were stilled, and Cerizet declared that the moment had come to go to work by beginning at once. They were certain that the sleeper would remain under the influence of the drug. Besides, if the booty were found at once, Madame Cardinal could, under pretence of a sudden attack on her patient, which required her to fetch a remedy from the apothecary, get the porter to open the street gate for her without suspicion. As all porters pull the gate cord from their beds, Cerizet would be able to get away at the same time without notice. Powerful in advice, Cerizet was a very incapable hand in action, and without the robust assistance of mere Cardinal, he could never have lifted what might almost be called the corpse of the former drummageur. Completely insensible, Tupelier was now an inert mass, dead weight, which could fortunately be handled without much precaution, and the athletic Madame Cardinal, gathering strength from her cupidity, contrived, notwithstanding Cerizet's insufficient assistance, to effect the transfer of her uncle from one bed to the other. On rummaging the bed from which the body was moved, nothing was found, and Madame Cardinal, pressed by Cerizet to explain why she had confidently asserted that her uncle was lying on 100,000 francs in gold, was forced to admit that a talk with Madame Peric and her own fervid imagination were the sole grounds of her certainty. Cerizet was furious, having for one whole day dallied with the idea and hope of fortune, having moreover entered upon a dangerous and compromising course of action, only to find himself at the supreme moment face to face with nothing. The disappointment was so bitter that if he had not been afraid of the muscular strength of his future mother-in-law, he would have rushed upon her with some frantic intention. His anger, however, spent itself in words harshly abused. Madame Cardinal contented herself by remarking that all hope was not lost, and then, with a faith that ought to have moved mountains, she set to work to empty the straw from the mattress. She had already vainly explored in all directions, but Cerizet would not allow that extreme measure. He remarked that after the autopsy of a straw mattress such detritus would remain upon the floor as must infallibly give rise to suspicion, but the Cardinal, who thought this caution ridiculous, was determined to at least take apart the flock bedstead. The passion of the search gave extraordinary vigilance to her senses, and as she raised the wooden side-frame, she heard the fall of some tiny object on the floor. Seizing the light, she began to search in the mound of filth of all kinds that was under the bed, and finally laid her hand on a bit of polished steel about half an inch long, the use of which was to her inexplicable. "That's a key," cried Cerizet, who was standing beside her with some indifference, but whose imagination now set off at a gallop. "Ha ha, you see I was right," cried the Cardinal, "but what can it open?" she added on reflection. "Nothing bigger than a doll's house." "No," said Cerizet, "it is a modern invention, and very strong locks can be opened with that little instrument." With a rapid glance, he took in all the pieces of furniture in the room, went to the bureau, and pulled out the drawers, looked in the stove, in the table, but nowhere did he find a lock to which the little key could be adapted. Suddenly the Cardinal had a flash of illumination. "See here," she said. "I remarked that the old thief, as he lay on his bed, never took his eyes off the wall just opposite to him." "A cupboard hidden in the wall," cried Cerizet, seizing the light eagerly. "It is not impossible." Examining attentively the door of the alcove, which was opposite the bed's head, he could see nothing there but a vast accumulation of dust and spiders' webs. He next employed the sense of touch, and began to rap and sound the wall in all directions at the spot to which Tupelier's constant gaze was directed. He thought he perceived in a very narrow space a slight sonority, and he presently perceived that he was rapping on wood. He then rubbed the spot vigorously with his handkerchief, and beneath the thick layer of dust and dirt which he thus removed, he found a piece of oak plank. Carefully inserted in the wall on one side of this plank was a small round hole. It was that of the lock which the key fitted. While Cerizet was turning the key, which worked with great difficulty, Madame Cardinal, holding the light, was pale and breathless, But oh cruel deception, the cupboard at last unlocked, and open showed only an empty space into which the light in her hand fell uselessly. Allowing this bacchante to give vent to her despair, by saluting her much-beloved uncle with the harshest epithets, Cerizet quietly inserted his arm into the cupboard, and after feeling it over at the back, he cried out an iron safe, adding impatiently, "Give me more light, Madame Cardinal." Then, as the light did not penetrate to the depths of the cupboard, he snatched the candle from the bottle where in default of a candlestick the cardinal had stuck it, and taking it in his hand, moved it carefully over all parts of the iron safe, the existence of which was now a certainty. "There is no visible lock," he said. "There must be a secret opening." "Isn't he sly, that old villain?" exclaimed Madame Cardinal, while Cerizet's bony fingers felt the side of the safe over minutely. "Ha!" he exclaimed, after groping for 10 minutes. "I have it." During this time Madame Cardinal's life seemed actually suspended. Under the pressure which Cerizet now applied, the iron side rose quickly into the thickness of the wall above, and in the midst of a mass of gold thrown pell-mell into a large excavation that was now exposed to view lay a case of red morocco, which from its size and appearance gave promise of magnificent booty. "I take the diamonds for myself," said Cerizet, when he had opened the case and seen the splendid jewels it contained. "You won't know how to get rid of them. I'll leave you the gold for your share. As for the house and the money and the funds, they are not worth the trouble it would be to get the old fellow to make a will." "Not so fast, my little man," replied the cardinal, who thought this decision rather summary. "We will first count the money." "Hush!" exclaimed Cerizet, apparently listening to a sound. "What is it?" asked the cardinal. "Don't you hear some one moving below?" "No, I hear nothing." Cerizet, making her a sign to be silent, listened attentively. "I hear a step on the stairs," he said a moment later. Then he hastily replaced the morocco case and made desperate but unavailing efforts to lower the panel. "Yes," cried Madame Cardinal, terrified. "Someone is really coming." Then, fastening to a hope of safety, she added, "I dare say it is that insane girl they say she walks at night." At any rate, the insane girl, if it were she, had a key to the room. For a moment later, this key was inserted in the lock. With a rapid glance Madame Cardinal measured the distance to the door, should she have time to push the bolt. No, certain that it was then too late, so she blew out the candle to give herself at least some chances in the darkness. Useless effort. The intruder, who now appeared, had brought a candle with him. When Madame Cerizet saw that she had to do with a small old man of puny appearance, she flung herself before him with flaming eyes, like a lioness from whom the hunter is seeking to take her cubs. "Be calm, my good woman," said the little man in a jeering tone. "The police are sent for. They will be here in a moment." At the word police, the cardinal's legs gave way. "But monsieur," she said, "why the police? We are not robbers." "No matter for that. If I were in your place I shouldn't wait for them," said the little old man. "They make unfortunate mistakes sometimes." "Can I clear out?" asked the woman incredulously. "Yes, if you empty your pockets of anything which has by accident got into them." "Oh, my good monsieur, I haven't a thing in my hands, or my pockets. I wasn't here to harm any one, only to nurse my poor dear uncle. You can search me." "Come, be off with you, that will do," said the old man. Madame Cardinal did not oblige him to repeat the order, and she rapidly disappeared down the staircase. Cerizet made as though he would take the same road. "You, monsieur, are quite another thing," said the little old man. "You and I must talk together, but if you are tractable the affair between us can be settled amicably." Whether it was that the narcotic had ceased to operate, or that the noise going on about Tupelia put an end to his sleep, he now opened his eyes, and cast around him the glance of a man who endeavours to remember where he is. Then, seeing his precious cupboard open, he found in the emotion that sight produced the strength to cry out 2 or 3 times, "Help, help, robbers," in a voice that was loud enough to rouse the house. "No, Tupelia," said the little old man, "you have not been robbed. I came here in time to prevent it. Nothing has been taken." "Why don't you arrest that villain?" shouted the old pauper, pointing to Cerizet. "Monsieur is not a thief," replied the old man. "On the contrary, he came up with me to lend assistance." Then turning to Cerizet, he added in a low voice, "I think, my good friend, that we had better postpone the interview I desire to have with you until tomorrow. Come at 10 o'clock to the adjoining house, and ask for Monsieur Duportil. After what has passed this evening, there will, I ought to warn you, be some danger to you in not accepting this conference. I shall find you elsewhere infallibly, for I have the honor to know who you are. You are the man whom the opposition journals were accustomed to call the courageous Cerizet." In spite of the profound sarcasm of this remark, Cerizet, perceiving that he was not to be treated more rigorously than Madame Cardinal, felt so pleased with this conclusion that he promised very readily to keep the appointment, and then slipped away with all the haste he could. Chapter Romans 16 Du Portail. The next day Cerizet did not fail to appear at the rendezvous given to him. Examined at first through the wicket of the door, he was admitted after giving his name into the house, and was ushered immediately to the study of Monsieur du Portail, whom he found at his desk. Without rising and merely making a sign to his guest to take a chair, the little old man continued the letter. He was then writing, after sealing it with wax with a care and precision that denoted a nature extremely fastidious and particular, or else a man accustomed to discharge diplomatic functions. Du Portail rang for Bruno, his valet, and said as he gave him the letter, "For the justice of peace of the arrondissement." Then he carefully wiped the steel pen he had just used, restored to their places symmetrically all the displaced articles on his desk, and it was only when these little arrangements were completed that he turned to Cerizet and said, "You know of course that we lost that poor Monsieur Tupelier last night." "No, really," said Cerizet, putting on the most sympathetic air he could manage, "this is my first knowledge of it." "But you probably expected it, when one gives a dying man an immense bowl of hot wine, which has also been narcotized, for the Perrake woman slept all night in a sort of lethargy after drinking a small glass of it. It is evident that the catastrophe has been hastened." "I am ignorant, monsieur," said Cerizet with dignity, "of what Madame Cardinal may have given to her uncle. I have no doubt committed a great piece of thoughtlessness in assisting this woman to obtain an inheritance to which she assured me she had legal rights. But as to attempting the life of that old pauper, I am quite incapable of such a thing. Nothing of the kind ever entered my mind." "You wrote me this letter, I think," said Du Portail, abruptly taking from beneath a Bohemian glass bowl a paper which he offered to Cerizet. "A letter," replied Cerizet with the hesitation of a man who doesn't know whether to lie or speak the truth. "I am quite sure of what I say," continued Du Portail. "I have a mania for autographs, and I possess one of yours obtained at the period when the opposition exalted you to the glorious rank of martyr. I have compared the two writings, and I find that you certainly wrote me yesterday the letter which you hold in your hand, informing me of the money embarrassments of young La Perrade at the present moment." "Well," said Cerizet, knowing that you had given a home to Mademoiselle de La Perrade, who is probably cousin of Theodose, "I thought I recognized in you the mysterious protector, from whom on more than one occasion my friend has received the most generous assistance. Now, as I have a sincere affection for that poor fellow, it was in his interests that I permitted myself—" "You did quite right," interrupted Du Portail. "I am delighted to have fallen in with a friend of La Perrade. I ought not to conceal from you that it was this particular fact which protected you last night. But tell me, what is this about notes for 25,000 francs? Is our friend so badly off in his affairs? Is he leading a dissipated life?" "On the contrary," replied Cerizet, "he's a Puritan given to the deepest piety. He did not choose to take as a barrister any other cases but those of the poor. He is now on the point of making a rich marriage." "Ah, is he going to be married, and to whom?" "To a Demoiselle Colville, daughter of the secretary of the mayor of the 12th arrondissement in herself. The girl has no fortune, but a certain Monsieur Thulier, her godfather, member of the Council General of the Seine, has promised her a suitable dot." "Who has handled this affair?" "La Perrade has been devoted to the Thulier family, into which he was introduced by Monsieur Dudoc, clerk of the justice of peace of their arrondissement." "But you wrote me that these notes were signed in favor of Monsieur Dudoc. The affair is a bit of matrimonial brokerage, in short." "Well, something of that kind," replied Cerizet. "You know, monsieur, that in Paris such transactions are very common. Even the clergy won't disdain to have a finger in them." "Is the marriage a settled thing?" "Yes, and within the last few days especially." "Well, my good sir, I rely on you to put an end to it. I have other views for Theodose and Arthur marriage to propose to him." "Excuse me," said Cerizet, "to break up this marriage would make it impossible for him to pay his notes, and I have the honor to call your attention to the fact that these particular bills of exchange are serious matters. Monsieur Dudoc is in the office of the justice of peace. In other words, he couldn't be easily defeated in such a matter." "The debt to Monsieur Dudoc you shall buy off yourself," replied Du Portail. "Make arrangements with him to that effect. Should Theodose prove reluctant to carry out my plans, those notes may become a useful weapon in our hands. You will take upon yourself to sue him for them, and you shall have no money responsibility in the matter. I will pay you the amount of the notes for Dutarch, and your costs in suing Theodose. You are square in business, monsieur, said Cerizet. There's some pleasure in being your agent now. If you think the right moment has come, I should be glad if you would give me some better light on the mission you are doing me the honor to place in my hands. You spoke just now, replied Duportel, of the cousin of Theodose, Mademoiselle Lydie de la Peyrade. This young woman, who is not in her first youth, for she is nearly 30, is the natural daughter of the celebrated Mademoiselle Beaumesnil of the Theatre Franchise, and Peyrade the Commissary General of Police under the Empire, and the uncle of our friend, until his death, which occurred suddenly, leaving his daughter, whom he loved tenderly, without means of support. I was bound to that excellent man with the warmest friendship. Glad to show that he had some knowledge of Duportel's interior life, Cerizet hastened to remark, and you have secretly fulfilled the duties of that friendship, monsieur, for in taking into your home that interesting orphan you assumed a difficult guardianship. Mademoiselle de la Peyrade's state of health requires, I am told, a care not only affectionate but persevering. Yes, replied Duportel, the poor girl, after the death of her father, was so cruelly tried that her mind has been somewhat affected, but a fortunate change has lately occurred in her condition, and only yesterday I called in consultation Dr. Bianchon and the two physicians in charge of Bicêtre and the Salpêtrière. These gentlemen unanimously declare that marriage and the birth of a first child would undoubtedly restore her to perfect health. You can readily understand that the remedy is too easy and agreeable not to be attempted. Then said Cerizet, it is to Mademoiselle Lydie de la Peyrade, his cousin, that you wish to marry Theodose. You have said it, returned Duportel, and you must not think that our young friend, if he accepts the marriage, will be called upon to show a gratuitous devotion. Lydie is very agreeable in person, she has talents, a charming disposition, and she can bring to bear in her husband's interest strong influence in public life. She has moreover a pretty fortune consisting of what her mother left her, and of my entire property, which, having no heirs myself, I intend to secure to her in the marriage contract. Besides all this, she has this very night acquired a not inconsiderable legacy. What, exclaimed Cerizet, do you mean that old Tupelier? By a will in his own handwriting, which I have here, that old pauper constitutes her, his sole legatee. You see, therefore, that I showed some kindness in not proceeding against you and Madame Cardinal for your little attempt last night. It was simply our property that you were trying to pillage. Heavens, cried Cerizet, I won't pretend to excuse Madame Cardinal's misconduct, and yet as one of the legal heirs dispossessed by a stranger, she had, it seems to me, some right to the indulgence which you certainly showed to her. In that you are mistaken, said Duportel. The apparent liberality of the old beggar to Mademoiselle de la Peyrade happens to be only a restitution. A restitution, exclaimed Cerizet in a tone of curiosity. A restitution, repeated Duportel, and nothing is easier than to prove it. Do you remember the robbery of some diamonds from one of our dramatic celebrities about 10 years ago? Yes, replied Cerizet, I was manager of one of my newspapers at the time, and I used to write the Paris items. But stay, I remember the actress who lost them was Mademoiselle Beaumesnil. Precisely, the mother of Mademoiselle de la Peyrade. Consequently, this miserable old Tupelierno, I remember that the thief was convicted. His name was Charles Crochard. It was said under the rose that he was the natural son of a great personage, the Comte de Granville, Attorney General, under the Restoration. See A Double Life. Well, said Duportel, this is how it happened. The robbery was committed in a house in the Rue de Tournon, occupied by Mademoiselle Beaumesnil. Charles Crochard, who was a handsome fellow, was said to have the run of it. Yes, yes, cried Cerizet, I remember Mademoiselle Beaumesnil's embarrassment when she gave her testimony, and also the total extinction of voice that attacked her when the judge asked her age. The robbery, continued Duportel, was audaciously committed in the daytime, and no sooner did Charles Crochard get possession of the casket than he went to the church of St. Sulpice, where he had an appointment with an accomplice who, being supplied with a passport, was to start immediately with the diamonds for foreign parts. It so chanced that on entering the church, instead of meeting the man he expected, who was a trifle late, Charles Crochard came face to face with a celebrated agent of the detective force, who was well known to him, inasmuch as the young rascal was not at his first scrimmage with the police, the absence of his accomplice, this encounter with the detective, and lastly a rapid movement made by the latter, by the merest chance, toward the door, induced the robber to fancy he was being watched. Losing his head under this idea, he wanted at any cost to put the casket out of his possession, knowing that if arrested as he expected at the door of the church, It would be a damning proof against him, catching sight at that moment of Tupilea, who was then the giver of holy water. My man, said he, making sure that no one overheard their colloquy, will you take care of this little package? For me it is a box of lace. I am going nearby to a countess who is slow to pay her bill, and if I have the lace with me she'll want to see it, for it is a new style, and she'll ask me to leave it with her on credit, instead of paying the bill. Therefore I don't want to take it. But he added, be sure not to touch the paper that wraps the box, for there's nothing harder than to do up a package in the same folds. The booby, cried Cerizet naively, why that very caution would make the man want to open it. You are an able casuist, said Du Portel. Well, an hour later Charles Crotchard, finding that nothing happened to him, returned to the church to obtain his deposit, but Tupilea was no longer there. You can imagine the anxiety with which Charles Crotchard attended early mass the next day, and approached the giver of holy water, who was there sure enough attending to his functions. But night, they say, brings counsel. The worthy beggar audaciously declared that he had received no package, and did not know what his interlocutor meant. And there was no possibility of arguing with him, for that would be exposure, remarked Cerizet, who was not far from sympathizing in a trick so boldly played. No doubt, resumed Du Portel, the robbery was already noised about, and Tupilea, who was a very able fellow, had calculated that Charles Crotchard would not dare to publicly accuse him, for that would reveal the theft. In fact, on his trial, Charles Crotchard never said a word of his mishap, and during the 6 years he spent at the galleys he was condemned to 10, but 4 were remitted. He did not open his lips to a single soul about the treachery of which he had been a victim. That was pretty plucky, said Cerizet. The tale excited him, and he showed openly that he saw the matter as an artist and a connoisseur. In that interval, continued Du Portel, Madame Beaumesnil died, leaving her daughter a few fragments of a once great fortune, and the diamonds which the will expressly stated Liddy was to receive in case they were recovered. Ha ha, exclaimed Cerizet, bad for Tupilea, because having to do with a man of your caliber. Charles Crotchard's first object on being liberated was vengeance on Tupilea, and his first step was to denounce him to the police as receiver of the stolen property taken in hand by the law. Tupilea defended himself with such singular good humour, being able to show that no proof whatever existed against him, that the examining judge let him off. He lost his place, however, as giver of holy water, obtaining with great difficulty permission to beg at the door of the church. For my part, I was certain of his guilt, and I managed to have the closest watch kept upon him, though I relied far more upon myself. Being a man of means and leisure, I stuck, as you may say, to the skin of my thief, and did, in order to unmask him, one of the cleverest things of my career. He was living at that time in the Rue du Coeur Volant. I succeeded in becoming the tenant of the room adjoining his, and one night, through a gimlet hole I had drilled in the partition, I saw my man take the case of diamonds from a very cleverly contrived hiding place. He sat for an hour gazing at them and fondling them. He made them sparkle in the light. He pressed them passionately to his lips. The man actually loved those diamonds for themselves, and had never thought of turning them to money. I understand, said Cerizet, a mania like that of Cardillac, the jeweller, which has now been dramatized. That is just it, returned Du Portel. The poor wretch was in love with that casket, so that when shortly after I entered his room, and told him I knew all, he proposed to me to leave him the life use of what he called the consolation of his old age, pledging himself to make Mademoiselle de la Perrade his sole heir, revealing to me at the same time the existence of a hoard of gold to which he was adding every day, and also the possession of a house and an investment in the funds. If he made that proposal in good faith, said Cerizet, it was a desirable one. The interest of the capital sunk in the diamonds was more than returned by that from the other property. You now see, my dear sir, said Du Portel, that I was not mistaken in trusting him. All my precautions were well taken. I exacted that he should occupy a room in the house I lived in, where I could keep a close eye upon him. I assisted him in making that hiding place the secret of which you discovered so cleverly. But what you did not find out was that, in touching the spring that opened the iron safe, you rang a bell in my apartment which warned me of any attempt that was made to remove our treasure. Poor Madame Cardinal, cried Cerizet good-humouredly, how far she was from suspecting it. Now here's the situation, resumed Du Portel, on account of the interest I feel in the nephew of my old friend, and also on account of the relationship. This marriage seems to me extremely desirable. In short, I unite Theodose to his cousin, and her dot, as it is possible that, considering the mental state of his future wife, Theodose may object to sharing my views, I have not thought it wise to make this proposal directly to himself. You have suddenly turned up upon my path. I know already that you are clever and wily, and that knowledge induces me to put this little matrimonial negotiation into your hands now. I think you understand the matter, thoroughly speak to him of a fine girl with one little drawback, but on the other hand, a comfortable fortune, do not name her to him and come here, and let me know how the proposal has been taken. Your confidence delights me as much as it honors me, replied Cerizet, and I will justify it the best I can. We must not expect too much, said du Portel. Refusal will be the first impulse of a man who has an affair on hand elsewhere, but we need not consider ourselves beaten. I shall not easily give up a plan, which I know to be just, even if I push my zeal so far as to put La Parade under lock and key in Clichy. I am resolved not to take no for his answer to a proposal of which in the end he cannot fail to see the propriety. Therefore, in any case, buy up those notes from Monsieur Dudok. At par? Asked Cerizet. Yes, at par, if you cannot do better. We are not going to haggle over a few thousand francs. Only when this transaction is arranged, Monsieur Dudok must pledge us either his assistance, or at the very least his neutrality. After what you have said of the other marriage, it is unnecessary for me to warn you that there is not a moment to lose in putting our irons into the fire. 2 days hence I have an appointment with La Parade, said Cerizet. We have a little matter of business of our own to settle. Don't you think it would be best to wait till then, when I can introduce the proposal incidentally, in case of resistance? I think that arrangement would best conduce to our dignity. So be it, said du Portel. It isn't much of a delay. Remember, monsieur, that if you succeed you have in place of a man able to bring you to a stern account for your imprudent assistance to Madame Cardinal, a greatly obliged person who will be ready at all times to serve you, and whose influence is greater than is generally supposed. After these friendly words, the pair separated with a thoroughly good understanding, and well satisfied with each other. Chapter Romans 17, in which the lamb devours the wolf. The evening before the day already agreed upon, Theodose received from Cerizet the following note. Tomorrow, lease or no lease, Rocher de Kenkel 6:30 o'clock. As for Dudok, Cerizet saw him every day, for he was still his copying clerk. He therefore gave him his invitation by word of mouth, but the attentive reader must remark a difference in the hour named 6:15. Rocher de Kenkel, said Cerizet. It was evident, therefore, that he wanted that 15 minutes with Dudok before the arrival of La Parade. These minutes the usurer proposed to employ in jockeying Dudok in the purchase of the notes. He fancied that if the proposition to buy them were suddenly put before him, without the slightest preparation, it might be more readily received. By not leaving the seller time to bethink himself, perhaps, he might lead him to loosen his grasp, and the notes once bought below par, he could consider at his leisure whether to pocket the difference or curry favour with du Portel for the discount he had obtained. Let us say, moreover, that apart from self-interest, Cerizet would still have endeavoured to scrape a little profit out of his friend. 'Twas an instinct, and a need of his nature. He had as great a horror for straight courses as the lovers of English gardens show in the lines of their paths. Dudok, having still a portion of the cost of his practice to pay off, was forced to live very sparingly, so that a dinner at the Rocher de Kenkel was something of an event in the economy of his straitened existence. He arrived, therefore, with that punctuality which testifies to an interest in the occasion, and precisely at 6:15 he entered the private room of the restaurant where Cerizet awaited him. It is queer, he said, here we are returned to precisely the situation in which we began our business relationship with La Parade, except, to be sure, that this present place of meeting of the three emperors is more comfortable. I prefer the Tilsit of the Rue Montgourjuel to the Tilsit of the Cheval Rouge. Faith, said Cerizet, I don't know that the results justify the change, for, to be frank, where are the profits to us in the scheme of our triumvirate? But, said Dudok, it was a bargain with a long time limit. It can't be said that La Parade has lost much time in getting installed. Forgive the punnet. The Tuileries, the scamp has made his way pretty fast, you must own that. Not so fast but what his marriage, said Cerizet, is at the present moment a very doubtful thing. Doubtful, cried Dudok, why doubtful? Well, I am commissioned to propose to him another wife, and I am not sure that any choice is left to him. What the devil are you about, my dear fellow, lending your hand in this way to another marriage, when you know we have a mortgage on the first? One isn't always master of circumstances. My friend, I saw at once, when the new affair was laid before me, that the one we had settled on must infallibly go by the board. Consequently, I've tried to work it round in our interests, yours and mine. Ah, car, do you mean they are pulling caps for this Theodose? Who is the new match? Has she money? The dart is pretty good, quite as much as Mademoiselle Carlaville's. Then I wouldn't give a fig for it. La Peyrade has signed those notes, and he will pay them. Will he pay them? That's the question. You are not a businessman, neither is Theodose. It may come into his head to dispute the validity of those notes. What security have we that, if the facts about their origin should come out, and the Thulier marriage shouldn't come off, the Court of Commerce mightn't annul them as obligations without cause? For my part, I should laugh at such a decision. I can stand it, and moreover my precautions are taken. But you, as clerk to a justice of peace, don't you see that such an affair would give the Chancellor a bone to pick with you? But my good fellow, said Dutoc with the ill humour of a man who sees himself face to face with an argument, he can't refute. You seem to have a mania for stirring up matters and meddling with. I tell you again, said Cerizet, this came to me. I didn't seek it, but I saw at once that there was no use struggling against the influence that is opposing us, so I chose the course of saving ourselves by a sacrifice. A sacrifice? What sort of sacrifice? Parbleu, I've sold my share of those notes, leaving those who bought them to fight it out with Master Barrister. Who is the purchaser? Who do you suppose would step into my shoes, unless it were the persons who have an interest in this other marriage, and who want to hold a power over Theodose, and control him by force if necessary? Then my share of the notes is equally important to them. No doubt, but I couldn't speak for you until I had consulted you. What do they offer? Hang it, my dear fellow, the same that I accepted, knowing better than you the danger of their competition. I sold out to them on very bad terms. Well, but what are they, those terms? I gave up my shares for 15,000 francs. Come, come, said Dutoc, shrugging his shoulders, what you are after is to recover a loss if you made it by a commission on my sherry, and perhaps, after all, the whole thing is only a plot between you and La Peyrade. At any rate, my good friend, you don't mince your words. An infamous thought comes into your head, and you state it with charming frankness. Luckily, you shall presently hear me make the proposal to Theodose, and you are clever enough to know by his manner if there has been any connivance between us. So be it, said Dutoc, I withdraw the insinuation, but I must say your employers are pirates. I call their proposal throttling people. I have not, like you, something to fall back upon. Well, you poor fellow, this is how I reasoned. I said to myself, that good Dutoc is terribly pressed for the last payment on his practice. This will give him enough to pay it off at one stroke. Events have proved that there are great uncertainties about our Theodose and Thulier scheme. Here's money down, live money, and therefore it won't be so bad a bargain after all. It is a loss of 2/5. Come, said Cerizet, you were talking just now of commissions. I see a means of getting one for you, if you'll engage to batter down this Colville marriage. If you will cry it down, as you have lately cried it up, I shouldn't despair of getting you around 20,000 out of the affair. Then you think that this new proposal will not be agreeable to La Peyrade at hell? Reject it. Is it some heiress on whom he has already taken a mortgage? All that I can tell you is that these people expect some difficulty in bringing the matter to a conclusion. Well, I don't desire better than to follow your lead, and do what is disagreeable to La Peyrade, but 5,000 francs, think of it, it is too much to lose. At this moment the door opened, and a waiter ushered in the expected guest. You can serve dinner, said Cerizet to the waiter, we are all here. It was plain that Theodose was beginning to take wing toward higher social spheres. Elegance was becoming a constant thought in his mind. He appeared in a dress suit and varnished shoes, whereas his two associates received him in frock coats and muddy boots. Gentlemen, he said, I think I am a little late, but that devil of a Thulier is the most intolerable of human beings. About a pamphlet I am concocting for him. I was unlucky enough to agree to correct the proofs with him, and over every paragraph there's a fight. What I can't understand, he says, the public can't either. I am not a man of letters, but I am a practical man, and that's the way we battle it, page after page. I thought the sitting this afternoon would never end. How unreasonable you are, my dear fellow, said Dutoc. When a man wants to succeed, he must have the courage to make sacrifices. Once married, you can lift your head. Ah yes, said La Peyrade with a sigh, ill lift it, for since the day you made me eat this bread of anguish I've become terribly sick of it. Cerizet, said Dutoc, has a plan that will feed you more succulently. Nothing more was said at the moment, for justice had to be done to the excellent fare ordered by Cerizet in honor of his coming lease, as usually happens at dinners, where affairs are likely to be discussed. Each man, with his mind full of them, took pains not to approach those topics, fearing to compromise his advantages by seeming eager. The conversation therefore continued for a long time on general subjects, and it was not until the dessert was served that Cerizet brought himself to ask La Peyrade what had been settled about the terms of his lease. Nothing, my friend, replied Theodose. What nothing? I certainly allowed you time enough to decide the matter. Well, as to that, something is decided. There will not be any principal tenant at all. Mademoiselle Bridget is going to let the house herself. That's a singular thing, said Cerizet stiffly. After your agreement with me, I certainly did not expect such a result as this. How can I help it, my dear fellow? I agreed with you, barring amendments on the other side. I wasn't able to give another turn to the affair in her natural character as a managing woman, and a sample of perpetual motion. Bridget has reflected that she might as well manage that house herself and put into her own pocket the profits you proposed to make. I said all I could about the cares and annoyances which she would certainly saddle upon herself. Oh, nonsense, she said, they'll stir my blood and do my health good. It is pitiable, said Cerizet, that poor old maid will never know which end to take hold of. She doesn't imagine what it is to have an empty house, and which must be filled with tenants from garret to cellar. I plied her with all those arguments, replied La Peyrade, but I couldn't move her resolution. Don't you see, my dear Democrats, you stirred up the revolution of '89. You thought to make a fine speculation in dethroning the noble by the bourgeois, and the end of it is you are shoved out yourselves. This looks like paradox, but you've found out now that the peasant and clodhopper isn't malleable. He can't be forced down and kept under like the noble. The aristocracy, on behalf of its dignity, would not condescend to common cares, and was therefore dependent on a crowd of plebeian servitors to whom it had to trust for 3/4 of the actions of its own life. That was the reign of stewards and bailiffs, wily fellows into whose hands the interests of the great families passed, and who fed and grew fat on the parings of the great fortunes they managed. But nowadays utilitarian theories, as they call them, have come to the fore. We are never so well served as by ourselves. There's no shame in attending to one's own business, and many other bourgeois maxims which have suppressed the role of intermediaries. Why shouldn't Mademoiselle Bridget Thulier manage her own house, when dukes and peers go in person to the Bourse, where such men sign their own leases, and read the deeds before they sign them, and go themselves to the notary, whom in former days they considered a servant? During this time, Cerizet had time to recover from the blow he had just received squarely in the face, and to think of the transition he had to make from one set of interests to the other of which he was now the agent. What you are declaiming there is all very clever, he said carelessly, but the thing that proves to me our defeat is the fact that you are not on the terms with Mademoiselle Thulier. You would have us believe you are. She is slipping through your fingers, and I don't think that marriage is anything like as certain as Dutoc, and I have been fancying it was. Well, no doubt, said La Peyrade, there are still some touches to be given to our sketch, but I believe it is well under way. And I think, on the contrary, that you have lost ground, and the reason is simple: you have done those people an immense service, and that's a thing never forgiven. Well, we shall see, said La Peyrade. I have more than one hold upon them. No, you are mistaken. You thought you did a brilliant thing in putting them on a pinnacle, but the fact is you emancipated them. They'll keep you now at heel. The human heart, particularly the bourgeois heart, is made that way. If I were in your place, I shouldn't feel so sure of being on solid ground, and if something else turned up that offered me a good chance. What, just because I couldn't get you the lease of that house, do you want to knock everything to pieces? No, said Cerizet, I am not looking at the matter in the light of my own interests. I don't doubt that as a trustworthy friend you have done every imaginable thing to promote them, but I think the manner in which you have been shoved aside a very disturbing symptom. It even decides me to tell you something I did not intend to speak of, because in my opinion, when persons start a course they ought to keep on steadily, looking neither forward nor back, and not allowing themselves to be diverted to other aspirations. Ah, cried La Peyrade, what does all this verbiage mean? Have you anything to propose to me? What's the price of it? My dear Theodose, said Cerizet, paying no attention to the impertinence, you yourself can judge of the value of discovering a young girl well brought up, adorned with beauty and talents, and a dart equal to that of Celeste which she has in her own right, plus 50,000 francs worth of diamonds, as Mademoiselle Georges says on her posters in the provinces, and moreover a fact which ought to strike the mind of an ambitious man, a strong political influence which she can use for a husband. And this treasure you hold in your hand, said La Peyrade in a tone of incredulity. Better still, I am authorized to offer it to you. In fact, I might say that I am charged to do so. My friend, you are poking fun at me, unless, indeed, this phoenix has some hideous or prohibitory defect. Well, I'll admit, said Cerizet, that there is a slight objection, not on the score of family, for to tell the truth the young woman has none. Ah, said La Peyrade, a natural child. Well, what next? Next, she is not so very young, something like 29 or so, but there's nothing easier than to turn an elderly girl into a young widow if you have imagination. Is that all the venom in it? Yes, all that is irreparable. What do you mean by that? Is it a case of rhinoplasty? Addressed to Cerizet, the word had an aggressive air which in fact was noticeable, since the beginning of the dinner, in the whole manner and conversation of the barrister, but it did not suit the purpose of the negotiator to resent it. No, he replied, our nose is as well made as our foot and our waist, but we may perhaps have a slight touch of hysteria. Oh, very good, said La Peyrade, and as from hysteria to insanity there is but a step. Well, yes, interrupted Cerizet hastily, sorrows have affected our brains slightly, but the doctors are unanimous in their diagnosis. They all say that after the birth of the first child not a trace will remain of this little trouble. I am willing to admit that doctors are infallible, replied La Peyrade, but in spite of your discouragement, you must allow me, my friend, to persist in my suit to Mademoiselle Colville. Perhaps it is ridiculous to confess it, but the truth is I am gradually falling in love with that little. It isn't that her beauty is resplendent, or that the glitter of her dart has dazzled me, but I find in that child a great fund of sound sense, joined to simplicity, and what to mind is of greater consequence, her sincere and solid piety attracts me. I think a husband ought to be very happy with her. Yes, said Cerizet, who, having been on the stage, may very well have known his Molière, this marriage will crown your wishes with all good, it will be filled with sweetness, and with pleasures. The allusion to Tartuffe was keenly felt by La Peyrade, who took it up and said hotly, the contact with innocence will disinfect me of the vile atmosphere in which I have lived too long. And you will pay your notes of hand, added Cerizet, which I advise you to do with the least possible delay, for Dudok here was saying to me just now that he would like to see the colour of your money. I not at all, interposed Dudok. I think on the contrary that our friend has a right to the delay. Well, said La Peyrade, I agree with Cerizet. I hold that the less a debt is due, and therefore the more insecure and open to contention it is, the sooner one ought to free oneself by paying it. But my dear La Peyrade, said Dudok, why take this bitter tone? Pulling from his pocket a portfolio, La Peyrade said, have you those notes with you, Dudok? Faith, no, my dear fellow, replied Dudok. I don't carry them about with me, besides they are in Cerizet's hands. Well, said the barrister, rising, whenever you come to my house, I'll pay you on the nail, as Cerizet can tell you. What are you going to leave us without your coffee? Said Cerizet, amazed to the last degree. Yes, I have an arbitration case at 8 o'clock besides. We have said all we had to say. You haven't your lease, but you've got your 25,000 francs in full, and those of Dudok are ready for him whenever he chooses to come to my office. I see nothing now to prevent me from going where my private business calls me, and I therefore very cordially bid you goodbye. Car Dudok, cried Cerizet as La Peyrade disappeared. This means a rupture. Prepared with the utmost care, added Dudok. Did you notice the air with which he pulled out that pocket-book? But where the devil, said the usurer, could he have got the money? Probably, replied Dudok sarcastically, where he got that with which he paid you in full for those notes you sold at a sacrifice. My dear Dudok, said Cerizet, I'll explain to you the circumstances under which that insolent fellow freed himself, and you'll see if he didn't rob me of 15,000 francs. Possibly, but you, my worthy clerk, were trying to get 10,000 away from me. No, I was positively ordered to buy up your claim, and you ought to remember that my offer had risen to 20,000 when Theodose came in. Well, said Dudok, when we leave here, well, go to your house, where you will give me those notes, for you'll understand that tomorrow morning at the earliest decent hour, I shall go to La Peyrade's office. I don't mean to let his paying humour cool. And right you are, for I can tell you now that before long there'll be a fine upset in his life. Then the thing is really serious, this tale of a crazy woman you want him to marry. I must say that in his place, with these money matters evidently on the rise, I should have backed out of your proposals. Just as he Roman 999 Ninas and Ophelias are all very well on the stage, but in a home, when they bring a dart, we can be their guardian, replied Cerizet sententiously. In point of fact, we get a fortune and not a wife. Well, said Dudok, that's one way to look at it. If you are willing, said Cerizet, let us go and take our coffee somewhere else. This dinner has turned out so foolishly that I want to get out of this room, where there's no air. He rang for the waiter. Garcon, he said, the bill. Monsieur, it is paid. Paid by whom? By the gentleman who just went out. "But this is outrageous," cried Cerizet. "I ordered the dinner, and you allow someone else to pay for it." "It wasn't I, monsieur," said the waiter. "The gentleman went and paid the dame du comptoir. She must have thought it was arranged between you. Besides, it is not so uncommon for gentlemen to have friendly disputes about paying." "That's enough," said Cerizet, dismissing the waiter. "Want these gentlemen take their coffee? It is paid for," said the man before he left the room. "A good reason for not taking it," replied Cerizet angrily. "It is really inconceivable that in a house of this kind such an egregious blunder should be committed. What do you think of such insolence?" he added, when the waiter had left the room. "Bah!" exclaimed Duduc, taking his hat. "It is a schoolboy. Proceeding, he wanted to show he had money. It is easy to see he never had any before." No, that's not it," said Cerizet. "He meant to mark the rupture. 'I will not owe you even a dinner,' is what he says to me." "But after all," said Duduc, "this banquet was given to celebrate your enthronement as principal tenant of the grand house. Well, he has failed to get you the lease, and I can understand that his conscience was uneasy at letting you pay for a dinner which, like those notes of mine, were an obligation without cause." Cerizet made no reply to this malicious observation. They had reached the counter where reigned the dame who had permitted the improper payment, and for the sake of his dignity, the usurer thought it proper to make a fuss, after which the two men departed, and the copying clerk took his employer to a low coffee-house in the passage du Salmon. There Cerizet recovered his good humour. He was like a fish out of water, suddenly returned to his native element, for he had reached that state of degradation when he felt ill at ease in places frequented by good society, and it was with a sort of sensuous pleasure that he felt himself back in the vulgar place where they were noisily playing pool for the benefit of a former conqueror of the Bastille. In this establishment, Cerizet enjoyed the fame of being a skillful billiard player, and he was now entreated to take part in a game already begun in technical language. He bought his ball, that is, one of the players sold him his turn, and his chances. Duduc profited by this arrangement to slip away on pretence of inquiring for a sick friend. Presently, in his shirt-sleeves with a pipe between his lips, Cerizet made one of those masterly strokes which bring down the house with frantic applause. As he waited a moment looking about him triumphantly, his eye lighted on a terrible killjoy, standing among the spectators with his chin on his cane. Du Portel was steadily watching him. A tinge of red showed itself in Cerizet's cheeks. He hesitated to bow or to recognize the old gentleman, a most unlikely person to meet in such a place. Not knowing how to take the unpleasant encounter, he went on playing, but his hand betrayed his uneasiness, and presently an unlucky stroke threw him out of the game. While he was putting on his coat in a tolerably ill-humoured, Du Portel passed, almost brushing him on his way to the door. "Rue Montmartre at the farther end of the passage," said the old man in a low tone. When they met, Cerizet had the bad taste to try to explain the disreputable position in which he had just been detected. "But," said Du Portel, "in order to see you there I had to be there myself." "True," returned Cerizet. "I was rather surprised to see a quiet inhabitant of the St. Sulpice quarter in such a place." "It merely proves to you," said the little old man in a tone which cut short all explanation and all curiosity, "that I am in the habit of going pretty nearly everywhere, and that my star leads me into the path of those persons whom I wish to meet. I was thinking of you at the very moment you came in. Well, what have you done?" "Nothing good," replied Cerizet, "after playing me a devilish trick, which deprived me of a magnificent bit of business. Our man rejected your overture with scorn. There is no hope whatever in that claim of Duduc's, for La Parade is chock full of money. He wanted to pay the notes just now, and tomorrow morning he will certainly do so. Does he regard his marriage to this demoiselle Colville as a settled thing? He not only considers it settled, but he is trying now to make people believe it is a love match." He rattled off a perfect tirade to convince me that he is really in love. "Very well," said Du Portel, wishing perhaps to show that he could on occasion use the slang of a low billiard room. "Stop the charge," meaning, "Do nothing more I will undertake to bring monsieur to reason, but come and see me tomorrow, and tell me all about the family he intends to enter. You have failed in this affair, but don't mind that I shall have others for you." So saying, he signed to the driver of an empty citadine which was passing, got into it, and with a nod to Cerizet told the man to drive to the Rue Honore Chevalier. As Cerizet walked down the Rue Montmartre to regain the Estrapade quarter, he puzzled his brains to divine who that little old man with the curt speech, the imperious manner, and a tone that seemed to cast upon all those with whom he spoke a boarding grapnel, could be a man, too, who came from such a distance to spend his evening in a place where, judging by his clothes alone, he had no business to be. Cerizet had reached the market without finding any solution to that problem when he was roughly shaken out of it by a heavy blow in the back. Turning hastily, he found himself in presence of Madame Cardinal, an encounter with whom, at a spot where she came every morning to get fish to peddle, was certainly not surprising. Since that evening in Tupilier's garret, the worthy woman, in spite of the clemency so promptly shown to her, had judged it imprudent to make other than very short apparitions in her own domicile, and for the last 2 days she had been drowning among the liquor dealers called retailers of comfort the pangs of her defeat. With flaming face and thickened voice, she now addressed her late accomplice. "Well, Papa," she said, "what happened after I left you with that little old f—" "I made him understand in a very few words," replied the banker of the poor, "that it was all a mistake as to me in this affair. My dear Madame Cardinal, you behaved with a really unpardonable heedlessness. How came you to ask my assistance in obtaining your inheritance from your uncle when, with proper inquiry, you might have known there was a natural daughter in whose favor he had long declared he should make a will? That little old man who interrupted you in your foolish attempt to anticipate your legacy was no other than the guardian of the daughter to whom everything is left." "Ha, guardian, indeed, a fine thing. Guardian," cried the cardinal, "to talk of a woman of my age, just because I wanted to see if my uncle owned anything at all, to talk to me of the police. It's hateful, it's disgusting." "Come, come," said Cerizet, "you needn't complain, you got off cheaply." "Well, and you who broke the locks, and said you were going to take the diamonds under colour of marrying my daughter, just as if she would have your legitimate daughter like her never mother said, she never will I give my heart to a man with such a nose." "So you've found her, have you?" said Cerizet. "Not until last night. She has left her blackguard of a player, and she is now, I flatter myself, in a fine position. Eating money, has her citadine by the month, and is much respected by a barrister who would marry her at once, but he has got to wait till his parents die, for the father happens to be mayor, and the government wouldn't like it." "What mayor?" "Th arrondissement Maynard, powerfully rich, used to do a business in coke." "Ah, very good, I know all about him. You say a limp is living with his son?" "Well, not to say living together, for that would make talk, though he only sees her with good motives. He lives at home with his father, but he has bought their furniture, and has put it, and my daughter too, into a lodging in the Chaussee d'Antin stylish quarter, isn't it?" "It seems to me pretty well arranged," said Cerizet, "and as heaven, it appears, didn't destine us for each other." "No, yes, well, that's how it was, and I think that girl is going to give me great satisfaction, and there's something I want to consult you about." "What?" demanded Cerizet. "Well, my daughter being in luck, I don't think I ought to continue to cry fish in the streets, and now that my uncle has disinherited me, I have, it seems to me, a right to an elementary allowance." "You are dreaming, my poor woman. Your daughter is a minor. It is you who ought to be feeding her. The law doesn't require her to give you aliment." "Then do you mean," said Madame Cardinal, "that those who have nothing are to give to those who have much? A fine thing, such a law as that. It's as bad as guardians, who for nothing at all talk about calling the police. Yes, I'd like to see M calling the police to me. Let M guillotine me. It won't prevent my saying that the rich are swindlers, yes, swindlers, and the people ought to make another revolution to get their rights. And then, my lad, you and my daughter and barrister Maynard, and that little old guardian Yowl all come down under it." Perceiving that his ex-mother-in-law was reaching stage of exaltation that was not unalarming, Cerizet hastened to get away her epithets pursuing him for more than 100 feet. But he comforted himself by thinking that he would make her pay for them the next time she came to his back to ask for a convenience. Chapter Roman 18 Set a saint to catch a saint. As he approached his own abode, Cerizet, who was nothing so little as courageous, felt an emotion of fear. He perceived a form ambushed near the door which, as he came nearer, detached itself, as if to meet him happily. It was only Dudok. He came for his notes. Cerizet returned them in some ill humour, complaining of the distrust implied in a visit at such an hour. Dudok paid no attention to this sensitiveness, and the next morning very early he presented himself at La Pérade's. La Pérade paid as he had promised on the nail, and to a few sentinel remarks uttered by Dudok as soon as the money was in his pocket, he answered with marked coldness. His whole external appearance and behaviour was that of a slave who has burst his chain, and has promised himself not to make a gospel use of his liberty. As he conducted his visitor to the door, the latter came face to face with a woman in servant's dress, who was just about to ring the bell. This woman was apparently known to Dudok, for he said to her, "Ha ha, little woman, so we feel the necessity of consulting a barrister. You are right, at the family council very serious matters were brought up against you." Thank God I fear no one, I can walk with my head up, said the person thus addressed. So much the better for you, replied the clerk of the justice office, but you will probably be summoned before the judge who examines the affair. At any rate you are in good hands here, and my friend La Peyrade will advise you for the best. Monsieur is mistaken, said the woman. It is not for what he thinks that I have come to consult a lawyer. Well, be careful what you say, and do, my dear woman, for I warn you, you are going to be finely picked to pieces. The relations are furious against you, and you can't get the idea out of their heads that you have got a great deal of money. While speaking thus, Dudok kept his eye on Theodose, who bore the look uneasily, and requested his client to enter. Here follows a scene which had taken place the previous afternoon between this woman and La Peyrade. La Peyrade, we may remember, was in the habit of going to early mass at his parish church. For some little time, he had felt himself the object of a singular attention, which he could not explain on the part of the woman whom we have just seen entering his office, who daily attended the church at as Dorine says his special hour. Could it be for love? That explanation was scarcely compatible with the maturity and the saintly beatific air of this person, who beneath a plain cap called a large Janseniste, by which fervent female souls of that sect were recognized, affected like a nun to hide her hair. On the other hand, the rest of her clothing was of a neatness that was almost dainty, and the gold cross at her throat, suspended by a black velvet ribbon, excluded the idea of humble and hesitating mendicity. The morning of the day on which the dinner at the Rocher de Cancale was to take place, La Peyrade, weary of a performance which had ended by preoccupying his mind, went up to the woman and asked her point-blank if she had any request to make of him. Monsieur, she answered in a tone of solemnity, is, I think, the celebrated Monsieur de La Peyrade, the advocate of the poor. I am La Peyrade, and I have had, it is true, an opportunity to render services to the indigent persons of this quarter. Would it then be asking too much of Monsieur's goodness that he should suffer me to consult him? This place, replied La Peyrade, is not well chosen for such consultation. What you have to say to me seems important to judge by the length of time you have been hesitating to speak to me. I live near here, Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer, and if you will take the trouble to come to my office, it will not annoy Monsieur. Not in the least. My business is to hear clients. At what hour list I disturb Monsieur? When you choose. I shall be at home all the morning. Then I will hear another mass at which I can take the communion. I did not dare to do so at this mass, for the thought of speaking to Monsieur so distracted my mind. I will be at Monsieur's house by 8 o'clock, when I have ended my meditation, if that hour does not inconvenience him. No, but there is no necessity for all this ceremony, replied La Peyrade with some impatience. Perhaps a little professional jealousy inspired his ill humour, for it was evident that he had to do with an antagonist who was capable of giving him points. At the hour appointed, not a minute before nor a minute after, the pious woman rang the bell, and the barrister, having not without some difficulty induced her to sit down, he requested her to state her case. She was then seized with that delaying little cough with which we obtain a respite when brought face to face with a difficult subject. At last, however, she compelled herself to approach the object of her visit. It is to ask Monsieur, she said, if he would be so very good as to inform me whether it is true that a charitable gentleman, now deceased, has bequeathed a fund to reward domestic servants who are faithful to their masters. Yes, replied La Peyrade, that is to say, Monsieur de Montaigne founded prizes for virtue, which are frequently given to zealous and exemplary domestic servants, but ordinary good conduct is not sufficient. There must be some act or acts of great devotion and truly Christian self-abnegation. Religion enjoins humility upon us, replied the pious woman, and therefore I dare not praise myself, but inasmuch as for the last 20 years I have lived in the service of an old man of the dullest description, a savant who has wasted his substance on inventions, so that I myself have had to feed and clothe him, persons have thought that I am not altogether undeserving of that prize. It is certainly under such conditions that the Academy selects its candidates, said La Peyrade. What is your master's name? Pierre Picot. He is never called otherwise in our quarter. Sometimes he goes out into the streets, as if dressed for the carnival, and all the little children crowd about him, calling out, how do Pierre Picot, good morning Pierre Picot. But that's how it is, he takes no care of his dignity, he goes about full of his own ideas, and, though I kill myself trying to give him appetizing food, if you ask him what he has had for his dinner, he can't tell you, yet he's a man full of ability, and he has taught good pupils. Perhaps Monsieur knows young Felion, a professor in the College of St. Louis. He was one of his scholars, and he comes to see him very often. Then said La Peyrade, your master is a mathematician. Yes, monsieur, mathematics have been his bane. They have flung him into a set of ideas, which don't seem to have any common sense in them, ever since he has been employed at the observatory near here. Well, said La Peyrade, you must bring testimony proving your long devotion to this old man, and I will then draw up a memorial to the Academy, and take the necessary steps to present it. How good monsieur is, said the pious woman, clasping her hands, and if he would also let me tell him of a little difficulty. What is it? They tell me, monsieur, that to get this prize persons must be really very poor. Not exactly, still the Academy does endeavour to choose who are in straitened circumstances, and who have made sacrifices too heavy for their means. Sacrifices, I think I may indeed say I have made sacrifices, for the little property I inherited from my parents has all been spent in keeping the old man, and for 15 years I have had no wages, which at 300 francs a year, and compound interest, amount now to a pretty little sum, as monsieur I am sure will agree. At the words compound interest, which evidenced a certain amount of financial culture, La Peyrade looked at this Antigone with increased attention. In short, he said, your difficulty is— Monsieur will not think it strange, replied the saintly person, that a very rich uncle dying in England, who had never done anything for his family in his lifetime, should have left me 25,000 francs. Certainly, said the barrister, there's nothing in that, but what is perfectly natural and proper. But monsieur, I have been told that the possession of this money will prevent the judges from considering my claims to the prize. Possibly because, seeing you in possession of a little competence, the sacrifices which you apparently intend to continue in favour of your master will be less meritorious. I shall never abandon him, poor dear man, in spite of his faults, though I know that this poor little legacy, which heaven has given me, is in the greatest danger from him. How so? Asked La Peyrade with some curiosity. Monsieur, let him only get wind of that money, and he'd snap it up at a mouthful. It would all go into his inventions of perpetual motion, and other machines of various kinds, which have already ruined him and me too. Then said La Peyrade, your desire is that this legacy should remain completely unknown, not only to your master, but to the judges of the Academy. How clever monsieur is, and how well he understands things, she replied, smiling. And also, continued the barrister, you don't want to keep that money openly in your possession, for fear my master should find it out and get it away from me. Exactly. Besides, as monsieur will understand, I shouldn't be sorry, in order to supply the poor dear man with extra comforts, that the sum should bear interest. And the highest possible interest, said the barrister. Oh, as for that, monsieur, 5 or 6%. Very good, then it is not only about the memorial to the Academy for the prize of virtue, but also about an investment of your legacy that you have so long been desirous of consulting me. Monsieur is so kind, so charitable, so encouraging. The memorial, after I have made a few inquiries, will be easy enough, but an investment offering good security, the secret of which you desire to keep, is much less readily obtained. Ah, if I dared to, said the pious woman humbly. What? Asked La Peyrade. Monsieur understands me. I not the least in the world. And yet I prayed earnestly just now that monsieur might be willing to keep this money for me. I should feel such confidence if it were in his hands. I know he would return it to me, and never speak of it. La Peyrade gathered at this instant the fruit of his comedy of legal devotion to the necessitous classes. The choir of porters chanting his praises to the skies could alone have inspired this servant woman with the boundless confidence of which he found himself the object. His thoughts reverted instantly to Dudok and his notes, and he was not far from thinking that this woman had been sent to him by Providence. But the more he was inclined to profit by this chance to win his independence, the more he felt the necessity of seeming to yield only to her importunity. Consequently, his objections were many. Moreover, he had no great belief in the character of his client, and did not care, as the common saying is, to uncover St. Peter to cover St. Paul. In other words, to substitute for a creditor who after all was his accomplice a woman who might at any time become exacting and insist in repayment in some public manner that would injure his reputation. He decided therefore to play the game with a high hand. My good woman, he said, I am not in want of money, and I am not rich enough to pay interest on 25,000 francs, for which I have no use. All that I can do for you is to place that sum in my name with the notary Dupuis. He is a religious man. You can see him every Sunday in the warden's pew in our church notaries. You know never give receipts, therefore I could not give you one. Myself, I can only promise to leave among my papers, in case of death, a memorandum which will secure the restitution of the money into your hands. The affair, you see, is one of blind confidence, and I am very unwilling to make it if I do so. It is only to oblige a person whose piety and the charitable use she intends to make of the proceeds of her little fortune entitle her to my good. If Monsieur thinks that the matter cannot be otherwise arranged, this appears to me the only possible way, said La Pérade. I shall hope to get you 6% interest, and you may rely that it will be paid with the utmost regularity. But remember, 6 months or even a year may elapse before the notary will be in a position to repay this money, because notaries invest such trust funds chiefly in mortgages, which require a certain time to mature. Now, when you have obtained the prize for virtue, which according to all appearance I can readily do for you, there will be no reason to hide your little property any longer, a reason which I fully understand, but you will not be able to withdraw it from the notary's hands immediately. And in case of any difficulty arising, I should be forced to explain the situation, the manner in which you have concealed your prosperity from your master, to whom you have been supposed to be wholly devoted. This, as you will see, would put you in the position of falsely professing virtue, and would do great harm to your reputation for piety. Oh, monsieur, said the saintly woman, can it be that anyone would think me a person who did not speak the truth? Bless you, my good creature, in business it is necessary to foresee everything. Money embroils the best friends, and leads to actions they never foresaw. Therefore, reflect. You can come and see me again in a few days. It is possible that between now and then you will find some better investment, and I myself, who am doing at this moment a thing I don't altogether like, may have found other difficulties which I do not now expect. This threat, adroitly thrown out as an afterthought, was intended to immediately clinch the matter. I have reflected carefully, said the pious woman, and I feel sure that, in the hands of so religious a man as monsieur, I run no risks. Taking from her bosom a little pocket-book, she pulled out 25 bank-notes. The rapid manner in which she counted them was a revelation to La Pérade. The woman was evidently accustomed to handle money, and a singular idea darted through his mind. Can it be that she is making me a receiver of stolen property? No, he said aloud, in order to draw up the memorial for the academy, I must, as I told you, make a few inquiries, and that will give me occasion to call upon you. At what hour can I see you alone? At 4 o'clock, when monsieur goes to take his walk in the Luxembourg. And where do you live? Rue du Val de Grace, No. 9. Very good, at 4 o'clock, and if, as I doubt not, the result of my inquiry is favourable, I will take your money. Then otherwise, if there are not good grounds for your application for the prize of virtue, there will be no reason why you should make a mystery of your legacy. You could then invest it in some more normal manner than that I have suggested to you. Oh, how cautious monsieur is, she said with evident disappointment, having thought the affair settled. This money, God be thanked, I have not stolen, and monsieur can make what inquiries he likes about me in the quarter. It is quite indispensable that I should do so, said La Pérade dryly, for he did not at all like, under this mask of simplicity, the quick intelligence that penetrated his thoughts. Without being a thief, a woman may very well not be a sister of charity. There's a wide margin between the two extremes. As monsieur chooses, she replied, he is doing me so great a service that I ought to let him take all precautions. Then, with a piously humble bow, she went away, taking her money with her. The devil, thought La Pérade, that woman is stronger than I. She swallows insults with gratitude, and without the sign of a grimace. I have never yet been able to master myself like that. He began now to fear that he had been too timid, and to think that his wood-creditor might change her mind before he could pay her the visit he had promised, but the harm was done, and although consumed with anxiety lest he had lost a rare chance, he would have cut off a leg sooner than yield to his impulse to go to her. 1 minute before the hour he had fixed, the information he obtained about her in the quarter was rather contradictory. Some said his client was a saint, otherwise declared her to be a sly creature. But on the whole nothing was said against her morality that deterred La Pérade from taking the piece of luck she had offered him. When he met her at 4 o'clock, he found her in the same mind. With the money in his pocket, he went to dine with Cerizet and Dudok at the Rocher de Cancale, and it is to the various emotions he had passed through during the day that we must attribute the sharp and ill-considered manner in which he conducted his rupture with his 2 associates. This behaviour was neither that of his natural disposition nor of his acquired temperament, but the money that was burning in his pockets had slightly intoxicated him. Its very touch had conveyed to him an excitement and an impatience for emancipation of which he was not wholly master, he flung Cerizet over in the matter of the lease, without so much as consulting Bridget. And yet he had not had the full courage of his duplicity, for he had laid to the charge of the old woman a refusal which was merely the act of his own will, prompted by bitter recollections of his fruitless struggles with the man who had so long oppressed him. In short, during the whole day La Peyrade had not shown himself the able and infallible man that we have hitherto seen him once before, when he carried the 15,000 francs entrusted to him by Thulia. He had been led by Cerizet into an insurrectionary proceeding, which necessitated the affair of Sauvenu. Perhaps on the whole, it is more difficult to be strong under good than under evil fortune, the Farnese Hercules calm, and in still repose expresses more energetically the plenitude of muscular power than a violent and agitated Hercules, represented in the overexcited energy of his labours. Part Roman II. The Parvenus. Chapter Roman I. Felion under a new aspect. Between the first and second parts of this history, an immense event had taken place in the life of Felion. There is no one who has not heard of the misfortunes of the Odeon, that fatal theatre, which for years ruined all its directors right or wrong. The quarter in which this dramatic impossibility stands is convinced that its prosperity depends upon it, so that more than once the mayor and other authorities of the arrondissement have, with a courage that honours them, taken part in the most desperate efforts to galvanize the corps. Now to meddle with theatrical matters is one of the eternally perennial ambitions of the lesser bourgeoisie. Always therefore the successive saviours of the Odeon feel themselves magnificently rewarded if they are given ever so small a share in the administration of that enterprise. It was at some crisis in its affairs that Maynard, in his capacity as mayor of the 11th arrondissement, had been called to the chairmanship of the committee for reading plays, with the power to join unto himself as assistants a certain number of the notables of the Latin Quarter selection being left to him. We shall soon know exactly how near was the realization of La Peyrade's projects for the possession of Celeste's dot. Let us merely say now that these projects, in approaching maturity, had inevitably become noised abroad, and as this condition of things pointed of course to the exclusion of Maynard Jr., and also of Felix, the professor, the prejudice hitherto manifested by Maynard Peer against Felion was transformed into an unequivocal disposition towards friendly cordiality. There is nothing that binds and soothes like the feeling of a checkmate, shared in common, judged without the evil eye of paternal rivalry. Felion became to Maynard a Roman of incorruptible integrity, and a man whose little treatises had been adopted by the university. In other words, a man of sound and tested intellect. So that when it became the duty of the mayor to select the members of the dramatic custom house, of which he was now the head, he immediately thought of Felion, as, for the great citizen he felt on the day when a post was offered to him in that august tribunal, that a crown of gold had been placed upon his brow. It will be well understood that it was not lightly nor without having deeply meditated that a man of Felion's solemnity had accepted the high and sacred mission which was offered to him. He said within himself that he was called upon to exercise the functions of a magistracy, a priestly office. To judge of men, he replied to Maynard, who was much surprised at his hesitation, is an alarming task, but to judge of minds who can believe himself equal to such a mission. Once more the family that rock on which the firmest resolutions splithered threatened to infringe on the domain of his conscience. The thought of boxes and tickets, of which the future member of the committee could dispose in favour of his own kin, had excited in the household so eager a ferment that his freedom of decision seemed for a moment in danger, but happily Brutus was able to decide himself in the same direction, along which a positive uprising of the whole Felionian tribe intended to push him from the observations of Barnial, his son-in-law, and also by his own personal inspiration, he became persuaded that by his vote, always given to works of irreproachable morality, and by his firm determination to bar the way to all plays that mothers of families could not take their daughters to witness, he was called upon to render the most signal services to morals and public order. Felion, to use his own expression, had therefore become a member of the Areopagus, presided over by Maynard, and still speaking. As he spoke, he was issuing from the exercise of his functions, which were both delicate and interesting, when the conversation we are about to report took place. A knowledge of this conversation is necessary to an understanding of the ulterior events of this history, and it will also serve to put into relief the envious insight, which is one of the most marked traits of the bourgeois character. The session of the committee had been extremely stormy on the subject of a tragedy. entitled The Death of Hercules, the classic party, and the romantic party, whom the mayor had carefully balanced, in the composition of his committee, had nearly approached the point of tearing each other's hair out. Twice Felion had risen to speak, and his hearers were astonished at the quantity of metaphors the speech of a major of the National Guard could contain when his literary convictions were imperiled, as the result of a vote victory, remained with the opinions of which Felion was the eloquent organ. It was while descending the stairway of the theatre, with Maynard, that he remarked, "We have done a good work this day. The death of Hercules reminded me of the death of Hector, by the late Luce de Lanceville. The work we have just accepted sparkles with sublime verses." "Yes," said Maynard, "the versification has taste, there are some really fine lines in it, and I admit to you that I think this sort of literature rather above the anagrams of Master Colville." "Oh," replied Maynard, "Carleville's anagrams are mere witticisms, which have nothing in common with the sterner accents of Melpomene." "And yet," said Maynard, "I can assure you, he attaches the greatest importance to that rubbish, and apropos to his anagrams, as indeed about many other things, he is not a little puffed up since their emigration to the Magdalen quarter. It seems to me that not only the Sieur Colville, but his wife and daughter and the Thuiliers and the whole coterie have assumed an air of importance, which is rather difficult to justify." "No wonder," said Felion, "one must have a pretty strong head to stand the fumes of opulence. Our friends have become so very rich by the purchase of that property, where they have gone to live, that we ought to forgive them for a little intoxication. And I must say the dinner they gave us yesterday, for a housewarming, was really as well arranged as it was succulent." "I myself," said Maynard, "have given a few remarkable dinners to which men in high government positions have not disdained to come yet. I am not puffed up with pride on that account, such as my friends have always known me that I have remained. You, Monsieur le Maire, have long been habituated to the splendid existence you have made for yourself. By your high commercial talents our friends, on the contrary, so lately embarked on the smiling ship of fortune, have not yet found, as the vulgar saying is, their sea legs." And then, to cut short a conversation, in which Felion began to think the mayor rather caustic, he made, as if he intended to take leave of him in order to reach their respective homes. They did not always take the same way. "Are you going through the Luxembourg?" asked Maynard, not allowing Felion to give him the slip. "I shall cross it, but I have an appointment to meet Madame Felion and the little Barnials at the end of the Grand Alley." "Then," said Maynard, "I'll go with you, and have the pleasure of making my bow to Madame Felion, and I shall get the fresh air at the same time, for in spite of hearing fine things, one's head gets tired at the business we have just been about." Maynard had felt that Felion gave rather reluctant assent to his sharp remarks about the new establishment of the Thuiliers, and he did not attempt to renew the subject, but when he had Madame Felion for a listener, he was very sure that his spite would find an echo. "Well, fair lady," he began, "what did you think of yesterday's dinner?" "It was very fine," replied Madame Felion. "As I tasted that soup à la bisque I knew that some caterer like Chevet had supplanted the cook. But the whole affair was dull, it hadn't the gaiety of our old meetings in the Latin Quarter. And then didn't it strike you, as it did me, that Madame and Mademoiselle Thuilier no longer seemed mistresses of their own house? I really felt as if I were the guest of Madame, what is her name? I never can remember it." "Torna Comtesse de Godallo," said Felion, intervening. "The name is euphonious enough to remember." "Euphonious, if you like, my dear, but to me it never seems a name at all. It is a Magyar, or to speak more commonly, a Hungarian name. Our own name, if we wanted to discuss it, might be said to be a loan from the Greek language." "Very likely. At any rate, we have the advantage of being known not only in our own quarter, but throughout the tuition world, where we have earned an honourable position, while this Hungarian countess, who makes, as they say, the good and the bad weather in the Thuiliers' home, where does she come from? I'd like to know how did such a fine lady, for she has good manners and a very distinguished air, no one denies her. How came she to fall in love with Bridget, who, between ourselves, keeps a sickening odour of the porter's lodge about her? For my part, I think this devoted friend is an intriguing creature who scents money, and is scheming for some future gain." "Ah," said Maynard, "then you don't know the original cause of the intimacy between Madame la Comtesse de Godallo and the Thuiliers. She is a tenant in their house, she occupies the entresol beneath their apartment." "True, but there's something more than that in it. Zélie, my wife, heard it from Josephine, who wanted lately to enter our service. The matter came to nothing, for Francois, our woman, who thought of marrying, changed her mind. You must know, fair lady, that it was solely Madame de Godallo who brought about the emigration of the Thuiliers, whose upholsterer, as one might say, she is." What their upholsterer cried Feliant, that distinguished woman, of whom one may truly say incessu patuit d, which in French we very inadequately render by the expression bearing of a queen. Excuse me, said Maynard, I did not mean that Madame de Godallo is actually in the furniture business, but at the time when Mademoiselle Thulier decided by La Pérade's advice to manage the new house herself, that little fellow who hasn't all the ascendancy over her mind, he thinks he couldn't persuade her to move the family into the splendid apartment where they received us yesterday. Mademoiselle Brigitte objected that she should have to change her habits, and that her friends and relations wouldn't follow her to such a distant quarter. It is quite certain, interrupted Madame Felion, that to make up one's mind to hire a carriage every Sunday one wants a prospect of greater pleasure than can be found in that salon, when one thinks that, except on the day of the famous dance of the candidacy, they never once opened the piano in the Rue Saint-Dominique. It would have been, I am sure, most agreeable to the company to have a talent like yours put in requisition, remarked Maynard, but those are not ideas that could ever come into the mind of that good Brigitte Shed. Have seen 2 more candles to light 5-franc pieces are her music. So, when La Pérade and Thulier insisted that she should move into the apartment in the Place de la Madeleine, she thought of nothing but the extra costs entailed by the removal. She judged rightly enough that beneath those gilded ceilings her old penates might have a singular effect. See how all things link together, remarked Felion, and how from the summits of society luxury infiltrates itself sooner or later through the lower classes, leading to the ruin of empires. You are broaching there, my dear commander, said Maynard, one of the most knotty questions of political economy. Many good minds think on the contrary that luxury is absolutely demanded in the interests of commerce, which is certainly the life of states. In any case, this view, which isn't yours, appears to have been that of Madame de Godallo, for they tell me her apartment is very coquettishly furnished, and to coax Mademoiselle Brigitte into the same path of elegance, she made a proposal to her as follows: a friend of mine, she said, a Russian princess, for whom one of the first upholsterers has just made splendid furniture, is suddenly recalled to Russia by the Tsar, a gentleman with whom no one dares to trifle. The poor woman is therefore obliged to turn everything she owns here into money as fast as possible, and I feel sure she would sell this furniture for ready money at a quarter of the price. It cost her. All of it is nearly new, and some things have never been used at all. So, cried Madame Felion, all that magnificence displayed before our eyes last night was a magnificent economical bargain. Just so, replied Maynard, and the thing that decided Mademoiselle Brigitte to take that splendid chance was not so much the desire to renew her shabby furniture as the idea of doing an excellent stroke of business in that old maid. There's always something of Madame la Ressource in Molière's Miser. I think, Monsieur le Maire, that you are mistaken, said Felion. Madame la Ressource is a character in Turcaret, a very immoral play by the late Lesay. Do you think so, said Maynard. Well, very likely. But what is certain is that though the barrister ingratiated himself with Brigitte in helping her to buy the house, it was by this clever jockeying about the furniture that the foreign countess got upon the footing with Brigitte that you now see. You may have remarked, perhaps, that a struggle is going on between those 2 influences, which we may designate as the house and its furniture. Yes, certainly, said Madame Felion, with a beaming expression that bore witness to the interest she took in the conversation. It did seem to me that the great lady allowed herself to contradict the barrister, and did it too with a certain sharpness. Very marked sharpness, resumed Maynard, and that intriguing fellow perceives it. It strikes me that the lady's hostility makes him uneasy. The Thuliers he got cheaply, for between ourselves, you know there's not much in Thulier himself, but he feels now that he has met a tough adversary, and he is looking anxiously for a weak spot on which to attack her. Well, that's justice, said Madame Felion. For some time past that man, who used to make himself so small and humble, has been taking airs of authority in the house which are quite intolerable. He behaves openly as the son-in-law, and you know very well in that affair of Thulier's election, he jockeyed us all, and made us the stepping-stone for his matrimonial ambition. Yes, but I can assure you, said Maynard, that at the present time his influence is waning. In the first place, he won't find every day for his dear good friend, as he calls him, a fine property worth $1 million to be bought for a bit of bread. Then they did get that house very cheap, said Madame Felion interrogatively. They got it for nothing as the result of a dirty intrigue, which the lawyer Desroches related to me the other day. If it ever became known to the council of the bar that little barrister would be badly compromised, the next thing is the coming election to the chamber. Eating gives appetite, as they say, and our good Thulier is hungry. But he begins to perceive that Monsieur de la Pérade When it becomes a question of getting him that mouthful hasn't his former opportunity to make dupes of us. That is why the family is turning more and more to Madame de Godallo, who seems to have some very high acquaintances in the political world. Besides all this, in fact, without dwelling on the election business, which is still a distant matter, this Hungarian countess is becoming every day more and more a necessity to Bridget, for it must be owned that without the help of the great lady the poor soul would look in the midst of her gilded salon like a ragged gown in a bride's trousseau. "Oh, Monsieur le Maire, you are cruel," said Madame Felion, affecting compunction. "No, but say," returned Maynard, "with your hand on your conscience, whether Bridget, whether Madame Thulia could preside in such a salon. No, it is the Hungarian countess who does it all. She furnished the rooms, she selected the male domestic, whose excellent training and intelligence, you must have observed it, was she who arranged the menu of that dinner. In short, she is the providence of the parvenu colony, which without her intervention would have made the whole quarter laugh at it. And no, this is a very noticeable thing. Instead of being a parasite, like La Peyrade, this Hungarian lady, who seems to have a fortune of her own, proves to be not only disinterested, but generous. The 2 gowns that you saw Bridget and Madame Thulia wear last night were a present from her, and it was because she came herself to superintend the toilet of our 2 amphitrionesses that you were so surprised last night not to find them rigged in their usual dowdy fashion." "But what can be the motive," asked Madame Felion, "of this maternal and devoted guardianship?" "My dear wife," said Felion solemnly, "the motives of human actions are not always, thank God, selfishness and the consideration of vile interests. There are hearts in this world that find pleasure in doing good for its own sake. This lady may have seen in our good friends a set of people about to enter blindly into a sphere they knew nothing about, and having encouraged their first steps by the purchase of this furniture, she may, like a nurse attached to her nursling, find pleasure in giving them the milk of her social knowledge and her counsels." "He seems to keep aloof from our strictures, the dear husband," cried Maynard, "but just see how he goes beyond them." "I said, Felion, it is neither my intention nor my habit to do so. All the same, it would be difficult to say more neatly that the Thuilias are geese, and that Madame de Godallo is bringing them up by hand." "I do not accept for these friends of ours," said Felion, "a characterization so derogatory to their repute. I meant to say that they were lacking perhaps in that form of experience, and that this noble lady has placed at their service her knowledge of the world and its usages. I protest against any interpretation of my language which goes beyond my thought thus limited." "Well, anyhow, you will agree, my dear commander, that in the idea of giving Celeste to this La Peyrade there is something more than want of experience. There is, it must be said, blundering folly and immorality, for really the goings-on of that barrister with Madame Colville—" "Monsieur le Maire," interrupted Felion, with redoubled solemnity, Solon the lawgiver decreed no punishment for parricide, declaring it to be an impossible crime. "I think the same thing may be said of the offence to which you seem to make allusion, Madame Colville, granting favours to Monsieur de la Peyrade, and all the while intending to give him her daughter. No, monsieur, no, that passes imagination. Questioned on this subject like Marie Antoinette by a human tribunal, Madame Colville would answer, with the Queen I appeal to all mothers." "Nevertheless, my friend," said Madame Felion, "allow me to remind you that Madame Colville is excessively light-minded, and has given, as we all know, pretty good proofs of it." "Enough, my dear," said Felion, "the dinner hour summons us. I think that little by little we have allowed this conversation to drift toward the miry slough of backbiting." "You are full of illusions, my dear commander," said Maynard, taking Felion by the hand and shaking it, "but they are honourable illusions, and I envy them, madame. I have the honour," added the mayor with a respectful bow to Madame Felion. And each party took its way. Chapter Roman II, the Provencals' present position. The information acquired by the mayor of the 11th arrondissement was by no means incorrect in the Thulia salon, since the emigration to the Madeleine quarter might be seen daily between the tart Bridget and the plaintive Madame Thulia, the graceful and attractive figure of a woman who conveyed to this salon an appearance of the most unexpected elegance. It was quite true that through the good offices of this lady, who had become her tenant in the new house, Bridget had made a speculation in furniture not less advantageous in its way, but more avowable than the very shady purchase of the house itself. For 6,000 francs in ready money, she had obtained furniture lately from workshops representing a value of at least 30,000. It was still further true that in consequence of a service which went deep into her heart, Bridget was showing to the beautiful foreign countess the respectful deference which the bourgeoisie, in spite of its sulky jealousy, is much less indisposed to give to titles of nobility and high positions in the social hierarchy than people think, as this Hungarian countess was a woman of great tact and accomplished training in taking the direction which she had thought it wise to assume over the affairs of her protégés. She had been careful to guard her influence from all appearance of meddlesome and imperious dictation. On the contrary, she flattered Bridget's claim to be a model housekeeper in her own household expenses. She affected to ask the spinster's advice, so that by reserving to herself the department of luxurious expenses, she had more the air of giving information than of exercising supervision. La Peyrade could not disguise from himself that a change was taking place. His influence was evidently waning before that of this stranger, but the antagonism of the Countess was not confined to a simple struggle for influence. She made no secret of being opposed to his suit for Celeste. She gave her unequivocal approval to the love of Felix Felion. The Professor Maynard, by whom this fact was not unobserved, took very good care, in the midst of his other information, not to mention it to those whom it most concerned. La Peyrade was all the more anxious at being thus undermined by a hostility, the cause of which was inexplicable to him, because he knew he had himself to blame for bringing this disquieting adversary into the very heart of his citadel. His first mistake was in yielding to the barren pleasure of disappointing Cerizet. The lease of the house, if Bridget, by his advice and urging, had not taken the administration of the property into her own hands, there was every probability that she would never have made the acquaintance of Madame de Godallo. Another imprudence had been to urge the Thuiliers to leave their old home in the Latin Quarter. At this period, when his power and credit had reached their apogee, Theodose considered his marriage a settled thing, and he now felt an almost childish haste to spring into the sphere of elegance, which seemed henceforth to be his future. He had therefore furthered the inducements of the Countess, feeling that he thus sent the Thuiliers before him to make his bed in the splendid apartment he intended to share with them. By thus removing them from their old home, he saw another advantage that of withdrawing Celeste from daily intercourse with a rival who seemed to him dangerous. Deprived of the advantage of propinquity, Felix would be forced to make his visits farther apart, and therefore there would be greater facilities to ruin him in the girl's heart, where he was installed on condition of giving religious satisfaction, a requirement to which he showed himself refractory. But in all these plans and schemes, various drawbacks confronted him. To enlarge the horizon of the Thuiliers was, for La Peyrade, to run the chance of creating competition for the confidence and admiration of which he had been, till then, the exclusive object in the sort of provincial life they had hitherto lived. Bridget and his dear good friend placed him, for want of comparison, at a height from which the juxtaposition of other superiorities and elegances must bring him down. So then, apart from the blows covertly dealt him by Madame de Godallo, the idea of the transpontine emigration had proved to be on the whole a bad one. The Carlavilles had followed their friends the Thuiliers to the new house near the Madeleine, where an entresol at the back had been conceded to them at a price conformable to their budget, but Colville declared it lacked light and air, and being obliged to go daily from the boulevard of the Madeleine to the Faubourg Saint-Jacques, where his office was, he fumed against the arrangement of which he was the victim, and felt at times that La Peyrade was a tyrant. Madame Colville, on the other hand, had flung herself into an alarming orgy of bonnets, mantles, and new gowns, requiring the presentation of a mass of bills, which led not infrequently to scenes in the household, which were more or less stormy, as, for Celeste, she had undoubtedly fewer opportunities to see young Felion, but she had also fewer chances to rush into religious controversy and absence, which is dangerous to none, but inferior attachments made her think more tenderly and less theologically of the man of her dreams. But all these false calculations of Theodose were as nothing in the balance with another cause for his diminishing influence, which was now to weigh heavily on his situation. He had assured Thuilier that after a short delay, and the payment of 10,000 francs, to which his dear good friend submitted with tolerable grace, the cross of the Legion of Honor would arrive to realize the secret desire of all his life. 2 months had now passed without a sign of that glorious rattle, and the former subdirector, who would have felt such joy in parading his red ribbon on the boulevard of the Madeleine, of which he was now one of the most assiduous promenaders, had nothing to adorn his buttonhole but the flowers of the earth, the privilege of everybody, of which he was far less proud than Béranger. La Peyrade had, to be sure, mentioned an unforeseen and inexplicable difficulty, by which all the efforts of the Comtesse du Breul had been paralyzed, but Thuilier did not take comfort in the explanation, and on certain days, when the disappointment became acute, he was very near saying with Chicano in Les Plaideurs, "Return my money." However, no outbreak happened for La Peyrade, held him in leash by the famous pamphlet on taxation, and the sliding scale, the conclusion of which had been suspended during the excitement of the moving, for, during that agitating period Thulia had been unable to give proper care to the correction of proofs, about which we may remember he had reserved the right of punctilious examination. La Pérade had now reached a point when he was forced to see that in order to restore his influence, which was daily evaporating, he must strike some grand blow, and it was precisely this nagging and vexatious fancy about the proofs that the barrister decided to take as the starting point of a scheme, both deep and adventurous, which came into his mind. One day when the pair were engaged on the sheets of the pamphlet, a discussion arose upon the word nepotism, which Thulia wished to eliminate from one of La Pérade's sentences, declaring that never had he met with it anywhere. It was pure neologism which, to the literary notions of the bourgeoisie, is equivalent to the idea of 1793, and the terror. Generally La Pérade took the ridiculous remarks of his dear good friend pretty patiently, but on this occasion he made himself exceedingly excited and signified to Thulia that he might terminate himself a work to which he applied such luminous and intelligent criticism, after which remark he departed, and was not seen again for several days. At first Thulia supposed this outbreak to be a mere passing effect of ill humour, but when La Pérade's absence grew prolonged, he felt the necessity of taking some conciliatory step, and accordingly he went to see the barrister, intending to make honourable amends, and so put an end to his sulkiness, wishing, however, to give this advance an air which allowed an honest issue to his own self-love. He entered La Pérade's room with an easy manner, and said cheerfully, "Well, my dear fellow, it turns out that we were both right. Nepotism means the authority that the nephews of popes take in public affairs. I have searched the dictionary, and it gives no other explanation, but from what Felion tells me, I find that in the political vocabulary the meaning of the word has been extended to cover the influence which corrupt ministers permit certain persons to exercise illegally. I think, therefore, that we may retain the expression, though it is certainly not taken in that sense by Napoleon Landais." La Pérade, who in receiving his visitor had affected to be extremely busy, in sorting his papers contented himself by shrugging his shoulders and saying nothing. "Well said, Thulia, have you got the last proofs? We ought to be getting on." "If you have sent nothing to the printing office," replied La Pérade, "of course, there are no proofs. I myself haven't touched the manuscript." "But my dear Theodose," said Thulia, "it isn't possible that for such a trifle you are affronted. I don't pretend to be a writer, only as my name is on the book one have I think the right to my opinion about a word." "But Mossy Felion," replied Theodose, "is a writer, and inasmuch as you have consulted him, I don't see why you can't engage him to finish the work, in which, for my part, I have resolved not to cooperate any longer." "Heavens, what temper!" cried Thulia. "Here you are furious just because I seem to question a word, and then consulted someone. You know very well that I have read passages to Felion, Colville, Maynard, and Barnial, as if the work were mine, in order to see the effect it would produce upon the public, but that's no reason why I should be willing to give my name to the things they are capable of writing. Do you wish me to give you a proof of the confidence I have in you? Madame la Comtesse de Godallo, to whom I read a few pages last night, told me that the pamphlet was likely to get me into trouble with the authorities, but I wouldn't allow what she said to have any influence upon me." "Well said, La Pérade, I think that the oracle of the family sees the matter clearly, and I've no desire to bring your head to the scaffold." "All that is nonsense," said Thulia. "Have you or have you not an intention to leave me in the lurch?" "Literary questions make more quarrels among friends than political questions," replied Theodose. "I wish to put an end to these discussions between us." "But my dear Theodose, never have I assumed to be a literary man. I think I have sound common sense, and I say out my ideas. You can't be angry at that. And if you play me this trick and refuse to collaborate any longer, it is because you have some other grudge against me that I know nothing about." "I don't see why you call it a trick. There's nothing easier for you than not to write a pamphlet. You'll simply be Jerome Thulia as before. And yet it was you yourself who declared that this publication would help my election. Besides, I repeat, I have read passages to all our friends. I have announced the matter in the municipal council. And if the work were not to appear, I should be dishonoured. People would be sure to say the government had bought me up. You have only to say that you are the friend of Felion, the incorruptible. That will clear you. You might even give Celeste to his booby of a son. That alliance would certainly protect you from all suspicion." "Theodose," said Thulia, "there is something in your mind that you don't tell me. It is not natural that for a simple quarrel about a word you should wish to lose a friend like me." Well, yes, there is, replied La Peyrade with the air of a man who makes up his mind to speak out. I don't like ingratitude. Nor I either, I don't like it, said Thulia hotly. And if you accuse me of so base an action, I summon you to explain yourself. We must get out of these hints and innuendos. What do you complain of? What have you against a man whom only a few days ago you called your friend? Nothing and everything, replied La Peyrade. You and your sister are much too clever to break openly with a man who, at the risk of his reputation, has put $1 million in your hands. But I am not so simple that I don't know how to detect changes. There are people about you who have set themselves in an underhand way to destroy me, and Bridget has only one thought, and that is how to find a decent way of not keeping her promises. Men like me don't wait till their claims are openly protested, and I certainly do not intend to impose myself on any family. Still, I was far, I acknowledge, from expecting such treatment. Come, come, said Thulia, kindly, seeing in the barrister's eye the glint of a tear of which he was completely the dupe. I don't know what Bridget may have been doing to you, but one thing is very certain, I have never ceased to be your most devoted friend. No, said La Peyrade, since that mishap about the cross I am only good, as the saying is, to throw to the dogs. How could I have struggled against secret influences? Possibly. It is that pamphlet about which you have talked a great deal too much that has hindered your appointment. The ministers are so stupid they would rather wait and have their hand forced by the fame of the publication than do the thing with a good grace as the reward of your services. But these are political mysteries which would never enter your sister's mind. The devil, cried Thulia, I think I've got a pretty observing eye, and yet I can't see the slightest change in Bridget toward you. Oh yes, said La Peyrade, your eyesight is so good that you have never seen perpetually beside her that Madame de Godallo, whom she now thinks she can't live without. Ha ha, said Thulia slyly, so it is a little jealousy, is it, in our mind? Jealousy, retorted La Peyrade, I don't know if that's the right word, but certainly your sister, whose mind is nothing above the ordinary, and to whom I am surprised that a man of your intellectual superiority allows a supremacy in your household, which she uses and abuses. How can I help it, my dear fellow, interrupted Thulia, sucking in the compliment. She is so absolutely devoted to me. I admit the weakness, but I repeat, your sister doesn't fit into your groove. Well, I say that when a man of the value which you are good enough to recognize in me does her the honor to consult her and devote himself to her as I have done, it can hardly be agreeable to him to find himself supplanted by a woman who comes from nobody knows where, and all because of a few trumpery chairs and tables she has helped her to buy. With women, as you know very well, replied Thulia, household affairs have the first place. And Bridget, who wants a finger in everything, also assumes to carry matters with a high hand in affairs of the heart. As you are so extraordinarily clear-sighted, you ought to have seen that in Bridget's mind nothing is less certain than my marriage with Mademoiselle Colville, and yet my love has been solemnly authorized by you. Good gracious, cried Thulia, I'd like to see any one attempt to meddle with my arrangements. Well, without speaking of Bridget, I can tell you of another person, said Theodose, who is doing that very thing, and that person is Mademoiselle Celeste herself. In spite of their quarrels about religion, her mind is none the less full of that little Felion. But why don't you tell Flavie to put a stop to it? No one knows Flavie, my dear Thulia, better than you. She is a woman, rather than a mother. I have found it necessary to do a little bit of courting to her myself, and you understand, while she is willing for this marriage, she doesn't desire it very much. Well, said Thulia, I'll undertake to speak to Celeste myself. It shall never be said that a slip of a girl lays down the law to me. That's exactly what I don't want you to do, cried La Peyrade. Don't meddle in all this outside of your relations to your sister. You have an iron will, and I will never have it said that you exerted your authority to put Celeste in my arms. On the contrary, I desire that the child may have complete control over her own heart. The only thing I request is that she shall decide positively between Felix Felion and myself, because I do not choose to remain any longer in this doubtful position. It is true we agreed that the marriage should only take place after you became a deputy, but I feel now that it is impossible to allow the greatest event of my life to remain at the mercy of doubtful circumstances, and besides, such an arrangement, though at first agreed upon, seems to me now to have a flavour of a bargain which is unbecoming to both of us. I think I had better make you a confidence to which I am led by the unpleasant state of things now between us. Dudok may have told you before you left the apartment in the Rue Saint-Dominique that an heiress had been offered to me whose immediate fortune is larger than that which Mademoiselle Colville will eventually inherit. I refused, because I have had the folly to let my heart be won, and because an alliance with a family as honourable as yours seemed to me more desirable But after all, it is as well to let Bridget know that if Celeste refuses me, I am not absolutely turned out into the cold. I can easily believe that, said Thulia, but as for putting the whole decision into the hands of that little girl, especially if she has, as you tell me, a fancy for Felix. I can't help it, said the barrister. I must at any price get out of this position. It is no longer tenable. You talk about your pamphlet. I am not in a fit condition to finish it. You who have been a man of gallantry, you must know the dominion that women fatal creatures exercise over our whole being. Bah, said Thulia conceitedly, they cared for me, but I did not often care for them. I took them, and left them, you know. Yes, but I, with my southern nature, love passionately, and Celeste has other attractions besides fortune. Brought up in your household under your own eye, you have made her adorable, only I must say you have shown great weakness in letting that young fellow, who does not suit her in any respect, get such hold upon her fancy. You are quite right, but the thing began in a childish friendship. She and Felix played together, you came much later, and it is a proof of the great esteem in which we hold you that, when you made your offer, we renounced our earlier projects. You did, yes, said La Peyrade, and with some literary manias which after all are frequently full of sense and wit, you have a heart of gold with you. Friendship is a sure thing, and you know what you mean, but Bridget is another matter. You'll see, when you propose to her to hasten the marriage, what a resistance she will make. I don't agree with you. I think that Bridget has always wanted you, and still wants you for son-in-law, if I may so express myself, but whether she does or not, I beg you to believe that in all important matters, I know how to have my will obeyed. Only let us come now to a distinct understanding of what you wish. Then we can start with the right foot foremost, and you'll see that all will go well. I wish, replied La Peyrade, to put the last touches to your pamphlet, for above all things I think of you. Certainly, said Thulia, we ought not to sink in port. Well, in consequence of the feeling that I am oppressed, stultified by the prospect of a marriage, still so doubtful, I am certain that not a page of manuscript could be got out of me in any form, until the question is settled. Very good, said Thulia, then how do you present that question? Naturally, if Celeste's decision be against me, I should wish an immediate solution. If I am condemned to make a marriage of convenience, I ought to lose no time in taking the opportunity I mentioned to you. So be it, but what time do you intend to allow us? I should think that in 15 days a girl might be able to make up her mind. Undoubtedly, replied Thulia, but it is very repugnant to me to let Celeste decide without appeal. For my part, I will take that risk in any case. I shall be rid of uncertainty, and that is really my first object between ourselves. I am not risking as much as you think. It will take more than 15 days for a son of Phelion, in other words, obstinacy incarnate in silliness, to have done with philosophical hesitations, and it is very certain that Celeste will not accept him for a husband unless he gives her some proofs of conversion. That's probable, but suppose Celeste tries to dawdle, suppose she refuses to accept the alternative. That's your affair, said the Provencal. I don't know how you regard the family in Paris. I only know that in my part of the country it is an unheard-of thing that a girl should have such liberty. If you, your sister, supposing she plays fair in the matter, and the father and mother can't succeed in making a girl whom you dower agree to so simple a thing as to make a perfectly free choice between two suitors, then goodbye to you. You'll have to write upon your gatepost that Celeste is queen and sovereign of the house. Well, we haven't got to that point yet, said Thulia with a capable air. As for you, my old fellow, resumed La Peyrade, I must postpone our business until after Celeste's decision, be that in my favour or not. I will then go to work, and in 3 days the pamphlet can be finished. Now, said Thulia, I know what you have had on your mind. Ill talk about it with Bridget. That's a sad conclusion, said La Peyrade, but unhappily so it is. What do you mean by that? I would rather, as you can easily imagine, hear you say of yourself that the thing shall be done, but old habits can't be broken up. Ah, do you think I am a man without any initiative of my own? No, but I'd like to be hidden in a corner, and hear how you will open the subject with your sister. Parbleu, I shall open it frankly. I will very firmly, said, shall meet every one of her objections. Ah, my poor fellow, said La Peyrade, clapping him on the shoulder from Chrysil, down, how often have we seen brave warriors lowering their pennants before the wills of women accustomed to master them? Well, see about that, replied Thulia, making a theatrical exit. The eager desire to publish his pamphlet, and the clever doubt thrown upon the strength of his will had made him furious, an actual tiger, and he went away resolved, in case of opposition, to reduce his household, as the saying is, by fire and sword. When he reached home, Thulia instantly laid the question before Bridget. She, with her crude good sense and egotism, pointed out to him that by thus hastening the period formerly agreed upon for the marriage, they committed the blunder of disarming themselves. They could not be sure that when the election took place, La Pérade would put the same zeal into preparing for it. It might be said the old maid, just as it has been about the cross. There's this difference, said Thulia. The cross doesn't depend directly upon La Pérade, whereas the influence he exerts in the 12th arrondissement he can employ as he will. And suppose he willed, after we have feathered his nest, said Bridget, to work his influence for his own election. He is very ambitious, you know. This danger did not fail to strike the mind of the future legislator, who thought, however, that he might feel some security in the honour and morality of La Pérade. A man's honour can't be very delicate, returned Bridget, when he tries to get out of a bargain. And this fashion of dangling a bit of sugar before us, about getting your pamphlet finished, doesn't please me at all. Can't you get Felion to help you and do without Theodose? Or I dare say Madame de Godallo, who knows everybody in politics, could find you a journalist. Say there are plenty of them out at elbows. A couple of 100 francs would do the thing. But the secret would get into the papers, said Thulia. No, I must absolutely have Theodose, he knows that, and he makes these conditions. After all, we did promise him Celeste. And it is only fulfilling the promise a year earlier. What am I saying? A few months, a few weeks, possibly, for the king may dissolve the chamber before anyone expects it. But suppose Celeste won't have him, objected Bridget. Celeste indeed, ejaculated Thulia. She must have whomsoever we choose. We ought to have thought of that when we made the engagement with La Pérade. Our word is past now, you know. Besides, if the child is allowed to choose between La Pérade and Felion. So you really think, said the sceptical old maid, that if Celeste decides for Felion, you can still count on La Pérade's devotion? What else can I do? Those are his conditions. Besides, the fellow has calculated the whole thing. He knows very well that Felix will never bring himself in 2 weeks to please Celeste by going to confession, and unless he does, that little monkey will never accept him for a husband. La Pérade's game is very clever. Too clever, said Bridget. Well, settle the matter as you choose. I shall not meddle. All this manoeuvring is not to my taste. Thulia went to see Madame Colville, and intimated to her that she must inform Celeste of the designs upon her. Celeste had never been officially authorized to indulge her sentiment for Felix Felion. Flavie, on the contrary, had once expressly forbidden her to encourage the hopes of the young professor. But as on the part of Madame Thulia, her godmother and her confidante, she knew she was sustained in her inclination, she had let herself gently follow it without thinking very seriously of the obstacles her choice might encounter. When therefore she was ordered to choose at once between Felix and La Pérade, the simple-hearted girl was at first only struck by the advantages of one half of the alternative, and she fancied she did herself a great service by agreeing to an arrangement which made her the mistress of her own choice, and allowed her to bestow it as her heart desired. But La Pérade was not mistaken in his calculation, when he reckoned that the religious intolerance of the young girl on one side, and the philosophical inflexibility of Felion's son on the other, would create an invincible obstacle to their coming together. Chapter Roman 3. Good blood cannot lie. The evening of the day on which Flavie had communicated to Celeste the sovereign orders of Thulia, the Felions called to spend the evening with Bridget, and a very sharp engagement took place between the two young people. Mademoiselle Colville did not need to be told by her mother that it would be extremely unbecoming if she allowed Felix to know of the conditional approval that was granted to their sentiments. Celeste had too much delicacy, and too much real religious feeling, to wish to obtain the conversion of the man she loved on any other ground than that of his conviction. Their evening was therefore passed in theological debate, but love is so strange a Proteus, and takes so many and such various forms, that though it appeared on this occasion in a black gown and a mob cap, it was not at all as ungraceful and displeasing as might have been imagined. But Felion Jr. was in this encounter, the solemnity of which he little knew, unlucky and blundering to the last degree. Not only did he concede nothing, but he took a tone of airy and ironical discussion, and ended by putting poor Celeste so beside herself that she finally declared an open rupture, and forbade him to appear in her presence again. It was just the case for a lover more experienced than the young savant to reappear the very next day, for young hearts are never so near to understanding each other as when they have just declared the necessity of eternal separation. But this law is not one of logarithms, and Felix Felion, being incapable of guessing, it thought himself positively and finally banished, so much so that during the 15 days granted to the poor girl to deliberate as says the code in the matter of beneficiary bequests, although he was expected day by day and from minute to minute by Celeste, who gave no more thought to La Peyrade than if he had nothing to do with the question, the deplorably stupid youth did not have the most distant idea of breaking his ban. Luckily for this hopeless lover, a beneficent fairy was watching over him, and the evening before the day on which the young girl was to make her decision, the following affair took place. It was Sunday, the day on which the Thuiliers still kept up their weekly receptions. Madame Felion, convinced that the housekeeping leakage vulgarly called the basket dance was the ruin of the bestregulated households, was in the habit of going in person to her tradespeople from time immemorial in the Felion establishment. Sunday was the day of the pot-au-feu, and the wife of the great citizen, in that intentionally dowdy costume in which good housekeepers bundle themselves when they go to market, was prosaically returning from a visit to the butcher, followed by her cook, and the basket in which lay a magnificent cut of the loin of beef. Twice had she rung her own doorbell, and terrible was the storm gathering on the head of the footboy, who by his slowness in opening the door was putting his mistress in a situation less tolerable than that of Louis Roman XIV, who had only almost waited in her feverish impatience. Madame Felion had just given the bell a third and ferocious reverberation, when, judge of her confusion, a little coupe drew up with much clatter at the door of her house, and a lady descended, whom she recognized at this untimely hour as the elegant Comtesse Torna de Godallo. Turning a purplish scarlet, the unfortunate bourgeoise lost her head, and floundering in excuses, she was about to complicate the position by some signal piece of awkwardness, when happily for her Felion, attracted by the noise of the bell, and attired in a dressing gown and Greek cap, came out of his study to inquire what was the matter. After a speech the pompous charm of which did much to compensate for his dishabille, the great citizen, with the serenity that never abandoned him, offered his hand very gallantly to the lady, and having installed her in the salon said, "May I without indiscretion ask, Madame la Comtesse, what has procured for us the unhoped-for advantage of this visit?" "I have come," said the lady, "to talk with Madame Felion on a matter which must deeply interest her. I have no other way of meeting her without witnesses, and therefore, though I am hardly known to Madame Felion, I have taken the liberty to call upon her here." "Madame, your visit is a great honor to this poor dwelling, but where is Madame Felion?" added the worthy man, impatiently going towards the door. "No, I beg of you don't disturb her," said the Countess. "I have heedlessly come at a moment when she is busy with household cares. Bridget has been my educator in such matters, and I know the respect we ought to pay to good housekeepers. Besides, I have the pleasure of your presence which I scarcely expected." Before Felion could reply to these obliging words, Madame Felion appeared. A cap with ribbons had taken the place of the market bonnet, and a large shawl covered the other insufficiencies of the morning toilet. When his wife arrived, the great citizen made as though he would discreetly retire. "Monsieur Felion," said the Countess, "you are not one too many in the conference I desire with Madame. On the contrary, your excellent judgment will be most useful in throwing light upon a matter as interesting to you as to your wife. I allude to the marriage of your son." "The marriage of my son," cried Madame Felion with a look of astonishment, "but I am not aware that anything of the kind is at present in prospect." "The marriage of Monsieur Felix with Mademoiselle Celeste is, I think, one of your strongest desires." "But we have never," said Felion, "taken any overt steps for that object." "I know that only too well," replied the Countess. "On the contrary, everyone in your family seems to study how to defeat my efforts in that direction. However, one thing is clear in spite of the reserve, and you must allow me to say so, the clumsiness in which the affair has been managed, and that is that the young people love each other, and they will both be unhappy if they do not marry now. To prevent this catastrophe is the object with which I have come here this morning." "We cannot, Madame, be otherwise than deeply sensible of the interest you are so good as to show in the happiness of our son," said Felion, "but in truth this interest is something so inexplicable," interrupted the Countess, "that you feel a distrust of it." "Oh, Madame," said Felion, bowing with an air of respectful dissent. "But," continued the lady, "the explanation of my proceeding is very simple. I have studied Celeste, and in that dear and artless child I find a moral weight and value which would make me grieve to see her sacrificed." "You are right, Madame," said Madame Felion. "Celeste is indeed an angel of sweetness. As for Monsieur Felix, I venture to interest myself, because in the first place he is the son of so virtuous a father." "Oh, Madame, I entreat," said Felion, bowing again, And he also attracts me by the awkwardness of true love, which appears in all his actions, and all his words. We mature women find an inexpressible charm in seeing the tender passion under a form which threatens us with no deceptions and no misunderstandings. My son is certainly not brilliant, said Madame Felion with a faint tone of sharpness. He is not a fashionable young man. But he has the qualities that are most essential, replied the Countess, and a merit which ignores itself, a thing of the utmost consequence in all intellectual superiority. Really, Madame, said Felion, you force us to hear things that are not beyond the truth, interrupted the Countess. Another reason, which leads me to take a deep interest in the happiness of these young people, is that I am not so desirous for that of Monsieur Théodose de la Pérade, who is false and grasping on the ruin of their hopes. That man is counting to carry out his swindling purposes. It is quite certain, said Felion, that there are dark depths in Monsieur de la Pérade where light does not penetrate. And as I myself had the misfortune to marry a man of his description, the thought of the wretchedness to which Celeste would be condemned by so fatal a connection impels me in the hope of saving her to the charitable effort which now I trust has ceased to surprise you. Madame, said Felion, we do not need the conclusive explanations by which you illumine your conduct, but as to the faults on our part which have thwarted your generous efforts, I must declare that in order to avoid committing them in future, it seems to me not a little desirable that you should plainly indicate them. How long is it, asked the Countess, since any of your family have paid a visit to the Thuiliers? If my memory serves me, said Felion, I think we were all there the Sunday after the dinner for the housewarming. 15 whole days of absence, exclaimed the Countess, and you think that nothing of importance could happen in 15 days? No, indeed, did not 3 glorious days in July 1830 cast down a perjured dynasty, and found the noble order of things under which we now live? You see it yourself, said the Countess. Now tell me, during that evening 15 days ago, did nothing serious take place between your son and Celeste? Something did occur, replied Felion, a very disagreeable conversation on the subject of my son's religious opinions. It must be owned that our good Celeste, who in all other respects has a charming nature, is a trifle fanatic in the matter of piety. I agree to that, said the Countess, but she was brought up by the mother whom you know. She was never shown the face of true piety. She saw only the mimicry of it. Repentant Magdalens of the Madame Colville species always assume an air of wishing to retire to a desert with their death's head, and crossed bones. They think they can't get salvation at a cheaper rate. But after all, what did Celeste ask of Monsieur Felix? Merely that he would read the Imitation of Christ. He has read it, Madame, said Felion, and he thinks it a book extremely well written, but his conviction sand, that is a misfortune, have not been affected by the perusal. And do you think he shows much cleverness in not assuring his mistress of some little change in his inflexible convictions? My son, Madame, has never received from me the slightest lesson in cleverness, loyalty, uprightness. Those are the principles I have endeavoured to inculcate in him. It seems to me, monsieur, that there is no want of loyalty when in dealing with a troubled mind we endeavour to avoid wounding it. But let us agree that Monsieur Felix owed it to himself to be that iron door against which poor Celeste's applications beat in vain. Was that a reason for keeping away from her and sulking in his tent for 15 whole days? Above all, ought he to have capped these sulks by a proceeding which I can't forgive, and which only, just made known to ushers, struck the girl's heart with despair, and also with a feeling of extreme irritation. My son capable of any such act? It is quite impossible, Madame, cried Felion. I know nothing of this proceeding, but I do not hesitate to affirm that you have been ill-informed. And yet nothing is more certain. Young Colville, who came home today for his half-holiday, has just told us that Monsieur Felix, who had previously gone with the utmost punctuality to hear him recite, has ceased entirely to have anything to do with him. Unless your son is ill, I do not hesitate to say that this neglect is the greatest of blunders in the situation in which he now stands with the sister. He ought not to have chosen this moment to put an end to these lessons. The Felions looked at each other as if consulting how to reply. My son, said Madame Felion, is not exactly ill, but since you mention a fact which is, I acknowledge, very strange and quite out of keeping with his nature and habits, I think it right to tell you that from the day when Celeste seemed to signify that all was at an end between them, a very extraordinary change has come over Felix, which is causing Monsieur Felion and myself the deepest anxiety. Yes, Madame, said Felion, the young man is certainly not in his normal condition. But what is the matter with him? Asked the Countess anxiously. The night of that scene with Celeste, replied Felion, after his return home, he wept a flood of hot tears on his mother's bosom, and gave us to understand that the happiness of his whole life was at an end. And yet, said Madame de Godallo, nothing very serious happened, but lovers always make the worst of things. No doubt, said Madame Felion, but since that night, Felix has not made the slightest allusion to his misfortune, and the next day he went back to his work with a sort of frenzy. Does that seem natural to you? It is capable of explanation. Work is said to be a great consoler. That is most true, said Felion, but in Felix's whole personality, there is something excited and yet repressed which is difficult to describe. You speak to him, and he hardly seems to hear you. He sits down to table, and forgets to eat or takes his food with an absent-mindedness, which the medical faculty consider most injurious to the process of digestion. His duties, his regular occupations, we have to remind him of him, so extremely regular, so punctual. The other day, when he was at the observatory, where he now spends all his evenings, only coming home in the small hours, I took it upon myself to enter his room and examine his papers. I was terrified, madame, at finding a paper covered with algebraic calculations, which by their vast extent appeared to me to go beyond the limits of the human intellect. Perhaps, said the Countess, he is on the road to some great discovery. Or to madness, said Madame Felion in a low voice, and with a heavy sigh. That is not probable, said Madame de Godallo, with an organization so calm and a mind so well balanced. He runs but little danger of that misfortune. I know myself of another danger that threatens him tomorrow, and unless we can take some steps this evening to avert it, Celeste is positively lost to him. How so? Said the husband and wife together. Perhaps you are not aware, replied the Countess, that Thulier and his sister have made certain promises to Monsieur de la Peyrade about Celeste. We suspected as much, replied Madame Felion. The fulfillment of these pledges was postponed to a rather distant period, and subordinated to certain conditions. Monsieur de la Peyrade, after enabling them to buy the house near the Madeleine, pledged himself not only to obtain the cross for Monsieur Thulier, but to write in his name a political pamphlet, and assist him in his election to the Chamber of Deputies. It sounds like the romances of chivalry in which the hero, before obtaining the hand of the princess, is compelled to exterminate a dragon. Madame is very witty, said Madame Felion, looking at her husband, who made her a sign not to interrupt. I have no time now, said the Countess. In fact, it would be useless to tell you the manoeuvres by which Monsieur de la Peyrade has contrived to hasten the period of this marriage. But it concerns you to know that, thanks to his duplicity, Celeste is being forced to choose between him and Monsieur Felix. 15 days were given her in which to make her choice. The time expires tomorrow, and thanks to the unfortunate state of feeling into which your son's attitude has thrown her, there is very serious danger of seeing her sacrifice to her wounded feelings the better sentiments of her love and her instincts. But what can be done to prevent it? Asked Felion. Fight, Monsieur. Come this evening, enforce to the Thuiliers, induce Monsieur Felix to accompany you, lecture him, until he promises to be a little more flexible in his philosophical opinions. Paris, said Henry Roman IV, is surely worth a mass, but let him avoid all such questions. He can certainly find in his heart the words and tones to move a woman who loves him. It requires so little to satisfy her. I shall be there myself, and I will help him to my utmost ability. Perhaps, under the inspiration of the moment, I may think of some way to do effectually. One thing is very certain, we have to fight a great battle tonight, and if we do not all do our duty valorously, La Peyrade may win it. My son is not here, Madame, said Felion, and I regret it, for perhaps your generous devotion and urgent words would succeed in shaking off his torpor, but at any rate I will lay before him the gravity of the situation, and beyond all doubt he will accompany us tonight to the Thuiliers. It is needless to say, added the Countess, rising, that we must carefully avoid the very slightest appearance of collusion. We must not converse together, in fact, unless it can be done in some casual way. It would be better not to speak. I beg you to rely, Madame, upon my prudence, replied Felion, and kindly accept the assurance of your most distinguished sentiments, interrupted the Countess, laughing. No, Madame, replied Felion gravely, I reserve that formula for the conclusion of my letters. I beg you to accept the assurance of my warmest and most unalterable gratitude. We will talk of that when we are out of danger, said Madame de Godallo, moving towards the door, and if Madame Felion, the tenderest and most virtuous of mothers, will grant me a little place in her esteem, I shall count myself more than repaid for my trouble. Madame Felion plunged headlong into a responsive compliment, and the Countess in her carriage was at some distance from the house, before Felion had ceased to offer her his most respectful salutations. As the Latin Quarter element in Bridget's salon became more rare and less assiduous, a livelier Paris began to infiltrate it among his colleagues in the municipal council, and among the upper employees of the prefecture of the Seine. The new councillor had made several very important recruits the mayor, and the deputy mayors of the arrondissement on whom, after his removal to the Madeleine Quarter Thulia, had called hastened to return the civility, and the same thing happened with the superior officers of the First Legion. The house itself had produced a contingent, and several of the new tenants contributed by their presence to change the aspect of the dominical meetings. Among the number, we must mention Rabardin C. Bureaucracy, the former head of Thulia's office at the Ministry of Finance, having had the misfortune to lose his wife, whose salon at an earlier period checkmated that of Madame Colville. Rabardin occupied as a bachelor the third floor above the apartment let to Cardat the notary. As the result of an odious slight to his just claims, Rabardin had voluntarily resigned his public functions at this time. When he again met Thulia, he was director of one of those numerous projected railways, the construction of which is always delayed by either parliamentary rivalry or parliamentary indecision. Let us say, in passing, that the meeting with this able administrator, now become an important personage in the financial world, was an occasion to the worthy and honest Felion to display once more his noble character at the time of the resignation, to which Rabardin had felt himself driven. Felion alone, of all the clerks in the office, had stood by him in his misfortunes, being now in a position to bestow a great number of places. Rabardin, on meeting once more, his faithful subordinate hastened to offer him a position both easy and lucrative. "Monsieur," said Felion, "your benevolence touches me and honours me, but my frankness owes you an avowal which I beg you not to take in ill part. I do not believe in railways, as the English call them." "That's an opinion to which you have every right," said Rabardin, smiling, "but meanwhile, until the contrary is proved, we pay the employees in our office well, and I should be glad to have you with me in that capacity. I know by experience that you are a man on whom I can count." "Monsieur," returned the great citizen, "I did my duty at that time, and nothing more. As for the offer you have been so good as to make to me, I cannot accept it. Satisfied with my humble fortunes, I feel neither the need nor the desire to re-enter an administrative career. And in common with the Latin poet, I may say Claudite jam rivos puri, sat prota biburunt." Thus elevated in the character of its habitués, the Salon Thulia still needed a new element of life, thanks to the help of Madame de Godallo, a born organizer, who successfully put to profit the former connection of Colville with the musical world. A few artists came to make diversion from Bouillotte and Boston old-fashioned, and venerable. Those two games were forced to beat a retreat before whist, the only manner, said the Hungarian countess, in which respectable people can kill time. Like Louis Roman XVI, who began by putting his own hand to reforms, which subsequently engulfed his throne, Bridget had encouraged at first this domestic revolution, the need of sustaining her position suitably in the new quarter to which she had emigrated, had made her docile to all suggestions of comfort and elegance. But the day on which occurred the scene we are about to witness, an apparently trivial detail, had revealed to her the danger of the declivity on which she stood. The greater number of the new guests, recently imported by Thulia, knew nothing of his sister's supremacy in his home on arrival. Therefore they all asked Thulia to present them to Madame, and naturally, Thulia could not say to them that his wife was a figurehead who groaned under the iron hand of a Richelieu, to whom the whole household bent the knee. It was therefore not until the first homage rendered to the sovereign de jure was paid that the newcomers were led up to Bridget, and by reason of the stiffness which displeasure at this misplacement of power gave to her greeting, they were scarcely encouraged to pay her any further attentions. Quick to perceive this species of overthrow, Queen Elizabeth said to herself, with that profound instinct of domination, which was her ruling passion, "If I don't take care, I shall soon be nobody in this house." Burrowing into that idea, she came to think that if the project of making a common household with La Peyrade, then Celeste's husband, were carried out, the situation, which was beginning to alarm her, would become even worse from that moment, and by sudden intuition Felix Felion, that good young man with his head too full of mathematics ever to become a formidable rival to her sovereignty, seemed to her a far better match than the enterprising lawyer. And she was the first, on seeing the Felion father and mother arrive without the son, to express regret at his absence. Bridget, however, was not the only one to feel the injury that the luckless professor was doing to his prospects, in thus keeping away from her reception Madame Thulia with simple candour, and Celeste with feigned reserve both made manifest their displeasure as for Madame de Godallo, who in spite of a very remarkable voice usually required much pressing before she would sing, the piano having been opened since her reign began, she now went up to Madame Felion and asked her to accompany her, and between two verses of a song, she said in her ear, "Why isn't your son here?" "He is coming," said Madame Felion. "His father talked to him very decidedly, but tonight there happens to be a conjunction of I don't know what planets. It is a great night at the observatory, and he did not feel willing to dispense with." "It is inconceivable that a man should be so foolish," exclaimed Madame de Godallo. "Wasn't theology bad enough that he must needs bring in astronomy too?" And her vexation gave to her voice so vibrating a tone that her song ended in the midst of what the English call a thunder of applause. La Peyrade, who feared her extremely, was not one of the last when she returned to her place to approach her and express his admiration, but she received his compliments with a coldness so near to incivility that their mutual hostility was greatly increased. La Peyrade turned away to console himself with Madame Carville, who had still too many pretensions to beauty not to be the enemy of a woman made to intercept all homage. "So you think that woman sings well," she said contemptuously to Theodose. "At any rate I have been to tell her so," replied La Peyrade, "because without her in regard to Bridget there's no security. But do just look at your Celeste, her eyes never leave that door, and every time a tray is brought in, though it is an hour at least since the last guest came, her face expresses disappointment. We must remark in passing that since the reign of Madame de Godallo trays were passed round on the Sunday reception days, and that without scrimping, on the contrary, they were laden with ices, cakes, and syrups from Torrades, then the best confectioner." "Don't harass me," cried Flavie. "I know very well what that foolish girl has in her mind, and your marriage will take place only too soon." "But you know it is not for myself, I make it," said La Peyrade. "It is a necessity for the future of all of us. Come there are tears in your eyes. I shall leave you. You are not reasonable, the devil. As that Prudhomme of a Felion says, whoso wants the end wants the means." And he went toward the group composed of Celeste, Madame Thulia, Madame de Godallo Colville, and Felion. Madame Colville followed him, and under the influence of the feeling of jealousy she had just shown, she became a savage mother. "Celeste," she said, "why don't you sing? These gentlemen wish to hear you." "Oh, mamma," cried the girl, "how can I sing after Madame de Godallo with my poor thread of a voice? Besides, you know I have a cold." "That is to say that as usual you make yourself pretentious, and disagreeable people sing, as they can sing. All voices have their own merits." "My dear," said Colville, who having just lost 20 francs at the cartables found courage in his ill humour to oppose his wife, "that saying people sing as they can sing is a bourgeois maxim. People sing with a voice if they have one, but they don't sing after hearing such a magnificent opera voice as that of Madame la Comtesse. For my part, I readily excuse Celeste for not warbling to us one of her sentimental little ditties." "Then it is well worth while," said Flavie, leaving the group, "to spend so much money on expensive masters who are good for nothing." "So," said Colville, resuming the conversation, which the invasion of Flavie had interrupted, "Felix no longer inhabits this earth, he lives among the stars." "My dear and former colleague," said Felion, "I am as you are annoyed with my son for neglecting as he does the oldest friends of his family, and though the contemplation of those great luminous bodies, suspended in space, by the hand of the Creator presents in my opinion higher interest than it appears to have to your more eager brain, I think that Felix, by not coming here tonight, as he promised me, he would shows a want of propriety about which I can assure you I shall speak my mind." "Science," said La Peyrade, "is a fine thing, but it has unfortunately the attribute of making bears and monomaniacs. Not to mention," said Celeste, "that it destroys all religious sentiments." "You are mistaken there, my dear child," said Madame de Godallo Pascal, who was himself a great example of the falseness of your point of view, says, if I am not mistaken, that a little science draws us from religion, but a great deal draws us back to it. "And yet, Madame," said Celeste, "everyone admits that Monsieur Felix is really very learned. When he helped my brother with his studies, nothing could be, so Francois told me, clearer or more comprehensible than his explanations, and you see yourself he is not the more religious for that. I tell you, my dear child, that Monsieur Felix is not irreligious, and with a little gentleness and patience nothing would be easier than to bring him back." "Bring back a savant to the duties of religion," exclaimed La Peyrade. "Really, Madame, that seems to me very difficult. These gentlemen put the object of their studies before everything else. Tell a geometrician or a geologist, for example, that the Church demands imperatively the sanctification of the Sabbath by the suspension of all species of work, and they will shrug their shoulders though God himself did not disdain to rest from his labors. So that in not coming here this evening, said Celeste naively, Monsieur Felix commits not only a fault against good manners but a sin. But my dearest, said Madame de Godallo, do you think that our meeting here this evening to sing ballads and eat ices and say evil of our neighbour, which is the customary habit of Salancis, more pleasing to God than to see a man of science in his observatory, busied in studying the magnificent secrets of his creation? There's a time for all things, said Celeste, and as Monsieur de la Peyrade says, God himself did not disdain to rest. But my love, said Madame de Godallo, God has time to do so, he is eternal. That, said La Peyrade, is one of the wittiest impieties ever uttered. Those are the reasons that the world's people put forth. They interpret and explain away the commands of God, even those that are most explicit and imperative. They take them, leave them, or choose among them. The freethinker subjects them to his lordly revision, and from free-thinking the distance is short to free actions. During this harangue of the barrister, Madame de Godallo had looked at the clock. It then said 11:30. The salon began to empty. Only one cartable was still going on. Maynard Thulier, and two of the new acquaintances, being the players Felion, had just quitted the group with which he had so far been sitting to join his wife, who was talking with Bridget in a corner. By the vehemence of his pantomimic action, it was easy to see that he was filled with some virtuous indignation. Everything seemed to show that all hope of seeing the arrival of the tardy lover was decidedly over. Monsieur, said the Countess to La Peyrade, do you consider the gentlemen attached to Saint Jacques du Haut Pas in the Rue des Postes good Catholics? Undoubtedly, replied the barrister. Religion has no more loyal supporters. This morning, continued the Countess, I had the happiness to be received by Pier Anselmi. He is thought the model of all Christian virtues, and yet the good father is a very learned mathematician. I have not said, Madame, that the two qualities were absolutely incompatible, but you did say that a true Christian could not attend to any species of work on Sunday. If so, Pier Anselmi must be an unbeliever, for when I was admitted to his room, I found him standing before a blackboard with a bit of chalk in his hand, busy with a problem which was no doubt knotty, for the board was 3 parts covered with algebraic signs, and I must add that he did not seem to care for the scandal this ought to cause, for he had with him an individual whom I am not allowed to name, a younger man of science of great promise, who was sharing his profane occupation. Celeste and Madame Thulier looked at each other, and both saw a gleam of hope in the other's eyes. Why can't you tell us the name of that young man of science? Madame Thulier ventured to say, for she never put any diplomacy into the expression of her thoughts. Because he is not like Pier Anselmi, the saintliness which would absolve him in the eyes of Monsieur here for this flagrant violation of the Sabbath. Besides, added Madame de Godallo in a significant manner, he asked me not to mention that I had met him there. Then you know a good many scientific young men, said Celeste interrogatively. This one and Monsieur Felix, that makes 2. My dear love, said the Countess, you are an inquisitive little girl, and you will not make me say what I do not choose to say, especially after a confidence that Pier Anselmi made to me, for if I did your imagination would at once set off at a gallop. The gallop had already started, and every word the Countess said only added to the anxious eagerness of the young girl. As for me, said La Peyrade sarcastically, I shouldn't be at all surprised if Pier Anselmi's young collaborator was that very Felix Felion. Voltaire always kept very close relations with the Jesuits who brought him up, but he never talked religion with them. Well, my young savant does talk of it to his venerable brother. In science, he submits his doubts to him. In fact, that was the beginning of their scientific intimacy. And does Pier Anselmi ask Celeste hope to convert him? He is sure of it, replied the Countess. His young collaborator, apart from a religious education, which he certainly never had, has been brought up to the highest principles. He knows, moreover, that his conversion to religion would make the happiness of a charming girl whom he loves, and who loves him now. My dear, you will not get another word out of me, and you may think what you like. Oh, godmother, whispered Celeste, yielding to the freshness of her feelings, suppose it were he. And the tears filled her eyes as she pressed Madame Thulier's hand. At this moment the servant threw open the door of the salon and, singular complication, announced Monsieur Felix Felion. The young professor entered the room bathed in perspiration, his cravat in disorder and himself out of breath. A pretty hour, said Felion sternly, to present yourself. Father, said Felix, moving to the side of the room where Madame Thulia and Celeste were seated. I could not leave before the end of the phenomenon, and then I couldn't find a carriage, and I have run the whole way. Your ears ought to have burned, as you came, said La Peyrade, for you have been for the last half-hour in the minds of these ladies, and a great problem has been started about you. Felix did not answer. He saw Bridget entering the salon from the dining-room, where she had gone to tell the manservant not to bring in more trays, and he hurried to greet her. After listening to a few reproaches for the rarity of his visits, and receiving forgiveness in a very cordial better late than never, he turned towards his pole, and was much astonished to hear himself addressed by Madame de Godallo as follows. Monsieur, she said, I hope you will pardon the indiscretion I have in the heat of conversation committed about you. I have told these ladies where I met you this morning. Met me, said Felix. If I had the honor to meet you, madame, I did not see you. An almost imperceptible smile flickered on La Peyrade's lips. You saw me well enough to ask me to keep silence as to where I had met you, but at any rate I did not go beyond a simple statement. I said you saw Pierre Anselmi sometimes, and had certain scientific relations with him, also that you defended your religious doubts to him, as you do to Celeste. Pierre Anselmi, said Felix stupidly. Yes, Pierre Anselmi, said La Peyrade, a great mathematician, who does not despair of converting you, mademoiselle. Celeste wept for joy. Felix looked around him with a bewildered air. Madame de Godallo fixed upon him, a pair of eyes the language of which a poodle could have understood. I wish, he said finally, I could have given that joy to Mademoiselle Celeste, but I think, madame, you are mistaken. Ah, monsieur, then, I must be more precise, said the Countess, and if your modesty still induces you to hide a step that can only honor you, you can contradict me. I will bear the mortification of having divulged a secret, which I acknowledge you trusted implicitly to my discretion. Madame Thulia and Celeste were truly a whole drama to behold. Never were doubt and eager expectation more plainly depicted on the human face. Measuring her words deliberately, Madame de Godallo thus continued. I said to these ladies, because I know how deep an interest they take in your salvation, and because you are accused of boldly defying the commandments of God by working on Sundays, that I had met you this morning at the house of Pierre Anselmi, a mathematician like yourself, with whom you were busy in solving a problem. I said that your scientific intercourse with that saintly and enlightened man had led to other explanations between you, that you had submitted to him your religious doubts, and he did not despair of removing them in the confirmation you can give of my words. There is nothing, I am sure, to wound your self-esteem. The matter was simply a surprise you intended for Celeste, and I have had the stupidity to divulge it. But when she hears you admit the truth of my words, you will have given her such happiness that I shall hope to be forgiven. Come, monsieur, said La Peyrade, there's nothing absurd or mortifying in having sought for light you so honorable, and so truly an enemy to falsehood. You cannot deny what madame affirms with such decision. Well, said Felix after a moment's hesitation, will you, Mademoiselle Celeste, allow me to say a few words to you in private without witnesses? Celeste rose. After receiving an approving sign from Madame Thulia, Felix took her hand and led her to the recess of the nearest window. Celeste, he said, I entreat you wait. See, he added, pointing to the constellation of Ursa Minor. Beyond those visible stars a future lies before us. I will place you there. As for Pierre Anselmi, I cannot admit what has been said, for it is not true, it is an invented tale, but be patient with me, you shall soon know all. He is mad, said the young girl in tones of despair, as she resumed her place beside Madame Thulia. Felix confirmed this judgment by rushing frantically from the salon, without perceiving the emotion in which his father and his mother started after him after this sudden departure, which stupefied everybody. La Peyrade approached Madame de Godallo very respectfully, and said to her, You must admit, madame, that it is difficult to drag a man from the water when he persists in being drowned. I had no idea until this moment of such utter simplicity, replied the Countess. It is too silly. I pass over to the enemy, and with that enemy I am ready and desirous to have whenever he pleases a frank and honest explanation. Chapter Roman 4 Hungary versus Provence. The next day Theodose felt himself possessed by two curiosities. How would Celeste behave as to the option she had accepted? And this Comtesse Torna de Godallo, what did she mean by what she had said, and what did she want with him? The first of these questions seemed undoubtedly to have the right of way, and yet by some secret instinct La Peyrade felt more keenly drawn toward the conclusion of the second problem. He decided therefore to take his first step in that direction, fully understanding that he could not too carefully arm himself for the interview to which the Countess had invited him. The morning had been rainy, and this great calculator was of course not ignorant how much a spot of mud tarnishing the brilliancy of varnished boots could lower a man in the opinion of some. He therefore sent his porter for a cabriolet, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon he drove from the Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer toward the elegant latitudes of the Madeleine. It may well be believed that certain cares had been bestowed upon his toilet, which ought to present a happy medium between the negligent ease of a morning costume and the ceremonious character of an evening suit, condemned by his profession to a white cravat which he rarely laid aside, and not venturing to present himself in anything but a dress coat he felt himself being drawn of necessity to one of the extremes he desired to avoid. However, by buttoning up his coat and wearing tan instead of straw-coloured gloves, he managed to unsolemnize himself, and to avoid that provincial air which a man in full dress walking the streets of Paris, while the sun is above the horizon, never fails to convey. The wary diplomatist was careful not to drive to the house where he was going. He was unwilling to be seen from the Countess' entresol issuing from a hired cab, and from the first floor he feared to be discovered stopping short on his way up at the lower flora proceeding, which could not fail to give rise to countless conjectures. He therefore ordered the driver to pull up at the corner of the Rue Royale, whence along a pavement that was now nearly dry he picked his way on tiptoe to the house. It so chanced that he was not seen by either the porter or his wife. The former, being beadle of the Church of the Madeleine, was absent at a service, and the wife had just gone up to show a vacant apartment to a lodger. Theodose was therefore able to glide unobserved to the door of the sanctuary. He desired to penetrate. A soft touch of his hand to the silken bell-rope caused a sound which echoed from the interior of the apartment. A few seconds elapsed, and then another and more imperious bell of less volume seemed to him a notification to the maid that her delay in opening the door was displeasing to her mistress. A moment later a waiting woman of middle age, and too well trained to dress like a soubrette of comedy, opened the door to him. The lawyer gave his name, and the woman ushered him into a dining-room severely luxurious, where she asked him to wait a moment later. However, she returned and admitted him into the most coquettish and splendid salon. It was possible to insert beneath the low ceilings of an entresol. The divinity of the place was seated before a writing table covered with a Venetian cloth, in which gold glittered in little spots among the dazzling colours of the tapestry. "Will you allow me, monsieur, to finish a letter of some importance?" she said. The barrister bowed in sign of assent. The handsome Hungarian then concluded a note on blue English paper, which she placed in an envelope. After sealing it carefully, she rang the bell. The maid appeared immediately, and lighted a little spirit lamp. Above the lamp was suspended a sort of tiny crucible in which was a drop of sealing wax. As soon as this had melted, the maid poured it on the envelope, presenting to her mistress a seal with armorial bearings. This the Countess imprinted on the wax with her own beautiful hands, and then said, "Take the letter at once to that address." The woman made a movement to take the letter, but either from haste or inadvertence, the paper fell from her hand close to La Pérade's feet. He stooped hastily to pick it up and read the direction. Involuntarily it bore the words, "His Excellency the Minister of Foreign Affairs." The significant words for him, only written higher up, seemed to give this missive a character of intimacy. "Pardon, monsieur," said the Countess, receiving the paper, which he had the good taste to return to her own hands, in order to show his eagerness to serve her. "Be so good, mademoiselle, as to carry that in a way not to lose it," she added in a dry tone to the unlucky maid. The Countess then left her writing table and took her seat on a sofa covered with pearl-grey satin. During these proceedings, La Pérade had the satisfaction of making an inventory of all the choice things by which he was surrounded. Paintings by good masters detached themselves from walls of even tone. On a pier table stood a very tall Japanese vase before the windows. The jardinières were filled with Lilium rubrum, showing its handsome reversely curling petals surmounted by white and red camellias, and a dwarf magnolia from China, with flowers of sulphur white with scarlet edges. In a corner was a stand of arms of curious shapes and rich construction, explained perhaps by the lady's Hungarian nationality, always that of the Hussar. A few bronzes and statuettes of exquisite selection, chairs rolling softly on Persian carpets, and a perfect anarchy of stuffs of all kinds completed the arrangement of this salon, which the lawyer had once before visited with Brigitte and Thulia. Before the Countess moved into it, it was so transformed that it seemed to him unrecognizable. With a little more knowledge of the world, La Pérade would have been less surprised at the marvelous care given by the Countess to the decoration of the room. A woman's salon is her kingdom, and her absolute domain there. In the fullest sense of the word, she reigns, she governs there, she offers battle, and nearly always comes off victorious. Coquettishly lying back in a corner of the sofa, her head carelessly supported by an arm the form and whiteness of which could be seen nearly to the elbow, through the wide open sleeve of a black velvet dressing gown, her Cinderella foot in its dainty slipper of Russia, leather resting on a cushion of orange satin, the handsome Hungarian had the look of a portrait by Lawrence or Winterhalter, plus the naivete of the pose. Monsieur, she said with the slightly foreign accent, which lent an added charm to her words, I cannot help thinking it rather droll that a man of your mind and rare penetration should have thought you had an enemy in me. But Madame la Comtesse, replied La Peyrade, allowing her to read in his eyes, an astonishment mingled with distrust, all the appearances, you must admit, were of that nature. A suitor interposes to break off a marriage, which has been offered to me with every inducement. This rival does me the service of showing himself so miraculously stupid and awkward that I could easily have set him aside, when suddenly a most unlooked-for and able auxiliary devotes herself to protecting him on the very ground where he shows himself most vulnerable. You must admit, said the Countess, laughing, that the protégé showed himself a most intelligent man, and that he seconded my efforts valiantly. His clumsiness could not have been, I think, very unexpected to you, replied La Peyrade, therefore the protection you have deigned to give him is the more cruel to me. What a misfortune it would be, said the Countess, with charmingly affected satire, if your marriage with Mademoiselle Celeste were prevented. Do you really care so much, monsieur, for that little schoolgirl? In that last word, especially the intonation with which it was uttered, there was more than contempt, there was hatred. This expression did not escape an observer of La Peyrade's strength, but not being a man to advance very far on a single remark, he merely replied, Madame, the vulgar expression to settle down explains this situation in which a man, after many struggles, and being at an end of his efforts and his illusions, makes a compromise with the future, when this compromise takes the form of a young girl with, I admit, more virtue than beauty, but one who brings to a husband the fortune which is indispensable to the comfort of married life. What is there so astonishing in the fact that his heart yields to gratitude, and that he welcomes the prospect of a placid happiness? I have always thought, replied the Countess, that the power of a man's intellect ought to be the measure of his ambition, and I imagined that one so wise as to make himself at first the poor man's lawyer would have in his heart less humble and less pastoral aspirations. Ah, madame, returned La Peyrade, the iron hand of necessity compels us to strange resignations. The question of daily bread is one of those before which all things bend the knee. Apollo was forced to get a living as the shepherd of Admetus. The sheepfold of Admetus, said Madame de Godallo, was at least a royal fold. I don't think Apollo would have resigned himself to be the shepherd of a Bourgeoisie. The hesitation that preceded that last word seemed to convey in place of it a proper name, and La Peyrade understood that Madame de Godallo, out of pure clemency, had suppressed that of Thulia, had turned her remark upon the species, and not the individual. I agree, madame, that your distinction is a just one, he replied, but in this case Apollo has no choice. I don't like persons who charge too much, said the Countess, but still less do I like those who sell their merchandise below the market price. I always suspect such persons of trying to dupe me by some clever and complicated trick. You know very well, monsieur, your own value, and your hypocritical humility displeases me immensely. It proves to me that my kindly overtures have not produced even a beginning of confidence between us. I assure you, madame, that up to the present time life has never justified the belief in any dazzling superiority in me. Well, really, said the Hungarian, perhaps I ought to believe in the humility of a man who is willing to accept the pitiable finale of his life, which I threw myself into the breach to prevent. Just as I perhaps, said La Peyrade with a touch of sarcasm, ought to believe in the reality of a kindness which, in order to save me, has handled me so roughly. The Countess cast a reproachful look upon her visitor, her fingers crumpled the ribbons of her gown, she lowered her eyes, and gave a sigh so nearly imperceptible, so slight, that it might have passed for an accident in the most regular breathing. You are rancorous, she said, and you judge people by one aspect only. After all, she added, as if on reflection, you are perhaps right in reminding me that I have taken the longest way round by meddling rather ridiculously in interests that do not concern me. Go on, my dear monsieur, in the path of this glorious marriage, which offers you so many combined inducements. Only let me hope that you may not repent a course with which I shall no longer interfere. The provincial had not been spoilt by an experience of Barnes' fortunes, the poverty against which he had struggled so long never leads to affairs of gallantry. And since he had thrown off its harsh restraint, his mind, being wholly given up to the anxious work of creating his future, the things of the heart, had entered but slightly into his life, unless we must accept the comedy he had played on Flavie. We can therefore imagine the perplexity of this novice in the matter of adventures, when he saw himself placed between the danger of losing what seemed to be a delightful opportunity, and the fear of finding a serpent amid the beautiful flowers that were offered to his grasp too, marked a reserve too lukewarm, an eagerness might wound the self-love of that beautiful foreigner, and quench the spring from which he seemed invited to draw. On the other hand, suppose that appearance of interest were only a snare, suppose this kindness ill-explained, as it seemed to him of which he was so suddenly, the object had no other purpose than to entice him into a step, which might be used to compromise him with the Thuiliers. What a blow to his reputation for shrewdness, and what a role to play that of the dog letting go the meat for the shad. We know that La Peyrade was trained in the school of Tartuffe, and the frankness with which that great master declares to Elmire that without receiving a few of the favours to which he aspired, he could not trust in her tender advances, seemed to the barrister a suitable method to apply to the present case, adding however a trifle more softness to the form. Madame la Comtesse, he said, you have turned me into a man who is much to be pitied. I was cheerfully advancing to this marriage, and you take all faith in it away from me. Suppose I break it off, what use can I with that great capacity you see in me make of the liberty I thus recover? La Brière, if I am not mistaken, said that nothing freshens the blood so much as to avoid committing a folly. That may be, but it is, you must admit, a negative benefit, and I am of an age, and in a position to desire more serious results. The interest that you deign to show to me cannot, I think, stop short at the idea of merely putting an end to my present prospects. I love Mademoiselle Colville, with a love, it is true, which has nothing imperative about it, but I certainly love her. Her hand is promised to me, and before renouncing it. So said the Countess hastily. In a given case you would not be averse to a rupture, and she added in a more decided tone, there would be some chance of making you see that, in taking your first opportunity, you cut yourself off from a better future, in which a more suitable marriage may present itself. But at least, madame, I must be enabled to foresee it definitely. This persistence in demanding pledges seemed to irritate the Countess. Faith, she said, is only a virtue when it believes without seeing you doubt yourself, and that is another form of stupidity. I am not happy, it seems, in my selection of those I desire to benefit. But madame, it cannot be indiscreet to ask to know in some remote way, at least what future your kind goodwill has imagined for me. It is very indiscreet, replied the Countess coldly, and it shows plainly that you offer me only a conditional confidence. Let us say no more. You are certainly far advanced with Mademoiselle Colville. She suits you, you say, in many ways, therefore marry her. I say again, you will no longer find me in your way. But does Mademoiselle Colville really suit me, resumed La Peyrade? That is the very point on which you have lately raised my doubts. Do you not think there is something cruel in casting me first in one direction, and then in the other, without affording me any ground to go upon? Ah, said the Countess in a tone of impatience, you want my opinion on the premises. Well, monsieur, there is one very conclusive fact, to which I can bring proof. Celeste does not love you. So I have thought, said La Peyrade humbly. I felt that I was making a marriage of mere convenience. And she cannot love you, because, continued Madame de Godallow with animation, she cannot comprehend you, her proper husband, is that blonde little man, insipid as herself, from the union of those two natures, without life or heat, will result in that lukewarm existence which, in the opinion of the world where she was born and where she has lived, is the ne plus ultra of conjugal felicity. Try to make that little simpleton understand that, when she had a chance to unite herself with true talent, she ought to have felt highly honoured, but above all try to make her miserable, odious family and surroundings understand it. Enriched bourgeois parvenus, there's the roof beneath which you think to rest from your cruel labour and your many trials. And do you believe that you will not be made to feel 20 times a day that your share in the partnership is distressingly light in the scale against their money on one side, the Iliad, the Cid der Freischutz, and the frescoes of the Vatican on the other, 300,000 francs in good ringing coin? Tell me which side they will trust, and admire the artist, the man of imagination, who falls into the bourgeois atmosphere. I tell you to what I compare him, to Daniel cast into the lion's den, less the miracle of Holy Writ. This invective against the bourgeoisie was uttered in a tone of heated conviction, which could scarcely fail to be communicated. Ah, madame, cried La Peyrade, how eloquently you say things which again and again have entered my troubled and anxious mind. But I have felt myself lashed to that most cruel fate, the necessity of gaining a position. Necessity, position, interrupted the Countess again, raising the temperature of her speech, words void of meaning, which have not even sound to able men, though they drive back fools, as though they were formidable barriers. Necessity, does that exist for noble natures, for those who know how to will a Gascon minister, uttered a saying which ought to be engraved on the doors of all careers, all things come to him, who knows how to wait. Are you ignorant that marriage to men of a high stamp is either a chain, which binds them to the lowest vulgarities of existence, or a wing on which to rise to the highest summits of the social world? The wife you need, monsieur, and she would not be long wanting to your career if you had not with such incredible haste accepted the first dart that was offered. Youth, wife you should have chosen, is a woman capable of understanding you, able to divine your intellect, one who could be to you a fellow-worker, an intellectual confidant, and not a mere embodiment of the part of you, a woman capable of being now your secretary, but soon the wife of a deputy, a minister, an ambassador, one, in short, who could offer you her heart as a mainspring, her salon for a stage, her connections for a ladder, and who in return for all she would give you of ardor and strength, asks only to shine beside your throne in the rays of the glory she predicts for you. Intoxicated as it were with the flow of her own words, the Countess was really magnificent. Her eyes sparkled, her nostrils dilated the prospect, her vivid eloquence thus unrolled. She seemed to see and touch with her quivering fingers. For a moment, La Peyrade was dazzled by this sunrise, which suddenly burst upon his life. However, as he was a man most eminently prudent, who had made it his rule of life never to lend except on sound and solvent security, he was still impelled to weigh the situation. Madame la Comtesse, he said, you reproached me just now for speaking like a bourgeois, and I in return am afraid that you are talking like a goddess. I admire you, I listen to you, but I am not convinced such devotions, such sublime abnegations may be met with in heaven, but in this low world who can hope to be the object of them? You are mistaken, monsieur, replied the Countess with solemnity. Such devotions are rare, but they are neither impossible nor incredible. Only it is necessary to have the heart to find them, and above all the hand to take them when they are offered to you. So saying, the Countess rose majestically. La Peyrade saw that he had ended by displeasing her, and he felt that she dismissed him. He rose himself, bowed respectfully, and asked to be received again. Monsieur, said Madame de Godallo, we Hungarians, primitive people, and almost savages that we are, have a saying that when our door is open, both sides of it are opened wide, when we close it, it is double-locked and bolted. That dignified and ambiguous speech was accompanied by a slight inclination of the head, bewildered, confounded by this behaviour to him, so new, which bore but little resemblance to that of Flavie Bridget, and Madame Maynard. La Peyrade left the house, asking himself again and again whether he had played his game properly. Chapter Roman 5, showing how near the Tarpeian rock is to the capital. On leaving Madame de Godallo, La Peyrade felt the necessity of gathering himself together beneath the conversation he had just maintained with this strange woman. What could he see? A trap, or a rich and distinguished marriage offered to him under such a doubt as this? To press Celeste for an immediate answer was neither clever nor prudent. It was simply to bind himself and close the door to the changes, still very ill-defined, which seemed offered to him. The result of the consultation which Theodose held with himself as he walked along the boulevard was that he ought for the moment to think only of gaining time. Consequently, instead of going to the Thuiliers to learn Celeste's decision, he went home and wrote the following little note to Thuilier. My dear Thuilier, you will certainly not think it extraordinary that I should not present myself at your house today, partly because I fear the sentence which will be pronounced upon me, and partly because I do not wish to seem an impatient and unmannerly creditor. A few days more or less will matter little under such circumstances, and yet Mademoiselle Colville may find them desirable for the absolute freedom of her choice. I shall therefore not go to see you until you write for me. I am now more calm, and I have added a few more pages to our manuscript. It will take but little time to hand in the whole to the printer. Ever yours, Theodose de la Peyrade. 2 hours later, a servant dressed in what was evidently the first step towards a livery which the Thuiliers did not as yet venture to risk, the male domestic whom Maynard had mentioned to the Felians, arrived at La Peyrade's lodgings with the following note. Come tonight without fail, we will talk over the whole affair. With Bridget, your most affectionately devoted Jerome Thulia. Good, said La Peyrade. Evidently, there is some hindrance on the other side. I shall have time to turn myself round. That evening, when the servant announced him in the Thulia salon, the Comtesse de Godallo, who was sitting with Bridget, hastened to rise and leave the room as she passed La Peyrade. She made him a very ceremonious bow. There was nothing conclusive to be deduced from this abrupt departure, which might signify anything, either much or nothing. After talking of the weather, and so forth for a time, as persons do who have met to discuss a delicate subject, about which they are not sure of coming to an understanding, the matter was opened by Bridget, who had sent her brother to take a walk on the boulevard, telling him to leave her to manage the affair. My dear boy, she said to Theodose, it was very nice of you not to come here today like a grasspole to put your pistol at our throats, for we were not, as it happened, quite ready to answer you. I think, she added, that our little Celeste needs a trifle more time. Then said La Peyrade quickly, she has not decided in favour of Monsieur Felix Felion. Joker, replied the old maid, you know very well you settled that business last night, but you also know, of course, that her own inclinations incline her that way. Short of being blind, I must have seen that, replied La Peyrade. It is not an obstacle to my projects, continued Mademoiselle Thulia, but it serves to explain why I ask for Celeste a little more time, and also why I have wished all along to postpone the marriage to a later date. I wanted to give you time to insinuate yourself into the heart of my dear little girl, but you and Thulia upset my plans. Nothing, I think, has been done without your sanction, said La Peyrade, and if during these 15 days I have not talked with you on the subject, it was out of pure delicacy. Thulia told me that everything was agreed upon with you. On the contrary, Thulia knows very well that I refused to mix myself up on your new arrangements. If you had not made yourself so scarce lately, I might have been the first to tell you that I did not approve of them. However, I can truly say I did nothing to hinder their success. But that was too little, said La Peyrade. Your active help was absolutely necessary. Possibly, but I, who know women better than you, being one of them, I felt very sure that if Celeste was told to choose between two suitors, she would consider that a permission to think at her ease of the one she liked best, I myself, had always left her in the vague, as to Felix knowing, as I did, the proper moment to settle her mind about him. So, said La Peyrade, you mean that she refuses me? It is much worse than that, returned Bridget. She accepts you, and is willing to pledge her word, but it is so easy to see she regards herself as a victim, that if I were in your place, I should feel neither flattered nor secure in such a position. In any other condition of mind, La Peyrade would probably have answered that he accepted the sacrifice, and would make it his business to win the heart which at first was reluctantly given, but delay now suited him, and he replied to Bridget with a question. Then what do you advise? What course had I better take? Finish Thulia's pamphlet in the first place, or hell go crazy, and leave me to work the other affair in your interests, replied Bridget. But am I in friendly hands? For to tell you the truth, little aunt, I have not been able to conceal from myself that you have for some time past changed very much to me. Changed to you? What change do you see in me, addled pate that you are? Oh, nothing very tangible, said La Peyrade, but ever since that Countess Torna has had a footing in your house. My poor boy, the Countess has done me many services, and I am very grateful to her, but is that any reason why I should be false to you, who have done us still greater services? But you must admit, said La Peyrade craftily, that she has told you a great deal of harm of me. Naturally, she has. These fine ladies are all that way. They expect the whole world to adore them, and she sees that you are thinking only of Celeste, but all she has said to me against you runs off my mind like water from varnished cloth. So then, little aunt, I may continue to count on you, persisted La Peyrade. Yes, provided you are not tormenting, and will let me manage this affair. Tell me how you are going to do it, asked La Peyrade with an air of great good humour. In the first place, I shall signify to Felix that he is not to set foot in this house again. Is that possible? Said the barrister. I mean, can it be done civilly? Very possible. I shall make Felion himself tell him he's a man who is always astride of principles, and he'll be the first to see that if his son will not do what is necessary to obtain Celeste's hand, he ought to deprive us of his presence. What next? Asked La Peyrade. Next I shall signify to Celeste that she was left at liberty to choose one husband or the other, and as she did not choose Felix, she must make up her mind to take you, a pious fellow, such as she wants. You needn't be uneasy. Sing your praises, especially your generosity, in not profiting by the arrangement she agreed to make today, but all that will take a week at least. And if Thuilia's pamphlet isn't out before then, I don't know but what we shall have to put him in a lunatic asylum. The pamphlet can be out in 2 days, but is it very certain, little aunt, that we are playing above board mountains, as they say never meet but men do? And certainly, when the time comes to promote the election, I can do Thuilia either good or bad service, do you? No, the other day I was terribly frightened. I had a letter from him in my pocket in which he spoke of the pamphlet as being written by me. I fancied for a moment that I had dropped it in the Luxembourg, if I had, what a scandal it would have caused in the quarter. Who would dare to play tricks with such a wily one, as you said, Bridget, fully comprehending the comminatory nature of La Pérade's last words, interpolated into the conversation without rhyme or reason. But really, she added, why should you complain of us? It is you who are behindhand in your promises, that cross which was to have been granted within a week, and that pamphlet which ought to have appeared a long time ago. The pamphlet and the cross will both appear in good time, the one will bring the other, said La Pérade, rising. Tell Thuilia to come and see me tomorrow evening, and I think we can then correct the last sheet. But above all, don't listen to the spitefulness of Madame de Godallo. I have an idea that in order to make herself completely mistress of this house, she wants to alienate all your old friends, and also that she is casting her net for Thuilia. Well, in point of fact, said the old maid, whom the parting shot of the infernal barrister had touched on the ever-sensitive point of her authority, I must look into that matter you speak of there. She is rather coquettish, that little woman. La Pérade gained a second benefit out of that speech, so adroitly flung out he saw by Bridget's answer to it, that the Countess had not mentioned to her the visit he had paid her during the day. This reticence might have a serious meaning. 4 days later, the printer, the stitcher, the paper glazier having fulfilled their offices, Thuilia had the inexpressible happiness of beginning on the boulevards, a promenade which he continued through the passages, and even to the Palais Royal, pausing before all the bookshops where he saw shining in black letters on a yellow poster the famous title, Taxation and the Sliding Scale, by J. Thuilia, member of the Council General of the Seine. Having reached the point of persuading himself that the care he had bestowed upon the correction of proofs made the merit of the work his own, his paternal heart, like that of Maître Corbeau, could not contain itself for joy. We ought to add that he held in very low esteem those booksellers who did not announce the sale of the new work destined to become, as he believed, a European event, without actually deciding the manner in which he would punish their indifference. He nevertheless made a list of these rebellious persons, and wished them as much evil as if they had offered him a personal affront. The next day he spent a delightful morning in writing a certain number of letters, sending the publication to friends, and putting into paper covers some 50 copies, to which the sacramental phrase from the author imparted to his eyes an inestimable value. But the 3rd day of the sale brought a slight diminution of his happiness. He had chosen for his editor a young man doing business at a breakneck pace, who had lately established himself in the Passage des Panoramas, where he was paying a ruinous rent. He was the nephew of Barbot, the publisher, whom Bridget had had as a tenant in the Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer. This Barbot Jr. was a youth who flinched at nothing, and when he was presented to Thuilia by his uncle he pledged himself, provided he was not shackled in his advertising, to sell off the first edition and print a second within a week. Now Thuilia had spent about 1,500 francs himself on costs of publication, such for instance as copies sent in great profusion to the newspapers, but at the close of the 3rd day 7 copies only had been sold, and 3 of those on credit. It might be believed that in revealing to the horror-stricken Thuilia this paltry result, the young publisher would have lost at least something of his assurance. On the contrary, this Guzman of the book trade hastened to say, I am delighted at what has happened. If we had sold 100 copies, it would trouble me far more than the 1,500 now on our hands. That's what I call hanging fire, whereas this insignificant sale only proves that the edition will go off like a rocket. But when asked Thuilia who thought this view paradoxical, Parbleu, said Barbot, when we get notices in the newspapers, newspaper notices are only useful to arouse attention, dear. Me, says the public, there's a publication that must be interesting. The title is Good Taxation, and the sliding scale, but I find that the more piquant a title is, the more buyers distrust it. They have been taken in so often they wait for the notices. On the other hand, for books that are destined to have only a limited sale, 100 ready-made purchasers will come in at once, but after that, goodbye to them. We don't place another copy. Then you don't think, said Thuilia, that the sale is hopeless? On the contrary, I think it is on the best track. When the debats, the Constitutional, the Siècle, and the press have reviewed it especially, If the debats mauls it, they are ministerial, you know it won't be a week before the whole edition is snapped up. You say that easily enough, replied Thulia, but how are we to get hold of those gentlemen of the press? I'll take care of that, said Barbet. I am on the best of terms with the managing editors. They say the devil is in me, and that I remind them of l'Advocat in his best days. But then, my dear fellow, you ought to have seen to this earlier. Excuse me, Papa Thulia, there's only one way of seeing to the journalists, but as you grumbled about the 1,500 francs for the advertisements, I did not venture to propose to you another extra expense. What expense? Asked Thulia anxiously. When you were nominated to the municipal council, where was the plan mooted? Asked the publisher. Parbleu, in my own house, replied Thulia. Yes, of course, in your own house, but at a dinner followed by a ball, and the ball itself crowned by a supper. Well, my dear master, there are no two ways to do this business, Boileau says. All is done through the palate and not through the mind. And it is by our dinners we govern mankind. Then you think I ought to give a dinner to those journalists? Yes, but not at your own house, for these journalists, you see, if women are present, get stupid, they have to behave themselves, and besides, it isn't dinner they want, but a breakfast that suits them best in the evening. These gentlemen have to go to first representations, and make up their papers, not to speak of their own little private doings, whereas in the mornings they have nothing to think about. As for me, it is always breakfasts that I give. But that costs money, breakfasts like that, said Thulia. Journalists are gourmands. Bar 20 francs a head without wine, say you have 10 of them, 300 francs will see you handsomely through the whole thing. In fact, as a matter of economy, breakfasts are preferable for a dinner. You wouldn't get off under 500 francs. How you talk, young man, said Thulia. Oh, hang it, everybody knows it costs dear to get elected to the chamber, and all this favours your nomination. But how can I invite those gentlemen? Must I go and see them myself? Certainly not. Send them your pamphlet, and appoint them to meet you at Philippe's or Veferstyle. Understand perfectly. 10 guests, said Thulia, beginning to enter into the idea. I did not know there were so many leading journals. There are not, said the publisher, but we must have the little dogs as well, for they bark loudest. This breakfast is certain to make a noise, and if you don't ask them, they'll think you pick and choose, and everyone excluded will be your enemy. Then you think it is enough merely to send the invitations? Yes, I'll make the list, and you can write the notes, and send them to me. I'll see that they are delivered. Some of them I shall take in person. If I were sure, said Thulia undecidedly, that this expense would have the desired effect. If I were sure. That's a queer thing to say, said Barbet. My dear master, this is money placed on mortgage for it. I will guarantee the sale of 1,500 copiesi at 40 sous apiece, allowing the discounts, that makes 3,000 francs. You see that your costs and extra costs are covered, and more than covered. Well, said Thulia, turning to go, I'll talk to La Peyrade about it. As you please, my dear master, but decide soon, for nothing gets mouldy so fast as a book. Write hot, serve hot, and buy hot. That's the rule for authors, publishers, and public. All is bosh outside of it, and no good to touch. When La Peyrade was consulted, he did not think in his heart that the remedy was heroic, but he had now come to feel the bitterest animosity against Thulia, so that he was well pleased to see this new tax levied on his self-important inexperience and pompous silliness. As for Thulia, the mania for posing as a publicist and getting himself talked about so possessed him that although he moaned over this fresh bleeding of his purse, he had decided on the sacrifice before he even spoke to La Peyrade. The reserved and conditional approval of the latter was therefore more than enough to settle his determination, and the same evening he returned to Barbet Jr. and asked for the list of guests whom he ought to invite. Barbet gaily produced his little catalogue. Instead of the 10 guests originally mentioned, there proved to be 15, not counting himself or La Peyrade, whom Thulia wanted to second him in this encounter with a set of men among whom he himself felt he should be a little out of place. Casting his eyes over the list, he exclaimed vehemently, Heavens, my dear fellow, here are names of papers nobody ever heard of. Where's the Moralisateur, the Lanterne de Diogène, the Pelican, the Echo de l'Arbitre? You'd better be careful how you scorn the Echo de l'Arbitre, said Barbet. Why, that's the paper of the 12th arrondissement, from which you expect to be elected. Its patrons are those big tanners of the Mouffetard quarter. Well, let that go. But the Pelican, that's a paper you'll find in every dentist's waiting room. Dentists are the first puffists in the world. How many teeth do you suppose are daily pulled in Paris? Come, nonsense, said Thulia, who proceeded to mark out certain names, reducing the whole number present to 14. If one falls off, we shall be 13, remarked Barbet. Pooh, said Thulia, the freethinker. Do you suppose I give in to that superstition? The list being finally closed and settled at 14, Thulia seated himself at the publisher's desk and wrote the invitations, naming in view of the urgency of the purpose the next day, but one for the meeting. Barbet having assured him that no journalist would object to the shortness of the invitation, the meeting was appointed at Veffers, the restaurant par excellence of the bourgeoisie and all provincials. Barbet arrived on the day named before Thulia, who appeared in a cravat which alone was enough to create a stir in the satirical circle in which he was about to produce himself. The publisher, on his own authority, had changed various articles on the bill of fare as selected by his patron, more especially directing that the champagne ordered in true bourgeois fashion to be served with the dessert should be placed on the table at the beginning of breakfast, with several dishes of shrimps, a necessity which had not occurred to the amphitryon. Thulia, who gave a lip approval to these amendments, was followed by La Peyrade, and then came a long delay in the arrival of the guests. Breakfast was ordered at 11 o'clock, at 11:45. Not a journalist had appeared. Barbet, who was never at a loss, made the consoling remark that breakfasts at restaurants were like funerals, whereas every one knew 11 o'clock meant mid. Sure enough, shortly before that hour 2 gentlemen with pointed beards, exhaling a strong odour of tobacco, made their appearance. Thulia thanked them effusively for the honour they had done him, after which came another long period of waiting of which we shall not relate the tortures. At 1 o'clock, the assembled contingent comprised 5 of the invited guests. Barbet, and La Peyrade not included. It is scarcely necessary to say that none of the self-respecting journalists of the better papers had taken any notice of the absurd invitation. Breakfast now had to be served to this reduced number. A few polite phrases that reached Thulia's ears about the immense interest of his publication failed to blind him to the bitterness of his discomfiture, and without the gaiety of the publisher, who had taken in hand the reins, his patron, gloomy as Hippolytus on the road to Mycenae, let fall nothing could have surpassed the glum and glacial coldness of the meeting. After the oysters were removed, the champagne and chablis, which had washed them down, had begun nevertheless to raise the thermometer, when rushing into the room where the banquet was taking place, a young man, in a cap, conveyed to Thulia a most unexpected and crushing blow. Master, said the newcomer to Barbet, he was a clerk in the bookseller's shop, we are done, for the police have made a raid upon us. A commissary and 2 men have come to seize monsieur's pamphlet. Here's a paper they have given me for you. Look at that, said Barbet, handing the document to La Peyrade, his customary assurance beginning to forsake him. A summons to appear at once before the Court of Assizes, said La Peyrade, after reading a few lines of the sheriff's scroll. Thulia had turned as pale as death. Didn't you fulfill all the necessary formalities? He said to Barbet in a choking voice. This is not a matter of formalities, said La Peyrade. It is a seizure for what is called press misdemeanor, exciting contempt and hatred of the government. You probably have the same sort of compliment awaiting you at home, my poor Thulia. Then it is treachery, cried Thulia, losing his head completely. Hang it, my dear fellow, you know very well what you put in your pamphlet. For my part, I don't see anything worth whipping a cat for. There's some misunderstanding, said Barbet, recovering courage. It will all be explained, and the result will be a fine cause of complaint. Want it, messieurs? Waiter, pens and ink, cried one of the journalists thus appealed to. Nonsense, you'll have time to write your article later, said another of the brotherhood. What has a bombshell to do with this filet sort? That, of course, was a parody on the famous speech of Charles Roman XII, King of Sweden, when a shot interrupted him while dictating to a secretary. Messieurs, said Thulia, rising, I am sure you will excuse me for leaving you if, as Monsieur Barbet thinks there is some misunderstanding, it ought to be explained. At once I must therefore, with your permission, go to the police court. La Peyrade, he added in a significant tone, you will not refuse, I presume, to accompany me, and you, my dear publisher, you would do well to come too. No, faith, said Barbet, when I breakfast. If the police have committed a blunder, so much the worse for them. But suppose the matter is serious, cried Thulia, in great agitation. Well, I should say what is perfectly true, that I had never read a line of your pamphlet. One thing is very annoying, those damned juries hate beards, and I must cut off mine if I am compelled to appear in court. Come, my dear amphitryon, sit down again, said the editor of the Echo de la Beaver. Well, stand by you, I've already written an article in my head, which will stir up all the tanners in Paris, and let me tell you that honorable corporation is a power. No, monsieur, replied Thulier, no, a man like me cannot rest an hour under such an accusation as this. Continue your breakfast without us. I hope soon to see you again. La Parade, are you coming? He's charming, isn't he, said Barbot, when Thulier and his counsel had left the room to ask me to leave a breakfast after the oysters, and go and talk with the police. Come, messieurs, close up the ranks, he added gaily. Tynes, said one of the hungry journalists who had cast his eyes into the garden of the Palais Royal, on which the dining-room of the restaurant opened. There's Barbenchu going by, suppose. I call him in. Yes, certainly, said Barbot Jr., have him up. Barbenchu, Barbenchu, called out the journalist. Barbenchu, his hat being over his eyes, was some time in discovering the cloud above him, whence the voice proceeded. Here up here, called the voice, which seemed to Barbenchu celestial, when he saw himself hailed by a man with a glass of champagne in his hand. Then, as he seemed to hesitate, the party above called out in chorus, come up, there's fat to be had." When Thulier left the office of the public prosecutor, he could no longer have any illusions. The case against him was serious, and the stern manner in which he had been received made him see that when the trial came up, he would be treated without mercy. Then, as always happens among accomplices after the non-success of an affair they have done in common, he turned upon La Parade. Sharpest manner. La Parade had paid no attention to what he wrote. He had given full swing to his stupid Saint-Simonian ideas. He didn't care for the consequences. It was not he who would have to pay the fine and go to prison. Then, when La Parade answered that the matter did not look to him serious, and he expected to get a verdict of acquittal, without difficulty Thulier burst forth upon him vehemently. Parbleu, the thing is plain enough. Monsieur sees nothing in it. Well, I shall not put my honor and my fortune into the hands of a little upstart like yourself. I shall take some great lawyer if the case comes to trial. I've had enough of your collaboration by this time. Under the injustice of these remarks, La Parade felt his anger rising. However, he saw himself disarmed, and not wishing to come to an open rupture, he parted from Thulier, saying that he forgave a man excited by fear, and would go to see him later in the afternoon, when he would probably be calmer. They could then decide on what steps they had better take. Accordingly, about 4 o'clock, the Provencal arrived at the house in the Place de la Madeleine. Thulier's irritation was quieted, but frightful consternation had taken its place. If the executioner were coming in half an hour to lead him to the scaffold, he could not have been more utterly unstrung and woebegone. When La Parade entered, Madame Thulier was trying to make him take an infusion of linden leaves. The poor woman had come out of her usual apathy, and proved herself beside the present Sabinus another Eponina. As for Bridget, who presently appeared bearing a footbath, she had no mercy or restraint towards Theodose. Her sharp and bitter reproaches, which were out of all proportion to the fault, even supposing him to have committed one, would have driven a man of the most placid temperament beside himself. La Parade felt that all was lost to him in the Thulier household, where they now seemed to seize with joy the occasion to break their word to him, and to give free rein to revolting ingratitude on an ironical allusion by Bridget to the manner in which he decorated his friends. La Parade rose, and took leave without any effort being made to retain him. After walking about the streets for a while, La Parade, in the midst of his indignation, turned to thoughts of Madame de Godallo, whose image, to tell the truth, had been much in his mind since their former interview. Chapter Roman 6. 'Twas thus they bade adieu. Not only once when the Countess met the barrister at the Thuliers had she left the room, but the same performance took place at each of their encounters, and La Parade had convinced himself, without knowing exactly why, that in each case this affectation of avoiding him signified something that was not indifference. To have paid her another visit immediately would certainly have been very unskilful, but now a sufficient time had elapsed to prove him to be a man who was master of himself. Accordingly, he returned upon his steps to the Boulevard de la Madeleine, and without asking the porter if the Countess was at home, he passed the lodge as if returning to the Thuliers, and rang the bell of the entresol. The maid who opened the door asked him as before to wait until she notified her mistress, but on this occasion, instead of showing him into the dining-room, she ushered him into a little room arranged as a library. He waited long and knew not what to think of the delay. Still, he reassured himself with the thought that if she meant to dismiss him, he would not have been asked to wait at all. Finally the maid reappeared, but even then it was not to introduce him. Madame la Comtesse said the woman was engaged on a matter of business, but she begged Monsieur be so kind as to wait, and to amuse himself with the books in the library, because she might be detained longer than she expected. The excuse, both in form and substance, was certainly not discouraging, and La Perade looked about him to fulfill the behest to amuse himself, without opening any of the carved rosewood bookcases, which enclosed a collection of the most elegantly bound volumes he had ever laid his eyes upon. He saw on an oblong table with claw feet a pell-mell of books sufficient for the amusement of a man whose attention was keenly alive elsewhere. But as he opened one after another of the various volumes, he began to fancy that a feast of Tantalus had been provided for him. One book was English, another German, a third Russian. There was even one in cabalistic letters that seemed Turkish. Was this a polyglottic joke the Countess had arranged for him? One volume, however, claimed particular attention. The binding, unlike those of the other books, was less rich than dainty, lying by itself at a corner of the table. It was open with the back turned up, the edges of the leaves resting on the green tablecloth in the shape of a tent. La Perade took it up, being careful not to lose the page, which it seemed to have been someone's intention to mark. It proved to be a volume of the illustrated edition of Monsieur Scribe's works. The engraving which presented itself on the open page to La Perade's eyes was entitled The Hatred of a Woman, the principal personage of which is a young widow desperately pursuing a poor young man who cannot help himself. There is hatred all round through her devilries. She almost makes him lose his reputation, and does make him miss a rich marriage, but the end is that she gives him more than she took away from him, and makes a husband of the man who was thought her victim. If chance had put this volume apart from the rest, and had left it open at the precise page where La Perade found it marked, it must be owned that, after what had passed between himself and the Countess, chance can sometimes seem clever and adroit. As he stood there thinking over the significance which this more or less accidental combination might have, La Perade read through a number of scenes to see whether in the details as well as the general whole they applied to the present situation. While thus employed, the sound of an opening door was heard, and he recognized the silvery and slightly drawling voice of the Countess, who was evidently accompanying some visitor to the door. "Then I may promise the ambassadress," said a man's voice, "that you will honor her ball with your presence." "Yes, Commander, if my headache, which is just beginning to get a little better, is kind enough to go away." "Au revoir then, fairest lady," said the gentleman, after which the doors were closed, and silence reigned once more. The title of Commander reassured La Perade somewhat, for it was not the rank of a young dandy. He was nevertheless curious to know who this personage was with whom the Countess had been shut up so long. Hearing no one approach the room he was in, he went to the window and opened the curtain cautiously, prepared to let it drop back at the slightest noise, and to make a quick right-about face to avoid being caught flagrante delicto in curiosity. An elegant coupe, standing at a little distance, was now driven up to the house. A footman in showy livery hastened to open the door, and a little old man with a light and jaunty movement, though it was evident he was one of those relics of the past who have not yet abandoned powder, stepped quickly into the carriage, which was then driven rapidly away. La Perade had time to observe on his breast a perfect string of decorations. This, combined with the powdered hair, was certain evidence of a diplomatic individual. La Perade had picked up his book once more, when a bell from the inner room sounded, quickly followed by the appearance of the maid, who invited him to follow her. The Provençal took care not to replace the volume where he found it, and an instant later he entered the presence of the Countess. A pained expression was visible on the handsome face of the foreign Countess, who however lost nothing of her charm in the languor that seemed to overcome her. On the sofa beside her was a manuscript written on gilt-edged paper, in that large and opulent handwriting which indicates an official communication from some ministerial office or chancery. She held in her hand a crystal bottle with a gold stopper, from which she frequently inhaled the contents, and a strong odour of English vinegar pervaded the salon. "I fear you are ill, madame," said La Perade with interest. "Oh, it is nothing," replied the Countess, "only a headache to which I am very subject. But you, monsieur, what has become of you? I was beginning to lose all hope of ever seeing you again. Have you come to announce to me some great news? The period of your marriage with Mademoiselle Colville is probably so near that I think you can speak of it." This opening disconcerted La Perade. "But madame," he answered in a tone that was almost tart, "you, it seems to me, must know too well everything that goes on in the Thulier household, not to be aware that the event you speak of is not approaching, and I may add not probable." "No, I assure you I know nothing. I have strictly forbidden myself from taking any further interest in an affair which I felt I had meddled with very foolishly, Mademoiselle Bridget, and I talk of everything except Celeste's marriage. And it is no doubt the desire to allow me perfect freedom in the matter that induces you to take flight whenever I have the honour to meet you in the Thulier salon." Yes, said the Countess, that ought to be the reason that makes me leave the room, else why should I be so distant? Ah, madame, there are other reasons that might make a woman avoid a man's presence, for instance, if he has displeased her, if the advice given to him with rare wisdom and kindness was not received with proper eagerness and gratitude. Oh, my dear monsieur, she replied, I have no such ardor in proselytizing, that I am angry with those who are not docile to my advice. I am like others very apt to make mistakes. On the contrary, madame, in the matter of my marriage your judgment was perfectly correct. How so, said the Countess eagerly. Has the seizure of the pamphlet, coming directly after the failure to obtain the cross, led to a rupture? No, said La Peyrade, my influence in the Thulier household rests on a solid basis. The services I have rendered Mademoiselle Brigitte and her brother outweigh these checks, which after all are not irreparable. Do you really think so, said the Countess? Certainly, replied La Peyrade, when the Comtesse du Breul takes it into her head to seriously obtain that bit of red ribbon, she can do so, in spite of all obstacles that are put in her way. The Countess received this assertion with a smile and shook her head. But madame, only a day or two ago, Madame du Breul told Madame Colville that the unexpected opposition she had met with piqued her, and that she meant to go in person to the minister. But you forget that since then this seizure has been made by the police. It is not usual to decorate a man who is summoned before the Court of Assizes. You seem not to notice that the seizure argues a strong ill will against Monsieur Thulier. And I may add against yourself, monsieur, for you are known to be the culprit. You have not, I think, taken all this into account. The authorities appear to have acted not wholly from legal causes. La Peyrade looked at the Countess. I must own, he said after that rapid glance, that I have tried in vain to find any passage in that pamphlet which could be made a legal pretext for the seizure. In my opinion, said the Countess, the king's servants must have a vivid imagination to persuade themselves they were dealing with a seditious publication, but that only proves the strength of the underground power, which is thwarting all your good intentions in favor of Monsieur Thulier. Madame, said La Peyrade, do you know our secret enemies? Perhaps I do, replied the Countess with another smile. May I dare to utter a suspicion, madame, said La Peyrade with some agitation. Yes, say what you think, replied Madame de Godallow. I shall not blame you if you guess right. Well, madame, our enemies Thulier's and mine area woman. Supposing that is so, said the Countess, do you know how many lines Richelieu required from a man's hand in order to hang him? 4, replied La Peyrade. You can imagine, then, that a pamphlet of 200 pages might afford a slightly intriguing woman sufficient ground for persecution. I see it all, madame, I understand it, cried La Peyrade with animation. I believe that woman to be one of the elite of her sex, with as much mind and malice as Richelieu, adorable magician. It is she who has set in motion the police and the gendarmes, but more than that, it is she who withholds that cross the ministers were about to. If that be so, said the Countess, why struggle against her? Ah, I struggle no longer, said La Peyrade. Then, with an assumed air of contrition, he added, you must indeed hate me, madame. Not quite as much as you may think, replied the Countess, but after all suppose that I do hate you. Ah, madame, cried La Peyrade ardently, I should then be the happiest of unhappy men, for that hatred would seem to me sweeter and more precious than your indifference. But you do not hate me, why should you feel to me that most blessed feminine sentiment which Scribe has depicted with such delicacy and wit? Madame de Godallow did not answer immediately. She lowered her eyelids, and the deeper breathing of her bosom gave to her voice when she did speak a tremulous tone. The hatred of a woman, she said, is a man of your stoicism able to perceive it? Ah, yes, madame, replied La Peyrade, I do indeed perceive it, but not to revolt against it. On the contrary, I bless the harshness that deigns to hurt me now that I know my beautiful and avowed enemy. I shall not despair of touching her heart, for never again will I follow any road but the one that she points out to me. Never will I march under any banner but hers. I shall wait for her inspiration, to think for her will, to will for her commands, to act in all things. I will be her auxiliary more than that her slave. And if she still repulses me with that dainty foot, that snowy hand, I will bear it resignedly, asking in return for such obedience one only favour, that of kissing the foot that spurns me, of bathing with tears the hand that threatens me. During this long cry of the excited heart, which the joy of triumph wrung from a nature so nervous and impressionable as that of the Provencal, he had slidden from his chair, and now knelt with one knee on the ground beside the Countess, in the conventional attitude of the stage, which is, however, much more common in real life than people suppose. Rise, monsieur, said the Countess, and be so good as to answer me. Then giving him a questioning look from beneath her beautiful frowning brows, she continued, have you well weighed the outcome of the words you have just uttered? Have you measured the full extent of your pledge, and its depth with your hand on your heart, and on your conscience? Are you a man to fulfill those words? Or are you one of the falsely humble and perfidious men who throw themselves at our feet, only to make us lose the balance of our will and our reason? I exclaimed, La Peyrade, never can I react against the fascination you have wielded over me, from the moment of our first interview. Ah, madame, the more I have resisted, the more I have struggled, the more you ought to trust in my sincerity, and its tardy expression. What I have said, I think that, which I think aloud today, I have thought in my soul since the hour when I first had the honor of admittance to you, and the many days I have passed in struggling against this allurement, have ended in giving me a firm and deliberate will which understands itself, and is not cast down by your severity. Severity, said the Countess passibly, but you ought to think of the kindness too. Question yourself carefully. We foreign women do not understand the careless ease with which a Frenchwoman enters upon a solemn engagement to us. Our yes is sacred, our word is a bond we do, and we will nothing by halves. The arms of my family bear a motto, which seems significant under the present circumstances, all or nothing. That is saying much, and yet perhaps not enough. That is how I understand my pledge, replied La Peyrade, and on leaving this room, my first step will be to break with that ignoble past, which for an instant I seem to hold in the balance against the intoxicating future you do not forbid me to expect. No, said the Countess, do it calmly, and advisedly. I do not like rash conduct. You will not please me by taking open steps. These Thuliers are not really bad at heart. They humiliated you without knowing that they did so. Their world is not yours. Is that their fault? Loosen the tie between you, but do not violently break it, and above all reflect your conversion to my beliefs is of recent date. What man is certain of what his heart will say to him tomorrow? Madame, said La Peyrade, I am that man. We men of southern blood do not love as you say a Frenchwoman loves. But, said the Countess with a charming smile, I thought it was hatred we were talking of. Ah, madame, cried the barrister, explained and understood, as it has been. That word is still a thing that hurts me. Tell me rather not that you love me, but that the words you deigned to say to me at our first interview were indeed the expression of your thoughts. My friend, said the Countess, dwelling on the word, one of your moralists has said there are persons who say that is or that is not. Do me the favor to count me among such persons. So saying, she held out her hand to her suitor with a charming gesture of modesty and grace. La Peyrade, quite beside himself, darted upon that beautiful hand and devoured it with kisses. Enough, child, said the Countess, gently freeing her imprisoned fingers. Adieu now, soon to meet again. Adieu, my headache, I think, has disappeared. La Peyrade picked up his hat and seemed about to rush from the apartment, but at the door he turned and cast upon the handsome creature a look of tenderness. The Countess made him with her head a graceful gesture of adieu, then seeing that La Peyrade was inclined to return to her, she raised her forefinger as a warning to control himself and go. La Peyrade turned and left the apartment. Chapter Romans 7. How to shut the door in people's faces. On the staircase La Peyrade stopped to exhale, if we may so express it, the happiness of which his heart was full. The words of the Countess, the ingenious preparation she had made to put him on the track of her sentiments, seemed to him the guarantee of her sincerity, and he left her full of faith. Possessed by that intoxication of happy persons, which shows itself in their gestures, their looks, their very gait, and sometimes in actions not authorized by their common sense, after pausing a moment, as we have said, on the staircase, he ran up a few steps, till he could see the door of the Thuliers' apartment. At last, he cried, fame, fortune, happiness have come to me, but above all I can now give myself the joy of vengeance after Dutarch and Cerizet. I will crush you, vile bourgeois brood. So saying, he shook his fist at the innocent door. Then he turned and ran out. The popular saying that the earth could not hold him was true at that moment of his being. The next day, for he could not restrain any longer the tempest that was swelling within him, La Peyrade went to see Thulier in the bitterest and most hostile of moods. What was therefore his amazement, when before he had time to put himself on guard and stop the demonstration of union and oblivion, Thulier flung himself into his arms. My friend, cried the municipal councillor, as he loosened his clasp, my political fortune is made this morning. All the newspapers without exception have spoken of the seizure of my pamphlet, and you ought to see how the opposition sheets have mauled the government. Simple enough, said La Peyrade, not moved by this enthusiasm. You are a topic for them. that's all, but this does not alter the situation. The prosecution will be only the more determined to have you condemned. Well then, said Thulia, proudly raising his head, I will go to prison like Beranger, like Lamanize, like Armand Carroll. My good fellow, persecution is charming at a distance, but when you hear the big bolts run upon you, you may be sure you won't like it as well. But objected Thulia, prisoners condemned for political offences are always allowed to do their time in hospital if they like. Besides, I am not yet convicted, you said yourself. You expected to get me acquitted. Yes, but since then I have heard things which make that result very doubtful. The same hand that withheld your cross has seized your pamphlet. You are being murdered with premeditation. If you know who that dangerous enemy is, said Thulia, you can't refuse to point him out to me. I don't know him, replied La Perade, I only suspect him. This is what you get by playing too shrewd a game. Playing a shrewd game, said Thulia, with the curiosity of a man who is perfectly aware that he has nothing of that kind on his conscience. Yes, said La Perade, you made a sort of decoy of Celeste to attract young bloods to your salon. All the world has not the forbearance of Monsieur Godeschal, who forgave his rejection and generously managed that affair about the house. Explain yourself better, said Thulia, for I don't see what you mean. Nothing is easier to understand without counting me. How many suitors have you had for Mademoiselle Colville Godeschal, Maynard Jr. Fellion Jr. Olivier, Vinnet the substitute judge, all men who have been sent about their business as I am? Olivier Vinnet the substitute judge, cried Thulia, struck with a flash of light. Of course, the blow must have come from him. His father, they say, has a long arm, but it can't be truly said that we sent him about his business. To use your expression, which strikes me as indecorous, for he never came to the house but once and made no offer. Neither did Maynard Jr. or Fellion Jr. For that matter, Godeschal is the only one who risked a direct proposal, and he was refused at once before he dipped his beak in the water. It is always so, said La Perade, still looking for a ground of quarrel. Straightforward and outspoken persons are always those that sly men boast of fooling. Ah, what's all this, said Thulia, what are you insinuating? Didn't you settle everything with Bridget the other day? You take a pretty time to come and talk to me about your love affairs, when the sword of justice is hanging over my head. Oh, said La Perade ironically, so now you are going to make the most of your interesting position of accused person. I knew very well how it would be. I was certain that as soon as your pamphlet appeared, the old cry of not getting what you expected out of me would come up. Parbleu, your pamphlet, cried Thulia. I think you are a fine fellow to boast of that, when on the contrary it has caused the most deplorable complications. Deplorable? How so? You have just said your political fortune was made. Well, truly, my dear Theodose, said Thulia, with feeling, I should never have thought that you would choose the hour of adversity to come and put your pistol at our throats, and make me the object of your sneers and innuendos. Well done, said La Perade. Now, it is the hour of adversity. A minute ago you were flinging yourself into my arms, as a man to whom some signal piece of luck had happened. You ought really to choose decidedly between being a man who needs pity and a glorious victor. It is all very well to be witty, returned Thulia, but you can't controvert what I say. I am logical. If I am not brilliant, it is very natural that I should console myself by seeing that public opinion decides in my favor, and by reading in its organs the most honorable assurances of sympathy. But do you suppose I wouldn't rather that things had taken their natural course? Besides, when I see myself the object of unworthy vengeance on the part of persons as influential as the Vinnets, how can I help measuring the extent of the dangers to which I am exposed? Well, said La Perade with pitiless persistency, I see that you prefer to play the part of Jeremiah. Yes, said Thulia in a solemn tone, Jeremiah laments over a friendship I did think true and devoted, but which I find has only sarcasms to give me when I looked for services. What services? Asked La Perade. Did you not tell me positively no later than yesterday that you would not accept my help under any form, whatever I offered to plead your case, and you answered that you would take a better lawyer? Yes, in the first shock of surprise at such an unexpected blow, I did say that foolish thing, but on reflection, who can explain as well as you can the intention of the words you wrote with your own pen yesterday? I was almost out of my mind, but you with your wounded self-love, which can't forgive a momentary impatience, you are very caustic and cruel. So, said La Perade, you formally request me to defend you before the jury? Yes, my dear fellow, and I don't know any other hands in which I could better place my case. I should have to pay a monstrous sum to some great legal luminary, and he wouldn't defend me as ably as you. Well, I refuse. Roles have changed, as you see diametrically yesterday. I thought, as you do, that I was the man to defend you today. I see that you had better take the legal luminary. Because, with Vinnett's antagonism against you, the affair is taking such proportions that whoever defends it assumes a fearful responsibility. I understand, said Thulia sarcastically. Monsieur has his eye on the magistracy, and he doesn't want to quarrel with a man who is already talked of for keeper of the seals. It is prudent, but I don't know that it is going to help on your marriage. You mean, said La Peyrade, seizing the ball in its bound, that to get you out of the claws of that jury is a 13th labour of Hercules imposed upon me to earn the hand of Mademoiselle Colville. I expected that demands would multiply in proportion to the proofs of my devotion, but that is the very thing that has worn me out, and I have come here today to put an end to this slave labour. By giving back to you your pledges, you may dispose of Celeste's hand. For my part, I am no longer a suitor for it. The unexpectedness and squareness of this declaration left Thulia without words or voice, all the more because at this moment entered Bridget. The temper of the old maid had also greatly moderated since the previous evening, and her greeting was full of the most amicable familiarity. Ah, so here you are, you good old barrister, she said. Mademoiselle, your servant, he replied gravely. Well, she continued, paying no attention to the stiffness of his manner, the government has got itself into a pretty mess. By seizing your pamphlet you ought to see how the morning papers lash it here, she added, giving Thulia a small sheet, printed on sugar paper in coarse type, and almost illegible. Hers another you didn't read. The porter has just brought it up. It is a paper from our old quarter, L'Echo de la Beaver. I don't know, gentlemen, if y'all be of my opinion, but I think nothing could be better written. It is droll, though, how inattentive these journalists are. Most of them write your name without the H. I think you ought to complain of it. Thulia took the paper and read the article inspired to the reviewer of the Tanner's Organ by stomach gratitude. Never in her life had Bridget paid the slightest attention to a newspaper, except to know if it was the right size for the packages she wrapped up in it, but now suddenly converted to a worship of the press by the ardour of her sisterly love, she stood behind Thulia and reread over his shoulder the more striking passages of the page she thought so eloquent, pointing her finger to them. Yes, said Thulia, folding up the paper, that's warm and very flattering to me. But here's another matter. Monsieur has come to tell me that he refuses to plead for me, and renounces all claim to Celeste's hand. That is to say, said Bridget, he renounces her, if after having pleaded the marriage does not take place subito. Well, poor fellow, I think that's a reasonable demand. When he has done that, for us there ought to be no further delay, and whether Mademoiselle Celeste likes it or not she must accept him, because you know there's an end to all things. Do you hear that, my good fellow, said La Peyrade, seizing upon Bridget's speech, when I have pleaded the marriage is to take place your sister is frankness itself. She at least doesn't practice diplomacy. Diplomacy, echoed Bridget. I'd like to see myself creeping underground in matters. I say things as I think them. The workman has worked, and he ought to have his pay. Do be silent, cried Thulia, stamping his foot. You don't say a word that doesn't turn the knife in the wound. The knife in the wound, said Bridget inquiringly. Are you two quarrelling? I told you, said Thulia, that La Peyrade had returned our promises, and the reason he gives is that we are asking him another service for Celeste's hand. He thinks he has done us enough without it. He has done us some services, no doubt, said Bridget, but it seems to me that we have not been ungrateful to him. Besides, it was he who made the blunder, and I think it rather odd he should now wish to leave us in the lurch. Your reasoning, mademoiselle, said La Peyrade, might have some appearance of justice if I were the only barrister in Paris, but as the streets are black with them, and as only yesterday Thulia himself spoke of engaging some more important lawyer than myself, I have not the slightest scruple in refusing to defend him now as to the marriage, in order that it may not be made the object of another brutal and forcible demand upon me. I here renounce it in the most formal manner, and nothing now prevents Mademoiselle Colville from accepting Monsieur Felix Felion and all his advantages. As you please, my dear monsieur, said Bridget. If that's your last word, we shall not be at a loss to find a husband for Celeste Felix Felion or another. But you must permit me to tell you that the reason you give is not the true one. We can't go faster than the fiddles. If the marriage were settled today, there are the banns to publish. You have sense enough to know that Monsieur le Maire can't marry you before the formalities are complied with, and before then Thulia's case will have been tried. Yes, said La Peyrade, and if I lose the case it will be I who have sent him to prison, just as yesterday it was I who brought about the seizure. As for that, it seems to me that if you had written nothing the police would have found nothing to bite. My dear Bridget, said Thulia, seeing La Peyrade shrug his shoulders, your argument is vicious, in the sense that the writing was not incriminating on any side. It is not La Peyrade's fault if persons of high station have organized a persecution against me. You remember that little substitute Monsieur Olivier Vinet, whom Cardot brought to one of our receptions. It seems that he and his father are furious that we didn't want him for Celeste, and they've sworn my destruction. Well, why did we refuse him, said Bridget, if it wasn't for the fine eyes of Monsieur here, for after all a substitute in Paris is a very suitable match. No doubt, said La Peyrade nonchalantly, only he did not happen to bring you 1,000,000. Ah, cried Bridget, firing up, if you are going to talk any more about that house you helped us to buy, I shall tell you plainly that if you had had the money to trick the notary you never would have come after us. You needn't think I have been altogether your dupe. You spoke just now of a bargain. But you proposed that bargain yourself, give me Celeste, and I'll get you that house. That's what you said to us in so many words, besides which we had to pay large sums on which we never counted. Come, come, Bridget, said Thulia, you are making a great deal out of nothing. Nothing, nothing, exclaimed Bridget. Did we or did we not have to pay much more than we expected? My dear Thulia, said La Peyrade, I think with you that the matter is now settled, and it can only be embittered by discussing it. Further, my course was decided on before I came here. All that I have now heard can only confirm it. I shall not be the husband of Celeste, but you and I can remain good friends. He rose to leave the room. One moment, monsieur, said Bridget, barring his way. There is one matter which I do not consider settled, and now that we are no longer to have interests in common, I should not be sorry if you would be so good as to tell me what has become of a sum of 10,000 francs, which Thulia gave you to bribe those rascally government offices in order to get the cross we have never got. Bridget, cried Thulia in anguish, you have a devil of a tongue. You ought to be silent about that. I told it to you in a moment of ill temper, and you promised me faithfully never to open your lips about it to anyone, no matter who. So I did, but, replied the implacable Bridget, we are parting. When people part they settle up, they pay their debts. 10,000 francs for my part. I thought the cross itself dear at that, but for a cross that has melted away, monsieur himself will allow the price is too high. Come, La Peyrade, my friend, don't listen to her, said Thulia, going up to the barrister, who was pale with anger. The affection she has for me blinds her. I know very well what government offices are, and I shouldn't be surprised if you had had to pay out money of your own. Monsieur, said La Peyrade, I am unfortunately not in a position to return to you instantly that money, and accounting for which is so insolently demanded. Grant me a short delay, and have the goodness to accept my note, which I am ready to sign, if that will give you patience. To the devil with your note, cried Thulia, you owe me nothing, on the contrary. It is we who owe you, for Cardot told me I ought to give you at least 10,000 francs for enabling us to buy this magnificent property. Cardot, said Bridget, he is very generous with other people's money. We were giving Monsieur Celeste, and that's a good deal more than 10,000 francs. La Peyrade was too great a comedian not to turn the humiliation he had just endured into a scene finale. With tears in his voice which presently fell from his eyes, he turned to Bridget. Mademoiselle, he said, when I had the honor to be received by you, I was poor. You long saw me suffering and ill at ease, knowing, alas, too well, the indignities that poverty must bear. From the day that I was able to give you a fortune which I never thought of for myself, I have felt, it is true, more assurance, and your own kindness encouraged me to rise out of my timidity and depression today, when I, by frank and loyal conduct, release you from anxiety. For if you chose to be honest, you would acknowledge that you have been thinking of another husband, for Celeste might still remain friends, even though I renounce a marriage which my delicacy forbids me to pursue. But you have not chosen to restrain yourself with the limits of social politeness, of which you have a model beside you in Madame de Godallo, who I am persuaded, although she is not at all friendly to me, would never have approved of your odious behavior. Thank heaven I have in my heart some religious sentiment, at least. The gospel is not to me a mere dead letter, and understand me well, mademoiselle, I forgive you. It is not to Thulia, who would refuse them, but to you that I shall before long pay the 10,000 francs which you insinuate I have applied to my own purposes. If by the time they are returned to you, you feel regret for your unjust suspicions, and are unwilling to accept the money, I request that you will turn it over to the Bureau of Benevolence. To the Bureau of Benevolence, cried Bridget, interrupting him. No, I thank you. The idea of all that money being distributed among a crowd of Darnothings and devotes, Hull, spend it in junketing. I've been poor too, my lad. I made bags for the money of others long before I had any money of my own. I have some now, and I take care of it, so whenever you will I am ready to receive that 10,000 francs, and keep it if you didn't know how to do what you undertook to do, and spent that money in trying to put salt on a sparrow's tail, so much the worse for you. Seeing that he had missed his effect, and had made not the slightest impression on Bridget's granite La Peyrade, cast a disdainful look upon her, and left the room majestically. As he did so, he noticed a movement made by Thulia to follow him, and also the imperious gesture of Bridget, always queen and mistress, which nailed her brother to his chair. Chapter 8. At the moment when La Peyrade was preparing to lay at the feet of the Countess the liberty he had recovered in so brutal a manner, he received a perfumed note, which made his heart beat, for on the seal was that momentous all or nothing which she had given him as the rule of the relation now to be inaugurated between them. The contents of the note were as follows. Dear Monsieur, I have heard of the step you have taken, thank you, but I must now prepare to take my own. I cannot, as you may well think, continue to live in this house and among these people, who are so little of our own class and with whom we have nothing in common, to arrange this transaction and to avoid explanations of the fact that the entresol welcomes the voluntary exile from the first floor. I need today and tomorrow to myself. Do not therefore come to see me until the day after. By that time I shall have executed Bridget, as they say at the Bourse, and have much to tell you. Tua tota torna de Gadalo. That holy thine in Latin seemed charming to La Peyrade, who was not however astonished, for Latin is a second national language to the Hungarians. The 2 days waiting to which he was thus condemned only fanned the flame of the ardent passion which possessed him, and on the 3rd day, when reached the house by the Madeleine, his love had risen to a degree of incandescence of which only a few days earlier he would scarcely have supposed himself capable. This time the porter's wife perceived him, but he was now quite indifferent as to whether or not the object of his visit should be known. The ice was broken, his happiness was soon to be official, and he was more disposed to cry it aloud in the streets than to make a mystery of it. Running lightly up the stairs, he prepared to ring the bell, when on putting out his hand to reach the silken bell-cord, he perceived that the bell-cord had disappeared. La Peyrade's first thought was that one of those serious illnesses which make all noises intolerable to a patient would explain its absence, but with the thought came other observations that weakened it, and which moreover were not in themselves comforting. From the vestibule to the Countess' door, a stair carpet held at each step by a brass rod made a soft ascent to the feet of visitors. This too had been removed. A screen door covered with green velvet and studded with brass nails had hitherto protected the entrance to the apartment of that no sign, except the injury to the wall done by the workmen in taking it away for a moment. The barrister thought in his agitation that he must have mistaken the floor, but casting his eye over the baluster, he saw that he had not passed the entresol. Madame de Gadalo must therefore be in the act of moving away. He then resigned himself to make known his presence at the great lady's door, as he would have done at that of a grisette. He rapped with his knuckles, but a hollow sonority revealing the void in Honore cavernly echoed beyond the door, which he vainly appealed to with his fist. He also perceived from beneath that door a ray of vivid light, the sure sign of an uninhabited apartment where curtains and carpets and furniture no longer dim the light or deaden sound. Compelled to believe in a total removal, La Peyrade now supposed that in the rupture with Bridget, mentioned as probable by Madame de Gadalo, some brutal insolence of the old maid had necessitated this abrupt departure. But why had he not been told of it? And what an idea to expose him to this ridiculous meeting with what the common people call in their picturesque language the wooden face. Before leaving the door finally, and as if some doubt still remained in his mind, La Peyrade made a last and most thundering assault upon it. "Who's knocking like that, as if they'd bring the house down?" said the porter, attracted by the noise to the foot of the staircase. "Doesn't Madame de Gadalo still live here?" asked La Peyrade. "Of course she doesn't live here now, she has moved away. If Monsieur had told me he was going to her apartment, I would have spared him the trouble of battering down the door." "I knew that she was going to leave the apartment," said La Peyrade, not wishing to seem ignorant of the project of departure, "but I had no idea she was going so soon." "I suppose it was something sudden," said the porter, "for she went off early this morning with post-horses." "Post-horses?" echoed La Peyrade, stupefied. "Then she has left Paris." "That's to be supposed," said the porter. "People don't usually take post-horses and a postilion to change from one quarter of Paris to another." "And she did not tell you where she was going?" "Ah, monsieur, what an idea! Do people account to us porters for what they do?" "No, but her letters, those that come after her departure." Her letters I am ordered to deliver them to Monsieur le Commandeur. The little old gentleman who came to see her so often, monsieur, must have met him. Yes, yes, certainly, said La Peyrade, keeping his presence of mind in the midst of the successive shocks, which came upon him, the powered little man who was here every day. I couldn't say every day, but he came often. Well, I am told to give the Countess letters to him. And for other persons of her acquaintance, said La Peyrade carelessly, did she leave no message? None, monsieur. Very well, said La Peyrade, good morning, and he turned to go out. But I think, said the porter, that Mademoiselle Thulier knows more about it than I do. Want monsieur go up? She is at home, and so is Monsieur Thulier. No, never mind, said La Peyrade, I only came to tell Madame de Godallow about a commission she asked me to execute. I haven't time to stop now. Well, as I told you, she left with post-horses this morning 2 hours earlier. Monsieur might still have found her, but now with post-horses, she must by this time have gone a good distance. La Peyrade departed with a sense of despair in his heart, added to the anxiety caused by this hasty departure. Jealousy entered his soul, and in this agonizing moment of disappointment, the most distressing explanations crowded on his mind. Then, after further reflection, he said to himself, these clever diplomatic women are often sent on secret missions, which require the most absolute silence and extreme rapidity of movement. But here a sudden revulsion of thought overcame him. Suppose she were one of those intriguing adventurers whom foreign governments employ as agents. Suppose the tale more or less probable of that Russian princess forced to sell her furniture to Brigitte were also that of this Hungarian countess, and yet he continued as his brain made a third evolution in this frightful anarchy of ideas, and feelings, her education, her manners, her language, all bespoke a woman of the best position. Besides, if she were only a bird of passage, why have given herself so much trouble to win me over? La Peyrade might have continued to plead thus for and against for a long time, had he not been suddenly grasped round the shoulders by a strong arm, and addressed in a well-known voice. Take care, my dear barrister, a frightful danger threatens you. You are running right into it. La Peyrade, thus arrested, looked round, and found himself in the arms of Felion. The scene took place in front of a house, which was being pulled down at the corner of the Rue Dufat, and Saint Honore posted on the pavement of the other side of the street. Felion, whose taste for watching the process of building our readers may remember had been witnessing, for the last 15 minutes, the drama of a wall about to fall beneath the united efforts of a squadron of workmen, watch in hand, the great citizen was estimating the length of the resistance which that mass of freestone would present to the destructive labor of which it was the object. Precisely at the crucial moment of the impending catastrophe, La Peyrade, lost in the tumult of his thoughts, was entering, heedless of the shouts addressed to him on all sides. The radius within which the stones would fall, seen by Felion, who, it must be said, would have done the same for a total stranger. La Peyrade undoubtedly owed his life to him, for at the moment when he was violently flung back by the vigorous grasp of the worthy citizen, the wall fell with the noise of a cannon shot, and the stones rolled in clouds of dust almost to his very feet. Are you blind and deaf? Said the workman, whose business it was to warn the passers, in a tone of amenity. It is easy to imagine. Thank you, my dear friend, said La Peyrade, recalled to earth. I should certainly have been crushed like an idiot if it hadn't been for you. And he pressed Felion's hand. My reward, replied the latter, lies in the satisfaction of knowing that you are saved from an imminent peril, and I may say that that satisfaction is mingled for me with a certain pride, for I was not mistaken by a single second in the calculation which enabled me to foresee the exact moment when that formidable mass would be displaced from its center of gravity. But what were you thinking of, my dear monsieur? Probably of the plea you are about to make in the Thulier affair. The public prince have informed me of the danger of prosecution by the authorities which hangs above the head of our estimable friend. You have a noble cause to defend, monsieur, habituated, as I am through my labors as a member of the reading committee of the Odeon, to judge of works of intellect, and with my hand upon my conscience I declare that after reading the incriminated passages I can find nothing in the tone of that pamphlet which justifies the severe measures of which it is the object. Between ourselves, added the great citizen, lowering his voice, I think the government has shown itself petty. So I think, said La Peyrade, but I am not employed for the defense. I have advised Thulier to engage some noted lawyer. It may be good advice, said Felion, at any rate. It speaks well for your modesty. Poor man, I went to him at once when the blow fell, but I did not see him. I saw only Brigitte, who was having a discussion with Madame de Godallow. There is a woman with strong political views. It seems she predicted that the seizure would be made. Did you know that the Countess had left Paris? Said La Pérade, rushing at the chance of speaking on the subject of his present monomania. Ah, left Paris, has she, said Felion. Well, monsieur, I must tell you that, although there was not much sympathy between us, I regard her departure as a misfortune. She will leave a serious void in the salon of our friends. I say this because it is my belief, and I am not in the habit of disguising my convictions. Yes, said La Pérade, she is certainly a very distinguished woman with whom, in spite of her prejudice against me, I think I should have come to an understanding. But this morning, without leaving any word as to where she was going, she started suddenly with post-horses. Post-horses, said Felion. I don't know whether you will agree with me, monsieur, but I think that travelling by post is a most agreeable method of conveyance. Certainly Louis Roman XI, to whom we owe the institution, had a fortunate inspiration in the matter, although on the other hand, his sanguinary and despotic government was not, to my humble thinking, entirely devoid of reproach. Once only in my life have I used that method of locomotion, and I can truly say I found it far superior, in spite of its inferior relative rapidity, to the headlong course of what in England are called railways, where speed is attained only at the price of safety. La Pérade paid but little attention to Felion's phraseology. Where can she have gone around that idea? He dug and delved in every direction an occupation that would have made him indifferent to a far more interesting topic. However, once started like the locomotive, he objected to the great citizen, went on. I made that journey at the period of Madame Felion's last confinement. She was in per chair with her mother, when I learned that serious complications were feared from the milk fever. Overcome with terror at the danger which threatened my wife, I went instantly to the post office to obtain a seat in the mail coach, but all were taken. I found they had been engaged for more than a week. That I came to a decision. I went to the Rue Pigalle, and for a very large sum in gold, a post-chaise and 3 horses were placed at my disposal, when unfortunately the formality of a passport, with which I had neglected to supply myself, and without which, in virtue of the decrees of the consulate of 17 Niveau's year Roman 7, the post agents were not permitted to deliver horses to travellers. The last few words were like a flash of light to La Pérade, and without waiting for the end of the postal odyssey of the great citizen, he darted away in the direction of the Rue Pigalle before Felion, in the middle of his sentence, perceived his departure. Reaching the royal postal establishment, La Pérade was puzzled as to whom to address himself in order to obtain the information he wanted. He began by explaining to the porter that he had a letter to send to a lady of his acquaintance that morning by post, neglecting very thoughtlessly to send him her address, and that he thought he might discover it by means of the passport, which she must have presented in order to obtain horses. Was it a lady accompanied by a maid, whom I took up on the Boulevard de la Madeleine? Asked a postilion sitting in the corner of the room, where La Pérade was making his preliminary inquiry. Exactly, said La Pérade, going eagerly up to the providential being, and slipping a 5-franc piece into his hand. Ah well, she's a queer traveller, said the man. She told me to take her to the Bois de Boulogne, and there she made me drive round and round for an hour. After that we came back to the Barrière de l'Étoile, where she gave me a good pourboire, and got into a hackney coach, telling me to take the travelling carriage back to the man who let such carriages in the Cour des Coches, Faubourg Saint-Honore. Give me the name of that man, said La Pérade eagerly. Simonin, replied the postilion. Furnished with that information, La Pérade resumed his course, and 15 minutes later he was questioning the liveristable keeper, but that individual knew only that a lady residing on the Boulevard de la Madeleine had hired without horses a travelling carriage for half a day, that he had sent out the said carriage at 9 that morning, and it was brought back at 12 by a postilion of the Royal Post House. Never mind, thought La Pérade, I am certain now she has not left Paris, and is not avoiding me. Most probably she wants to break utterly with the Thuiliers, and so has invented this journey fool, that I am no doubt there's a letter waiting for me at home, explaining the whole thing. Worn out with emotion and fatigue, and in order to verify as quickly as possible this new supposition, La Pérade flung himself into a street cab, and in less than a quarter of an hour, having promised the driver a good pourboire, he was deposited at the house in the Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer. There he was compelled to endure still longer the tortures of waiting. Since Brigitte's departure, the duty of the porter coffinet had been very negligently performed, and when La Pérade rushed to the lodge to inquire for his letter, which he thought he saw in the case that belonged to him, the porter and his wife were both absent, and their door was locked. The wife was doing some household work in the building, and Coffinet himself, taking advantage of that circumstance, had allowed a friend to entice him into a neighboring wine shop, where between two glasses he was supporting against a Republican who was talking disrespectfully against it, the cause of the owners of property. It was 20 minutes before the worthy porter, remembering the property entrusted to his charge, decided to return to his post. It is easy to imagine the reproaches with which La Pérade overwhelmed him. He excused himself by saying that he had gone to do a commission for Mademoiselle, and that he couldn't be at the door, and where his masters chose to send him at the same time. At last, however, he gave the lawyer a letter bearing the Paris postmark. With his heart rather than his eyes, La Pérade recognized the handwriting, and turning over the missive the arms and motto confirmed the hope that he had reached the end of the cruelest emotion he had ever in his life experienced. To read that letter before that odious porter seemed to him a profanation, with a refinement of feeling which all lovers will understand. He gave himself the pleasure of pausing before his happiness. He would not even unseal that blissful note until the moment when, with closed doors and no interruptions to distract him, he could enjoy at his ease the delicious sensation of which his heart had a foretaste. Rushing up the staircase 2 steps at a time, the now joyous lover committed the childish absurdity of locking himself in. Then, having settled himself at his ease before his desk, and having broken the seal with religious care, he was forced to press his hand on his heart, which seemed to burst from his bosom, before he could summon calmness to read the following letter. Dear Monsieur, I disappear forever because my play is played out. I thank you for having made it both attractive and easy by setting against you the Thuiliers and Carlavilles, who are fully informed of your sentiments towards them, and by relating in a manner most mortifying to their bourgeois self-love the true reason of your sudden and pitiless rupture with them. I am proud and happy to believe that I have done you a signal service. The girl does not love you, and you love nothing but the eyes of her. I have therefore saved you both from a species of hell, but in exchange for the bride you have so curtly rejected, another charming girl is proposed to you. She is richer and more beautiful than Mademoiselle Colville, and to speak of myself, more at liberty than your unworthy servant, Tourne Comtesse de Godallo. P.S. For further information apply, without delay, to Monsieur du Portil, householder, Rue Honore Chevalier, near the Rue de la Cassette Cartier, Saint Sulpice, by whom you are expected. When he had read this letter, the advocate of the poor took his head in his hands. He saw nothing, heard nothing, thought nothing. He was annihilated. Several days were necessary to La Pérade before he could even begin to recover from the crushing blow which had struck him down. The shock was terrible, coming out of that golden dream which had shown him a perspective of the future in so smiling an aspect. He found himself fooled under conditions most cruel to his self-love, and to his pretensions to depth and cleverness, irrevocably parted from the Thuiliers, saddled with a hopeless debt of 25,000 francs to Madame Lambert, together with another of 10,000 to Bridget, which his dignity required him to pay with the least delay possible, and worst of all, to complete his humiliation. And his sense of failure felt that he was not cured of the passionate emotion he had felt for this woman, the author of his great disaster, and the instrument of his ruin. Either this Delilah was a very great lady, sufficiently high in station to allow herself such compromising caprices, but even so she would scarcely have cared to play the role of a coquette in a vaudeville where he himself played the part of Nina. She was some noted adventuress who was in the pay of this du Portil, and the agent of his singular matrimonial designs. Evil life or evil heart, these were the only 2 verdicts to be pronounced on this dangerous siren, and in either case it would seem she was not very deserving of the regrets of her victim. Nevertheless, he was conscious of feeling them. We must put ourselves in the place of this son of Provence, this region of hot blood and ardent heads, who for the first time in his life, finding himself face to face with jewelled love in laces, believed he was to drink that passion from a wrought-gold cup, just as our minds on waking keep the impression of a vivid dream, and continue in love with what we know was but a shadow. La Pérade had need of all his mental energy to drive away the memory of that treacherous countess. We might go further and say that he never ceased to long for her, though he was careful to drape with an honest pretext the intense desire that he had to find her. That desire he called curiosity, ardor for revenge, and here follow the ingenious deductions which he drew for himself. Cerizet talked to me about a rich heiress. The countess, in her letter, intimates that the whole intrigue she wound about me was to lead to a rich marriage. Rich marriages flung at a man's head are not so plentiful that 2 such chances should come to me within a few weeks. Therefore the match offered by Cerizet and that proposed by the Countess must be the crazy girl they are so frantic to make me marry. Therefore Cerizet, being in the plot, must know the Countess. Therefore through him I shall get upon her traces. In any case, I am sure of information about this extraordinary choice that has fallen upon me. Evidently, these people, whoever they are who can pull the wires of such puppets to reach their ends, must be persons of considerable position. Therefore I'll go and see Cerizet. And he went to see Cerizet. Since the dinner at the Rocher de Cancale, the pair had not met. Once or twice La Peyrade had asked Dudok at the Thuiliers, where the latter seldom went now on account of the distance to their new abode, what had become of his copying clerk. He never speaks of you, Dudok had answered. Hence it might be inferred that resentment, the man at alter meant ripostum, was still living in the breast of the vindictive usurer. La Peyrade, however, was not stopped by that consideration. After all, he was not going to ask for anything. He went under the pretext of renewing an affair in which Cerizet had taken part, and Cerizet never took part in anything unless he had a personal interest in it. The chances were therefore that he would be received with affectionate eagerness, rather than unpleasant acerbity. Moreover, he decided to go and see the copying clerk at Dudok's office. It would look, he thought, less like a visit than if he went to his den in the Rue des Poules. It was nearly 2 o'clock when La Peyrade made his entrance into the precincts of the Justice Office of the 12th arrondissement. He crossed the first room, in which were a crowd of persons whom civil suits of one kind or another summoned before the magistrate. Without pausing in that waiting room, La Peyrade pushed on to the office adjoining that of Dudok. There he found Cerizet at a shabby desk of blackened wood, at which another clerk, then absent, occupied the opposite seat. Seeing his visitor, Cerizet cast a savage look at him, and said, without rising or suspending the copy of the judgment he was then engrossing, "You here, Sire La Peyrade, you have been doing fine things for your friend Thulier." "How are you?" asked La Peyrade in a tone both resolute and friendly. "I," replied Cerizet, "as you see, still rowing my galley, and to follow out the nautical metaphor, allow me to ask what wind has blown you hither. Is it perchance the wind of adversity?" La Peyrade, without replying, took a chair beside his questioner, after which he said in a grave tone, "My dear fellow, we have something to say to each other." "I suppose," said Cerizet spitefully, "the Thuiliers have grown cold since the seizure of the pamphlet." "The Thuiliers are ungrateful people. I have broken with them," replied La Peyrade. "Rupture or dismissal," said Cerizet, "their door is shut against you, and from what Dudok tells me I judge that Brigitte is handling you without gloves. You see, my friend, what it is to try and manage affairs alone. Complications come, and there's no one to smooth the angles. If you had got me that lease, I should have had a footing at the Thuiliers. Dudok would not have abandoned you, and together we could have brought you gently into port." "But suppose I don't want to re-enter that port," said La Peyrade with some sharpness. "I tell you I've had enough of those Thuiliers, and I broke with them myself. I warned them to get out of my son, and if Dudok told you anything else, you may tell him from me that he lies. Is that clear enough? It seems to me I've made it plain." "Well, exactly, my good fellow. If you are so savage against your Thuiliers, you ought to have put me among them, and then you'd have seen me avenge you." "There you are right," said La Peyrade. "I wish I could have set you at their legs, but as for that matter of the lease, I tell you again, I was not master of it." "Of course," said Cerizet, "it was your conscience which obliged you to tell Brigitte that the 12,000 francs a year I expected to make out of it were better in her pocket than in mine." "It seems that Dudok continues the honourable profession of spy, which he formerly practised at the Ministry of Finance," said La Peyrade, "and like others who do that dirty business, he makes his reports more witty than truthful." "Take care," said Cerizet, "you are talking of my patron in his own lair." "Look here," said La Peyrade, "I have come to talk to you on serious matters. Will you do me the favour to drop the Thuiliers and all their belongings, and give me your attention?" "Say on, my friend," said Cerizet, laying down his pen, which had never ceased to run up to this moment. "I am listening." "You talked to me some time ago," said La Peyrade, "about marrying a girl who was rich, fully of age, and slightly hysterical, as you were pleased to put it euphemistically." "Well done," cried Cerizet, "I expected this, but you've been some time coming to it." "In offering me this heiress, what did you have in your mind?" asked La Peyrade. "Parbleu, to help you to a splendid stroke of business, you had only to stoop and take it. I was formally charged to propose it to you, and as there wasn't any brokerage, I should have relied wholly on your generosity. But you are not the only person who was commissioned to make me that offer. A woman had the same order." "A woman?" cried Cerizet in a perfectly natural tone of surprise. "Not that I know of." Yes, a foreigner, young and pretty, whom you must have met in the family of the bride, to whom she seems to be ardently devoted. Never, said Cerizet, never has there been the slightest question of a woman in this negotiation. I have every reason to believe that I am exclusively charged with it. What, said La Peyrade, fixing upon Cerizet a scrutinizing eye, did you never hear of the Comtesse Torna de Godalo? Never in all my life. This is the first time I ever heard that name. Then, said La Peyrade, it must really have been another match for that woman, after many singular preliminaries, too long to explain to you, made me a formal offer of the hand of a young woman, much richer than Mademoiselle Colville. And hysterical, asked Cerizet. No, she did not embellish the proposal with that accessory, but there's another detail which may put you on the track of her. Madame de Godalo exhorted me, if I wished to push the matter, to go and see a certain Monsieur Duportil. Rue Honore, Chevalier, exclaimed Cerizet quickly. Precisely. Then it is the same marriage which is offered to you through two different mediums. It is strange I was not informed of this collaboration. In short, said La Peyrade, you not only didn't have wind of the Countess' intervention, but you don't know her, and you can't give me any information about Harris. That's so. At present I can't, replied Cerizet, but I'll find out about her, for the whole proceeding is rather cavalier towards me, but this employment of two agents only shows you how desirable you are to the family. At this moment the door of the room was opened cautiously, a woman's head appeared, and a voice which was instantly recognized by La Peyrade said, addressing the copying clerk, excuse me, I see Monsieur is busy. Could I say a word to Monsieur when he is alone? Cerizet, who had an eye as nimble as a hand, instantly noticed a certain fact. La Peyrade, who was so placed as to be plainly seen by the newcomer, no sooner heard that drawling, honeyed voice than he turned his head in a manner to conceal his features, instead therefore of being roughly sent away, as usually happened to petitioners, who are dressed the most surly of official clerks. The modest visitor heard herself greeted in a very surprising manner. Come in, Madame Lambert, said Cerizet, you won't be kept waiting long, come in. The visitor advanced, and then came face to face with La Peyrade. Ah, Monsieur, cried his creditor, whom the reader has no doubt recognized, how fortunate I am to meet Monsieur. I have been several times to his office to ask if he had had time to attend to my little affair. I have had many engagements which have kept me away from my office lately, but I attended to that matter. Everything has been done right, and is now in the hands of the secretary. Oh, how good Monsieur is, I pray God to bless him, said the pious woman, clasping her hands. Bless me, do you have business with Madame Lambert? Said Cerizet, you never told me that. Are you Pierre Picot's counsel? No, unfortunately, said Madame Lambert, my master won't take any counsel, he is so self-willed, so obstinate. But my good Monsieur, what I came to ask is whether the family council is to meet. Of course, said Cerizet, and not later than tomorrow. But Monsieur, I hear those gentlemen of the royal court said the family had no rights. Yes, that's so, said the clerk. The lower court and the royal court have both, on the petition of the relatives, rejected their demand for a commission. I should hope so, said the woman, to think of making him out a lunatic, him, so full of wisdom and learning. But the relations don't mean to give up. They are going to try the matter again under a new form, and ask for the appointment of a judicial council. That's what the family council meets for tomorrow. And I think this time, my dear Madame Lambert, your old Picot will find himself restrained. There are serious allegations, I can tell you. It was all very well to take the eggs, but to pluck the hen was another thing. Is it possible that Monsieur can suppose, began the devote, clasping her hands under her chin. I suppose nothing, said Cerizet, I am not the judge of this affair, but the relations declare that you have pocketed considerable sums and made investments about which they demand inquiry. Oh heavens, said the woman, casting up her eyes, they can inquire. I am poor, I have not a deed, nor a note, nor a share, not the slightest security of any kind in my possession. I dare say not, said Cerizet, glancing at La Peyrade out of the corner of his eye, but there are always friends to take care of such things. However, that is none of my business. Every one must settle his own affairs in his own way now. Then say what you have to say distinctly. I came, Monsieur, she replied, to implore you, Monsieur, to implore Monsieur the judge's clerk to speak in our favour to Monsieur the justice of peace. Monsieur the vicar of Saint Jacques is also to speak to him. That poor Monsieur Picot, she went on weeping, they'll kill him if they continue to worry him in this way. I shan't conceal from you, said Cerizet, that the justice of peace is very ill disposed to your cause. You must have seen that the other day, when he refused to receive you. As for Monsieur Dudok and myself, our assistance won't help you much. And besides, my good woman, you are too close-mouthed. Monsieur asked me if I had laid by a few little savings, and I couldn't tell him that I had because they have gone to keep the H-house of that poor Monsieur Piercart, and now they accuse me of robbing him. Madame Lambert sobbed. My opinion is, said Cerizet, that you are making yourself out much poorer than you are, and if friend Parade here, who seems to be more in your confidence, hadn't his tongue tied by the rules of his profession. I said, La Parade hastily, I don't know anything of Madame's affairs. She asked me to draw up a petition on a matter in which there was nothing judicial or financial. Ah, that's it, is it, said Cerizet. Madame had doubtless gone to see you about this petition, the day Dutoc met her at your office the morning after our dinner at the Rocher de Canquilwin. You were such a Roman, you know. Then, without seeming to attach any importance to the reminiscence, he added, Well, my good Madame Lambert, I'll ask my patron to speak to the Justice Office, and if I get a chance I'll speak to him myself, but I repeat it, he is very much prejudiced against you. Madame Lambert retired with many curtsies and protestations of gratitude. When she was fairly gone, La Parade remarked, You don't seem to believe that that woman came to me about a petition, and yet nothing was ever truer. She is thought a saint in the street she lives in, and that old man they accuse her of robbing is actually kept alive by her devotion. So I am told, consequently, the neighbours have put it into the good woman's head to apply for the Montian prize, and it was for the purpose of putting her claims in legal shape that she applied to me. Dear, the Montian prize, cried Cerizet. Well, that's an idea, my good fellow. We ought to have cultivated it before I, especially as banker of the poor, and you their advocate. As for this client of yours, it is lucky for her Monsieur Picot's relatives are not members of the French Academy. It is in the Correctional Police Court 6th Chamber, where they mean to give her the reward of virtue. However, to come back to what we were talking about, I tell you that, after all your tergiversations, you had better settle down peaceably, and I advise you, as your Countess did, to go and see Duportil. Who and what is he? Asked La Parade. He is a little old man, replied Cerizet, as shrewd as a weasel. He gives me the idea of having dealings with the devil. Go and see him. Sight, as they say, costs nothing. Yes, said La Parade, perhaps I will, but first of all, I want you to find out for me about this Comtesse de Godalo. What do you care about her? She is nothing but a supernumerary, that Countess. I have my reasons, said La Parade. You can certainly get some information about her. In 3 days I'll come and see you then. My good fellow, said Cerizet, you seem to me to be amusing yourself with things that don't pay. You haven't fallen in love with that go-between, have you? Plague take him, thought La Parade. He spies everything. There's no hiding anything from him. No, he said aloud, I am not in love. On the contrary, I am very cautious. I must admit that this marriage with a crazy girl doesn't attract me, and before I go a step into it, I want to know where I put my feet. These crooked proceedings are not reassuring, and as so many influences are being brought to bear, I choose to control one by another. Therefore don't play sly, but give me all the information you get into your pouch about Madame la Comtesse Tourne de Godalo. I warn you, I know enough to test the veracity of your report, and if I see you are trying to overreach me, I'll break off short with your Duportil. Trying to overreach you, Monseigneur, replied Cerizet in the tone and manner of Frederic Lemaitre, who would dare attempt it. As he pronounced those words in a slightly mocking tone, Dutoc appeared accompanied by his little clerk. Bless me, he exclaimed, seeing La Parade and Cerizet together, here's the Trinity reconstituted. But the object of the alliance, the casus foederis, has floated off. What have you done to that good Bridget? La Parade, she is after your blood. What about Thulia? Asked La Parade. Molière was reversed here, was Tartuffe inquiring for Org. Thulia began by not being very hostile to you, but it now seems that the seizure business has taken a good turn, and having less need of you, he is getting drawn into his sister's waters. And if the tendency continues, I haven't a doubt that he'll soon come to think you deserving of hanging. Well, I'm out of it all, said La Parade, and if anybody ever catches me in such a mess again, well, adieu, my friends, he added, and you Cerizet, as to what we were speaking about, activity, safety and discretion. When La Parade reached the courtyard of the municipal building, he was accosted by Madame Lambert, who was lying in wait for him. Monsieur wouldn't believe, I am sure, she said in a deprecating tone, the villainous things that Monsieur Cerizet said about me. Monsieur knows. It was the little property I received from my uncle in England that I placed in his hands. Yes, said La Parade, but you must understand that with all these rumours set about by your master's relatives, the prize of virtue is desperately endangered. If it is God's will that I am not to have it, You ought also to understand how important it is for your interests to keep secret the other service, which I did for you, at the first appearance of any indiscretion on your part. That money, as I told you, will be peremptorily returned to you. Oh, monsieur may be easy about that. Very well then, goodbye to you, my dear, said La Perrade in a friendly tone. As he turned to leave her, a nasal voice was heard from a window on the staircase. Madame Lambert, cried Cerizet, who, suspecting the colloquy, had gone to the staircase window, to make sure of it. Madame Lambert, Monsieur Dudok, has returned. You may come up, and see him if you like. Impossible for La Perrade to prevent the conference, although he knew the secret of that 25,000 francs, ran the greatest danger. Certainly, he said to himself as he walked away, I am in a run of luck, and I don't know where it will end. In Bridget's nature, there was such an all-devouring instinct of domination that it was without regret, and we may even say with a sort of secret joy, that she saw the disappearance of Madame de Godallo. That woman, she felt, had a crushing superiority over her, and this, while it had given a higher order to the Thulier establishment, made her ill at ease when therefore the separation took place, which was done, let us here say, on good terms, and under fair and honourable pretexts. Mademoiselle Thulier breathed more freely, she felt, like those kings long swayed by imperious and necessary ministers, who celebrate within their hearts the day when death delivers them from a master whose services and rival influence they impatiently endured. Thulier was not far from having the same sentiment about La Perrade, but Madame de Godallo was only the elegance, whereas La Perrade was the utility of the house they had now simultaneously abandoned. And after the lapse of a few days, a terrible need of Theodose made itself felt in the literary and political existence of his dear good friend. The municipal councillor found himself suddenly appointed to draft an important report. He was unable to decline the task, saddled, as he was, with the reputation derived from his pamphlet of being a man of letters, and an able writer. Therefore, in presence of the perilous honour conferred upon him by his colleagues of the General Council, he sat down terrified by his solitude and his insufficiency. In vain did he lock himself into his study, gorge himself with black coffee, mend innumerable pens, and write a score of times at the head of his paper, which he was careful to cut of the exact dimensions, as that used by La Perrade. The solemn words, report to the members of the Municipal Council of the city of Paris, followed on a line by itself by a magnificent Messieurs. Nothing came of it. He was fain to issue furious from his study, complaining of the horrible household racket, which cut the thread of his ideas, though really no greater noise than the closing of a door, or the opening of a closet, or the moving of a chair, had made itself heard. All this, however, did not help the advancement of the work, which remained as before simply begun. Most fortunately, it happened that Rabardin, wanting to make some change in his apartment, came, as was proper, to submit his plan to the owner of the house. Thulier granted cordially the request that was made to him, and then discoursed to his tenant about the report with which he was charged, being desirous, he said, to obtain his ideas on the subject. Rabardin, to whom no administrative question was foreign, very readily threw upon the subject a number of very clear and lucid ideas. He was one of those men to whom the quality of the intellect to which they address themselves is more or less indifferent. A fool, or a man of talent who will listen to them, serves equally well to think aloud too, and they are as a stimulant about the same thing. After Rabardin had said his say, he observed that Thulier had not understood him, but he had listened to himself with pleasure, and he was moreover grateful for the attention, obtuse as it was of his hearer, and also for the kindliness of the landlord in receiving his request. I must have among my papers, he said, as he went away, something on this subject. I will look it up and send it to you. Accordingly, that same evening, Thulier received a voluminous manuscript, and he spent the entire night in delving into that precious repository of ideas, from which he extracted enough to make a really remarkable report. Clumsily as the pillage was managed when read before the council, it obtained a very great success, and Thulier returned home radiant and much elated by the congratulations he had received from that moment that was marked in his life, for even to advanced old age, he still talked of the report he had the honour of making to the Council General of the Seine. La Perrade went down considerably in his estimation. He felt then that he could do very well without the barrister, and this thought of emancipation was strengthened by another happiness which came to him at almost the same time. A parliamentary crisis was imminent, a fact that caused the ministry to think about depriving its adversaries of a theme of opposition, which always has great influence on public opinion. It resolved therefore to relax its rigour, which of late had been much increased against the press being included in this species of hypocritical amnesty Thulia, received one morning a letter from the barrister whom he had chosen in place of La Pérade. This letter announced that the Council of State had dismissed the complaint and ordered the release of the pamphlet. Then Dutarc's prediction was realized that weight the less within his bosom. Thulia took a swing toward insolence. He chorused Brigitte, and came at last to speak of La Pérade as a sort of adventurer whom he had fed and clothed, a tricky fellow who had extracted much money from him and had finally behaved with such ingratitude that he was thankful not to count him any longer among his friends. Organ, in short, was in full revolt, and like Dorine, he was ready to cry out a beggar who, when he came, had neither shoes nor coat worth a brass farthing. Cerizet, to whom these indignities were reported by Dutarc, would gladly have served them up hot to La Pérade, but the interview in which the copying clerk was to furnish information about Madame de Godallo did not take place at the time fixed. La Pérade made his own discoveries in this wise. Pursued by the thought of the beautiful Hungarian, and awaiting, or rather not awaiting, the result of Cerizet's inquiry, he scoured Paris in every direction, and might have been seen like the idlest of loungers in the most frequented places, his heart telling him that sooner or later he must meet the object of his ardent search. One evening, it was towards the middle of October. The autumn, as frequently happens in Paris, was magnificent, and along the boulevards where the Provençal was airing his love and his melancholy, the outdoor life and gaiety were as animated as in summer on the Boulevard des Italiens, formerly known as the Boulevard de Gaulle. As he lounged past the long line of chairs before the Café de Paris, where mingled with a few women of the Chaussée d'Antin, accompanied by their husbands and children, may be seen toward evening a cordon of nocturnal beauties, waiting only a gloved hand to gather them. La Pérade's heart received a cruel shock. From afar he thought he saw his adored countess. She was alone in a dazzling toilet, scarcely authorized by the place and her isolation. Before her, mounted on a chair, trembled a tiny lapdog, which she stroked from time to time with her beautiful hands. After convincing himself that he was not mistaken, La Pérade was about to dart upon that celestial vision when he was forestalled by a dandy of the most triumphant type. Without throwing aside his cigar, without even touching his hat, this handsome young man began to converse with the barrister's ideal, but when she saw La Pérade making towards her, the siren must have felt afraid, for she rose quickly, and taking the arm of the man who was talking to her, she said aloud, "Is your carriage here? Émile Mabel closes tonight, and I should like to go there." The name of that disreputable place, thus thrown in the face of the unhappy barrister, was a charity, for it saved him from a foolish action, that of addressing on the arm of the man, who had suddenly made himself her cavalier, the unworthy creature of whom he was thinking a few seconds earlier, with so much tenderness. "She is not worth insulting," he said to himself. But as lovers are beings who will not allow their foothold to be taken from them easily, the Provençal was neither convinced nor resigned. As yet not far from the place which his countess had left sat another woman, also alone, but this one was ripe with years. With feathers on her head and beneath the folds of a cashmere shawl, she concealed the plaintive remains of tarnished elegance and long past luxury. There was nothing imposing about this sight, nor did it command respect, but the contrary. La Pérade went up to the woman without ceremony and addressed her. "Madame," he said, "do you know that woman who has just gone away on the arm of a gentleman?" "Certainly, monsieur, I know nearly all the women who come here." "And her name is Madame Carmorne. Is she as impregnable as the fortress of that name?" Our readers will doubtless remember that at the time of the insurrection in Hungary, our ears were battered by the press, and by novelists about the famous citadel of Carmorne, and La Pérade knew that by assuming a tone of indifference or flippancy, he was more likely to succeed with his inquiries. "Has monsieur any idea of making her acquaintance?" "I don't know," replied La Pérade, "but she is a woman who makes people think of her." "And a very dangerous woman, monsieur," added his companion, "a fearful spendthrift, but with no inclination to return generously. What is done for her, I can speak knowingly of that. When she first arrived here from Berlin 6 months ago, she was very warmly recommended to me." "Ah," exclaimed La Pérade. "Yes, at that time, I had in the environs of Ville d'Avray a very beautiful place with park and coverts, and a stream for fishing, but as I was alone I found it dull, and several of these ladies and gentlemen said to me, 'Madame Louchard, why don't you organize parties in the style of picnics?'" "Madame Louchard," repeated La Pérade. "Are you any relation to Monsieur Louchard of the commercial police?" His wife Monsieur, but legally separated from him, a horrid man who wants me to go back to him. But though I am ready to forgive most things, I can't forgive a want of respect. Just imagine that he dared to raise his hand against me." "Well," said La Peyrade, trying to bring her back to the matter in hand, "you organized those picnics, and Madame de Godot, I mean Madame Carmourne, was one of my first lodgers. It was there she made acquaintance with an Italian, a handsome man, and rich, a political refugee, but one of the lofty kind, you understand. It didn't suit my purposes to have intrigues going on in my house. Still, the man was so lovable, and so unhappy, because he couldn't make Madame Carmourne like him, that at last I took an interest. This particular love affair, which produced a pot of money for Madame, for she managed to get immense sums out of that Italian. Well, would you believe that when, being just then in great need, I asked her to assist me with a trifling little sum, she refused me point blank, and left my house, taking her lover with her, who, poor man, can't be thankful for the acquaintance now." "Why not? What happened to him?" asked La Peyrade. "It happened to him that this serpent knows every language in Europe. She is witty and clever to the tips of her fingers, but more manoeuvring than either, so being, as it appears, in close relations to the police. She gave the government a lot of papers the Italian left about carelessly, on which they expelled him from France. Well, after his departure, Madame Carmourne, since then she has had a good many adventures, and upset several fortunes, and I thought she had left Paris for the last 2 months. She was nowhere to be seen, but 3 days ago she reappeared more brilliant than ever. My advice to Monsieur is not to trust himself in that direction. And yet Monsieur looks to me a southerner, and southerners have passions. Perhaps what I have told him will only serve to spur them up. However, being warned, there's not so much danger. And she is a most fascinating creature, very fascinating. She used to love me very much, though we parted such ill friends, and just now, seeing me here, she came over and asked my address, and said she should come and see me." "Well, Madame, ill think about it," said La Peyrade, rising and bowing to her. The bow was returned with extreme coldness. His abrupt departure did not show him to be a man of serious intentions. It might be supposed from the lively manner in which La Peyrade made these inquiries that his cure, though sudden, was complete. But this surface of indifference and cool self-possession was only the stillness of the atmosphere that precedes a storm. On leaving Madame Louchard, La Peyrade flung himself into a street cab, and they gave way to a passion of tears like that Madame Colville had witnessed on the day. He believed that Cerizet had got the better of him in the sale of the house. What was his position now? The investment of the Thuiliers, prepared with so much care, all useless Flavie, well avenged for the odious comedy. He had played with her his affairs in a worse state than they were when Cerizet and Dutarc had sent him like a devouring wolf into the sheepfold, from which he had allowed the stupid sheep to drive him, his heart full of revengeful projects against the woman who had so easily got the better of what he thought his cleverness, and the memory still vivid of the seductions to which he had succumbed. Such were the thoughts and emotions of his sleepless night, sleepless, except for moments shaken by agitated dreams. The next day La Peyrade could think no more. He was a prey to fever, the violence of which became sufficiently alarming for the physician who attended him to take all precautions against the symptoms now appearing of brain fever, bleeding, cupping, leeches, and ice to his head. These were the agreeable finale to his dream of love. We must hasten to add, however, that this violent crisis in the physical led to a perfect cure of the mental being. The barrister came out of his illness with no other sentiment than cold contempt for the treacherous Hungarian, a sentiment which did not even rise to a desire for vengeance. Chapter IX. Give and Take. Once more afoot and reckoning with his future, on which he had lost so much ground, La Peyrade asked himself if he had not better try to renew his relations with the Thuiliers, or whether he should be compelled to fall back on the rich, crazy woman who had bullion where others have brains. But everything that reminded him of his disastrous campaign was repulsive to him. Besides, what safety was there in dealing with this Du Portel, a man who could use such instruments for his means of action? Great commotions of the soul are like those storms which purify the atmosphere. They induce reflection, they counsel good and strong resolutions. La Peyrade, as the result of the cruel disappointment he had just endured, examined his own soul. He asked himself what sort of existence was this of base and ignoble intrigue, which he had led for the past year. Was there for him no better, no nobler use to make of the faculties he felt within him? The bar was open to him, as to others that was a broad, straight path which could lead him to all the satisfaction of legitimate ambition, like Figaro, who displayed more science and calculation in merely getting a living than statesmen had shown in governing Spain for 100 years. He la parade in order to install and maintain himself in the Thulier household, and Mary, the daughter of a clarionet and a smirched coquette, had spent more mind, more art, and it should also be said, because in a corrupt society it is an element that must be reckoned more dishonesty than was needed to advance him in some fine career. Enough of such connections as Dudac and Cerizet, he said to himself, enough of the nauseating atmosphere of the Maynards and Fellions and Carlevilles and Barnials, and all the rest of them ill shake off this province intramuros, 1,000 times more absurd and petty than the true provinces. They, at least side by side with their pettiness, have habits and customs that are characteristic a sui generis dignity. They are frankly what they are, the antipodes of Parisian life. This other is but a parody of it. I will fling myself upon Paris. In consequence of these reflections, La Parade went to see 2 or 3 barristers who had offered to introduce him at the Palais in secondary cases. He accepted those that presented themselves at once, and 3 weeks after his rupture with the Thuliers, he was no longer the advocate of the poor, but a barrister pleading before the royal court. He had already pleaded several cases successfully, when he received one morning a letter which greatly disturbed him. The president of the Order of Barristers requested him to come to his office at the Palais in the course of the day, as he had something of importance to say to him. La Parade instantly thought of the transaction relating to the purchase of the house on the Boulevard de la Madeleine. It must have come, he thought, to the ears of the Council of Discipline. If so, he was accountable to that tribunal, and he knew its severity. Now this Du Portel, whom he had never yet been to see in spite of his conditional promise to Cerizet, was likely to have heard the whole story of that transaction from Cerizet himself. Evidently all means were thought good by that man, judging by the use he had made of the Hungarian woman in his savage determination to bring about the marriage with the crazy girl. Had this virulent old man denounced him on seeing him courageously, and with some appearance of success, entering a career in which he might find fame and independence, had his persecutor taken a step to make that career impossible, certainly there was enough likelihood in this suggestion to make the barrister wait in cruel anxiety for the hour when he might learn the true nature of the alarming summons. While breakfasting rather meagerly, his mind full of these painful conjectures, Madame Coffinet, who had the honor to take charge of his housekeeping, came up to ask if he would see Monsieur Etienne Lousteau, see the great man of the provinces in Paris. Etienne Lousteau. La Parade had an idea that he had heard the name before. "Show him into my office," he said to the portress. A moment later he met his visitor, whose face did not seem utterly unknown to him. "Monsieur," said this newcomer, "I had the honor of breakfasting with you not long ago at Veffers. I was invited to that meeting afterwards, rather disturbed by Monsieur Thulier." "Ah, very good," said the barrister, offering a chair. "You are attached to the staff of a newspaper, editor-in-chief of the Echo de la Beaver, and it is on the subject of that paper that I have now called to see you. You know what has happened?" "No," said La Parade. "Is it possible you are not aware that the ministry met with terrible defeat last night, but instead of resigning as everyone expected, they have dissolved the chamber and appealed to the people?" "I knew nothing of all that," said La Parade. "I have not read the morning papers." "So," continued Lousteau, "all parliamentary ambitions will take the field, and if I am well informed, Monsieur Thulier, already member of the Council General, intends to present himself as candidate for election in the 12th arrondissement." "Yes," said La Parade, "that is likely to be his intention." "Well, monsieur, I desire to place at his disposition an instrument the value of which I am confident you will not underestimate. The Echo de la Beaver, a specialist paper, can have a decisive influence on the election in that quarter." "And you would be disposed," asked La Parade, "to make that paper support Monsieur Thulier's candidacy?" "Better than that," replied Lousteau. "I have come to propose to Monsieur Thulier that he purchase the paper itself. Once the proprietor of it, he can use it as he pleases." "But in the first place," said La Parade, "what is the present condition of the enterprise in its character as a specialist journal? As you called it just now, it is a sheet I have seldom met with. In fact, it would be entirely unknown to me, were it not for the remarkable article you were so good as to devote to Thulier's defense at the time his pamphlet was seized." Etienne Lousteau bowed his thanks and then said, "The position of the paper is excellent. We can give it to you on easy terms, for we were intending shortly to stop the publication." "That is strange for a prosperous journal." "On the contrary, it happens to be quite natural. The founders, who were all representatives of the great leather interest, started this paper for a special object. That object has been attained. The Echo de la Beaver has therefore become an effect without a cause in such a case stockholders, who don't like the tail end of matters, and are not eager after small profits, very naturally prefer to sell out. But asked La Peyrade, does the paper pay its costs? That, replied Lousteau, is a point we did not consider. We were not very anxious to have subscribers. The mainspring of the whole affair was direct and immediate action on the Ministry of Commerce to obtain a higher duty on the introduction of foreign leathers. You understand that outside of the tannery circle, this interest was not very exciting to the general reader. I should have thought, however, persisted La Peyrade, that a newspaper, however circumscribed its action, would be a lever which depended for its force on the number of its subscribers. Not for journals which aim for a single definite thing, replied Lousteau dogmatically. In that case, subscribers are on the contrary an embarrassment, for you have to please and amuse them, and in so doing the real object has to be neglected. A newspaper, which has a definite and circumscribed object, ought to be like the stroke of that pendulum, which striking steadily on one spot fires, at a given hour, the cannon of the Palais Royal. At any rate, said La Peyrade, what price do you put upon a publication which has no subscribers, does not pay its expenses, and has until now been devoted to a purpose totally different from that you propose for it? Before answering, returned Lousteau, I shall ask you another question. Have you any intention of buying it? That's according to circumstances, replied La Peyrade. Of course, I must see Thulia, but I may here remark to you that he knows absolutely nothing about newspaper business. With his rather bourgeois ideas, the ownership of a newspaper will seem to him a ruinous speculation. Therefore, if in addition to an idea that will scare him, you suggest an alarming price, it is useless for me to speak to him. I am certain he would never go into the affair. No, replied Lousteau, I have told you we should be reasonable. These gentlemen have left the whole matter in my hands. Only I beg to remark that we have had propositions from other parties, and in giving Monsieur Thulia this option, we intended to pay him a particular courtesy. When can I have your answer? Tomorrow, I think. Shall I have the honor of seeing you at your own house, or at the office of the journal? No, said Lousteau, tomorrow. I will come here at the same hour, if that is convenient to you. Perfectly, replied La Peyrade, bowing out his visitor, whom he was inclined to think more consequential than able. By the manner in which the barrister had received the proposition to become an intermediary to Thulia, the reader must have seen that a rapid revolution had taken place in his ideas. Even if he had not received that extremely disquieting letter from the President of the Order of Barristers, the new situation in which Thulia would be placed if elected to the chamber gave him enough to think about. Evidently, his dear good friend would have to come back to him, and Thulia's eagerness for election would deliver him over bound hand and foot. Was it not the right moment to attempt to renew his marriage, with Celeste far from being an obstacle to the good resolutions inspired by his amorous disappointment, and his incipient brain fever? Such a finale would ensure their continuance and success. Moreover, if he received, as he feared, one of those censures which would ruin his dawning prospects at the bar, it was with the Thulias, the accomplices and beneficiaries of the cause of his fall, that his instinct led him to claim an asylum. With these thoughts stirring in his mind, La Peyrade obeyed the summons, and went to see the President of the Order of Barristers. He was not mistaken. A very circumstantial statement of his whole proceeding in the matter of the house had been laid before his brethren of the bar, and the highest dignitary of the order, after stating that an anonymous denunciation ought always to be received with great distrust, told him that he was ready to receive and welcome an explanation. La Peyrade dared not entrench himself in absolute denial. The hand from which he believed the blow had come seemed to him too resolute, and too able not to hold the proofs as well. But while admitting the facts in general, he endeavored to give them an acceptable coloring. In this, he saw that he had failed when the President said to him, after the vacation which is now beginning, I shall report to the Council of the Order the charges made against you, and the statements by which you have defended yourself. The Council alone has the right to decide on a matter of such importance. Thus dismissed, La Peyrade felt that his whole future at the bar was imperilled, but at least he had a respite, and in case of condemnation a new project on which to rest his head. Accordingly, he put on his gown, which he had never worn till now, and went to the 5th courtroom, where he was employed upon a case. As he left the courtroom, carrying one of those bundles of legal papers held together by a strip of cotton, which being too voluminous to hold under the arm are carried by the hand, and the forearm pressed against the chest, La Peyrade began to pace about the Salle des Pauperdes with that harassed look of business which denotes a lawyer overwhelmed with work, whether he had really excited himself in pleading or whether He was pretending to be exhausted to prove that his gown was not a dignity for show, as it was with many of his legal brethren. But an armour buckled on for the fight, it is certain that, handkerchief in hand, he was mopping his forehead as he walked, when in the distance he spied Thulia, who had evidently just caught sight of him, and was beginning on his side to manoeuvre. La Pérade was not surprised by the encounter on leaving home. He had told Madame Coffinet he was going to the Palais, and should be there till 3 o'clock, and she might send to him any persons who called on business. Not wishing to let Thulia accost him too easily, he turned abruptly, as if some thought had changed his purpose, and went and seated himself on one of the benches which surround the walls of that great antechamber of justice. There, he undid his bundle, took out a paper, and buried himself in it with the air of a man who had not had time to examine in his study a case he was about to plead. It is not necessary to say that, while doing this, the provincial was watching the manoeuvres of Thulia. Out of the corner of his eye, Thulia, believing that La Pérade was really occupied in some serious business, hesitated to approach him. However, after sundry backings and fillings, the municipal councillor made up his mind, and sailing straight before the wind, he headed for the spot he had been reconnoitring for the last 10 minutes. "Bless me, Theodose," he cried as soon as he had got within hailing distance, "do you come to the Palais now?" "It seems to me," replied Theodose, "that barristers at the Palais are like Turks at Constantinople, where a friend of mine affirmed you could see a good many. It is you, whom it is rather surprising to see here." "Not at all," said Thulia carelessly. "I've come about that cursed pamphlet. Is there ever any end to your legal bothers? I was summoned here this morning, but I don't regret it, as it gives me the happy chance of meeting you." "I too," said La Pérade, tying up his bundle. "I am very glad to see you, but I must leave you now. I have an appointment, and I suppose you want to do your business at once." "I have done it," said Thulia. "Did you speak to Olivier Vinet, that mortal enemy of yours? He sits in that court?" asked La Pérade. "No," said Thulia, naming another official. "Well, that's queer," said the barrister. "That fellow must have the gift of ubiquity. He has been all the morning in the 5th courtroom, and has just this minute given a judgment on a case I pleaded." Thulia coloured and got out of his hobble as best he could. "Oh, hang it," he said, "those men in gowns are all alike. I don't know one from another." La Pérade shrugged his shoulders and said aloud, but as if to himself, always the same crafty crooked, never straightforward. "Whom are you talking about?" asked Thulia, rather nonplussed. "Why, of you, my dear fellow, who take me for an imbecile, as if I and the whole world didn't know that your pamphlet business came to an end 2 weeks ago. Why then summon you to court?" "Well, I was sent for," said Thulia with embarrassment. "Something about registry fees. It is all Greek to me. I can't comprehend their scrolls." "And they chose," said La Pérade, "precisely the very day when the Moniteur, announcing the dissolution of the chamber, made you think about being a candidate for the 12th arrondissement." "Why not?" asked Thulia. "What has my candidacy to do with the fees I owe to the court?" "I'll tell you," said La Pérade dryly. "The court is a thing essentially amiable and complacent times," it said to itself. "Here's this good Monsieur Thulia, going to be a candidate for the chamber. How hampered he'll be by his attitude to his ex-friend Monsieur de La Pérade, with whom he wishes now. He hadn't quarrelled. I'll summon him, for fees he doesn't owe. That will bring him to the Palais where La Pérade comes daily, and in that way he can meet him by chance, and so avoid taking a step which would hurt his self-love." "Well, there you are mistaken," cried Thulia, breaking the ice. "I used so little craft, as you call it, that I've just come from your house there, and your portress told me where to find you." "Well done," said La Pérade. "I like this frankness. I can get on with men who play above board well. What do you want of me? Have you come to talk about your election? I have already begun to work for it." "No, really," said Thulia. "How?" "Here," replied La Pérade, feeling under his gown for his pocket, and bringing out a paper. "Here's what I scribbled just now in the courtroom," while the lawyer on the other side rambled on like an expert. "What is it about?" asked Thulia. "Read and you'll see." The paper read as follows: "Estimate for a newspaper small size at 30 francs a year. Calculating the editions at 5,000, the costs are: paper 5 reams at 12 francs, 1860 francs. Composition 2400. Printing 450. 1 administrator 250. 1 clerk 100. 1 editor, also cashier 200. 1 dispatcher 100. Folders 120. 1 office boy 80. Office expenses 150. Rent 100. License and postage 7,500. Reporting and stenographic news 1,800. Total monthly 15,110. Yearly 180,1,320. Do you want to set up a paper? Asked Thulia in dread. I asked La Peyrade. I want nothing at all. You are the one to be asked if you want to be a deputy. Undoubtedly I do, because when you urged me to become a municipal councillor, you put the idea into my head, but reflect, my dear Theodose, 181,320 francs to put out. Have I a fortune large enough to meet such a demand? Yes, said La Peyrade, you could very well support that expense, for considering the end you want to obtain, there is nothing exorbitant in it. In England, they make much greater sacrifices to get a seat in Parliament. But in any case, I beg you to observe that the costs are very high on that estimate, and some could be cut off altogether. For instance, you would not want an administrator, you yourself an old accountant, and I an old journalist, can very well manage the affair between us. Also rent. We needn't count that you have your old apartment in the Rue Saint-Dominique, which is not yet leased, that will make a fine newspaper office. All that costs off 2,400 francs a year, said Thulia. Well, that's something, but your error consists in calculating on the yearly cost. When do the elections take place? In 2 months, said Thulia. Very good, 2 months will cost you 30,000 francs, even supposing the paper had no subscribers. True, said Thulia, the expense is certainly less than I thought at first, but does a newspaper really seem to you essential? So essential that without that power in our hands, I won't have anything to do with the election. You don't seem to see, my poor fellow, that in going to live in the other quarter, you have lost, electorally speaking, an immense amount of ground. You are no longer the man of the place, and your election could be balked by the cry of what the English call absenteeism. This makes your game very hard to play. I admit that, said Thulia, but there are so many things wanted besides money. A name, for one thing, a manager, editorial staff, and so forth. A name, we have one made-to-hand editors, they are you and I, and a few young fellows who grow on every bush in Paris. As for the manager, I have a man in view. What name is it? Asked Thulia. L'Echo de la Beaver. But there is already a paper of that name. Precisely, and that's why I give my approval to the affair. Do you think I should be fool enough to advise you to start an entirely new paper, Echo de la Beaver? That title is a treasure to a man who wants support for his candidacy in the 12th arrondissement. Say the word only, and I put that treasure into your hands. How? Asked Thulia with curiosity. Parbleu, by buying it, it can be had for a song. There now you see, said Thulia in a discouraged tone, you never counted in the cost of purchase. How you dwell on nothing, said La Peyrade, hunching his shoulders. We have other and more important difficulties to solve. Other difficulties, echoed Thulia. Parbleu, exclaimed La Peyrade, do you suppose that, after all that has taken place between us, I should boldly harness myself to your election, without knowing exactly what benefit I am to get for it? But, said Thulia, rather astonished, I thought that friendship was a good exchange for such services. Yes, but when the exchange consists in one side giving all, and the other side nothing, friendship gets tired of that sort of sharing, and asks for something a little better balanced. But, my dear Theodose, what have I to offer you that you have not already rejected? I rejected it because it was offered without heartiness, and seasoned with Mademoiselle Bridget's vinegar. Every self-respecting man would have acted as I Roman 999 give, and keep don't pass, as the old legal saying is, but that is precisely what you persist in doing. I think you took offence very unreasonably, but the engagement might be renewed. So be it, replied La Peyrade, but I will not put myself at the mercy of either the success of the election or Mademoiselle Celeste's caprices. I claim the right to something positive and certain. Give and take short accounts make good friends. I perfectly agree with you, said Thulia, and I have always treated you with too much good faith to fear any of these precautions you now want to take. But what guarantees do you want? I want that the husband of Celeste should manage your election, and not Theodose de la Peyrade. By hurrying things as much as possible, so Bridget said it would still take 15 days, and just think, with the elections only 8 weeks off, to lose 2 of them doing nothing. Day after tomorrow, replied La Peyrade, the bans can be published for the first time at the mayor's office in the intervals of publication. Some things could be done, for though the publishing of the bans is not a step from which there is no retreat, it is at least a public pledge, and a long step taken after that we can get your notary to draw the contract at once. Moreover, if you decide on buying this newspaper, I shouldn't be afraid that you would go back on me, for you don't want a useless horse in your stable, and without me I am certain you can't manage him. But my dear fellow, said Thulia, going back to his objections, suppose that affair proves too onerous. There's no need to say that you are the sole judge of the conditions of the purchase. I don't wish any more than you do to buy a pig in a poke. If tomorrow you authorize me, I won't say to buy, but to let these people know that you may possibly make the purchase ill confer with one of them on your behalf, and you may be certain that ill stand up for your interests as if they were my own. Very good, my dear fellow, said Thulia, go ahead. And as soon as the paper is purchased, we are to fix the day for signing the contract. Yes, replied Thulia, but will you bind yourself to use your utmost influence on the election? As if it were my own, replied La Peyrade, which by the by is not altogether an hypothesis. I have already received suggestions about my own candidacy, and if I were vindictive— Certainly, said Thulia with humility, you would make a better deputy than I, but you are not of the required age, I think. There's a better reason than that, said La Peyrade, you are my friend, I find you again what you once were, and I shall keep the pledges I have given you. As for the election, I prefer that people say of me, he makes deputies, but will be none himself. Now I must leave you, and keep my appointment tomorrow in my own rooms. Come and see me, I shall have something to announce. Whoso has ever been a newspaper man will ever be one. That horoscope is as sure and certain as that of drunkards. Whoever has tasted that feverishly busy and relatively lazy and independent life, whoever has exercised that sovereignty which criticizes intellect, art, talent, fame, virtue, absurdity, and even truth, whoever has occupied that tribune erected by his own hands, fulfilled the functions of that magistracy to which he is self-appointed, in short, whosoever has been, for however brief a span, that proxy of public opinion, looks upon himself, when remanded to private life, as an exile, and the moment a chance is offered to him, puts out an eager hand to snatch back his crown. For this reason, when Etienne Lousteau went to La Peyrade, a former journalist, with an offer of the weapon, entitled the Echo de la Beaver, all the latter's instincts as a newspaper man were aroused in spite of the very inferior quality of the blade. The paper had failed. La Peyrade believed he could revive it. The subscribers on the vendor's own showing were few and far between, but he would exercise upon them a compel intra both powerful and irresistible. In the circumstances under which the affair was presented to him, it might surely be considered provincial. Threatened with the loss of his position at the bar, he was thus acquiring, as we said before, a new position, and that of a detached fort. Compelled as he might be to defend himself, he could from that vantage ground take the offensive and oblige his enemies to reckon with him. On the Thulia side, the newspaper would undoubtedly make him a personage of considerable importance. He would have more power on the election, and by involving their capital in an enterprise which without him they would feel a gulf and a snare, he bound them to him by self-interests so firmly that there was nothing to fear from their caprice or ingratitude. This horizon, rapidly taken in during Etienne Lousteau's visit, had fairly dazzled the Provençal, and we have seen the peremptory manner in which Thulia was forced into accepting with some enthusiasm the discovery of this philosopher's stone. The cost of the purchase was ridiculously insignificant, a banknote for 500 francs, for which Etienne Lousteau never clearly accounted to the shareholders, put Thulia in possession of the name, property, furniture, and goodwill of the newspaper, which he and La Peyrade at once busied themselves in reorganizing. Chapter Roman 10, in which Cerizet practices the healing art and the art of poisoning on the same day. While this regeneration was going on, Cerizet went one morning to see Du Portel, with whom La Peyrade was now more than ever determined to hold no communication. Well, said the little old man to the poor man's banker, what effect did the news we gave to the president of the bar produce on our man? Did the affair get wind at the Palais? Few, said Cerizet, whose intercourse, no doubt pretty frequent with Du Portel, had put him on a footing of some familiarity with the old man. There's no question of that now. The eel has wriggled out of our hands. Neither softness nor violence has any effect upon that devil of a man. He has quarrelled with the bar, and is in better odour than ever with Thulia. Necessity, says Figaro, obliterates distance. Thulia needs him to push his candidacy in the Quartier Saint-Jacques, so they kissed and made up. And no doubt, said Du Portel, without much appearance of feeling, the marriage is fixed for an early day. Yes, replied Cerizet, but there's another piece of work on hand. That crazy fellow has persuaded Thulia to buy a newspaper, and hell make him sink 40,000 francs in it. Thulia, once involved, will want to get his money back, and in my opinion they are bound together for the rest of their days. What paper is it? Oh, a cabbage leaf that calls itself the Echo de la Beaver, replied Cerizet with great scorn. A paper which an old hack of a journalist on his last legs managed to set up in the Mouffetard quarter, by the help of a lot of tanners that, you know, is the industry of the quarter from a political and literary point of view. The affair is nothing at all, but Thulia has been made to think it a masterly stroke. Well, for local service to the election, the instrument isn't so bad, remarked du Portel la Peyrade, has talent, activity, and much resource of mind. He may make something out of that Echo. Under what political banner will Thulia present himself? Thulia, replied the beggar's banker, is an oyster. He hasn't any opinions. Until the publication of his pamphlet, he was like all those bourgeois, a rabid conservative. But since the seizure he has gone over to the opposition. His first stage will probably be the left centre. But if the election wind should blow from another quarter, hell go straight before it, to the extreme left. Self-interest for those bourgeois, that's the measure of their convictions. Dear, said du Portel, this new combination of la Peyrades may assume the importance of a political danger from the point of view of my opinions, which are extremely conservative and governmental. Then, after a moment's reflection, he added, I think you did newspaper work once upon a time. I remember the courageous Cerizet. Yes, replied the usurer, I even managed one with La Peyradian evening paper, and a pretty piece of work we did for which we were finely recompensed. Well, said du Portel, why don't you do it again? Journalism, I mean, with La Peyrade. Cerizet looked at du Portel in amazement. Ah, car, he cried, are you the devil, monsieur? Can nothing ever be hidden from you? Yes, said du Portel, I know a good many things, but what has been settled between you and La Peyrade? Well, remembering my experience in the business, and not knowing whom else to get, he offered to make me manager of the paper. I did not know that, said du Portel, but it was quite probable. Did you accept? Conditionally. I asked time for reflection. I wanted to know what you thought of the offer. Parbleu, I think that out of an evil that can't be remedied, we should get, as the proverb says, wing or foot. I had rather see you inside than outside of that enterprise. Very good, but in order to get into it, there's a difficulty. La Peyrade knows I have debts, and he won't help me with the 33,000 francs security, which must be paid down in my name. I haven't got them, and if I had I wouldn't show them and expose myself to the insults of creditors. You must have a good deal left of that 25,000 francs La Peyrade paid you not more than 2 months ago, remarked du Portel. Only 2,200 francs and 50 centimes, replied Cerizet. I was adding it up last night. The rest has all gone to pay off pressing debts. But if you have paid your debts, you haven't any creditors. Yes, those I've paid, but those I haven't paid I still owe. Do you mean to tell me that your liabilities were more than 25,000 francs, said du Portel, in a tone of incredulity. Does a man go into bankruptcy for less, replied Cerizet, as though he were enunciating a maxim. Well, I see I am expected to pay that sum myself, said du Portel crossly, but the question is whether the utility of your presence in this enterprise is worth to me the interest on 133,333 francs 33 centimes. Hang it, said Cerizet, if I were once installed near Thulia, I shouldn't despair of soon putting him and La Peyrade at loggerheads in the management of a newspaper. There are lots of inevitable disagreements, and by always taking the side of the fool against the clever man, I can increase the conceit of one and wound the conceit of the other, until life together becomes impossible. Besides, you spoke just now of political danger. Now the manager of a newspaper, as you ought to know, when he has the intellect to be something better than a man of straw, can quietly give his sheet a push in the direction wanted. There's a good deal of truth in that, said du Portel, but defeat to La Peyrade, that's what I am thinking about. Well, said Cerizet, I think I have another nice little insidious means of demolishing him with Thulia. Say what it is then, exclaimed du Portel impatiently. You go round and round the pot, as if I were a man it would do you some good to finesse with. You remember, said Cerizet, coming out with it, that some time ago Dutarc and I were much puzzled to know how La Peyrade was all of a sudden able to make that payment of 25,000 francs. Ha, said the old man quickly, have you discovered the origin of that very improbable sum in our friend's hands, and is that origin shady? You shall judge, said Cerizet. And he related in all its details the affair of Madame Lambert, adding, however, that on questioning the woman closely at the office of the Justice Office, after the meeting with La Peyrade, he had been unable to extract from her any confession, although by her whole bearing She had amply confirmed the suspicions of Dutarc and himself. Madame Lambert, Rue du Val de Grace, No. 9, at the house of Monsieur Picot, professor of mathematics, said Duportel, as he made a note of the information. Very good, he added, come back, and see me tomorrow, my dear Monsieur Cerizet. But please remark, said the usurer, that I must give an answer to La Peyrade in the course of today. He is in a great hurry to start the business. Very well, you must accept asking a delay of 24 hours to obtain your security if, after making certain inquiries, I see it is more to my interests not to meddle in the affair. You can get out of it. By merely breaking your word you can't be sent to the Court of Assizes for that. Independently of a sort of inexplicable fascination which Duportel exercised over his agent, he never lost an opportunity to remind him of the very questionable point of departure of their intercourse. The next day Cerizet returned. You guessed right, said Duportel, that woman Lambert, being obliged to conceal the existence of her booty, and wanting to draw interest on her stolen property, must have taken it into her head to consult La Peyrade. His devout exterior may have recommended him to her. She probably gave him that money without taking a receipt. In what kind of money was Dutarc paid? In 19,000-franc notes, and 12 of 500 francs. That's precisely it, said Duportel. There can't be the slightest doubt left now. What use do you expect to make of this information bearing upon Thulier? I expect to put it into his head that La Peyrade, to whom he is going to give his goddaughter and heiress, is over head and ears in debt, that he makes enormous secret loans, and that in order to get out of his difficulties, he means to gnaw the newspaper to the bone, and I shall insinuate that the position of a man so much in debt must be known to the public before long, and become a fatal blow to the candidate whose right hand he is. That's not bad, said Duportel, but there's another and even more conclusive use to be made of the discovery. Tell me, master, I am listening, said Cerizet. Thulier has not yet been able, has he, to explain to himself the reason of the seizure of the pamphlet? Yes, he has replied, Cerizet. La Peyrade was telling me only yesterday, by way of explaining Thulier's idiotic simplicity, that he had believed a most ridiculous bit of humbug. The honest bourgeois is persuaded that the seizure was instigated by Monsieur Olivier Vinet, substitute to the Procureur General. The young man aspired for a moment to the hand of Mademoiselle Colville, and the worthy Thulier has been made to imagine that the seizure of his pamphlet was a revenge for the refusal. Good, said Duportel. Tomorrow, as a preparation for the other version of which you are to be the organ, Thulier shall receive from Monsieur Vinet a very sharp and decided denial of the abuse of power he foolishly gave ear to. Will he, said Cerizet with curiosity. But another explanation must take its place, continued Duportel. You must assure Thulier that he is the victim of police machinations. That is all. The police is good for you, no machinations. I know that very well. I've made that affirmation scores of times when I was working for the Republican newspapers, and when you were the courageous Cerizet, interrupted Duportel. Well, the present machination, here it is, the government was much displeased at seeing Thulier elected without its influence to the Council General of the Seine. It was angry with an independent and patriotic citizen who showed by his candidacy that he could do without it, and it learned moreover that this excellent citizen was preparing a pamphlet on the subject, always a delicate one, of the finances, as to which this dangerous adversary had great experience. So what did this essentially corrupt government do? It suborned a man in whom, as it learned, Thulier placed confidence, and for a sum of 25,000 francs, a mere trifle to the police, this treacherous friend agreed to insert into the pamphlet 3 or 4 phrases which exposed it to seizure and caused its author to be summoned before the Court of Assizes. Now the way to make the explanation clinch the doubt in Thulier's mind is to let him know that the next day La Peyrade, who, as Thulier knew, hadn't a sou, paid Dutarc precisely that very sum of 25,000 francs. The devil, cried Cerizet, it isn't a bad trick. Fellows of the Thulier species will believe anything against the police. We shall see then, continued Duportel, whether Thulier will want to keep such a collaborator beside him, and above all whether he will be so eager to give him his goddaughter. You are a strong man, monsieur, said Cerizet, again expressing his approbation, but I must own that I feel some scruples at the part assigned me. La Peyrade came and offered me the management of the paper, and you see I should be working to evict him. And that lease he knocked you out of in spite of his promises. Have you forgotten that? Asked the little old man. Besides, are we not aiming for his happiness, though the obstinate fellow persists in thwarting our benevolent intentions? It is true, said Cerizet, that the result will absolve me. Yes, I'll go resolutely along the ingenious path you've traced out for me. But there's one thing more, I can't fling my revelation at Thulia's head. At the very first, I must have time to prepare the way for it, but that security will have to be paid in immediately. Listen to me, Monsieur Cerizet, said Du Portil in a tone of authority. If the marriage of La Peyraide to my ward takes place, it is my intention to reward your services, and the sum of 30,000 francs will be your perquisite. Now 30,000 from one side and 25,000 from the other makes precisely 55,000 francs that the matrimonial vicissitudes of your friend La Peyraide will have put into your pocket. But as country people do at the shows of a fair, I shall not pay till I come out. If you take that money out of your own hoard, I shall feel no anxiety. You will know how to keep it from the clutches of your creditors. If on the contrary my money is at stake, you will have neither the same eagerness nor the same intelligence in keeping it out of danger. Therefore arrange your affairs, so that you can pay down your own 33,000. In case of success, that sum will bring you in pretty nearly 100%. That's my last word, and I shall not listen to any objections. Cerizet had no time to make any, for at that moment the door of Du Portil's study opened abruptly, and a fair slender woman whose face expressed angelic sweetness entered the room. Eagerly on her arm, wrapped in handsome long clothes, lay what seemed to be the form of an infant. There, she said, that naughty cat insisted that the doctor was not here. I knew perfectly well that I had seen him enter. Well, doctor, she continued, addressing Cerizet, I am not satisfied with the condition of my little one, not satisfied at all. She is very pallid, and has grown so thin I think she must be teething. Du Portil made Cerizet a sign to accept the role so abruptly thrust upon him. Yes, evidently, he said, it is the teeth. Children always turn pale at that crisis, but there's nothing in that, my dear lady, that need make you anxious. Do you really think so, doctor? Said the poor crazed girl, whom our readers have recognized as Du Portil's ward, Lydie de la Peyraide. But see her dear little arms, how thin they are getting. Then, taking out the pins that fastened the swathings, she exhibited to Cerizet a bundle of linen, which to her poor distracted mind represented a baby. Why, no, no, said Cerizet, she is a trifle thin, it is true, but the flesh is firm, and her colour excellent. Poor darling, said Lydie, kissing her dream lovingly, I do think she is better since morning. What had I better give her, doctor? Broth disgusts her, and she won't take soup. Well, said Cerizet, try panada. Does she like sweet things? Oh yes, cried the poor girl, her face brightening, she adores them. Would chocolate be good for her? Certainly, replied Cerizet, but without vanilla. Vanilla is very heating. Then I'll get what they call health chocolate, said Lydie, with all the intonations of a mother listening to the doctor. As to a guard who reassured her uncle, she added, please ring for Bruno, and tell him to go to Marquis at once, and get some pounds of that chocolate. Bruno has just gone out, said her guardian, but there's no hurry, he shall go in the course of the day. There she is going to sleep, said Cerizet, anxious to put an end to the scene, which in spite of his hardened nature he felt to be painful. True, said the girl, replacing the bandages, and rising. Ill put her to bed. Adieu, doctor. It is very kind of you to come sometimes, without being sent for. If you knew how anxious we poor mothers are, and how with a word or two you can do us such good. Ah, there she is crying. She is so sleepy, said Cerizet, shall be much better in her cradle. Yes, and I'll play her that sonata of Beethoven, that dear papa was so fond of. It is wonderful how calming it is. Adieu, doctor, she said again, pausing on the threshold of the door. Adieu, kind doctor, and she sent him a kiss. Cerizet was quite overcome. You see, said Du Portil, that she is an angel, never the least ill humour, never a sharp word, sad sometimes, but always caused by a feeling of motherly solicitude. That is what first gave the doctors the idea that if reality could take the place of her constant hallucination, she might recover her reason. Well, this is the girl that fool of a Peyraide refuses with the accompaniment of a magnificent dart. But he must come to it, or I'll forswear my name. Listen, he added, as the sound of a piano came to them, hear what talent thousands of sane women can't compare with her. They are not as reasonable as she is, except on the surface. When Beethoven's sonata played from the soul with a perfection of shades and tones that filled her hardened hearer with admiration, had ceased to sound, Cerizet said, I agree with you, Monsieur La Peyraide refuses an angel a treasure, a pearl, and if I were in his place, but we shall bring him round to your purpose now, I shall serve you not only with zeal, but with enthusiasm, I may say fanaticism. As Cerizet was concluding this oath of fidelity at the door of the study, he heard a woman's voice which was not that of Lydie. Is he in his study? The dear commander, said that voice with a slightly foreign accent. Yes, madame, but please come into the salon. Monsieur is not alone, I will tell him you are here. This was the voice of Cat, the old Dutch maid. Stop, go this way, said du Portel quickly to Cerizet. And he opened a hidden door which led through a dark corridor directly to the staircase, whence Cerizet betook himself to the office of the Echo de la Beaver, where a heated discussion was going on. The article by which the new editors of every newspaper lay before the public their profession of faith, as the technical saying is, always produces a laborious and difficult parturition. In this particular case, it was necessary, if not openly to declare Thulia's candidacy, to at least make it felt, and foreseen. The terms of the manifesto, after La Peyrade had made a rough draft of it, were discussed at great length. This discussion took place in Cerizet's presence, who, acting on du Portel's advice, accepted the management, but postponed the payment of the security till the next day through the latitude allowed in all administrations for the accomplishment of that formality. Cleverly egged on by this master knave, who from the start made himself Thulia's flatterer, the discussion became stormy and presently bitter. But as by the deed of partnership the deciding word was left to La Peyrade in all matters concerning the editorship, he finally closed it by sending the manifesto precisely as he had written it to the printing office. Thulia was incensed at what he called an abuse of power, and finding himself alone with Cerizet later in the day, he hastened to pour his griefs and resentments into the bosom of his faithful manager, thus affording the latter a ready-made and natural opportunity to insinuate the calumnious revelation agreed upon. With du Portel leaving the knife in the wound, Cerizet went out to make certain arrangements to obtain the money necessary for his bond. Tortured by the terrible revelation, Thulia could not keep it to himself. He felt the need of confiding it, and of talking over the course he would be compelled to take by this infernal discovery. Sending for a carriage, he drove home, and half an hour later he had told the whole story to his Egeria. Bridget had from the first very vehemently declared against all the determinations made by Thulia during the last few days. For no purpose whatever, not even for the sake of her brother's election, would she agree to a renewal of the relation to La Peyrade. In the first place, she had treated him badly, and that was a strong reason for disliking him. Then, in case that adventurer, as she now called him, married, Celeste, the fear of her authority being lessened, gave her a species of second sight. She had ended by having an intuitive sense of the dark profundities of the man's nature, and now declared that under no circumstances, and for no possible price, would she make one household with him. Ruin yourself if you choose, she said, you are the master of that, and you can do as you like. A fool and his money are soon parted. When therefore she listened to her brother's confidences, it was not with reproaches, but on the contrary with a crow of triumph, celebrating the probable return of her power, that she welcomed them. So much the better, she cried. It is well to know at last that the man is a spy. I always thought so. The canting bigot, turn him out of doors, without an explanation. We don't want him to work that newspaper. This Monsieur Cerizet seems, from what you tell me, the right sort of man, and we can get another manager besides. When Madame de Godalo went away, she promised to write to me, and she can easily put us in the way of finding some one. Poor dear Celeste, what a fate we were going to give her. How you run on, said Thulia. La Peyrade, my dear, is so far only accused, he must be heard in his defence, and besides there's a deed that binds us. Ah, very good, said Bridget. I see how it will be. Yowl, let that man twist you round his finger again. A deed with a spy, as if there could be deeds with such fellows. Come, come, be calm, my good Bridget, returned Thulia. We mustn't do anything hastily. Certainly, if La Peyrade cannot furnish a justification clear, categorical, and convincing, I shall decide to break with him, and ill prove to you that I am no milksop. But Cerizet himself is not certain. These are mere inductions, and I only came to consult you as to whether I ought or ought not to demand an explanation outright. Not a doubt about it, replied Bridget. You ought to demand an explanation, and go to the bottom of this thing. If you don't, I cast you off as my brother. That suffices, said Thulia, leaving the room with solemnity. You shall see that we will come to an understanding. Chapter Roman 11 Explanations, and what came of them. On his return to the office after his conference with Bridget, Thulia found La Peyrade at his post as editor-in-chief, and in a position of much embarrassment caused by the high hand he had reserved for himself as the sole selector of articles and contributors at this moment. Felion, instigated by his family, and deeply conscious of his position on the reading committee of the Odeon, had come to offer his services as dramatic critic. My dear monsieur, he said, continuing his remarks to La Peyrade after inquiring of Thulia about his health, I was a great student of the theatre in my youth, The stage and its scenic effects continue to have for me peculiar attractions, and the white hairs which crown my brow today seem to me no obstacle to my allowing your interesting publication to profit by the fruit of my studies and my experience as member of the reading committee of the Odeon Theatre. I am conversant with the modern drama, and if I may be quite sure of your discretion, I will even confide to you that among my papers it would not be impossible for me to find a certain tragedy entitled Sapper, which in my young days won me some fame when read in salons. Ah, said La Pérade, endeavouring to gild the refusal he should be forced to give, why not try to have it put upon the stage? We might be able to help you in that direction. Certainly, said Thulia, the director of any theatre to whom we should recommend. No, replied Felion, in the first place, as member of the reading committee of the Odeon, having to sit in judgment upon others, it would not become me to descend into the arena myself. I am an old athlete, whose business it is to judge of blows. He can no longer give in this sense. Criticism is altogether within my sphere, and all the more because I have certain views on the proper method of composing dramatic feuilletons, which I think novel. The castigat ridendo mores ought to be, according to my humble lights, the great law, I may say the only law of the stage. I should therefore show myself pitiless for those works bred of imagination, in which morality has no part, and to which mothers of families— Excuse me, said La Pérade, for interrupting you, but before allowing you to take the trouble to develop your poetical ideas, I ought to tell you that we have already made arrangements for our dramatic criticism. Ah, that's another thing, said Felion. An honest man must keep his word. Yes, said Thulia, we have our dramatic critic, little thinking that you would offer us your valuable assistance. Well, said Felion, suddenly becoming craftifer, there is something in the newspaper atmosphere, impossible to say what, which flies to the head, the bourgeois head especially, since you are good enough to consider my pen capable of doing you some service, perhaps a series of detached thoughts on different subjects, to which I should venture to give the name of diversities, might be of a nature to interest your readers. Yes, said La Pérade, with a maliciousness that was quite lost upon Felion. Thoughts, especially in the style of La Rochefoucauld or La Brière, might do. What do you think yourself, Thulia? He reserved to himself the right to leave the responsibility of refusals, as far as he could, to the proprietor of the paper. But I imagine that thoughts, especially if detached, cannot be very consecutive, said Thulia. Evidently not, replied Felion. Detached thoughts imply the idea of a very great number of subjects, on which the author lets his pen stray without the pretension of presenting a whole. You will of course sign them, said La Pérade. Oh no, replied Felion, alarmed. I could not put myself on exhibition in that way. Your modesty, which by the by I understand and approve, settles the matter, said La Pérade. Thoughts are a subject altogether individual, which imperatively require to be personified by a name. You must be conscious of this yourself. Divers thoughts by Monsieur Three Stars says nothing to the public. Seeing that Felion was about to make objections, Thulia, who was in a hurry to begin his fight with La Pérade, cut the matter short rather sharply. My dear Felion, he said, I beg your pardon for not being able to enjoy the pleasure of your conversation any longer, but we have to talk, La Pérade, and I over a matter of much importance, and in newspaper offices this devilish time runs away so fast. If you're willing, we will postpone the question to another day. Madame Felion is well, I trust. Perfectly well, said the great citizen, rising, and not appearing to resent his dismissal. When does your first number appear? He added. It is eagerly awaited in the arrondissement. Tomorrow, I think our confession of faith will make its appearance, replied Thulia, accompanying him to the door. You will receive a copy, my dear friend. We shall meet again soon, I hope. Come and see us, and bring that manuscript. La Pérade's point of view may be a little arbitrary. With this balm shed upon his wound, Felion departed, and Thulia rang the bell for the porter. Could you recognize the gentleman who has just gone out the next time you see him? Asked Thulia. Oh yes, MCU, his round ball of a head is too funny to forget. Besides, it is Monsieur Felion. Haven't I opened the door to him hundreds of times? Well, whenever he comes again, neither I nor Monsieur de la Pérade will be here. Remember, that's a positive rule. Now leave us. The devil, cried La Pérade when the two partners were alone. How you manage bores! But take care, among the number there may be electors. You did right to tell Felion you would send him a copy of the paper. He has a certain importance in the quarter. Well, said Thulia, we can't allow our time to be taken up by all the dullheads who come and offer their services, but now you and I have to talk, and talk very seriously. Be seated, and listen. Do you know, my dear fellow, said La Pérade, laughing, that journalism is making you into something very solemn. Be seated, sinner. Caesar Augustus couldn't have said it otherwise. Sinners, unfortunately, are more plentiful than people think, replied Thulier. He was still under the goad of the promise he had made to Bridget, and he meant to fulfill it with cutting sarcasm. The top continued the whirling motion imparted to it by the old maid's lash. La Pérade took a seat at the round table. As he was puzzled to know what was coming, he endeavoured to seem unconcerned, and picking up the large scissors used for the loans which all papers make from the columns of their brethren of the press, he began to snip up a sheet of paper, on which in Thulier's handwriting was an attempt at a leading article, never completed. Though La Pérade was seated, and expectant Thulier did not begin immediately, he rose, and went toward the door which stood ajar with the intention of closing it, but suddenly it was flung wide open and Coffinet appeared. Will monsieur, said Coffinet to La Pérade, receive 2 ladies? They are very well dressed, and the young one ain't to be despised. Shall I let them in, said La Pérade to Thulier. Yes, since they are here, growled Thulier, but get rid of them as soon as possible. Coffinet's judgment on the toilet of the 2 visitors needs revision. A woman is well dressed not when she wears rich clothes, but when her clothes present a certain harmony of shapes and colours, which form an appropriate and graceful envelope to her person. Now a bonnet with a flaring brim, surmounted by nodding plumes, an immense French cashmere shawl worn with the awkward inexperience of a young bride, a plaid silk gown with enormous checks, and a triple tier of flounces with far too many chains and trinkets, though to be just the boots and gloves were irreproachable, constituted the apparel of the younger of these ladies. As for the other, who seemed to be in the tow of her dressy companion, she was short, squat, and high-coloured, and wore a bonnet, shawl, and gown which a practised eye would at once have recognised, as second-hand mothers of actresses are always clothed by this very economical process. Their garments, condemned to the service of 2 generations, reverse the order of things, and go from descendants to ancestors. Advancing 2 chairs, La Pérade inquired, to whom have I the honour of speaking? Monsieur, said the younger visitor, I am a dramatic artist, and as I am about to make my first appearance in this quarter, I allow myself to hope that a journal of this locality will favour me. At what theatre? asked La Pérade. The Folies, where I am engaged for the de Jazzits. The Folies, echoed La Pérade in a tone that demanded an explanation. Folies Dramatiques, interposed the agreeable Madame Cardinal, whom the reader has doubtless recognised. When do you appear? asked La Pérade. Next week, monsieur, a fairy piece in which I play 5 parts. You'll encourage her, monsieur, won't you? said Madame Cardinal in a coaxing voice. She's so young, and I can certify she works day and night. Mother, said Olympe with authority, the public will judge me. All I want is that monsieur will kindly promise to notice my debut. Very good, mademoiselle, said La Pérade in a tone of dismissal, beginning to edge the pair to the door. Olympe Cardinal went first, leaving her mother to hurry after her as best she could. At home to no one, cried Thulier to the office boy as he closed the door, and slipped the bolt. Now, he said, addressing La Pérade, we will talk, my dear fellow. He went on, starting with irony, for he remembered to have heard that nothing was more confusing to an adversary. I have heard something that will give you pleasure. I know now why my pamphlet was seized. So saying, he looked fixedly at La Pérade. Parbleu, said the latter in a natural tone of voice, it was seized because they chose to seize it. They wanted to find, and they found, because they always find the things they want, what the king's adherents call subversive doctrine. No, you are wrong, said Thulier. The seizure was planned, concocted, and agreed upon before publication. Between whom? asked La Pérade. Between those who wanted to kill the pamphlet, and the wretches who were paid to betray it. Well, in any case, those who paid, said La Pérade, got mighty little for their money, for persecuted though it was, I don't see that your pamphlet made much of a stir. Those who sold may have done better, said Thulier with redoubled irony. Those who sold, returned La Pérade, were the cleverer of the 2. I know, said Thulier, that you think a great deal of cleverness, but allow me to tell you that the police, whose hand I see in all this, doesn't usually throw its money away. And again he looked fixedly at La Pérade. So, said the barrister without winking, you have discovered that the police had plotted in advance the smothering of your pamphlet. Yes, my dear fellow, and what is more, I know the actual sum paid to the person who agreed to carry out this honourable plot. The person, said La Pérade, thinking a moment. Perhaps I know the person, but as for the money, I don't know a word about that. Well, I can tell you the amount. It was 25,000 francs, said Thulier, dwelling on each word. That was the sum paid to Judas. Oh, excuse me, my dear fellow, but 25,000 francs is a good deal of money. I don't deny that you have become an important man, but you are not such a bugbear to the government as to lead it to make such sacrifices. 25,000 francs is as much as would ever be given for the suppression of one of those annoying pamphlets about the civil list, but our financial lucubrations didn't annoy in that way, and such a sum borrowed from the Secret Service money for the mere pleasure of plaguing you seems to me rather fabulous. Apparently, said Thulier acrimoniously, this honest go-between had some interest in exaggerating my value. One thing is very sure, this monsieur had a debt of 25,000 francs, which harassed him much, and a short time before the seizure, this same monsieur who had no means of his own paid off that debt. And unless you can tell me where else he got the money, the inference, I think, is not difficult to draw. It was La Pérade's turn to look fixedly at Thulier. Monsieur Thulier, he said, raising his voice, let us get out of enigmas and generalities. Will you do me the favor to name that person? Well, no, replied Thulier, striking his hand upon the table. I shall not name him, because of the sentiments of esteem and affection which formerly united us, but you have understood me, Monsieur La Pérade. I ought to have known, said the Provençal in a voice changed by emotion, that in bringing a serpent to this place, I should soon be soiled by his venom. Poor fool! Do you not see that you have made yourself the echo of Cérizet's calumny? Cérizet has nothing to do with it, on the contrary. He has told me the highest good of you. How was it, not having a penny the night before, and I had reason to know it, that you were able to pay Dutoc the round sum of 25,000 francs the next day? La Pérade reflected for a moment. No, he said, it was not Dutoc who told you that he is not a man to wrestle with an enemy of my strength, without a strong interest in it. It was Cérizet. He's the infamous calumniator from whose hands I wrenched the lease of your house near the Madeleine. Cérizet, whom in kindness I went to seek on his dunghill that I might give him the chance of honourable employment, that is, the wretch to whom a benefit is only an encouragement to treachery tines. If I were to tell you what that man is, I should turn you sick with disgust. In the sphere of infamy, he has discovered worlds. This time Thulier made an able reply. I don't know anything about Cérizet, except through you. He said you introduced him to me as a manager offering every guarantee, but allowing him to be blacker than the devil. And supposing that this communication comes from him, I don't see, my friend, that all that makes you any the whiter. No doubt I was to blame, said La Pérade, for putting such a man into relations with you, but we wanted someone who understood journalism, and that value he really had for us, but who can ever sound the depths of souls like his. I thought him reformed. A manager, I said to myself, is only a machine. He can do no harm. I expected to find him a man of straw. Well, I was mistaken. He will never be anything but a man of mud. All that is very fine, said Thulier, but those 25,000 francs found so conveniently in your possession, where did you get them? That is the point you are forgetting to explain. But to reason about it, said La Pérade, a man of my character in the pay of the police, and yet so poor that I could not pay the 10,000 francs your harpy of a sister demanded with an insolence which you yourself witnessed.